Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
At the end of the day, if you want to be part of something greater than yourself, if you want to be part of something that matters, learning how to work as a team, this is the place to be.
It's a big learning curve for soldiers coming in that have never left home, right? First time away from home, being in a different state, away from your family, away from your friends, not having that connection. And that takes time to adjust. And so that would probably be the biggest personal challenge. I remember myself personally had that challenge of being married at a very young age, but I would tell you at the end though, it's 100% worth it once you walk across the field and you get to graduate. All that hard work you put into it, it's very self-rewarding.
This job as a tanker,
it's wild.
I got bored of sitting behind a desk. So what inspired me to become a tanker in the United States Army is the fact that I am huge on mechanics and big vehicles. As you can see, this is a huge machine here. It takes a lot of mechanics. That and my personal beliefs and my personal values, I am a huge advocate for teamwork. I joined the U.S. Army and became a 19 kilo to seek adventure and to be able to experience things that I wouldn't expect on the civilian side. With the benefits and everything that this offers, I'm able to take my bachelor's degree and use it to become a better leader and be able to serve this country while being able to provide for my family.
My grandfather was in the armed forces for a good 20 years, and he actually did a bunch of mechanical work for tanks, and he never actually saw combat. So I wanted to actually be in the tank and not only finish what he started, but for me, being a tanker, it tells me that I'm doing something. I'm part of the 1% of men and women who are going out to fight for this country.
Being a tanker has changed my life. Being in the military has changed my life. I've been on my own since I was 16 years old. There was a lot of struggle associated with that. So in my personal Army journey, to be able to go from that to being a field grade officer in the service of my nation and being able to see true impact and the fruits of your labor, this is where you want to be.
It's not about the tanks. It's not about the Bradleys. It's about the people. As I look through social media, as I look through what retired tankers say, every one of them will put up posts that say things like, the best job I ever had. They don't miss the tank. What they miss is the people they are around. And quite honestly, when I leave, that's what I'm going to miss.
You know, in one tank, your crew consists of four people. You got your tank commander, gunner, loader, and driver. During training, you become very close. That's where you get that camaraderie. You work together every day. If you go to the field, you're with each other 24/7. If you go on deployment, same thing, right? So that brotherhood and that camaraderie that you get from that is something different.
Because a tank never operates by itself. Usually has two or more working together. So I always find the best qualities is to know not only your tank, but your crew members as well as your entire platoon. So that way everyone works together more effectively to make a more effective tank platoon.
You know, everybody has different opinions, different ways, different upbringings. So you just got to find your crew's niche and how you guys can work together as a team. That's always the biggest challenge, is because you have 4 people from 4 different areas, grew up 4 different ways. They all have 4 different minds, and you just need to find a way to make those 4 minds one.
Inside the tank, you have 4 crew members. You have the driver, the loader, the gunner, and then you have the tank commander, vehicle commander. They have to work cohesively as a crew to actually make that tank operate.
Nothing on the tank can be done by yourself. You'll never be on a tank alone. So it's very vital for you to know how to work as a team and a good team player.
If I could speak to the sheer power of a tank round, is literally like thunder and lightning.
As a 19 kilo, you're going through basic training, AIT, what we call one station unit training here.
Armor OSIT's fundamentally broken down into 4 phases. The first 3 phases are known as red, white, and blue. That's where we take a citizen off the streets of the United States and we bring them in and we show them what it's like to be a soldier in the United States Army.
So in basic combat training, we take civilians and we turn them into soldiers. We teach them how to march, how to wear the uniform, how to operate a rifle and a M17 pistol, and just basic soldiering skills.
The red phase, we go through the basics of foot marches. We go through drill and ceremony.
Let's go. Stack the bags, pull the line. Stack the bags, pull the line.
You're being taught how to be a soldier, from marching, going from point A to point B.
During white phase, that's where we introduce them to the basic skills that any soldier needs to learn to survive on the battlefield. Land navigation, combatives, how to talk on a radio. That's what they learn during white phase. And then we progress on to what we call the black phase. That's the second half of this one station unit training that we do here. And that's where we bring them onto the vehicles.
Once you get to your line unit, you get assigned to a crew, you train with that crew and shoot a gunnery, and you guys qualify together. That's when you become a tanker.
My name is Dominic Williams. I'm a specialist. Right now, I'm in AIT training as a 19 kilo.
My first name's Adan, and I am a PV2 in the United States Army.
My name is Jacob House, and I am a PV2. We work our way into black phase, where we start learning about tanks, doing things like VID, learning other countries' vehicles, making sure that we don't accidentally shoot friendlies, making sure that we can positively identify those.
On the AIT side for OSIT, we have a black and gold phase. They learn all the basic tasks to be a tanker: operating the driver's station, operating the loader station, operating the gunner station, all the steps it takes to get those stations ready.
I think one of the major evolutions in terms of training that we've made and the ability to train armor formations is the introduction of simulations into the force.
So the trainings we have today are from Fury Company 181. We are the first step in what is considered their AIT, the second half of their training of their technical job. They have to learn how to drive the tank here before they go drive the real life M1A2.
Over time, what happened is it became more and more expensive to train these type of operations in a live environment. The introduction of simulations allows us to train them to a high level and then go out in the field and refine that training over time. They understand how to properly employ the equipment on the battlefield. And if something goes wrong, they know how to troubleshoot it. They know how to fix it.
We teach the trainees how to conduct maintenance on the tank. We teach them how to drive the tank. And then the big one is we teach them how to shoot and reload the main gun on the tank.
So they're in black phase right now, which means they have about 4 weeks left before they graduate. So just somewhere around 3 to 4 weeks left. They have gold phase left, which is a little bit kind of a more formal kind of ending of basic training. But right now, gunnery is like the big thing that they've been waiting on, the big culminating event that they've been waiting on. They get to shoot tanks for the first time.
Next week, we're going to be in gold phase. We are about to be a real tanker.
We finally get to shoot the tanks. It's super cool.
Loading those main gun rounds. I love seeing that breech just go back forward, staying up, and you hear on the way and just hear that cane just boom.
If you want to be part of something greater than yourself, if you want to be part of something that matters, learning how to work as a team, this is the place to be. I won't take you back to the invention of the bow and arrow. We started our lineage with cavalry forces. The ability of mobile, well-armed, fast soldiers on the battlefield that can move quickly and go destroy our enemies.
Tank development throughout history, it follows along the same lines that development had occurred before the tank, which is the whole idea that mankind has always looked at combat power on the battlefield that can move faster than the infantryman. Whether it's man on horseback on the Mongolian steppes, whether it's a Syrian chariot, English medieval knight, there's always been an idea of something that can move faster, farther, hits harder than any other man or weapon system on the battlefield.
In World War I, we encountered what we called no man's land. It was literally a killing field that nobody could figure out how to get across. Someone had the idea of, well, what if we tried to outfit a mechanized vehicle using the internal combustion engine that was well enough protected, that worked in concert with our infantry on the ground to get across that field and break that stalemate. And that's how the tank came to be in World War I. And since then, it's just continued to evolve.
The evolution of the tank has always been about the big three features of protection, usually considered armor, but these days that can mean other technologies. Mobility, how fast can the vehicle go, but how far can it go and where can it go? And also the firepower it brings. The M1 Abrams, my book any day of the week, is the pinnacle of that. The perfect combination of mobility, firepower, protection. Few vehicles are like it in the world. But will it be 5-10 years from now? And so the work done by the tactics people, the doctrine folks, the research folks here at Fort Moore is all to look at the future. And I can tell you that stuff is already happening. They're already looking at how can we make Abrams tank better? And maybe it won't be an Abrams tank. Maybe it'll be something else. And so we'll just have to see, wait and find out. No spoilers here.
Happy 4th of July, everybody. Welcome to Stanley versus the World. I subscribe to the Army's website, surprise, surprise, and they put out some pretty good stuff. So this just premiered, I think, this morning. And so it's the first time I'm seeing it. Back when I was in college, I had a military history professor who was a tanker. So he was a good guy, and I've heard stories about how cold those damn things can be on field exercises in the middle of the winter in Germany. So I've actually been in an M1 a couple times back in college, but it's a tough life. Folks who like that sort of stuff, It's a good career. It was good to see, a major who is field grade officer, black. Um, great way to go. Army wasn't for me, the Navy was, but I can tell you from personal experience that black naval and military officers bring something to the table. So it was a great career while it lasted. So anyway, what's on tap today? Hey, Mike, how you doing? Basically, it's going to be boring stuff. It won't be anywhere near as entertaining as John this morning. I'm basically going to do a whole bunch of 4th of July stuff. So if you're into that sort of thing, great. If you're not, great. But well, actually, I wasn't even going to do a show today, but I saw this National Archives thing, and then I saw something that Monticello was doing for the 4th of July. And then what really inspired me is the speech that Donald Trump gave. I think it was last night. And apparently next year is the 250th anniversary of the United States. And he's talking about hosting a UFC fight on the grounds of the White House. So that's why I named the show the 4th of July Ringside, because next year there are going to be a bunch of people at the White House ringside watching UFC fights if Donald Trump has his way. And lately he's been getting his way. And we might talk about the UFC. I'm sorry, the big, beautiful bill, but I'm probably just going to hold that for Monday. Today's just really going to be a bunch of historic shit and parades. And like I said, I'm a boring guy. I'm nowhere near as fun as John Galt when he gets going. And thank God for that. So if anybody wants to come up, just let me know. I'll drop the links. So up to you. So let's start out with this. This was like a National Archives thing. I guess it happened in DC. So let's have a look at it, see what it's all about. It was live. I don't know if it's still live. So on we go. I think it is still live. Let's see. We got to skip that part. Oh, there we go. Yeah, this is going to be boring.
July 4th.
Oh, well. Somebody's got to do it. There we go. Not a whole lot of audio. I should have queued this up. My bad. Happy 4th of July, Plasma. Like I said, it's going to be boring, but you know what? I like this sort of stuff, at least
We have
for a
so
while.
much going on here today at the National Archives Museum. Come inside after the program and see the one and only original Declaration of Independence. You can also see several one-of-a-kind documents on display about the founding just on view for this weekend. We have great family activities throughout the building. You can sign your name to a copy of the Declaration of Independence, snap a photo at our selfie station, or explore the museum's interactive scavenger hunt. Today wouldn't be possible without our sponsors. We want to thank Comcast Corporation, Microsoft, P&G, Ancestry, Boeing,
Wow.
John Hancock,
4th of July
and the
brought to
National
you by
Archives
Lockheed
Foundation.
Martin.
Just as our military has a long, proud history with many chapters, the National Archives holdings reflect our one nation of many stories. Today, we celebrate our founding together. We have Fife and Drum Corps, a reading of the Declaration, and musical performances, and a special surprise at the end that you won't want to miss. Now, please stand if you're able, remove your hats, and turn towards the flag on either side of the building for the singing of the national anthem by Master Sergeant Caleb Green, U.S. Army, retired.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Not too bad. He hit the notes.
Thank you, Caleb. We'll be hearing from you later at the end of the ceremony as well. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have the 3rd U.S. Infantry Regiment, the Old Guard, Fife and Drum Corps. Their uniforms are from the Revolutionary War era, and so is their music. I'm pleased to present Command Sergeant Major Lutricia Fields to narrate the performance. Please join me in welcoming the Old Guard, Fife and Drum Corps from Joint Base Myers-Henderson Hall in Arlington, Virginia.
Man, it must be hot
Good
as
morning,
anything
ladies
in
and
those
gentlemen.
uniforms.
The United States Army Military District of Washington, under the command of Major General Trevor J. Bradenkamp, is proud to present the United States Army Old Guard, Fife and Drum Corps. Since 1960, the Old Guard, Fife and Drum Corps has carried on the Army's tradition of excellence, acting as the official escort to the President of the United States. The Corps wears uniforms patterned after those of General Washington's Continental Army. In order to be easily identified, military musicians were the reverse colors of their assigned regiment. At that time, American infantry soldiers wore blue coats with red facings. Thus, the musicians wore red coats with blue facings. During the
I wonder if any
Revolutionary
was
War,
shot because they
sounds
thought
of
they
the
were
fife,
British.
bugle, and drum could be heard across the battlefield as brave soldiers fought for our nation's independence. soldier musicians harness the unifying power of music to rally the troops.
By the way, this is happening in DC. I think it's still live,
On the
but
night of Paul
I'm
Revere's historic
starting from the
ride,
very beginning.
bugler Abel Benson also
While
wrote
John was
Sounding the Alarm.
doing whatever John was doing,
Theo Lou
this was
served as a
actually
fifer
happening.
and drummer in 2 American wars and was praised for his bravery at the Battle of Bunker Hill. A female bugler from Michigan disguised herself as a man to fight in the American Civil War under the alias Frank Martin. Alexander Johnson, a drummer and Civil War veteran, brought music back to his community by establishing a drum and bugle corps. Soldier musicians have been influential in shaping our nation's history. We're honored to highlight their individual contributions and recognize their selfless service.
Yeah, you know, Plasma. I usually do the morning show. I didn't this morning because John was on. I mean, I enjoy it, but I do appreciate it. You know, though, I mean, I do straight news. I don't do a whole lot of shenanigans, but every now and again it happens. And just a disclaimer here. I know this isn't everybody's cup of tea, but you know what? If I lived in DC and I had a kid or two, we probably do something like this. Whether we like it or not, this is kind of history. It is the 4th of July. I'm not like rah rah, but I was in the military, well, in the Navy, and I have saluted the flag a time or two, and I like history. So, while it is not, you know, um, wild and crazy, it's stuff I like to do. So, it's family friendly. If I had, my son's 19 now, so he probably wouldn't want to do this, but when he was 9, we used to do stuff like this. Shit, we used to pick apples. We used to do all kinds of things. So it's 4th of July. Why not watch a 4th of July celebration at the National Archives if you can't be there? I'm a boring old man, folks. Just so you know, the current temperature is 85 in the DC area. Well, Tyrone, I know you like excitement. So I felt I had to explain my boring ass.
Composed on the home front and penned in soldiers' diaries, folk melodies have connected and inspired us throughout our nation's history. The Corps honors the legacies of our country's soldier musicians and all who have served with our stately and traditional troop step, set here to dawning of the day. A shared pride in our nation and the desire to find comfort in a new home ultimately brought Americans together to fight as one. On behalf of the Old Guard Commander, Colonel Thomas J. Kilbride, and the Fife and Drum Corps Commander, Chief Warrant Officer 3, Benjamin W. Macmillan, it has been our pleasure performing for you today.
Let's see what
One more
else.
hand for the Fife and Drum Corps.
Oh, wow. This is still live.
The National Archives is the permanent home of the Declaration of Independence. Despite Nicolas Cage's attempts to check out the back, it's here under the watchful eyes of the archive staff. That extraordinary piece of parchment is just one of billions of documents held in trust at the National Archives. They hold so much more of our collective story: papers, photographs, videos, films. Holdings of the National Archives tell the story of democracy in the United States, tragedy, heartache, as
A
well
lot
as
of good
triumph and
films you
resilience.
can get online
The
from the
mission of the
National
National
Archives
Archives
if
is to
you're
make those
into
documents
history and that
available
sort of
to
stuff.
you, the American people. The stories of the American people are reflected in some way in the archives. If your family had any interactions with the U.S. government, it is likely there is a record here at the historic home of the archives, or one of the presidential libraries, or the many archives facilities around the country. The National Archives holds millions of military records. If you had a relative who arrived at Ellis Island or Angel Island, those arrival documents are here. Letters to the presidents, land records, census records. It's all preserved by the National Archives and Records Administration. The incredible staff is ready to help you research your own history at the archives. And the foundation is honored to support that mission and invites you to become a member or a donor and join us to advance that work at the National Archives. And now for today's keynote. Retired Navy Commander Everett Alvarez Jr. was the first American aviator shot down and captured over Vietnam in 1964. He was the longest held prisoner of war in North Vietnam for 8.5 years. He holds numerous military decorations, including the Silver Star, 2 Legions of Merit, the Distinguished Flying Cross, 2 Bronze Stars, and 2 Purple Hearts. In addition to his distinguished military service, Mr. Alvarez is a lawyer, author, entrepreneur, and executive. He served as the Deputy Director of the Peace Corps, Deputy Administrator of the VA, and Chairman of CARES Commission. He has authored 2 books about his experience in Vietnam and is a member of the Vietnam War Commemoration. Commander Alvarez, we are honored you chose us today to spend your time. Thank you for your service. Please welcome Commander Everett Alvarez.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning and happy Independence Day. What an incredible honor it is to be here with you, standing in front of this very building, the National Archives, home to the very documents that gave birth to our nation. And what an honor it is to join you in celebrating the freedom that they represent. Too often, we tend to take these freedoms for granted. Too often, we don't even think about them. They're part of our daily lives, but we're not aware of them until the day comes when we have lost them. So I stand here not just as a veteran, but as someone who has seen the true cost and the true power of liberty. You know, it was 61 years ago. I was a young naval aviator flying over North Vietnam. When I was shot down, I was captured, and as you heard, I spent the next 8.5 years as a prisoner of war in that infamous Hanoi, Hilton, and surrounding camps. I and my fellow POWs endured pain, torture, isolation, and real hardship. I witnessed extraordinary courage from my fellow POWs, from our families, and from the American people who never forgot us. We survived because we never lost faith in our country, in God, and in our fellow servicemen and women, and in the ideals that we swore to defend, those ideals written in those same documents, the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution of the United States, and its Bill of Rights that are housed in this building right behind me. It was the commitment to those ideals that enabled us to eventually come home with our honor. As I look out at you today, it is humbling to be here with you among fellow Americans, veterans, families, public servants, and those who continue to serve this great country in so many ways. Today, we are not just spectators of a parade. We are participants in the American story. This year, we are celebrating or will celebrate other parts of that story. As Director Madden pointed out, this past month, we celebrated the 250th anniversary of the United States Army. In October, we will mark the 250th anniversary of the United States Navy.
We're going to be
And
there
in
for that,
November,
and party.
The 250th anniversary of the Marine Corps. From our country's first encounter with the British and throughout our history to the recent engagements of our military men and women who participated on the strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities, all of these episodes are or will be documented for history right here in the National Archives, to be studied to understand the battles and their impacts, but also the men and women and their stories, their contributions to the American story. The 4th of July is more than just fireworks and cookouts. It's a day to remember who
And
we
YouTube
are
shows.
and who we strive to be. It's a day to celebrate our founding principles. These principles have been tested, they have been strained, but they have never been abandoned. And they never have stopped inspiring hope. As I look around this great city and all the flags waving proudly, I'm filled with gratitude. I'm grateful for my life, for my family, for my fellow POWs, and for the generations of Americans who have fought and sacrificed so that we could all live free. So, thank you all. Enjoy the festivities of today. May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Thank you, Commander Alvarez. And now I'm happy to introduce a very distinguished group of people who will read the Declaration of Independence. Our first three readers, General George Washington, General Marquis de Lafayette, and Mrs. Abigail Adams.
Oh, this is going to be a little hokey.
Next, to read the grievances against King George III, we have three of our leaders of the Second Continental Congress, Mr. Thomas Jefferson, Mr. John Adams, and Dr. Benjamin Franklin.
Well, this part I don't enjoy, but you'll hear some
These three
Declaration of
gentlemen know the
Independence.
words of the Declaration better than anyone. They served in the committee to draft the Declaration, and as we all know, Mr. Jefferson was the primary author. To read the names of the 56 signers of the Declaration, we're proud to have Private Edward Ned Hector of the 3rd Pennsylvania Artillery Company, colonial soldier, patriot, and hero. And finally, we need more audience participation, just as our colonial forefathers would have had. As our special guests read the grievances against King George, watch for our volunteers and James Fortin, a privateer during the Revolution, holding signs to tell us when we will express our displeasure with a hearty boo to the king. And now, the Declaration of Independence.
Is that King Trump they're talking about?
In Congress, July 4, 1776, a declaration by the representatives of the United States of America. In General Congress assembled, when in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and nature's God entitle them. A decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires them.
I'm going to stop this right here, right quick, to thank the Admiral, CKJ3, for supporting this 4th of July edition, Stanley versus the World. Much appreciated there, Admiral. I want to make one point, and it really just struck me. We'll finish this. This actually only winds up being, this is more than half over at this point. Next is going to be some Trump news, and then one like breaking news story, and then there's more history stuff after that. But I want to point out, just so happens that this picture of Frederick Douglass he's kind of our spirit animal. Actually, my spirit animal and Portia's spirit animal, she's into Frederick Douglass probably more than I am. But I want to point out his what is the 4th of July to a slave? What to a slave is the 4th of July. That is actually a classic part of 4th of July too. So for those who think, like Abiola might think, I'm not going to speak for him, but for those who think that this is really just, going to be a whiteout sort of holiday, Frederick Douglass, he actually had a very eloquent speech, on the way to, getting freedom for enslaved people who eventually became freedmen and American citizens. So don't let that be lost on you. There have been, contributions to what the 4th of July is, what freedom is. I think some of the best people to talk about the nature of freedom have been people like Frederick Douglass. And they're, you need to go back. And this is why I find history, so fascinating. I never thought to major it in college, though. Really didn't get into history like deeply, though amateurish, till probably after my son was born. As you get older, you just tend to kind of think more about history, I guess. So anyway, I won't be disturbing you any farther. CK, if you don't see the link, well, you know what? Let me drop it. If you want to come up, we have you have a spot next to next to the parade. So there we go, and I'll put it in the other chat too. So again, sponsor of the 4th of July Stanley versus the World Parade is CKJ3.
That they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation.
We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it and to institute new.
Let me answer or address our venerable friend Abiola. Well, here's the deal. Abiola says, Rome had a rich history and eventually took control of a vast empire. America is like second on this scale. Well, let me reframe that for you. America could take over any goddamn place it wants to take over. I think we all know that. If we put our minds to it, we can have an empire. It's just we have better things to do, like hold 4th of July parades. In all honesty, you probably want to rethink that. It's not that we couldn't have a big empire. It's just, why would we? We tend to like freedom a bit more than maybe Rome even did. Not only that, but life expectancy is longer than it was in Rome. So, we got that going for us.
Government laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them
No problem.
shall seem most likely
Abiola.
to affect
I
their
just thought I would
safety and
mention that because it's a good point, actually.
Prudence indeed will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes. And accordingly, experience hath shown that mankind are more disposed to suffer while evils are sufferable than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations, having invariably as its object evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and to provide new guards for their future security.
Such has been the patient sufferance of these colonies, and as such is now the necessity which constrains them to alter their former systems of government. The history of the present King of Great Britain is a history of repeated injuries and usurpations, all having in direct object the establishment of an absolute tyranny over these states. To prove this, let facts be submitted to a candid world.
He has refused his assent to laws, the most wholesome and necessary for the public good.
He has forbidden his governors to pass laws of immediate and pressing importance unless suspended in their operation till his assent should be obtained. And when so suspended, he has utterly neglected to attend to them.
He has refused to pass other laws for the accommodation of large districts of people, unless those people would relinquish the right of representation in the legislature, a right inestimable to them and formidable to tyrants only.
He has called together
Oh, boy.
legislative bodies
This is a
at
little weak.
places unusual, uncomfortable, and distant from the depository of their public
Looks like they're having some video issues.
for the sole purpose of fatiguing them into compliance with his measures.
Well, this doesn't resolve. And again, I didn't watch the whole thing. I caught it live. So if this keeps up, we'll move on. This might be a good point to move on anyway, to be honest. Let's see if we can skip ahead. Oh, there we are.
Archives and Archives
Let's see how it
Foundation
ends.
Barton Gwinnett, Lyman Hall, George Wharton, Huzzah! Maryland, Samuel Chase, William Baker, Thomas Stone.
And for those who can't
Charles
see, this is
Carroll
a
of
black guy who's some sort of reenactor. Not too many of those up there.
Virginia, George Wythe, Richard Henry Lee, Thomas Jefferson.
Light Horse Henry Lee.
I see you know this man. Good. Benjamin Harrison, Thomas Nelson Jr., Francis Lightfoot Lee, and Carter Braxton. Huzzah! New York. Yes. William Floyd.
All right.
Livingston. Francis Lewis.
Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, forever waves of rain, for purple mountain majesty above the fruited plain. America, God shed his grace on thee and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea. Again, come on. America, God shed his grace on thee and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea, from sea to shining sea. Happy birthday, America.
Is that like confetti or something? All right. Well, that this was only an hour or so, so that's one of many. So we'll just move on because this was awesome. Trump says he plans to host a UFC fight at the White House to celebrate 250 years of independence. So President Donald Trump announced on July 3rd, yesterday, 2025, at the Iowa State Fairgrounds, plans for a UFC championship fight at the White House. Trump made the announcement during the kickoff for year-long America 250 celebrations, marking July 4th, 2026, the nation's 250th birthday. Trump stated Dana White would organize the full UFC fight on the South Lawn, expecting 20 to 25,000 attendees as part of commemorative events. Trump announced plans to hold a major UFC event featuring a full-scale championship match expected to draw an audience of around 20,000 to 25,000 attendees as part of the celebrations for America 250. There's been no official approval or arrangements finalized, suggesting that while the UFC event remains a possibility, it primarily illustrates Trump's mix of showmanship and politics. Well, I think as far as we know, if Trump says it's going to happen at the White House, there's really no reason not to think it won't. So I'm not sure why there's a doubting Thomas there. And speaking of Trump and July 3rd, I happen to on this is whitehouse.gov where all the Trump stuff happens. And I believe this is the whole speech here he did yesterday, Iowa Fairgrounds again. Let me make sure this is the whole video. because it was like an hour long or something. Let me make sure. Yeah, this is the full speech. This is whitehouse.gov, folks.
What a crowd. Well, I just want to say a very special hello to Iowa. We have had a good time. We won so much here, we didn't know what to do. There was so much winning here. But we love Iowa. We won all 3 times. So
Yeah, happy
that's pretty good. And won by a
Independence Day to
lot.
you too,
But I'm
Blue
thrilled to
Jay.
be back
Salute.
in a state that I love, and I really do love it too, with thousands of proud, hardworking patriots at the world-famous Iowa State Fairgrounds. Thank you. Thank you. 18 months ago, the people of Iowa braved sub-zero temperatures. You remember that night? Oh, that was cold. It was cold, but we were warm inside because we won by a landslide to turn out the first in the nation caucuses, and you delivered 98 out of 99 counties. What the hell county didn't? What's the name of that county? Let's get them out of here. 98 out of 99, that's not bad, Susie, I guess, right? We'll take that. But for President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, thank you very much, everyone. Then in November, we won Iowa by a landslide, 13 points, and it was the single largest presidential victory in your state's history. That's not bad. And now we're back where it all started to celebrate 5 months of incredible success for our nation and wish the Iowans and all Americans a very happy 4th of July. It's an honor to be with you. You know, a lot of people wanted us. When you're president, they want you. And if you're not president, they don't want you so much. But they really wanted us. And I said, nope, I'm going to Iowa because I promised I would go to Iowa. Sorry. I said, no way. There could be no better birthday present for America than the phenomenal victory we achieved just hours ago when Congress passed the one big, beautiful bill to make America great again. Right? And in the last election, the people gave us a historic mandate to cut taxes, raise take-home pay, bring back jobs, stop the invasion, that horrible invasion. Who would do that? Who would do that? That horrible. Who would do that to us? Who would do that to us? Deport the illegals and slash hundreds of billions of dollars of waste and fraud, and that's what we're doing. With this bill, every major promise I made to the people of Iowa in 2024 became a promise kept. You know, they had a report today on some crazy fake station, but it wasn't fake in this regard. They said, you know, this guy actually did more than he promised. I did. And I have another hat back there. It says, Donald Trump was right about everything. And I said, no, that sounds a little too conceited, but it happens to be true, I must say. This bill includes the largest tax cut in American history, the largest spending cut in American history, the largest border security investment in American history, although I must tell you, if you saw last month, they had 0 people coming through our borders. 0. I'm not sure that's even possible. You know, I'll take it, but somebody must have got it. The other character had hundreds of thousands of people every time. Sometimes in a day, they'd have over 100,000. We had 0, I don't know, for the month. So it must be a little wrong. Maybe they're 2 or 3 or something, but I'll take the 0. And the group that makes up those stats, you know, they're radical left Democrats, so it's probably true. We did a great job on the border. The largest welfare reforms and military upgrades in modern times. That's what we're doing. We rebuilt our military in 2016 in their first term. We rebuilt it. They gave some of it away to Afghanistan on the most embarrassing day in the history of our country. Remember that? Remember that? We don't have days like that. We have days like we just had in Iran. That's the kind of days we have. Complete obliteration. It turned out that was complete obliteration. Think of these guys flying way up in the air on a dark night, no moon, no nothing, and they hit every single target. It's the size of one half a refrigerator door, a little size, 2 by 2. But this is a declaration of independence from a really national decline. We had a national decline. We were a laughing stock all over the world. We had a man as president who shouldn't have been there. You know that. Shouldn't have been there. But we really had independence now over the, if you look at it, the overtaxation where we were being taxed out of our lives, independence from overregulation. We have independence now from radical left bureaucrats and independence from the largest alien invasion that I think any country has ever seen. We've never had anything like that. These people were fools. They allowed it to happen. You know, we've already cured inflation. Your gas prices are way down. Everything I said is done. But the one thing, it's hard. It's hard. Think of the time we spent on having murderers and gang members and prisoners from all over the world come into our country. We're getting them out fast, but it's a terrible thing what they've done to our country, and I hope you remember it, what they've done to our country, our beautiful country. 11,888 murderers came into our country, and some we've already gotten out, but it's terrible. Many of them, more than 50% murdered more than one person. Can you believe it? And they let them come into our beautiful country. Just as I promised, we're making the Trump tax cuts permanent and delivering no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors, right? Front row Joe. We got a lot of front row Joes here. That's very nice. Thank you. Thank you. And we have Mr. Wall. Someday I'm buying that suit, I'm telling you. I like that suit. I'll walk up one day, I'll be dressed like a Wall, just like you. I think he's come to about 200 rallies, and that means you like us. And I think he's a very successful guy, too, believe it or not. He's a top accountant. Can you believe this? And he comes to rallies, he likes the rallies. Front row Joes, they're all successful. But this is what they do for entertainment. But now it's not entertainment. We've saved our country. We've got the hottest country anywhere in the world, as said by many, many leaders of other countries. And we will ignite trillions of dollars in economic growth, increase take-home pay for the typical family by more than $10,000 a year. And very importantly for Iowa, this bill rescues over 2 billion family farms from the so-called estate tax or the death tax. In other words, before Trump, you were losing farms to the banks. Before Trump, you were losing the farms like nobody's ever seen before. You love your children. You don't feel so well. You pass away. You leave everything to your children, and they have to pay a big estate tax or a death tax, as we call it. And they couldn't do it. They go out and borrow money, and all of a sudden the bank is foreclosing on the farm. Not going to happen. You have no more estate tax. You have no more death tax to pay. Now, that's if you love your children. If you don't love your children, it doesn't matter. Just forget about what I said. Not going to help. But if you love them, or if you love somebody that you're leaving it to, think of that. No death tax, no estate tax, no going to the banks and borrowing from, in some cases, a fine banker, and in some cases, Shylocks and bad people. But they took away a lot of family. They destroyed a lot of families. But we did the opposite. So just remember, to me, it's so important. And it was mostly important for places like we're at right now. It's really, I'm so proud of it. At the same time, this bill cuts $1.5 trillion in spending. So wasteful spending is being cut by $1.5 trillion. And I got to tell you, I want to thank Republican congressmen and women, because what they did is incredible last night. And the Senate, the Republican Senate, we got, not with all of the things we did with the tax cuts and rebuilding our military, not one Democrat voted for us. And I think we use it in the campaign that's coming up, the midterms, because we got to beat them. But all of the things that we've given, and they wouldn't vote only because they hate Trump. But I hate them too, you know that? So it's sort of, I really do, I hate them. I cannot stand them because I really believe they hate our country. You want to know the truth? but it kicks illegal aliens off of Medicaid and food stamps and allows us to hire 3,000 new Border Patrol agents and 10,000 new ICE agents, and they are great patriots, the Border Patrol and ICE, to carry out the largest deportation operation in the history of our country. And I don't like saying that. I don't like saying that, but we have a country. We have a country to run, and we have so many people coming in that shouldn't be here. And they did. They came in from prisons.
Let me make one point about that hate comment that he made. This is exactly why Donald Trump is not a good president. Why do you have to hate Democrats? That is fucking beyond me. They hate him, and he hates he hates them back. That's very presidential. I'd vote for him.
And they came in from drugs and gangs and drug lords, the worst in the world. They came in from mental institutions. They emptied mental institutions into our wonderful country. And I know exactly what's going on in Iowa. You had some horrible crime in Iowa caused by illegal aliens, but we're getting them the hell out of here. We have no choice. And our great, big, beautiful bill, it will build the Golden Dome Missile Defense Shield. We're going to have the best shield. And you saw that just.
And I want to make one other point. If the bill is so great, why does he need to go out and do a campaign style speech? It's not so great. By the way, if you look at the polls, it is not a popular bill. There is a majority who do not like the big, beautiful bill. This is why he has to come out and do these basically campaign rallies, just to keep throwing red meat to his base.
The other day where the missiles are being shot down one after another. You know, they called me to tell me they have to take a shot at us. This was Iran, very respectful. That means they respect us. Because we dropped 14 bombs. They said, we'd like to take 14 shots at you. I said, go ahead, I understand. They said, where they'd do it. I said, good, we emptied out the fort. It was a beautiful military base in Qatar who treated us really fantastically well. And they said, sir, 1 o'clock, okay? I said, it was fine. We could make it later. And we had nobody but 4 gunners. We had 4, they call them gunners, and they shoot the Patriots. They shoot the missiles up. It's hard to believe. So all of a sudden they said, we're ready. And they were a little nervous about doing it, I want to tell you. Can you imagine? They were nice enough. This is Iran to call me and tell me that they would like to shoot me at 14 times. So they want to shoot us. And I said, go ahead. And they shot 14 high-grade, very fast missiles. Every single one of them was shot down routinely by these 4 unbelievable gunmen. And they did their job, and that was the end of that. But the big thing was the attack on their nuclear facilities, what those people did. And you know, they're going to be in Washington tomorrow at the White House. We're going to be celebrating. We took not only the pilots, but the people that flew the other planes, but also the mechanics that had these planes going for 37 hours without a stop. You know, we had 50, it was so far away, we had 52 tankers. Think of that, 52 that's loaded up with oil. I wouldn't want to fly one of those suckers over Iran. I say, what happens if they're shot at? Well, sir, that's a tough situation. It's not a pretty sight, but they were unbelievable. 52 tankers to load them up. They followed the planes in, and they never had to stop for fuel. They went 37 hours, actually. And how incredible. What equipment. What equipment. And, you know, China, Russia, they were all watching. Everybody was watching. We have the greatest equipment anywhere in the world. We have the greatest people anywhere in the world. And we have the strongest military anywhere in the world. But we're going to fully modernize our air traffic control system and expand school choice and really so much more. By the way, the air traffic control, you probably don't have that problem here. You know, you have planes land like they, but in some congested areas, you saw what happened with the helicopter and the plane and a lot of other things. If we had great equipment, and we should have had, it was all set up to go, And then Biden canceled the order when he came in, but he canceled a lot of orders because he didn't know what the hell he was doing. There's a case would have never happened. Bells would have gone off, whistles would have gone off, everything would have gone off. It would have never happened. Very simply, the one big beautiful bill would deliver the strongest border on earth, the strongest economy on earth, the strongest military on earth, and ensure the United States of America will remain the strongest country anywhere on this beautiful planet of ours. 165 days into the Trump administration, America is on a winning streak like, frankly, nobody's ever seen before in the history of the presidency. I said, they said, you know, sir, you're going to go down as one of the greatest presidents ever. I said, really? No, I said, really? I said, better than Washington? They said, yes, sir. I said, better than Honest Abe Lincoln? They said, yes, sir. I said, I like this guy that said that. That's a smart guy. He's up for a big promotion right now. But just a few months ago, our country was cold as ice. We were laughed at all over the world. We were laughed at. Think of it, a year ago, we were laughed at. We were a bunch of clowns. They were laughing at our president. They were laughing at everything having to do with our country. I was in Saudi Arabia. I was in Qatar. I was in UAE. Great leaders, strong, powerful, very rich leaders too, by the way, but great leaders, very smart people. And they said to me, the king of Saudi Arabia, but the three said the same thing essentially. They said, you know, a year ago, we thought your country was finished. We thought it was dead, horrible word, dead. And they were right. The country was close to death. And he said, and you know what? You've been in there. At that time, it was 4.5 months. It was a couple of months ago. He said, right now, you're in the hottest country anywhere in the world. There's no country in the world. You talked about all over the world. You got the hottest, smartest, sharpest country. And by the way, look at our stock market. We're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars on tariffs with no inflation. And today we just set another record, the highest stock market in history. No inflation. And one of the great economists from the Wharton School of Finance, where I happened to go, he apologized. He says, you know, I think Trump outsmarted us all. And yesterday was the poll, and out of 77 economists, I came in second. I want to find the guy that came in first. Because somebody came in first. Can you believe it? But we said what was going to happen, and it's happening. And I'll tell you what, we had the greatest economy in the history of my first term. This is going to blow it away. You watch. This is going to blow it away. For the first time in years, this 4th of July, the economy is roaring, incomes are soaring, wages are up, prices are down. Gasoline, you see what's going on with gasoline? It's way down. See what's going on with eggs? Eggs are way down, eggs. Remember I came in my first week, the fake news, those guys right there, look at all of them. Wow, that's a lot of fake. No, but we like them. It just shows you when you can get every story, 100% of the stories, no matter what you do that's good, they make it as bad as possible. And then you win in a landslide. There's something wrong. But the fake news hit me with eggs. Remember, first week, 4 days, eggs are through the roof. I said, I just got here. What's going on with eggs? Tell me. I didn't hear about it. They're up 5 times higher than they should be. They were going through the roof, but they were blaming me. I said, I just got here. And within 2 months, our great Secretary of Agriculture, who I think is with us tonight, Brooke, where's Brooke? Oh, look at her. Look, she is here. She flew all the way she comes from Texas, but I think she likes Iowa maybe even better. Look at her. You did a good job with groceries and with eggs. We'll tell you, it's true. They said, we have them this time, finally. It took an egg to get me, but that didn't happen either. Now they're down to a normal price, and people are ordering like crazy. But inflation is dead. 401ks and retirement accounts just hit an all-time record high. Did I hear what I think I heard? But we've achieved the lowest level of illegal border crossings in U.S. history, 0 illegals. Think of it, we had 0. And as I said, and I'll say it again, I love it because I have never seen any country suffer. No country has ever, don't worry, it's only fireworks, I hope. Famous last words. My famous last words, Trump said, don't worry, it's only fireworks. Hey, you always have to think positive. I didn't like that sound either. But last month, American-born workers gained 830,000 new jobs, a record. That's American-born. While the illegal aliens lost 340,000. And we don't want bad for them, but look, we have a country to run, and we want to have them come in, and we want to have them help our farmers. You know, you probably saw I got myself into a little trouble because I said, I don't want to take people away from the farmers. And we're going to do something I think that's going to be good because we want all the criminals out. Everybody agrees that we're finding the criminals, the murderers, the drug dealers. We're getting them the hell out of here. But the farmers, some of the farmers, many of you sitting right here, I have 4 friends right in the 5th row. But some of the farmers, you know, they've had people working for them for years. And we're going to do something. We're working with Christie. And we're going to do something that we're going to sort of put the farmers in charge. And if a farmer's been with one of these people that work so hard, they bend over all day. We don't have too many people can do that, but they work very hard and they know them very well. And some of the farmers are literally, you know, they cry when they see this happen. If a farmer is willing to vouch for these people, in some way, Christy, I think we're going to have to just say that's going to be good, right? You know, we're going to be good with it because we don't want to do it where we take all of the workers off the farms. We want the farms to do great like they're doing right now. So Christy Noem has done a fantastic job, and Tom Homan. And we're working on legislation right now. Susie, right? We're working on legislation right now where farmers, look, they know better. They work with them for years. You had cases where, not here, but just even over the years, where people have worked for on a farm for 14, 15 years, and they get thrown out pretty viciously, and we can't do it. We got to work with the farmers and people that have hotels and leisure properties too. We're going to work with them, and we're going to work very strong and smart, and we're going to put you in charge. We're going to make you responsible, and I think that that's going to make a lot of people happy. Now, serious radical right people, who I also happen to like a lot, they may not be quite as happy, but they'll understand, won't they? Do you think so? Madam Secretary, look at you with a white hat on. Do you think they'll understand that? You're the one that brought this whole situation up. Brooke Rollins brought it up, and she said, so we have a little problem. The farmers are losing a lot of people, and we figured it out, and we have some great stuff being written, and let the farmers be responsible. And then if the farmers don't do a good job, we'll throw them the hell out of the country. We'll let the illegals stay, and we'll throw the farmer the hell out, okay? Get ready, farmer, I'm telling you. But okay, so the fake news will write that. Donald Trump will throw farmers out of our country. They will write it. Because whenever I'm sarcastic, you know, when you can't be sarcastic as a politician. Well, if you're me, you can't be if you're so I want to say I was only kidding. No, the fake news will write it. Donald Trump wants all farmers thrown the hell out of our country. The audience booed the hell out of them. There was no boo. No, they're fake news. That's why nobody watches them anymore. Violent crime is plummeting, and we're on track to reach the lowest murder rate ever recorded by the end of this year. It looks like we're doing way good. And that's knowing that we have a lot of people in the country that we didn't have in the country 4 or 5 years ago. I mean, we have a lot of people that they allowed into the country that are serious criminals. A lot of them are on their way out, however. Iran's nuclear enrichment has been obliterated. Remember when CNN said, it wasn't obliterated. It was maybe damaged or damaged badly, but obliterated is too strong a word. No, it was obliterated. That's now been proven. The Atomic Energy Commissions, everything that's been obliterated. And they were trying to demean me by saying that, but they were really demeaning those great pilots and people and mechanics that got those planes over there and were able to shoot from high up in the air going very, very fast with potentially a lot of things being shot at them and hit every single one. Every single one. Trying to demean me, but to me, they were demeaning them. And they got out of the plane and they said, what?
Like my son at
we hit
5.
every single target. They know better than anybody. But now that's been proven. It's CNN fake news and scammers that work for them. scam writers that work for him. But we understand it and we fight it back. And a lot of people say, sir, don't criticize it because they're beneath you. No, they're not beneath me. Nobody's beneath. You got to put it. Otherwise, people don't understand. If you don't say something about it, you got to say it. These people did one of the greatest military hits and maneuvers in the history of our country. And I want them to be appreciated for it. So they're coming to the White House tomorrow night.
By the way, just to remind everybody, this is whitehouse.gov. They've got all of Trump's speeches, and it's actually one, believe this or not, whitehouse.gov is one of the best websites I've come across. Maybe the Army. I haven't looked at the Navy's website. I need to do that. But this whitehouse.gov website currently is really slick. So you can get almost all his major speeches there. I want to make damn, you know what? I was going to make a point and I just forgot about it. Hopefully I'll remember it. I'm not going to rewind it. And let's see here. Stanley, it took over 4,000 years for people here in Igbo land to realize that letting chickens run around can cause problems. Not sure what your point is, Abiola. We tend to fence our chickens in and we just kind of let them run free range within the fence. But so try fencing. That might eliminate some of the problems at least. Oops.
And I'm signing the bill with the Speaker of the House. And by the way, Mike Johnson did a great job. John Thune did a great job. To everybody. This whole 2 weeks has been incredible, hasn't it? You know, when you think of all of the victories, we stopped 5 nations from going to war. And somebody else will get the Nobel Peace Prize for their writing about Donald Trump. A professor at some school that you've never heard of has received the Nobel Prize for his writing about Donald Trump and what Donald Trump did. I say, what about me? I don't get it, but that's one of those things. But think of it, we stopped India.
Donald Trump apparently being president isn't good enough. And the only reason he wants a Nobel Prize is because Obama got one. And, you know, quite frankly, I think them giving Obama a Nobel Peace Prize was a bit premature, you know, given his affinity for drone strikes.
In Pakistan, we stopped Kosovo and Serbia. They've been fighting for a long time. And a lot of it was trade. I said, you're not going to trade with us if you're going to go to war. And India, Pakistan was big, very big for a different reason. I mean, they have little things called nuclear weapons. You would have had pretty soon a nuclear war. We stopped that. In Africa, you look at what was going on in the Congo with Rwanda. That war was going on for 30 years. 30 years, and we stopped it, and it was vicious. 6 million people killed, and it was a bad one. It was killed and killed badly. Machetes. A machete. You know what a machete is? You don't want to know. And we just did a really great job. And then, of course, you cap it off with the hit, the perfect hit in Iran, where they were talking awfully badly. You know, death.
I would have to look it up, but as far as I know right now, he had more drone strikes than any other president in history, and still, he used drones a lot. Which, I mean, why not? You don't have to send in planes. What's up, 12th man?
To America, death to Israel. They were talking awfully badly, and they're not talking badly anymore, to be honest with you. And we might even meet with them and see if they want to meet. They want to meet, and we'll see if we can do something. But they want to meet. I think they want to meet very badly. But our allies have agreed to pay over $1 trillion a year for our defense. You saw what happened in NATO. In fact, we have our ambassador to NATO here. Where's our? You know that guy in Iowa? They know him. Big man.
That's right.
Matt Whitaker.
Folks, there is a reason he has to do speeches to talk about all the stuff he's done. Look at the polls. The big beautiful bill underwater as far as approval ratings. Even immigration is starting to turn negative. So he's got to do these campaign rallies just to make sure he keeps the troops in line. He wants to be able to keep Richard and all the other MAGA fans, motivated, talking about how he's the best
We have
president
Matt
ever.
Whitaker from Iowa. I wasn't going to hire him, but then I said, Matt, you come from Iowa, don't you? Yes, sir, I do. Okay, you're hired. Anybody comes from Iowa, I hire. And every branch of the U.S. military is setting records for new enlistments. Remember a year ago, it was embarrassing. They couldn't get anybody to go into the military. They couldn't get anybody to go into the police or fire departments. They couldn't get anybody to go into government. And now we just set a new record of enlistments in every single branch of the military and in all police forces. 1 year. 1 year ago, I remember saying to our great First Lady, I said, First Lady, I call her First Lady because it makes me feel good. First Lady, isn't it terrible? Saying good night, First Lady, my darling, because it reminds me that I'm president. That's all. Now I said, First Lady, it's terrible. Nobody wants to join our military force, and that was very demeaning to the people that are in there.
That's what he talks
for a long
to.
time
That's
doing
what
a
he
good
talks
job.
to the first lady
Then all of a
about.
sudden, we get elected, and there's
sexy.
a spirit in the country, and we start doing well. We have victory after victory in so many different things, especially economically. We're doing so good. We have hundreds of billions of dollars flowing in from other countries. We have plants being built all over. I mean, a little less here because you have enough with your farm. Oh, by the way, but I did get beef and I got ethanol into Europe. You saw that. You saw that. United Kingdom, they didn't want to do it. They never took our beef and they never took our ethanol. And we said, got to do it. And they did. And they were great. We made a wonderful trade deal with them. But we're doing that all over. Is ethanol very important for Iowa? Is it so? Yes?
Can you hear me now, Stanley? Damn. Shit.
Oh shit! I'm sorry. I was on mute. I was going to point out that for the beef and other agricultural type products, Europe isn't big on GMO. So if you're feeding your beef GMO modified corn or grain or stuff like that, they're not gonna, they're gonna be a little finicky about it. So there's probably a reason that Trump isn't telling us why Britain doesn't want our beef. However, I will also say this: he just did a Trump just did a trade deal with Britain. If it was so important to him, why could he not just go ahead and squeeze that into the trade deal? So he missed his opportunity apparently, but why complain about it after the fact? I suspect what Trump wants to do is he wants to keep the troops motivated. He has had a rough month. This big, beautiful bill, I guarantee you there will be protests soon. As soon as some of these cuts start hitting. I did make a point to Bobby Perkins earlier because he was like, hey, my overtime is not going to be taxed. Anybody who's, working for any type of tips aren't going to be taxed. Because, actually, now that I think about it, these Cash App things, I'll just start calling them tips. That way I don't have to pay tax.
Can you
But
hear me
seriously,
okay, Stanley?
yes. But
Okay, good.
what Donald Trump does not tell you is that there are caps on the no taxes for tips and overtime. Yeah, I mean,
What do
that's
you
not a
mean
big.
cap?
Okay, let me explain. Okay, and let me tell you right now, I'm not in the mood to be overtalked a lot. I was perfectly happy up here alone.
Okay. If you want me to
Um,
balance, I will, Stanley.
no, I don't want you to overtalk. Uh, what I was gonna say again. Oh, that's right. There are caps. Like if you've got there's a $25,000 cap on tips. If you're a waitress and you make um uh 25,000, if you make $50,000 in tips, which I guess maybe that could happen if you're maybe waitressing in Vegas or something, anything over $25,000 will be taxed. There are caps. That part he didn't tell you, and I'm 100% sure because it came up in another live stream I was on. They're not telling you these parts. It's not unlimited tips, but I mean, maybe a lot of people don't make 25,000 in tips. I don't know what the cap is for overtime, but I can guarantee you, you're not going to be able to. And there are reasons for caps. You know, what if you make $1 million and you just say, "Hey, it was all tips." You know, there have to be limits.
Yeah.
Same thing with overtime. I'm sure there's a cap. They never tell you. They will say no tax on tips. Well, that is true up to 25,000. They never tell you the fine print. These politicians, left, right, center, whatever, are kind of like used car salesmen. You know how when you're selling a used car, something like that, at the end there'll be that fast talking person talking about the fine print. That's what politicians don't do. They need someone to, kind of talk real speed talk through the fine print. So anyway, enough talk. Let's get back to our President Trump, our dear leader.
Anyway, so they've taken it in the United Kingdom, and beef, they never took it because they want to do their own. You know, they have a lot of farms and a lot of farmers, and they want to do their own, but they took it, and it's going to be great. You're going to do, I'll tell you what, the farmers here are going to do incredibly. Plus, we have tariffs on a lot of this stuff that was coming in and absolutely killing you, where they have different forms of vegetation coming in at prices that were very, very bad for you. And a lot of it comes in because they want to put you out of business, and then they want to raise the prices. And we're not letting that happen to the farmers and to Iowa, to Nebraska and Wisconsin and all these other places that have been so good. And in breaking news just yesterday, we reached a historic trade agreement with Vietnam to open their markets to American exports with zero tariffs. They get zero
Now,
tariffs.
this is actually awesome. I love pho. Now, I wonder if I can get my pho for half price. I don't think that's part of the imports though, but it would be nice.
And you're going to be giving them vast amounts of farm product, including beef, pork, poultry, dairy, and pure Iowa ethanol. You're going to be giving all of those products.
Pure
And the fact
Iowa
is,
ethanol.
I could go on and on, but the fact is really strong, and it's stronger than it's ever been, and stronger than I've ever seen. The golden age of America
Don't drink
is
it,
upon
folks.
us.
Don't
This is a
drink it.
golden age. This is such a beautiful term, the golden age. And I couldn't have even said it in my first term. I'm telling you, this is going to blow the first term away, and we did great. We got great marks in the first term, and this is going to
You
blow it away.
did?
This incredible
Oh,
national
shit.
resurgence is happening just in time for one of the biggest events in the history of our country. Exactly 1 year from tomorrow, we will celebrate the 250th anniversary of America's founding with a birthday party, the likes of which you have never seen before. 2 years ago, I came to Iowa and promised that the festivities would begin right here at the Iowa State Fairgrounds. And tonight, here I am. Okay? Promises count.
This is literally
Promises
like the
count.
Saturday Night
It's
Live.
an honor,
skit.
too. It's an honor because you've been with me from the beginning. Thank you. Thank you, Grandma. No, it
That's
doesn't matter.
right.
You've been with me
Trump
from the beginning.
is the USA.
Without doubt.
Thank you very much.
In fact, I had some moments when I said maybe they might not, fake stories were put out there like, I don't like corn. I don't like corn. I love corn. But they give you fake news. I said, you think that's going to hurt me? And my numbers went up. I don't know. I can't figure you people out. This evening, we're officially launching America 250, an enormous year-long nationwide celebration of our heritage. It's really also a celebration of our flag, our great American flag, and our glorious American freedom. Did anybody see the beautiful flag I put up in front of the White House? Right? Everyone's liking it. Everyone.
Let me address Abiola, the one non-American in this chat. Trump, let's see, he says, imagine how many times Kamala would have been lost in script. Kamala wouldn't be making this speech. She would be, why would she be in Iowa talking at the Iowa State Fair talking corn? I hope to never hear her talk about corn. So I'm glad she's not on this script. fucking corn. This is the president of the United States, folks, talking about corn.
That's a big industry.
I don't give a fuck. It's like, dude, like I said, he has to do these campaign rallies because so far, even his immigration policies are underwater. There are polls showing, yes. Why do you think I'm saying this? I wouldn't be making it up. I'm not running for office.
You should run
oh,
for
by
office.
the way, while you're here, I heard you make some comment somewhere. Maybe it was on T's show last night. I can't remember. About Americans not being deported. There's been at least one American that I know that was accidentally deported to El Salvador. There have been several children that have been deported, because, their mothers weren't legal and, they gave the mother the choice. Do we take, do you want to take the kids with you? Okay. That is deporting Americans. Okay. And just so you know, there's literally a bipartisan bill in the House right now that will ban deporting American citizens, including minors, without due process. So I did a little speech on this. I think it was on yesterday's show. Under no circumstances should children be deported. American children deserve an American childhood, and under no circumstances, except the most dire that runs through due process, should they be deported. So if you were, no, I'm not done. If you are for American kids not having a God-given American childhood, then hey, that is on you. I wouldn't be one of those people. American kids have a right to an American childhood, the best that can be afforded by their parents. Hopefully their parents are okay, decent parents. But deporting American kids because their mother's illegal, not a good enough reason, in my opinion. So here's your rebuttal, and we can get back to Trump's campaign speech.
So these parents shouldn't have the right to take their children with them if they want.
They should not be deported.
What about their parents?
If your parent is illegal, like your mother, or you have, in the case I'm thinking about, I think the father was American or legal or something, but they were divorced or estranged somehow. They got no due process. It did not go through due process so the kids could be awarded to the father. If it takes not deporting an illegal mother to protect American kids, well, by golly, we keep the illegal and figure out a way to make them legal.
Well, that's the loophole,
motherfucker. I
Stanley?
will finish what I'm saying, and I will not be overtalked. American kids deserve an American childhood. And if we have to keep an illegal mother here, then by golly, I'm for it.
Keep her on all the welfare programs and
Motherfucker,
all that.
I'll give her your welfare. I'll give her
I don't get
Be Brave.
welfare.
I will give Be Brave's outhouse for a shelter. She stays because she has American kids.
Oh, wonderful.
Motherfucker, I know it's wonderful. And you know what? You might be the only one who would disagree. American kids have a American kids have a God-given right to an American childhood, and if we can keep them here to have one by any means necessary.
They can come back when they grow up, Stanley.
Nope, they don't leave the border. They don't leave the border. That's why there is a bill going through Congress right now that is going to forbid it. Any U.S. citizen
It's not going to pass.
Without due process. It's bipartisan, baby. And I tell you what, make it a campaign when Republicans voting no on this bill, they're going to get hammered. American citizens
I don't believe that.
Be deported without due process. Period.
I don't believe that.
Motherfucker, I don't give a shit what you believe. I said what I believe. You believe what you believe.
Everyone's liking it. I actually put two up. I put one in the front and one in the back. I didn't want to go too crazy. I thought that would be enough. They're big. They're about as big as you can get. We're proud of it.
Wait,
We
by
will
the
be
way,
announcing
to people in the chat, he's not going to be able to get rid of birthright citizenship. More than likely, he's going to lose that. So this will eventually have significance.
many more details in the weeks to come, but there are just some of the things that we have planned. And I have to say first, in honor of the wonderful tradition of fairgrounds like this one, this is a great fairground. As you know, I've been here before. We will be orchestrating what we're calling the Great American State Fair, and it will start right here in Iowa, right? So we're starting it off in Iowa. Now we're starting it off at your great fairgrounds, and we're going to have a big crowd just like we do tonight. That's a big crowd. I can't even see the end of it. So thank you back there. I'd like to move the press back so they could see better. But the Great American State Fair will bring America 250 programming to fairgrounds across the country, culminating in a giant patriotic festival next summer on the National Mall, featuring exhibits from all 50 states, and all 50 states are excited, and I was excited. You know, when I did the 250, there was nothing I could do. It was 250, it was 250, so I can't say that was my baby. The country happened to be 250 years old, but what I did do is during my first term, I got the Olympics, and I got the great soccer, you know, that whole deal, right? We call it soccer, they call it football. I got them both. I got the Olympics. First, I got the Olympics, and I got it. I was president, and I said, you know, it's a shame. It's a shame. I got the World Cup, and I have the Olympics, and I did it. And you have no idea. President Obama didn't want to make a call to the Olympics. You know why? Because he went to Switzerland or wherever, and he said, you know, if a president goes to get the Olympics, you have to have a deal. You have to be chosen. He went there and he came in fourth, so he hated them, I guess. And he was unwilling to make a call, and they called me up. Democrats called me up, actually, from Los Angeles, and I said, I'll do it. I made the call, and I couldn't get the people off the phone because they were so starved for love, because nobody would call them from. Anyway, we made a deal. I got the Olympics. Then we got the World Cup with Johnny. We got the World Cup, and I got them both, and I looked at my people. I said, isn't it a shame? I got these two, but it wasn't in the next 4 years. It was right after that and the one after that. And I got the Olympics, I got the World Cup, and we also have 250, so it's a pretty wild term. But I got these two things that are incredible. Nobody else could have done it. I'm telling you, everybody wanted it. Nobody could have done it. And I said, and I won't be president because I'll be president for 4 more years, but it won't be. And then they cheated and rigged the
He'll be
election.
president for 4 more
They
years.
rigged, you know, they don't even turn off the
That's
cameras when I
ominous.
say that
He'll
now,
be
because now
king
they know
after
it's
that.
true too. But they knew it was true before. Remember, the cameras used to immediately turn off. You see all those beautiful red lights go off. Now I can say whatever I want because they know it's true. But they knew it was true before. It's fake news. That's what they call it. But you know what? This term is much more consequential than if I had done it the more traditional way. This was slightly harder, believe me. It's slightly more dangerous.
Hey, don't
because
ever
there are
say
criminals on the other
diversity
side
in this
that
crowd,
tried to put
Abiola.
your president
They'll
in
beat
jail
you up.
and went after him, just like they do in third world countries. And we all beat him together. We beat him because our level of popularity was so high. And it was high because I explained the situation. When these thugs came around, I explained it to the people. Unfortunately, I was able to be on a lot of television, I did whatever you had to do. I had to explain it. Then they said, wow, that's fake stuff. It was fake. They're a bunch of bad people, but we kicked their ass and we're going to continue to do well. And I appreciate it. And there was nobody more loyal than Mr. Kaufman, who's fantastic, and Iowa, and his son, who's maybe more fair. Where the hell is he? Where? Stand up. Where's you?
You know, and I may talk. Actually, I'm going to talk about this when he starts talking about the UFC stuff. But I have a point to make about this vulgarity that MAGA and other politicians want to do these days. But I'll wait for him to start that UFC stuff.
Your boy. His son is better than him, I'm telling you. And he doesn't mind. I have a lot of fathers would be very insulted if I said that. But they're bad people. He's a good guy. He's got a son who's fantastic. You know that. I think he's probably here someplace. Where is? Oh, he's better looking than you too. Good. Thank you. Great job. Nobody more loyal than the people of Iowa during that period of time when we had to show our stuff. But we just celebrated the 250th anniversary of the Army at Fort Bragg. You know, they changed the name, and we changed it back to Fort Bragg. The people of North Carolina came up. They said, sir, we want to really have the name of Fort Bragg back. Everybody was saying that. They kept calling it Fort Bragg. I changed it back. You know, these radical left lunatics changed the name of Fort Bragg. So we won World War II. We won World War I. We won other wars. We won everything from Fort Bragg and other places that we were also changing the name back. And then we decided to change the name. Now, I tell people, you know, it's incredible. We're the only people. We win 2 world wars from a place, and then we say, let's change the name.
I wouldn't call
So we change it back,
Vietnam and
and the
North
people are very
Korea
happy
a
in North
win.
Carolina right now. And we just celebrated because the 250 was for the Army, was 1 year earlier than which makes sense. You know, we had a little Army, we did well, and you know, we have a nation. So it was 1 year earlier than the nation itself. And we had a beautiful parade in Washington, D.C. the other day. It was fantastic. You know, it was amazing because the weather was so overcast and it looked so bad. And a week before they said, oh, it's going to rain. I said, oh man, we're bringing all these Army tanks. We're bringing all these people, these men and women. They're going to march down Fifth Avenue or wherever. This is terrible. It's going to rain. And then on the day we woke up, rain is projected all night long, heavy. Oh, I'm saying I'll get my hair soaking wet. My hair's going to be soaking wet. I'll be crazy. I'll say, you know, this is terrible. It's going to rain 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The thing was at 8 in the evening, 1 o'clock. Rain is forecast at levels you haven't seen before. I said, oh, this is it. And so
Then
the
it
generals
didn't
told me,
rain.
sir, we could change it, but this is the Army. We're sort of used to bad weather. I said, no, don't change it. I'll wear a raincoat. I'll wear a big fat hat so I don't get totally drenched. I'll be okay. I'm such a tough cookie. And then what happens? We get there and there's no rain. And we go 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours of watching these.
Well, God called and said, sir, would you like me to delay the rain? I can do that for you, sir. And Trump said, well, you know, God, it would really be great if you could hold up the rain and all that. What a fucking
You're
clown.
hilarious, Stanley.
I try.
Great guys marching down Fifth Avenue. It never rained. And then I thought to myself, global warming, they're telling us what's going to happen in 250 years to our planet, but they can't tell us it's going to rain 3 hours before the event. In 250 years from now, the planet's going to
What's
burn
up?
up or freeze up.
Hey guys, happy
And,
4th of July.
they said,
I'm sorry,
they call
what?
it global.
I said, hey, happy 4th of July.
Happy 4th of
Happy
July.
4th of July.
I'm enjoying
There
this.
would-
I just called to listen along. I love Trump. He's hilarious
Oh,
to
that's
me.
all right. Well, glad you did. There would be no 4th of July if it weren't for Donald Trump.
Apparently, I
Come on,
agree.
Stanley.
He could probably pass a
Well,
lie detector
I
saying
bet
that.
you. I bet you he thinks that.
I know. That's what makes him so funny.
Warming and global cooling, they had all different things. Now they just change it to climate change because it was climate change you can't miss. How's it doing? Climate change every time. If it's cold, if it's hot, if it's rainy, if it's sunny, if it's too crazy, we have climate change. But think of it. They're telling you what's going to happen 100 years. The oceans are going to rise 1/4 of an inch and everyone's going to be wiped out. No, you're going to have more oceanfront property if that happens. It's okay. Not the worst. And think of it with all of the nuclear weapons. Remember Biden had always said, it is an
Glass half full.
It's an existential.
Well, let me put it to you
He
this
loves
way.
the word.
I hate to rain on Trump's parade. You know how he hates rain. Look, already people can't get insured in places like Florida. You're going to have more oceanfront property because there's going to be a whole lot of oceanfront property underwater. You're going to have new oceanfront property is what he really should be saying.
Right.
And it may be inevitable. You know
Well,
what?
I think so too.
But I don't know. I bet he couldn't make that joke in Florida.
Well, they say when if Greenland were to melt because there's like miles of ice on
You know,
it.
this motherfucker's making a joke in Iowa, a landlocked state. Try that shit. Try that shit in Florida.
Yeah, I don't think it's something we're doing. So I think if it's going to happen, it's going to happen.
Yeah, Stanley, I was wondering about that alligator Alcatraz. Like, what if there's a hurricane
Oh, you didn't see?
and it
Hey, wait. You didn't
comes
see?
through there?
I showed a video. You saw that video of Trump inspecting it. He and Ron DeSantis and Christy Nolan.
Yeah.
That is yet hey, you know what? They know that it could flood. So I mean, they say it can withstand a force 2 or whatever the measurement is.
What is it?
So I mean, you know, we'll know they will get a hurricane more than likely. So we will
Will
find
they
out.
have to evacuate all those illegal immigrants if that happens?
You know what? You know what? I bet they won't. I bet they're just going to tell them to hunker down.
Well, think of the ice age.
But
There
the
were no
other
carbon
thing-
emissions back then. You know?
Sure, there were volcanoes.
Okay, but I mean,
and decaying bodies. I mean, you know, there was carbon. As a matter of fact, there was probably
Cow
there were
flash.
probably times when there was way more carbon than there is now. A lot of carbon is locked up in the oceans, like in the ice and stuff like that.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
if all the ice in the ice caps melted, the whole sea level would rise 27 feet, and pretty much all of our coastal cities would be gone.
Well, we just seen.
well, I don't know. I mean,
Yeah, that's what I watched the
I'm
documentary
not
on
that
it.
kind of. I really don't know. Hey,
We
Brian
just
Nichols,
seen
what's up?
We've seen
They're melting
100%.
Drastic
We've
rate.
seen 100% ice growth in the lower cap at the South Pole. So I don't know what these people are talking about. All the ice is going away. That's bullshit.
All I hope is that, you know, it doesn't like release Godzilla or something.
I know. Yeah, because they can actually see under the ice, and there's actual preserved flowers that are still in bloom, yellow, but so something happened. They froze so quickly. It's like what do they call that? Like a quick freeze. So everything that's under there is fully preserved. So it's kind of interesting.
Right.
Yeah.
Brian, I don't think we're gonna have. You're talking about Canada or Greenland? I don't think that's gonna happen.
No, I'm not saying it's gonna happen, but I mean, I watched a documentary. I covered it actually one time, but they've things they've discovered under there, so they can't get very far because it's miles of ice. But some of the places that they were able to get, however they do it with their machinery, like get clear photos, they've just quote this cliche tip of the iceberg information, right? So it's kind of interesting what we may come to find.
Well, what was that movie they made? Down there at the South Pole where they were out there and like an alien was released from the ice or something and then
Yeah, that's what they say
commenced
about
to
Antarctica.
eating all the people there.
People have caught footage as they gone over, and then they've been like disappeared because it's supposed to be like a top secret. Who knows?
Well,
anyways, we get back to the fourth. This is hilarious.
Like that.
Donald Trump knows.
He said, "That's okay. I hate them too."
Existential threat. What is? I don't know. Climate change. Remember that? Always. That's dangerous too, because they're going to take that and they're going to say he couldn't say existential. So you can't imitate people either. Remember, I used to imitate Biden. Couldn't get off the stage, and I'd walk into walls. And I called my wife because it's always on television, and she said, I said, how was it, baby? How good was that? We had 44,000 people. Nobody else could do it. I have to brag a little bit, because what the hell? There's a little truth to that. But I brag a little bit. I say, how good was I? You were really good, but,
Trump brag?
You couldn't find this. You couldn't get off the stage.
No
I said,
way.
no, I was imitating Biden. Well, that's not the
First
way
for
it
everything,
showed up. They
12
showed you hitting walls, bunking your head on walls.
Trump
So
never
even like
bragged.
the word existential, when I imitate
Yeah, I've
him
never
saying
seen
it, tonight it's going to be on CNN. He couldn't speak. He couldn't say the word. These are seriously sick people. But now, this fall, we're also going to be celebrating 250 birthdays of the United States Navy and the United States Marines.
250 birthdays.
U.S. Navy,
Wow, that's
salute to Stanley. Thank you for your service.
Oh, wait, hold
And I'm a
on.
little prejudiced.
Did you hear what he said? 250 birthdays.
And among
let's
soldiers,
rewind
what
that.
he's talking about?
That's next
Let's-
year.
Okay, you don't hear what he said.
No, I
We're
missed
not
that part. Sorry, I was-
We're not celebrating 250 birthdays. We're celebrating the 250th birthday. I think that's what he said. Let's rewind it a bit.
Now, this fall, we're also going to be celebrating 250 birthdays of the United States.
Did you hear
Oh,
that?
I get what he's saying though. Like if you counted each year
Well,
as
see,
a birthday.
that's just it. Everybody wants to do the translation instead of like, dude, 250 birthdays. What are you, old? What are you, senile? He's just talking about Biden being old. And
You
then
think
he
that's
makes
that weird that he said that? I don't know.
Okay, listen to
Say
what
I'm 30.
saying.
I'm obviously
Well,
not.
let
But
me
if I
let me
said I've
put it
had
to
my 30
let me
birthdays.
put it to let me put it to you this way. You just call a man old and senile, then you make a verbal gaffe. That doesn't look good.
I don't know that's a verbal gas. But
Okay, it was literally a verbal gaffe. 250 birthdays, plural,
Right.
is not the 250th birthday. Now, let me just put it to you this way. I have a thing for proper English. Apparently, not everybody does.
Navy and the
well, you
United
could
States
people say we've
Marines.
celebrated 50 years of marriage. People say stuff like that.
And I'm a little prejudiced.
Hooray for the
And one of them is
inarticulate
gonna
is
be
all I have
really
to
great.
say.
It's called Space Force because that was my baby. Remember, they wanted to terminate it.
No, I
This year,
expect my
Biden's
presidents to
administration,
be
they
able to
wanted
speak
terminate
English,
Space
Plasma
Force, and the
Void.
military wouldn't let
Maybe
them.
the standards
And
have
it's turned out to
slipped.
be one of the most important there is. I was very proud of that Space Force, and they're doing great. In addition, just as I promised 5 years ago tonight in my speech at Mount Rushmore, where a certain governor at that time, who's now our Homeland Security chief, Christy Noem,
Did he
stand
say
up.
we
Now I
have
don't have to
celebrated? Was it
introduce you.
past 10?
I'm sorry. What?
What happened?
250?
I said
I'm
it'd be
sorry. I didn't hear
grammatically
what you-
correct if he said we have celebrated 250 birthdays. Is that what he said, or did he not say that?
Well, let me ask you a question. Did he say that?
I don't know.
Why are you asking me what he could have said? I'm talking about
Because
what
I
he
feel like
actually
my
said.
English capability is under attack, and I'm actually quite grammatically
Okay.
correct
Are
as
you
well.
are you wait, hold it. Your English abilities? Are you up on that stage? I didn't see you.
No, I'm just saying I don't necessarily know that he was incorrect. But I
I'm
don't want to
talking
argue it
about,
today. It's a great day,
well,
Stanley. I'm not here to
don't
argue.
argue, ma'am, because
I'm
don't
going to be
argue, ma'am.
quiet.
I will win this one.
You are a naval officer. I'm going to let you have it.
You know,
This
I
is-
hired Tom
I'm
Homan
stepping
for the
down.
border, and I said, Tom, I want you to give me who'd be the best to be the Secretary of Homeland Security, which is essentially his boss. He said, Christy Noem, sir. I said, Christy Noem? You gotta be kidding. She's a great person. She's smart, but I mean, is she tough enough? Sir, she's the toughest person around. I said, and she is. She's tough as hell. I've learned. I'll tell you, a lot of bad people
Jesse
have learned that
Lee.
she's done a fantastic.
Did she shoot the
Wait,
dog?
hold it.
Oh, sorry.
What dog?
Isn't Christine the one that had a lot of controversy because she put her dog down with the shotgun?
She killed her puppy.
Yeah, it bit the livestock or something.
And I think she killed a goat too.
Well, she's a farm
Is,
girl, you know?
She killed
Jesse-
a chicken-eating dog. That's what
That's what it
she
was.
killed.
Yeah.
Okay,
A
well, what she
chicken-eating
should
dog.
her dog. It was her dog. Couldn't she train it not to
So what?
train? Couldn't she train the dog
Some
not
dogs
to
are
harm the
stupid.
chicken? Okay.
It was
look,
inhumanely, though.
You know what? I'm tired of fucking second-rate motherfuckers making excuses for Trump and Kristi Noem. Look, when they fuck up, they fuck up. Why do we have to make excuses for them?
She didn't fuck up.
I don't think she fucked up.
She
either, 'cause
fucked up. You don't. You know what? She fucked up and put it in the book.
Well, here's an
And
example.
then
I'm from Utah. People
hey,
think
whoa,
hunting is
guess
mean.
what? Guess what she did? Once it became controversial, she had it taken out of the book.
You
So
never lived on a ranch.
Just to get people off her
motherfucker,
back.
you will wait
Well-
till I'm done. The both of you.
Okay.
If it wasn't so bad, why did she have it taken out of her book?
Just to shut people up, probably.
Okay. It was bad enough for her to change an already published book. So don't tell me it wasn't that bad.
I don't know
Or
anything
it,
about that, so I'm
or
not-
it wasn't stupid. I'm talking to 12th man on this. Stop making excuses for these people. They wouldn't make an excuse for you.
I think
Well,
the
if
difference
my
is the
dog
my.
was-
Go ahead.
If my dog was going around eating neighbors' chickens and shit, then yeah, I'd put it down.
You know what? I bet you would put down your neighbors before your dog.
My mom had to put down one of her
Well, I
dogs for
have a
biting
very
someone.
good dog, so.
But we're going to
But
be
you know, like
officially opening the
hunting, some
National
people think
Guard
it's
of
mean.
American
We
Heroes.
here in
a
Utah,
vast
we think it's
outdoor-
actually.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What?
It's kind of like hunting, right? Like some people think, oh, hunting's mean. Like here in Utah, we actually think it's good because the deer starve to death. So you're actually helping by deer hunting. So it's just the mindset you come from, I guess.
Well, we were talking about killing like domesticated pets.
Right, but that pet was killing
deer.
other animals, though, right? So what about the chickens? You got to think. You don't care about the chickens.
Okay, well, wait,
I
hold
worked on farm.
on. Why are you comparing deer that are generally wild animals to domesticated chickens? What? Connect those
I'm talking
dots
about
for me.
controlling animals in terms of like their environment. So if
Okay,
that dog
no,
is
no, no,
killing
no, no, no,
chickens,
no.
the dog has to go.
Okay, see, this is just weird. Okay, controlling deer is one thing. Controlling a domesticated pet is another. You know,
Well, no, you're controlling the chicken.
Dogs are trainable, and a lot of times, instead of killing them, just take them to an animal shelter or give them
Some
away
of
to
them
someone.
aren't.
Give one away to a shelter or someone who wants the dog or someone who doesn't.
But then
own
it might bite a
chicken.
little kid.
Okay, you know what? Once again, y'all are making excuses for awful people, and you
No,
just
no, no.
amuse and you just amuse me.
Stanley, if you
I
live
think
way out in the middle of nowhere,
all I'm saying, 12th man, is there are alternatives to putting down your puppy.
He just doesn't know
If you-
about us
if-
country folk. That's the thing. I'm just kidding.
If you live way out in the middle of nowhere where that shit is hundreds of miles away,
look at you
then you
making
just put the
excuses.
dog down.
We're
You are
backwoods
making
we're the caucus people.
you are making excuses for Kristi Noem. This is ridiculous.
I'm not. I just
this is
laughed.
why-
I said, "Isn't
this
she
is-
that one?"
Okay, this is why I scoff at MAGA voters. You'll make excuses for awful people and be sincere about it.
Do you have
This is
any
fu-
instance
this
you can
is
think of where
awesome.
euthanasia
Well,
is appropriate?
maybe Kristi Noem, the governor of the state, lives way out, not near any other
in
people.
South Dakota.
She was the fucking.
That's
She
right.
was the governor.
So, is there a euthanasia example that you think is appropriate?
Okay,
Also a
is that what you
cowgirl.
call it? I don't call that euthanasia. I call a vet putting a
That's
pet down
euthanasia.
euthanasia.
That's exactly what it is.
What she did was puppy murder.
Puppy murder. Come on, Stanley.
Oh, speaking of, we saw stray dogs in
Never
Costa
lived on a
Rica.
ranch.
So sad.
That
So
wasn't
skinny.
euthanasia.
Your opinion doesn't mean shit because you never lived on
And
a
you know
ranch.
what? And you know what?
Respectfully
I'm sorry.
agree.
Whoa. Say what, 12 man?
I said your opinion ain't shit because you never lived on a ranch. You know what I'm
Motherfucker,
saying?
I have lived up in the Blue Ridge Mountains with people who my brother-in-law,
That's
for
not a
instance.
ranch.
Okay, motherfucker, don't
Are you a
interrupt
vegan?
me. Don't interrupt me. I have lived up in the hills with people who love their dogs and have put their dog. My brother-in-law put down a dog himself with a bullet through the head, but the dog had cancer and he didn't want the vet to put him down. He just said, I'll do it myself. So
Yeah.
I haven't lived, motherfucker, I have not lived on a ranch, but I have lived out in the country with people who love their dogs as much as you, but not as much as Kristi Noem.
Well, if my dog was running around eating the neighbor's
Dude, we're not
chickens, I'd put
talking
him
about.
down.
You know what? Then you are as bad as Kristi Noem. No wonder you're taken up for. You're a dog killer too.
Can't have a dog like that.
You're a motherfucking
So when you
dog
eat your
murderer
juicy
too.
ribeye later,
you would
do you think
kill.
that was-
You would put you would put a bullet through Fido's head instead of giving him away or taking him to the pound and
Picture.
letting him
What about they
letting
split
him
that
live.
throat of that cow? That you're gonna eat
letting
that?
him live.
He's not a chicken killer, though.
Okay, yeah, chicken killer. That's the worst thing a fucking dog could do.
Well, it's like expensive and no, it just means that they
how about
buy your child.
give the dog away to people who don't own chickens?
Well,
Did you see that aggressive behavior it can transfer into like little children?
Okay, you know what? Now you're Caesar. Now you're Caesar, the dog the dog whisperer.
Yeah, that's the reason I don't take pictures to town.
What's Caesar's
Dude,
last name?
Caesar Milan.
That's right.
You don't like little
you're
kids.
Cesar Milan,
Cesar
the
Milan.
dog whisperer.
Fisher doesn't like little kids,
I speak
so
to him in Spanish.
I don't take them to town. You know what I mean?
Okay, why is talking about Kristi Noem being a puppy killer? What does that really have to do with you?
She's not a puppy killer.
Yeah,
Sorry, I
hell
killed the vibe.
She killed a puppy.
I have a habit, or I have a talent for killing vibes.
She killed a puppy. She killed a puppy, so she's not a puppy killer. This is MAGA,
She killed
folks.
a full-grown
This is
dog
Trump.
that was a chicken killer.
This is Trump logic.
This is hilarious.
The dog was a
chicken killer.
The dog was a chicken killer, and
Puppies
so
in
Kristi Noem had to be a puppy dog killer. Good
In puppy
job,
heaven. Smiling
The
down.
dog was a chicken killer.
dude. How many times do you have to say that?
Till it stops being funny.
See, if you keep saying it, I might buy the bullshit at some point. Is that what you're doing?
Umar Johnson tactic.
All right. Well, let's get back to this.
Park featuring statues of the greatest Americans who ever lived. You know, they took down a lot of our statues. They took down statues of some of the greatest people that we've ever had living I stopped them from taking down Thomas Jefferson. They wanted to take the Thomas Jefferson Memorial. They wanted to rip the hell out of the statue inside. You can imagine who they were going to put up. Let's get rid of Thomas Jefferson. So we stopped them. We signed a law. Do you remember that night? It was crazy. And they were marching toward the Jefferson Memorial, and I took out an old bill from 1909.
I've always wanted to have a Thomas Jefferson lawn jockey. Who here could make one for me?
And it was a bill that if you so much as
What's a lawn jockey?
You might have,
today they don't do
you
these
might have
things.
to
They don't
talk
do it
to
like they used
Lolo
to.
about that.
Today you could never
Stanley.
get it passed. It said if you so much as touch a monument or a statue, you go to jail for a 10-year period. No
10 years.
anything. So they were marching down there, and in the middle of their march, I gave a news conference. I said, anybody that touches and I'm signing immediately goes to jail for a 10-year period. That march broke up so quickly you've never seen. They said, it's a miracle. What happened? I signed a little bill that said you go to jail for a 10-year period. It was a great thing. It was an old bill that wasn't used. In fact, I don't know. I hope we don't have to use it again. But they're learning that, we saved.
Excuse me. This is what a lawn jockey is.
Oh, let's see.
I'm hoping we can.
Oh my gosh!
I'm hoping we can get one of Thomas Jefferson made.
So it really is like a jockey, like a horse jockey. That's funny. Abiola is the master troll. That's a pot calling kettle black. But Abiola is funny. I think I know Abiola is them.
Abiola isn't even American.
Yeah,
Well,
but I don't know that Abiola is.
I know who Abiola is. I've never thought of him as a troll.
Have you ever seen him?
I've never seen him in person, but he's a regular around these parts.
Yeah, he's been around forever. He's funny.
Is he?
He trolls me, but I think
that
Abiola is under a a disguise. I forget the name.
Must be a loser with no life to be trolling you.
He's disguised as an Igbo.
Yeah, exactly. He's a red-blooded American.
That's right. He's actually an FBA.
Saved Los Angeles. If we didn't send in
No,
the
I think he's a
National
white.
Guard, I would have sent in the military if they needed it. But if we didn't send in the National
Think he's
Guard,
white?
Los Angeles would have been burned down to the ground, just like half of their houses were burned down to the ground because they didn't give water that they had plenty of. I'm pleased to report that the One Big Beautiful Bill includes full funding for those statues, and we're going to do statues to our greatest Americans, and we're going to let the people choose who they are. You better choose me. No, I'm only kidding.
This
I should take
motherfucker is.
myself out. I
Wait,
think I should
hold
take
it.
myself out.
This motherfucker is spending money on statues. So he's gonna spend money on statues, but take money from Medicaid. Oh Jesus, this dude's
Yeah, for
priorities.
illegal
This
immigrants
dirty.
that shouldn't be on it.
Is that who it
Steve,
is?
okay, no, that is incorrect. See, this is the bullshit that Trump voters buy. No, it's gonna be Americans. Some of them are gonna be forced to
No,
work.
it's not.
See, 100% it is, dude. You are so
That's a
misinformed,
bold-faced
dude.
lie.
I don't even know. No, I don't even know why you bother coming up here, 12th man. Before you come up here from now on, can you fucking start reading a newspaper?
Oh,
Because I do it.
Spin-
I do it.
those?
See,
like
here's the
spin
deal.
fed garbage from the
I read about 10 times more news on both sides of the aisle than you do. So when
No,
I
you
say
don't.
shit, motherfucker,
I kind of believe that,
dude.
You do read a lot of news.
It would make you would have to stay sober to read as much as I do.
I'd have to stay awake. I like sleeping too much. You don't think Abiel's a troll?
Stay sober.
That
means you gotta stay sober, Stanley.
You walked right into that, didn't you?
No.
Bless
I
your
thought.
little drunk.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I couldn't stop it. You don't think Abiel is a troll, Stanley? Look what he said. I'm learning math.
Well, good for
He's
him.
a goofball.
He
He's
probably.
I read stories all day long.
He probably. Abiola probably thinks math is the word for English.
Well, there's a lot of English and math if you get into algebra.
Well,
That's
all
true.
I
It
can
is
say,
heavy language.
Kelvin, all I can say is give it time. I bet that was part of the trade deal your prime minister signed with President
Prime
Trump. Y'all,
Minister.
y'all. What did I call him? Yeah, the prime
It's not a
Kelvin's
prime
from.
minister, it's a president,
Okay,
motherfucker.
Kelvin is from Britain.
Oh, yeah.
Recently, President Trump and Kyer, I forget his last name, sat down and made a trade deal between Britain and the United States. If you read the news, you would know this. And I was making a joke that is part of the trade deal. England is going to have to start celebrating the 4th of July. The reason I'm making this joke is I wished Kelvin a happy 4th, and he said we don't celebrate that shit, Stanley.
Of course not. They lost.
My point in making the joke is, damn it, you will be soon.
Of course they don't.
No, we don't want that mess.
We,
Leave that over there.
we kicked their asses out of here. Of course they don't celebrate it.
It was just a joke, folks. It was a bad joke. I'm sorry. Well, let's get back to the festival.
I don't think you have very many
Chief
of
of
those,
Staff,
Stanley, in fairness.
the first
You have mostly good
woman
jokes.
Chief of Staff. Can you believe it? Susie Wiles, stand up. And that beautiful exterior, don't let it fool you. She's rough and tough. She got rated the most powerful woman anywhere in the world. She could take out a country with a mere phone call, which is true. Actually, it's very true in her case. And she's done a great job. We're doing okay, Susie? Looking good. We had a good 2 weeks, right? This had to be the best 2 weeks. Has anybody ever had a better 2 weeks than that? Next, to bring back our people together through the power of sports, America 250 will also host a brand new, first of its kind, youth athletes. It's a competition known as the Patriot Games, and it features top high school athletes from all 50 states. It's going to be great. And this phenomenal patriotic
call it
sporting
the
event
Hunger
will be
Games.
nationally televised, and it will be led by our great Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who's really
Going
doing
hungry. You going hungry, Stanley?
He's great, and he's
What?
a little different, right? We needed
You're not
somebody.
going hungry, are you?
He was talking Patriot Games. It's like some student competition, and it just reminded me of the Hunger Games.
Yeah, I heard the new movie's supposed to come out pretty soon. I can't wait for that.
I saw the first one, and that one was enough.
You know,
really?
autism. You go back.
Slicker, there's a reason
18
you're
years,
blocked. I just can't see
10,000,
StreamYard, unfortunately.
think of this, out of 10,000 people, okay? 10,000 people, and I'll go a little different way. Right now, out of 10,000 people, 18 people don't have, they're safe. 18 people. We have a statistic on autism that's the worst I've ever seen. And he's going to change it. He's going to change it. It used to be 20 years ago, you just didn't have it. And now it's numbers that are unbelievable, where the numbers are so bad, it's got to be artificially induced, and we're going to find out what it is and when. We're going to find it out as soon as possible.
Human fertility amongst younger women now is a lot higher.
I mean, you
based
think about it, the numbers have increased by 200-fold. And that's really something, and we're going to get to the bottom of it. That's a terrible situation. Likewise, under the leadership of Secretary Burgum, who's here right now, he was a great governor of North Carolina. Great governor of North Dakota. Where is he? Where is he?
Didn't he say
Mr.
North
Secretary.
Carolina
And he's
first?
in charge of energy plus a lot of land. He's the biggest landlord, I guess, in the world. But he was a great governor of North Dakota. And he was very special in so many ways. He became an energy expert. And he came to me and I said, I want you to be the head of energy. He said, no, we have one man that's better than me. And that was Chris
Kelvin.
Stay.
Oh, Kelvin, you are a bastard. Kelvin says what's causing autism in the United States is the the high fructose corn syrup, fluoride, and we wash our chicken.
No.
That's actually hilarious. Damn.
We've had fluoride in our water forever, and they just took it out barely.
Okay, well let me assure you, Kelvin, I do not wash my whole chickens. What I'll usually do is season them, salt them down, and put them in the refrigerator for a couple days so the meat dries out. That will, and then once you start cooking your chicken, well done. It's got to be, shouldn't be pink or anything. Yeah, that's the end of just the
Yes,
salt
Stanley,
alone.
Yeah, washing it does nothing. I used to wash it, and I learned not to. But I buy high quality cut. But you don't need to wash it. What does water do? If anything, you think it would increase the bacteria.
Well,
Yeah,
here's
you're
the
supposed
deal
to.
though, and y'all, now if we start talking cooking, we're gonna have to start watching people roasting chickens. Dude, I
Better than
took
dog
up,
eating chicken.
well, yeah. You start getting me talking cooking. Dude, you don't need to wash your chicken. There's really no reason to. The preparation of food, like if you shoot a deer, okay, it will be gamey if you don't process it right. You hang it up, you bleed it, you make
I
sure
know.
you get the innards out. Preparation is so important to good tasting food. You'd just be surprised.
Can I tell you a story that might expose my a little bit of embarrassment? Like when I was a kid, my stepdad killed a deer. He hung it up upside down in our garage with a bucket under it. Now this is not proper. I did not eat it. My
Good for
mom did
him.
eat it, but it was so disgusting.
Was it
I think back, I'm like, we
well,
were
you
so
live in,
trash.
where you live in the wintertime, it'll be cold enough in that garage.
Oh, it smelled though. It was gross. But I mean, it wasn't so. But it was
I'm
nasty. A
surprised
whole deer
It's
hanging
not
upside
gross.
down,
I'm
bleeding out into the
surprised
freaking bucket.
So what?
I'm surprised that your mother let him do that
I
though.
know. Me too.
Did he
Me
hang
too.
it between the cars?
No, it wasn't even that far from the door. Surprisingly.
Oh, wait, hold it. Juan says oh shit, he's almost done with his Smirnoff. He's almost got the, oh shit. Well, Juan, you should definitely be calling in. Call in when you get back.
Yeah, Stanley, I was gonna ask you, do you have anything in your smoker today?
I did a whole pork shoulder a couple days ago.
Oh, do you have a Traeger?
Oh, none.
Yeah, I've
My
got
daughter
one of
has one of those
these.
too.
I got one of these. It's an electric smoker with the little hockey pucks that provide the
Yeah.
smoke.
Oh, okay.
And I bought a whole pork shoulder and I cooked it for about, I think it was 9 hours at 280.
Just
Nice.
fall
And
apart.
That's how I
smoked it.
cook my ribs at 300 for 3 hours. Hey,
Yeah,
Stanley,
we
you should do like a
smoked it.
cooking episode once a week or something.
The smoker part of it, I just did a 4-hour process. It turned out excellent.
Just fell off the
Yeah.
bone.
You just pull the bone right out of the pork shoulder, Stanley.
That's how my
Pull it
ribs do.
right
I
out
generally
of
just
there,
I generally
300,
just
3 hours.
carve it and then take it out at some point. Now the thing is that my son's a little finicky these days, but shit, he's eating like probably between sandwiches and stuff. He took a hunk out of that thing, so it must have been good. He can be a
I
little
love
finicky.
cooking. If you do a cooking show,
I
I
do
definitely
too.
would watch.
All right, so let's see.
Yeah, we need a Stanley cooking show showing you.
Yeah, Chef Stanley.
Yeah,
Showing us how you did it. How did you
here's
prep it first?
Cuisine and sarcasm.
Well, here's the
What
deal.
kind of rub you put on there, Stanley?
I'm sorry, what?
What kind of rub you put on the pork shoulder?
I make a homemade dry rub. It's basically a jerk seasoning rub. So it's a jerk seasoning on a whole pork shoulder, and then I left it in the refrigerator for a couple days. If you let the meat dry a little bit, you actually get better bark. And when I put it in the refrigerator, I put it up on a racked cookie sheet. So, air gets up under it and dries it out too. So
Does that have like cardamom in it, or like what do you use for kind of
it does. I believe it's either. I know it's got allspice. It might have
Okay.
cardamom. I don't remember, but
Okay.
it's basically a dry jerk seasoning. And I use it on chicken. If pretty much everything I smoke these days, I'll use that jerk seasoning. It's really good. And like I
love
said,
that too, yeah.
I make my own spice mixes. I don't buy that stuff from the grocery store anymore.
Same, yeah. I like to make my own too.
What's up, Juan?
Happy 4th of
Hey,
July,
Juan.
everybody.
Well, thank you.
Happy 4th.
And I'm sorry if my voice starts dragging and I start sounding like 12
Saludo.
I had a
Well, don't worry. 12th man will start sounding like 12th man soon.
had a liter of
Come on, Stanley.
A liter of what?
Smirnoff.
A liter already?
I didn't even realize it was. I didn't even realize it was a liter until like
until you finished it.
and I looked at the bottle and I'm like,
This motherfucker finished a liter bottle.
Shit, it's empty.
This motherfucker finished a liter bottle, and then when he went to throw the bottle away, he's like, "Well, damn, it's a liter."
That's exactly what happened.
I didn't realize it was a leader until I drank it.
Oh man, a liter.
That's good.
You gotta make it to the fireworks.
You know what?
Drink
Speaking
water.
of which,
249 years ago, the Brits came into our territory, or what they thought was their territory, and we're like, yeah, we're gonna start taxing you, and we're gonna start making you live like neo-serfs, and we're like, yeah, go get that. And America was born. Happy 4th of July, everybody.
You too.
Everybody, you sound very sober. You really do.
Everybody, make sure you hit the like button, please, and subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel if you are new. You missed a good show this morning that John put on.
I watched the replay.
This is like the
I
4th of
was there
July.
for part of it.
The Diddy one?
This is, oh my Lord, can I get all this out?
Oh, sorry.
This is if you're new to the channel, please make sure you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. For the clips, subscribe to the Urban Landlord clips. Please subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. It's at Stanley Cross 6000. And by the way, I released a couple clips yesterday of our elder Wale talking about his father. It was me, SKC, and Wale talking about Wale's father and the old days, and why he considers himself an NIGGER. It's hilarious. You will want to go to the Stanley Cross channel. There are 2 clips. One is about 18 minutes long, I think. Maybe it's shorter, and the other is like 7.5 minutes. It's actually funny. As a matter of fact, Wale saw the clips and he thinks it's funny. So I recommend those. Also, thank you for CKJ3 supporting the show, the festivities. Support your host at some point. Probably not today, but probably tomorrow. I will go beer hunting. So make sure you support your host and his Bud Light habit. Unfortunately, I woke up a little later than usual today, and I just haven't been out of the house, so it's probably not going to happen today. So support.
Well, you could Uber it, couldn't you, Stanley in Georgia?
Yeah, you know what? I keep forgetting you can do that. Yeah, I guess I could Uber it.
Yeah.
Make sure that you support our big game hunter over in Africa, Portia J. She said she's bringing back. She said she's bringing back a lion head, a zebra head, and a giraffe neck.
You know what? Can I tell you a quick little story about that?
Well, let me get all this out. So make sure you support the host. Make sure you support the show. Make sure you support the executive producer of the show, Portia, who, you know what? God bless her. She just kind of supports this old, boring man. So reward her, please. So what's your story, Blue Jay?
I'll make it quick. So I was being in outside sales. I would sell, like 3M window foam, where so a lot of people with nice homes will put it on for UV. So I'd see, and you go through every room and measure. So I went through this amazing home, people, and they had a wild game room. So it was actually a woman. They were Puerto Rican, and she had a lion in there. She had a zebra. She had elephant stools. It was the feet. But she told me when she killed the elephant. So people think it's mean, but actually it costs $150,000 to get the ticket, and then that goes to probably the government. But the people, she said, when they killed the elephant, they come running from the villages with machetes and just chop it up, and they take the meat back, and that feeds like a whole village for like a month. But she said it was the most bloodiest, disgusting thing she's ever seen. But it makes you realize
Well, it's like
how sad.
the whaling in Alaska. That's the same way they do whales up here.
Oh yeah, they need to stop killing the whales. We need those.
If they get a whale, which they frequently do, then that's their traditional food. And
Well, if they're eating it.
There are like documentaries on that sort of stuff.
Yeah,
Cool. I took a bunch of pictures of myself with the lions and stuff.
There was a time when a pack of polar bears came up on these natives carving up a whale, and the bears wanted a piece of that too. And you know what they used? The AK-47 to get those bears out of there. And putting bullets in
I was joking about the giraffe neck. There's more neck. There's more neck than head.
That's a lot of neck bones, Stanley. Come on.
Exactly. And this is actually funny. Lindy Lou, happy 4th of July, Lindy Lou. Poor, kind Lindy Lou says she's a bit worried about American Man. He was off this morning.
What happened?
Well, hold on. All I have to say is he American Man wasn't as off as John Galt was. John Galt was fucking he was off for hours.
What was going on? I listened to part of that show, and Stanley, you can make fun of me now for being a village idiot, but I was so confused. I'm like, what the hell?
Well, I was there for most of it, and it actually does make sense. Some of it does. Basically, what Wale did is he I've never seen anyone, basically stand John up like that. Wale's deep, and he's not to be fucked with, and he doesn't get upset or yell. And as a matter of fact, he will be like, well, you know what? If you want to be like that, you know what? We can talk about something else, or I can get off the panel. He just makes you feel guilty when you start getting sassy. He treated John like he was his grandson. I'll put it that way. Son, if you don't want my advice, I can go whittle.
I'll have to watch that. When was that one?
Oh, it was this morning.
Oh, okay. I was thinking the Diddy one. Never mind. I didn't see it.
Lindy Lou, I heard American Man. I've seen American Man go off like that before. I think he was just kind of play acting. I don't think it was real. So, anybody got anything else before we go back to the great Donald Trump? Nope. All righty.
Go ahead. Stanley, did my man Cesar Chavez Jr. ICE did my man Cesar Chavez Jr. dirty yesterday. I mean, they did him real dirty. So
now I know he's an American citizen, right?
No, he's a Mexican citizen, and he's
wait. Oh no, you're talking about the boxer.
Yeah, I'm talking about the boxer's son, who's also a boxer.
Okay.
Yes. So
okay,
the majority of that family is under indictment in Mexico because
right.
They were arms trafficking. However, what America did to him was so dirty, and if he would have won that fight, and what happened to him yesterday happened to him, the political fallout, Stanley, you and I both know this, the political fallout with the Trump administration would be exponential. But it was still dirty, to say the least. So they let Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. into the country legally to train for fighting, right? So he trains to fight against Jake Paul.
Right.
He loses the fight to Jake Paul. ICE detained him after the fight, waiting not deportation, but extradition because Mexico has an indictment for him.
Well, I
Funny when you
mean,
drink. I like
well,
you.
hold on. When did the indictment come down? I mean, was it before he came to the U.S. or
Mexico,
after?
Mexico has a warrant for Jake Paul. Really?
No.
I didn't know
Oh
that.
my God.
No, 12 men. They have a.
Let me. But when did the indictment come down? Before,
That's
before he came here to train?
That's the question. That's the $64 million question. When did the indictment?
Because if they did, they definitely did him dirty.
Per the Mexican Attorney General, the indictment was issued in August. He entered legally into the United States in September of last year. So we would have known about it because it would have been placed into our database, right? So that would have been the dirty part. But what was more messed up was the U.S. allows him to fight Jake Paul. He loses to Jake Paul, and then he gets arrested after he loses to Jake Paul.
Yeah, well, you know what? It's not that far, back to the border. So, I mean, he can recover there.
Well,
the one thing, I mean, he got money, right?
Well, he is about to. He has money right now, present tense, but he's about to have had money.
No, I mean he won money for the purse, right?
Yeah, again, and that money will still count for now, but Mexico's actually seeking to forfeit all of that money.
Oh, good. Well, you know what? He can. No problem with that. Look, if they actually have, because I heard he's linked to Sinaloa. I don't see anything. I don't think he was done dirty. I mean, if he actually has an indictment, he shouldn't have been here in the first place.
But they let him fight Jake Paul. He was slated to be in the Hall of Fame within the next 5 years, and he loses to Jake Paul, and then he gets arrested. That's how they did him dirty. Like,
right. Well, apparently something's lost in translation. I don't see. I don't follow boxing. Maybe there's something I'm missing.
Well,
Hey, Stanley.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yes, no, you're fine. I got to run over a store and it's gonna be loud, so I'm gonna log off but I'm gonna come back when I get back if that's okay if you're still going.
Okay.
So I'll be back in like 20 minutes or so.
Probably will be.
Okay. If not, I'll just be in the chat. But I'll that's my plan. So I just want to let you know.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Take care, lady.
You know what, look, that basically what I'm saying is that wasn't out of character for American Man. I mean, you've watched enough John shows to know that John can get all hysterical acting and stuff. So I don't if American Man was frustrated with John, good for him. You know what? More people need to scream at John.
Well, that's a first.
Sometimes it's hard to get through that smoking and drinking haze.
When you guys were talking about the court the other day, when we were talking about Carmelo Anthony, and it's like, dude, I understand the stuff that you're trying to bring up, Mr. Galt, with all due respect, and please don't kick me off, but that doesn't.
Damn.
Wow. Dude. Go ahead and mute when you're about to cough like that, buddy. The thing is he was trying to make it, he was trying to bring in context regarding the Carmelo Anthony case that didn't apply. And Lord, the fight that you and he had the other night, it was like round one and fight. I felt like I was watching Mortal Kombat in audio.
It's par for the course. You know what? We talked that weekend and got along just fine. Sometimes shit. Have you ever heard T and Mo Love go after each other?
No,
that'd be pretty vicious. They don't yell, but man, you know what? I just kind of want to hide in the corner sometimes when they get pissed off with each other.
No, the last two women that I heard go off on each other, and I haven't seen them in a minute, was Lindy Lou and Virgo. I haven't seen Lindy Lou up here in a minute, and I haven't seen Virgo in a moment. But
Virgo was ill. I had actually asked about her. She and Portia talk every day or something like that. I need to catch up with Virgo.
Yeah, I miss Virgo.
Send her a get well soon message, and I didn't know that she was sick. But yeah, that was the last.
Well, I don't know. For all I know, she could be doing a cooking show. She So who knows? We'll catch up
She
with her.
was in
I'm
there.
sure she's fine. She's got a husband. He'll take care of her.
Yeah, I spoke with her husband. He's a really good guy. You know,
I bet he is.
yeah, he's a damn good guy. Very smart too, Stanley. Very smart, man.
I've heard.
Yeah, Virgo wouldn't be with a dumb white boy.
Damn 12 man.
Well, that I don't know what to say to that. She picked the right guy, I guess, is all I have to say.
Well, the thing is this, Stanley.
Oh, sorry.
Well, the thing is this. I like to know things. I like to. Right now, until I guess my health starts fading when I'm up in age, I'm like a sponge. I like to know things or what have you. And the things that I don't know, when there's somebody else that has more information than I do, I tend to gravitate toward them. It's like, hey, you know about this, and I don't know about this. Let's be buddies. I'm not afraid of being.
I mean, that's what you're supposed to do.
You're supposed to do that, and for me, I don't have a problem doing that. So for me, when I spoke with him, it was almost I could have imagined myself hanging out with him, HB, and you at the same time, like with no problems. Because
I was really impressed by Wale. I was like, damn, this dude. I've really never seen anyone just calmly, he when I say stood up, you know how in boxing, you will stand somebody up like with an uppercut or something.
Yes.
That's what Wale did to John Galt today, and very gently, but it was impressive. It was masterful. And I really, it was very Socratic method. It was a lot of questions, a lot of probing, hard questions.
Talking about the same Diwali, like the one from
No, not
Germany?
Wale.
Wale, yeah.
Believe me, Mike, John did not cook him. Okay, and this is why. John is very repetitive. He tells the same story, shows the same videos over and over and over. And when you basically say, look, maybe y'all are so up John Galt's ass that you're too busy to see what's going on out in the real world. John got cooked. Okay, it was so gentle and there was no yelling and there was no fireworks. Maybe y'all didn't notice it, but I did. Okay,
So,
Wale treated John Galt like a okay, motherfucker. I do not know why you're interrupting. Like I said, maybe y'all are so far up John Galt's ass you don't see what's going on out in the hinterlands. All I say, look, this was Mike. Wale did better than I ever did. He was calm. He was collected. He was very Socratic. He did a masterful job. I've seen him do it with SKC. He's done it to me. He will stand you up and you don't even know that you have lost the argument because he's so gentle with it. Okay, Juan, we will talk to you later. He's got to go get that Captain Morgan.
Well,
all right, so let.
He had the happy 4th, Stanley.
Oh, who knows? Maybe he'll even be back. I just don't know about that, Mike. I don't think I ever have. Or maybe it's just, I just like the way he did it. So anyway, let's get back to Mr. Trump here. Because this isn't, it's a Trump rally.
Put him in charge and we merged the two, and he's got all the land with all the oil and the other one has all the expertise to get the oil out of the land. And Chris is doing great and you're doing great, Doug, and I appreciate it. And say hello to Catherine and everybody. You're doing a great job. We have a great cabinet. So every one of our national park, battlefields, and historic sites are going to have special events in honor of America 250. And I even think we're going to have a UFC fight. We're going to. Does anybody watch UFC? The Great Dana White. We're going to have a UFC fight. We're going to have a UFC fight. Think of this on the grounds of the White House. We have a lot of land there. We're going to build a little. We're not. Dana's going to do it. Dana's great, one of a kind. We're going to have a UFC fight, championship fight, full fight, like 20, 25,000 people. And we're going to do that as part of 250 also. We're going to have some incredible events, some professional events, some amateur events, but the UFC fight's going to be a big deal too. And to fund improvements and enhanced experiences across the park system, for this anniversary, I've just signed an executive order to raise entrance fees for foreign tourists while keeping prices low for Americans. And we're going to do that. The national parks will be about America first. We're going to take it America first for the national parks. And these are just a few of the many programs, initiatives, celebrations that will renew for our national pride. We're going to have great pride. I think we do have great pride. I think we have more pride and more spirit in our country right now than we've had in 50 years.
Yeah, I agree. USA.
And together we're going to ensure that America's 250th anniversary is the single greatest year in the history of our country. We want to have a lot of great things. A lot of the things that Bobby and Health and Human Services are doing are going to come up during that period of time. And we're going to come up with a lot of tremendous things for health and safety. And economically, we're going to have the strongest country anywhere in the world. And the bill that we just got approved today was, think of that, all of those votes, 2 negative votes, but we had no Democrats, 2 negative votes in the Republicans out of all that. So I want to thank those great Republicans that voted to get it in. You know, we could only lose 3. If we lost 3, trouble. And we didn't lose 3. We lost 2, and I'm sure if I needed the 2, I could have gotten them 2. But we're pleased to be joined.
Yeah. You didn't lose 3 because everybody, but you lost 2 senators, dude. These Republicans are fucking scared of MAGA because they'll primary your ass right quick if you don't fall in line, and that shit's gonna come back to bite them.
Tonight by many friends who will help make that possible, including, and I introduced Doug Burgum already from North Dakota.
I'm sorry, on who?
He was really one of the best. Was he a better governor than you? Would you?
I'm sorry, what?
I was wondering, do you think it's going to come back to bite him?
This lockstep, Congress basically is an annex of the executive branch. The Supreme Court's a little less so, but it's getting there. Congress is very, like I said, this big, beautiful bill. There's a reason Trump is out doing this rally, and you'll probably see him do other rallies. The big, beautiful bill is not popular.
He loves it.
Well, he loves it because he did it. Doesn't mean America loves it.
Well,
Say, Christie, was he better than you? I don't know. Because they were neighbors, you know. You had North Dakota, you had South Dakota. Brooke Rollins, thank you, Brooke. Great job. She's now the agricultural secretary. Christy Noem, great governor also, but she's doing I don't know, this. Do you like this better than being governor? Don't say. They love you in the state. Don't say. Maybe the most important guy in this whole place. You know, a lot of projects to stop using environmental stuff. A lot of projects to stop. They use it as a weapon. The radical left and others, they use it as a weapon. This man is the greatest. He's doing a job that's incredible. Doug would tell you that. Everybody will tell you that. Lee Zeldin, he's the head of the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency. He's the head of it. Great guy. He was a great politician, a tremendous congressman. He ran for governor of New York, which is tough. And he almost won. I'm glad he didn't win.
Wait, John deleted that stream?
Oh.
Well, you know what? Probably the reason he deleted it is he's clipping it or something. I mean, they do that sometimes. Just, you know, there may be something that needs to be clipped out. So it'll probably be bad. Oh, yeah. American Man. What? Now, American Man, I did see him on Bob's stream. I didn't listen to Bob's stream. I just happened to, you know, how you can see little clips of the live. Yeah, he probably put it on private to clip it up.
Actually, I wouldn't have you right there.
American
And I said,
men
Lee, a
should
nuclear
pull
power
up.
plant, we give you 1 week to get me the approval. So, but he's
Why,
been
why would
great. And we,
American
you know,
man
we have
pull up to be
factories
roasted?
and we have plants all over the world right now, and they're being built and they're going up. Also, Governor Kim Reynolds from Iowa. Thank you, Kim.
Yes,
Thank you
Bob.
very much.
Bob has a channel.
Thank you for being here. Appreciate it.
It's
Thank
called
you very
The
much.
Gospel of Bob.
And Lieutenant Governor Chris Corner. Where's Chris? Chris Corner. Thank you, Chris, very much. Great job.
Well, if I want to hear that, I'll go to
You have
church.
Senator Chuck Grassley and Joni Ernst. Chuck! Hi.
Fucking Chuck Grassley. That motherfucker needs to retire. Yeah, Bob's doing a show called Gospel of Bob, and it's been very popular. I, been listened to it a couple times. I don't really even listen to CT that much. These 9-panel shout outs, I've just gotten bored with them. If you got 9 people on a panel and you're not watching something, I've just gotten to a point to where if there's more than like 4 people on a panel, and it depends on the type of who the 4 people are. But all that crosstalk and everybody wants to talk. And I mean, you don't come up on a panel if you don't want to talk. I just don't find big panels that enticing anymore. Especially if I'm doing something like this. Now, Trump speech, doesn't really matter. Having a bunch of people up is fine. But if I'm, looking at something, a little bit more boring that I want to concentrate on, having a lot of people up just doesn't do it. Bob Van Moxie. Yep, the
Yeah,
going's on.
a large panel, Stanley, and a lot of people over talking to each other. And
Yeah, and I mean,
I don't like
sometimes
a
it's
large
not
panel
even
either.
fussing back and forth. It's just 9 people, unless there's a good moderator. I think Freezy does a pretty good job. I think Freezy does a great job, but his panels tend to respect him enough when he says something, they kind of fall in line. Same thing with Drip Nation.
Yeah.
And I think even to a certain extent, John, I just don't need 9 people up on a panel unless it's for, some special thing. I don't really even do open panels anymore. I don't find them productive for the type of stuff I want to do. Now, one day there will be an open panel, but it'll be something, no topic or something.
Well, I appreciate you having me up, Stanley.
Well, it was a pleasure. Happy 4th.
Yeah. You gonna play the rest of the video now?
I plan on doing just that. Gotta keep the MAGA folks entertained, and Trump's the only one that can do it.
Hey, Chuck. That's great. He's doing great too. He's got more energy than all of us. And where's
I
Joni?
heard
Is
he was
Joni here?
gonna have
Hi,
a
Joni.
UFC
Very
fight
good.
on
Good job. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Thank you very much,
I
Joni.
did
And you have members of
right before this video. I talked about it. There was a Ground News article. Because and you know what? Actually, I meant to talk about that. He talked about it, and I skipped right over it. Look, I think Trump, in particular, we're losing, and I think I'm probably not original when I say this. We are losing a certain civility in politics. There's lots of people talking about it. Have been actually since Trump's first term. Having politicians use all the curse words. Trump said the F word in an interview because I guess he was frustrated or something. I know when I was growing up, a lot of times people would hold certain politicians up as, hey, you know what, kid? This guy is a good leader. He's a good person to talk to or model yourself after or read about. We are losing that. And so I think America is a little
Well,
bit worse. I think
Stanley,
America is. I think America is. I think America is a little worse off for the loss of civility. And having a having a fucking UFC cage match at the White House is just it's disappointing. I won't even get mad about it. It's not that surprising, to be honest, and I just cannot imagine what somebody like a Thomas Jefferson, who actually was Thomas Jefferson might have been the first occupant of the White House, or maybe it was I think it was Thomas Jefferson, maybe it was Madison, but anyway, I just can't imagine why you would want to have a UFC championship fight on White House grounds.
he's always been in the fighting.
I don't give a fuck
Stanley.
what he's been a fan of. He's president of the United States now. I can't imagine why anyone would want to have a UFC fight with all the blood, gore, and fucking betting that goes on at those fights on White House grounds on the South Lawn. Not my shtick.
What? Did you have a problem with Obama putting a basketball court in the White House?
So
didn't
you
have a
think
problem with
a
that.
basketball court is equal to 20,000 people watching a UFC fight? You think that's an
Kinda.
okay, motherfucker? You think that's dude? This is why I don't like talking with people who just like are just Trump, Trump voters to the extent a basketball court is nothing like having a UFC fight. The only thing that could be worse is in that UFC fight somebody gets killed. Motherfucker, a basketball court is not a blood sport. Damn, dude. Y'all will make excuses for anything when it comes to Donald Trump.
Ashley Hinson,
I'm not interested in
Marionette
hearing
Miller
that.
Mings, Zach Nunn,
Come on,
Randy
Stanley.
Feenstra.
Good
group.
for
We flew in together.
Okay,
and
you're
boy, they were
still
nice.
gonna
I
talk,
loved it.
aren't you? You gotta keep talking for Donald Trump, don't you? I state my point of view. I don't think blood sports should be held on the South Lawn of the White House. And you want to you know what? I was actually thinking you would compare it to Michelle Obama's garden. At least you didn't do that. Dude, y'all are fucking deplorables.
So happy at that victory
And
today,
we
weren't you?
won.
Randy, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Deplorable.
That was great. We had a good flight.
Dude,
We have an
I don't know why
ambassador who's
you're
been my
talking.
friend
Your
for a long
massa
time,
is
Monica
talking.
Crowley. I heard her speak. I thought she did really well. Thank you, Monica.
Whenever my Alaska
And you know Matt
Trump-
Whitaker.
Wait, hold it.
man
Let
from
me
Iowa,
stop your
ambassador
Lord
to
and
NATO.
Savior, Donald Trump, so you can say something. What do you have to say, Donald Trump's apostle?
Yeah, and I get all these kids walking up to me like young white boys saying, "I like your hat. Where did you get it?" And
Your
I give
hat?
them the website.
Wait, hold it. What does your hat say?
Alaska for Trump.
Okay, and they think so. These young white boys in Alaska like your Alaska for Trump hat. Now, is that supposed to be controversial?
No.
Why
I
the
think
fuck
it's
wouldn't
great.
why the fuck wouldn't some yokel in Alaska not like your hat? It would have
Why not?
surprised me. It would have surprised me if they didn't like the hat.
Yeah.
So thank you
We
for
love
telling us.
Trump.
Thank you for telling us something normal.
We also had a person, I have to give her credit, Brenna Bird, Attorney General, she came out and she endorsed me very early, and I appreciate it. Where's Brenna? Hi, Brenna. She came out, she endorsed me. I said, thank you very much. Who the hell is that? She's great. Former State Senator Brad Zahn. Oh, my man, there he is. I haven't seen you. He was the first man in the entire country that endorsed me, right? Not just from Iowa. He endorsed me 3 months before I ran. He said that guy from New York should
Oh,
run.
by the way,
So
I
I
just
wanna
noticed. Thank
Really
you.
great.
Hold on
You're
one
looking
sec.
good,
Thank
too.
you for supporting the show there, 12th man. I appreciate it. So,
Yeah, I know
but
it's not much.
that doesn't change my mind. Y'all will make
I
any
don't
excuses
have
for
a lot
Donald
of
Trump.
money, but I try
Well,
to share
hey,
where I can.
well, wait, hold it. I thanked you. I wasn't talking about the amount of money. I appreciate you supporting the show. Every little bit helps.
Well, I was hoping to buy your first Uber beer.
Oh, don't worry. I've ordered from Uber like maybe 3 or 4 times now.
That's pretty cool, Stanley.
I had
Glad you
no clue.
can get that
I
service.
honestly had maybe it was you who told me about it. I had no clue you could do that. So, you know what? It beats having to go out and get it. It's a little pricey, but you know what? It's better than driving drunk.
Yeah, no doubt. Don't drive
You know,
drunk,
let
people.
let the Uber driver drive drunk. I'm not going to do it.
Yeah. I love you to death, Stanley. You're a
All
good
right. Well,
buddy of mine, whether you want
oh
to
well,
have a
you're
MAGA buddy as
yeah,
a
MAGA
friend,
buddy.
I don't know.
Well, you are my MAGA buddy. I'll give you that.
He's like the Marlboro Man, you know? He looks like the Marlboro Man.
Marlboro Man.
Handsome guy. Iowa Speaker, Pat
No,
You know
Grassley.
what?
Pat,
Oh,
thank you very much.
you know what? I meant to tell y'all something. You know what? I was gonna do a morning show this morning, and then I saw John had one scheduled, so I went back to sleep. And I wound up waking up maybe, I don't know, maybe around 8 o'clock. I actually made breakfast for the first time. Well, I'll tell you what I did. I woke up at 5 and I'd let some bread rise overnight. So I woke up,
Oh,
put the bread in, because it was kind of an overnight rise, I guess. Put the bread in, made the bread, went back to sleep, woke up, and I had like a full breakfast. I brewed some fresh coffee, which I
damn.
almost never brew,
That's pretty
grits,
good.
some eggs over easy, and toast, fresh bread. I put it in the freezer so it cools quicker and solidifies a little bit.
When am I moving in, Stanley?
It won't be a while. It'll have to be in the winter because I think it got up to 90 today, and I know it fucking got like 95 to 100 in Savannah. And my son
Yeah.
went fishing, so he comes around 2 o'clock. He's like, "Well, I'm going fishing." And I look at him. I'm like, "What's the temperature outside?" But luckily,
I
where he
wouldn't
fishes,
mind
there,
visiting you, Stanley.
dude. I'm
Going
not doing.
fishing.
Yeah, I'm not doing. You know what? Back in the day when I was in my
You
30s or
ain't gonna have
20s,
no guest.
know what?
You ain't gonna have no guest.
Guest?
Yeah, like I
Well,
could be your guest.
well, I'll let you know. I basically, uh, my father-in-law comes down every now and again. He's been the frequent guest. As a matter of fact, I think he'll be here next week.
Is that
So,
right?
I can't. Well, Blue Jay, I've been to Salt Lake City. It's crazy. It gets crazy on that desert floor. What you got to do is go up about 9 or 10,000 feet. It'll be up in the 60s. That shocked the shit out of me.
I'd
I
invite
my
you over here, Stanley, except there's
I'm
no
only gonna come
room.
I'm only gonna come in maybe the spring before the flies come out. or in the fall, just what fall starts in September with you folks. I would have to miss the flies and miss the snow. So it would,
Oh,
as a matter of fact, I meant to ask you, have the salmon started going back upstream yet?
we have another guest on board. Who's that?
Oh, yeah, I'm so used to him just chiming in. What's up, Solid Snake?
What's up, everybody? What's up, Stanley? Man,
Oh,
what
nothing
happened this
much.
morning? What happened this morning, yesterday? What happened this morning?
It was kind of a usual John performance, other than Wale got up there and first time I've ever seen John, basically not be able to answer questions.
Oh, well, I was sort of kind of listening. I had to go to work though.
Yeah, Wale,
people-
I have never seen anyone, basically calm John down from that, well, I'm gonna have to use the word, that nigga mess he usually has going on. And Wale started asking some real, probing questions, and eventually John kind of went back to his usual routine. But for like an hour there, Wale was asking him some questions, some good probing questions. And then you know what? Wale didn't get upset. He would go, well, hey, you know what? If I can't get an answer from you, then we can move on. Or hey, you know what? If you want to get all, belligerent, we can move on. Oh no, it was masterful. And you know what? Wale is an elder for real. And
Yeah.
you know what? My joke is that he treated John Galt like his grandchild. You know what? I'll give you advice. I'll give you advice. But if you want to be all young, you're all YN and shit. You know what? I can go do something else. I loved it. It was beautiful. Now, all the John Galt, head up the John Galt ass folks. Think you want to say that John won? No, John did not win.
I missed it.
I've never seen anyone do it.
I was going to ask you, who stole his Z-Bike? Did someone steal John's Z-Bike?
Well, my joke is somebody mentioned Trump, and I think somebody said Trump might be riding a bike at some point in time. So I figured Trump stole it.
Oh man, I missed everything. I had to go to work. I was going to try to get
Well, the
on
Wale did not do a lot of fireworks. That's what was so masterful. He didn't do like American Man and start yelling and insulting. Wale just calmly took him apart. It was masterful. I wish I could do shit like
was
that.
so crazy. I had got into it with American Man last night. And he kept saying something about, I know who sent him over here. I know who sent him over here. What the hell?
What is he talking about?
Who sent me over there? What the hell?
Yeah, American Man makes up a lot. American Man has one of the richest inner lives and imaginations. He came over in John Galt's chat today saying how influential he was. I'm like, where?
Man, I'm trying to see if he ever had an original idea. That's what I want to know. Did he ever have an original idea? I mean, that's really why I got off on him last night, because I hear him on other channels, and it's like I never heard him talk like that before.
I thought he was only on CT's channel, other channel, and Bob apparently.
He be on Hood Service. He be paneling with Hood Service sometimes.
Well, you know what? Hood Servitive, that motherfucker. Hood Servitive got cooked. Hood Servitive got cooked. Freezy, No Cap Freezy.
Oh yeah.
Hood Servitive came up with some bullshit on a Sunday morning about a month ago. Hood Servitive had women cooking him. It was hilarious. And then you know how Hood Servitive can get. As a matter of fact, Hood Servitive is a lot like John. They'll calm down and start asking you these dumbass questions, trying to get you off track. Like you'll be talking about something and then they'll ask something very related to it and then trying to get you deviated and upset and confused. It's a tactic. And a lot of times you'll hear me tell people we need to stick to the topic. I'm not going to be drifting off on your little side projects, your little side tracks. You stick to the topic, you answer the question directly, or we are at an impasse. If I ask you about if I ask you about 1, don't tell me about 1.5. I want to know about 1. Then we can talk about 1.5. But guys don't want to do that, and it's a tactic, and it's one that I just get bored with real quick. If you want to change the topic, we can do that. American, what does he say? American man's fan base is very low, but very loyal, apparently. You know what? As a matter of fact, American Man is his favorite fan. American Man is American Man's favorite fan. You know what? And the funny part is, I'm stone cold sober. Y'all better hope I get drunk.
Oh, hell no.
No, you know what? I personally think no,
you may be the only sober man in America.
Dude, you know what? I woke up, ate breakfast, but you know what? I may get something a little later on. I'm good.
I didn't get drunk last night.
I didn't get drunk last night either. I actually got like 8 hours of sleep, and you know what? I'm feeling good. I think I am actually meaner and nastier and funnier sober.
Uh-oh.
So, you missed the good jokes.
I just got off
off work.
I just got off work.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, you'll be happy to know there will be no more taxes on on overtime. But I'm sure there's a cap.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a cap.
No. A cap, CAP. Like I heard. Where did I hear it? It was actually from. Oh, I know where. We watched the Hakeem Jeffries talk yesterday.
Okay.
It was either Hakeem Jeffries or it was the Republicans. How they're doing their speechifying before the bill comes to the floor for a vote.
Yeah.
It was the Democrats who pointed out that, hey, for tips, it's a $25,000 cap. Anything over that $25,000 is going to be taxed. And I would maybe make the cap a little higher, but you do actually have to have a cap because then you're going to get people talking, making $100,000 calling it tips.
Yep.
People will abuse that loophole.
Yep, that's exactly what they're going to do. But
tax-free.
Did you see the recent Defiant Lawyers update post?
I saw it.
Was he responding to you? I don't know. I just got a feeling.
I haven't seen it. You're talking about the one where he's talking about Ketanji Brown Jackson?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have it saved. I haven't watched it.
Yeah, I was listening to him, man. I was like, he was talking about certain YouTubers, highly influential YouTubers.
Like American Man?
I'll be honest.
Was he talking about American Man?
I don't know, but I'm pretty sure he probably was, but I think you and Bray got a lot of influence with y'all little small.
Oh, I don't think so.
Oh, come on,
well,
man.
B. Bray was up there. He was part of the fireworks.
Yeah, B. Brave runs away when I come up on the panel like he did.
Well, all I have to say is B. Brave came up to Stanley versus the World's panel yesterday. It was a very productive conversation. We talked about socialism and Mom Donnie. We didn't even talk race. So
that felt good, didn't it?
Not. It felt normal.
Yeah.
It, as a matter of fact, it felt like that little debate we had. You know what? It was civil. It was normal. It was productive.
See, that's the Stanley and Brave I know.
But rarely
Yeah,
get.
I just come in and start some shit.
You must be starving by now.
Oh yeah, I'm starving, man. I got to go to work later on anyway. So, but I ain't gonna do nothing right now. I got to go back to work. So,
All right. Well, let's listen to. Let's see. We have 7. We have about a little bit more than about 16 minutes of this lovely July 3rd speech left.
Iowa Senate Majority Leader Jack Whitver.
Oh, and by the way, I said it at the beginning of this. Visit whitehouse.gov. Donald Trump has it all slickified. It's actually a beautifully set up website, and it's got really all of his speeches and all the to-dos that he does every week. So if you like Trump, go to whitehouse.gov. It will satisfy your craving. Believe me.
Yeah, I think
Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Jack.
Well, I can't get
House
enough.
Majority
I can't get enough from all
Leader-elect
my jokes.
Bobby Kaufman. Thank you, Bobby. Great future. Great future. A friend of mine, Dan Newland, who's the most generous human being. He gives away. He hears somebody's in trouble. He hears somebody's in trouble, and he goes
What's up,
wild.
Dan?
And he's
How
just
you
a
doing?
very good guy. And Jeff Kaufman, the head of your party here. So come on, stand up, Jeff. You can stand up. Thank you, Jeff. Great job. And Jeff was with me right from the beginning. When I was complaining about things, I'd call him. He'd do it sometimes. He was better as I started winning, right? But Jeff has been great. He's a great leader. Thank you very much, Jeff, for being here. And I have to say that Lee Greenwood has been unbelievable. That song, where is Lee? Is he around here? That song, it's the hottest song of its kind. Number one of its kind. It's a certain genre. But thank you, Lee, very much. Real great song and great talent. This Independence Day, let's also give a very special thanks to every veteran and military service member here tonight for their outstanding devotion to our country. And I also want to thank you, fellas. Stand up. Look at him. They're in good shape. Thank you very much. Wow. That's a lot of veterans. Thank you very much. What an honor. I also want to thank the large group of Iowa pastors and faith leaders for their beautiful prayers, including Pastors Joshua Kent, Tammy Paul, Joseph Paul, Corrine Sturtz, Maureen Prakash, Aji Prakash, Dan McCoy, Rose Kessler, Michael DeJong, Jose Rodriguez, ministry leaders, Virginia, Calgary, Sarah Kent, and thanks also to Bob Vanderplatz. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Stand up. You're the people we want to listen to. Stand up. Thank you. There they are. Look at that group. I want to be with them. They have the real power. They have more power than all of us. Thank you. You've been so good and so supportive. We were supported with the evangelicals, 89%. And we're looking for the other 11%. We don't believe it. As we prepare to celebrate 2.5 centuries of freedom, I'm inviting America's great religious communities to pray for our nation and for our people. From the beginning, this has always been a country sustained and strengthened by prayer. So important. If we bring...
By the way, I just looked on the whitehouse.gov. There is a picnic, and there's also a video of him signing the
beautiful bill.
Yeah, but I'm looking at the picnic right now. We might watch that next.
Religion back stronger. You're going to see everything get better and better and better.
I'm sorry, what?
Let's watch it, buddy.
Okay, well, I'd like to finish this up first.
You're going to see it get better and better. So as we chart our course for the next 250 years, let us rededicate ourselves to one nation under God. Right? And as you know, recently we've seen some of our political system attempting to overthrow the timeless American principles and other pillars of our liberty and replace them with some of the most noxious ideas in human history, ideas that have been proven false. Members of Congress and even former presidents have been openly embracing vile creeds such as socialism, Marxism, and straight-up communism. In New York, they're trying to elect a communist, Zoran Mamdani, the guy who wants to defund the police, take over the stores and run the stores and have the people hand out goods. And when everything falls apart, it always does. It always works that way. It never has worked any other way. And anarchy and dictatorships prevail. This guy is a communist at the highest level, and he wants to destroy New York. I love New York, and we're not going to let him do that. Generations of Americans before us
I
did
have
not
a
shed their blood.
huge problem. I have a huge problem with federal government interference in a local election. That is a huge problem.
So that we could surrender our country
Well,
to
he
Marxist
faked
lunatics
his
on
race.
the eve of our 250th
He
year.
said he was black and he's not black.
Okay, I'm sorry. He said he's African American, and actually he is. He is from Uganda. He was born in Uganda, and he is
Yeah,
now
he
in
keep
America.
drinking
Okay,
that
motherfucker,
Kool-Aid.
why are you interrupting me?
You're
He
drinking
was
the
born.
Kool-Aid,
Okay,
that's why.
motherfucker, if you keep interrupting me, you're not gonna be my buddy anymore.
Oh, come on, Stan.
He is from Africa. He is now an American citizen. I think he became an American citizen like as a teenager or something.
Didn't he
So
choke
why
the
hey,
eye
if
of a
people
girl?
if Elon Musk can be Ron DeSantis's favorite African American, why can't Mamdani be an African American? He's got browner skin than Elon. So
Well,
I
why
think
isn't he
okay,
just an American?
there is almost nothing you can say that could defeat that argument. If Elon Musk can
Yeah,
be an
I
African
couldn't
American,
defeat it easily.
if Elon Musk can be an African American, why can't Mamdani? His skin is browner and he's from Uganda.
He faked his college papers.
That is not a fake. He said African American and what else did he say?
Stanley.
He said Asian and African American. That is exactly what he is. He's an American. He is from Africa, and he is of Asian extraction. How is that lying? Tell me, how is that lying? How is that lying? Is he not from Africa?
He's not African American.
He's not African American. Well, neither is Elon Musk, but he is DeSantis's favorite African American. If Elon can be an African American, why can't Mamdani? He has darker skin.
Because you got
I would say Mamdani has a better claim to being an African American than Elon does. Don't you agree?
No.
Okay, well then, dude, there's no reason I should even be discussing this with you.
As President of the United States, I'm proclaiming here and now that America is never going to be communist in
What's
any
up,
way, shape,
Untrackable?
or
Happy 4th of July.
And under my administration, we're bringing back freedom and liberty, law and order, and above all, we're bringing back common sense, right? Common sense. On day one, I stopped the weaponization of government against people of faith And we created the Department of Justice Task Force combating anti-Christian bias. And I have to tell you, Pam Bondi is doing a great job. Pam Bondi is doing a great job. Attorney General. I ended the Green New Scam and terminated the insane, this is insane, the electric vehicle mandate where everybody had to have a car that happened to be all electric in the next few short years. The mandate, some people want to have gasoline powered, some people want to have hybrids, maybe even someday hydrogen. Right now I don't like it because when they blow up, they don't ever find the body. They find the body about 5 blocks away. That does not sound promising to me. They said, no, it's getting better. I said, that's okay. Let somebody else use it. But we're not going to have all electric. We're going to have electric if people want it. Electric is great. Gasoline, people like better in many cases. But you can have whatever you want. But it's ridiculous to mandate that everybody's going to be driving an electric car in 5 years from now. So I ended it. I signed an order to begin eliminating the federal department.
Hey, let me make a point about all this. If the next president can just undo what Trump did, because executive orders do not have the force of law. So for the next 3 years, electric cars won't be mandated. But as soon as Trump is out of office, what's gonna happen? Dude, you gotta have it. Dude, do not interrupt. I am not done. Bottom line is people are clapping for shit that's just going to be reversed the next time a Democratic president gets in. It might be 2028. It might not be. Hey, Lupin, good to see you. Happy 4th of July, and no problem. I enjoyed it. Are you talking about my Navy service, or you're talking about my YouTube service? Sometimes this seems like a service. But happy 4th. Let's see. Can y'all see my post? Which post? Which post? Okay. I see this post, Lindy Lou. So anyway, let's. We got 9 minutes left.
Get up here, Lindy Lou.
Well, Lindy Lou won't pull up because her white knight John Galt isn't up here.
Of Education.
Hey, that white knight part. Let me tell you something. Someone else who impressed me on that John Galt show this morning. I've been giving Knightish all kinds of shit up on panels. I'm not gonna fucking do that anymore. That dude impressed the hell out of me. One of his people came up talking about, I guess something about being on John's panel was gonna hurt Knightish's show. You know what Knightish did? He told that motherfucker, look, if you don't rock with me, get the unsubscribe. Dude, I love that guy. That's my attitude as well. Look, I'm never gonna get John Galt numbers because I am not a Trump fanatic, and I am, not. I'm a little bit more. Vanilla. I'm a little bit more boring. I will watch a 4th of July fucking event at the National Archives and be perfectly fine with it. Hey, Lindy Lou's telling me not to be a hater. Well, John Galt isn't a hater. He's a lover. So hit the link if you want.
I think that's the only reason I go to panels is to advertise our show. I mean, your show. My bad, dog.
Is that right? Well, you know what? Actually,
I go to everybody's show and do it. I don't know why.
Actually, EAE was actually really nice enough to promote me on some Discords the other day. So shout out to EAE too.
Yeah, don't forget to subscribe and like Stanley Cross 6000 and hit the like button.
Oh, yeah, I did a couple clips of Wale and SKC. They were actually hilarious.
Yeah.
Did you see him?
I got to post on that other one. I got to leave a comment.
Oh, it was kind of racy, but you know what? Hey, Wale's an elder. I'm not gonna, I might make a joke or two, but you know what? He's earned his stripes.
And send education back to the states. That means Iowa's going to run their own education. You're going to have to run your own education. Iowa will, I use you in my thoughts. Whenever I always say Iowa and Indiana, and I'd mention certain states, but.
You know what, Lindy Lou? I don't know why all of a sudden your feelings are so tender. Look, I saw American Man this morning, Be American Man. There's really no need to be concerned. I'm sure he's fine. I'm going to make jokes. You can either take them in the spirit that they're meant. And yeah, you know what? If they're a little salty, they're a little salty. I get enough flack the opposite way. We all get a salty, pointed comment hurled our way every now and again. This may be too rough a crowd for you. And I understand if it is, you are a delicate white lily, so we don't want you to wilt.
You want to run your own education because you don't want the bureaucrats in Washington doing it. And I made English the official language of our country.
Well, you can't be delicate in these times. You gotta be tough.
Shout out to Lindy Lou. Salute, Lindy Lou. Oh, yeah. Shout out to the chat. JQ219. Calvin in the house. Man, Calvin, man, I did not mean to do that morning. I don't know. My phone was in my pocket. And it was just doing stuff because I ain't got my YouTube premium. I said, fuck it. I'm just going to have to watch some ads.
Y'all know.
I'm cheap, Stan.
Y'all know how much I love Here for the Tea. Here for the Tea is awesome. But one morning she came up and she was all sauced up. And dude, I went after her. Dude, I have gone after Virgo. Solid Snake, you remember that one night me and Virgo got into it? I think you were on the panel. Oh, yeah, it was like well, she came up like a day or two later and people were like, well, y'all are okay. Y'all aren't fighting. I'm like, no, you know what? I'm the sort of person, I will say what I have to say. And you know what? The next day, unless it's egregious, like you really did something to piss me off, dude, Virgo and I, you know what? If nothing else, we kind of know where we stand with each other. On Bob's, you know what? One of these days I will, Mike. I'm just not into having like 9 people up on a panel. And you know what? The other thing is it's going to be like 8 people who are like ready to come after me. And then Bob trying to help me fight them off. Bob and I are great. I love Bob. I will joke about, his choice in women, I am more inclined to be attracted to black women than he is, I believe. But it is what it is. And one day I'll go up there when there are just a couple people on there. I have to pick my fights. You know what? I went up on Orthodox guy's panel and I knew what I was doing. I went after fucking Mayo Monkey and Dennis. I trolled those motherfuckers so bad. They basically told Orthodox to make a choice. It was either them or me, and Orthodox tossed my ass off the panel, and I haven't been back to the show since because I think he made the wrong choice. But I pissed Denizen and Mayo Monkey off. Oh, it was so fucking sweet. They got so pissed off that they said, hey, look. Now, if I'd been Orthodox, I would have said, you need to pay me money to get him off. Orthodox missed a chance to make a couple bucks. But he threw me off. He threw my ass off for free. That's how mad Dennison and Mayo Monkey were. And that's fine, but I knew what I was doing. I knew I was going to piss
Yeah,
Denizen
Block
off,
Alpha
especially.
Network was making fun of Male Monkey too last week or something.
Now, see, I wish
Don't
I'd
lie,
seen
though,
that.
Stanley. I'm gonna be honest. I do kind of miss Virgo on this panel. I hadn't heard from Virgo. She all right?
You know what? I haven't heard from her either. I think she's okay. She and Portia talk a lot. I know
I know
she
she
was
had
gonna.
said she
I
was
know
going to
she.
do a show.
Yeah, and that's what I'm guessing. I don't know. She may be busy doing something else, but I'm sure she's okay.
I mean, but she hadn't even came back and gave us an update.
You know what? I'll catch up with her. Or I know she's okay because she talks to Portia a lot.
Oh, okay. Yeah, man, that don't feel right, man. I ain't heard Virgo voice on this channel in a while.
I miss my
I kind of
Ebony.
miss her too.
Well, I miss her
Oh,
too.
Virgo.
But we'll I'm sure we'll catch up at some point. Yeah, you're right, JQ. She could at least say hi. But you know what? She probably found a better class of people to hang out with.
Maybe
So
so.
maybe that's what it is. All right, well let's trudge through this last 9.5
You would
minutes.
think that would be an easy one. It's not as easy as you think. I directed the reinstatement of all patriots expelled from our military by the Biden vaccine mandate, returning them to their former rank with full back pay. And I signed executive orders to abolish critical race theory and transgender insanity from our schools and from our military.
But see, again, I point out he has to do this because if you go look at the popularity, his polls are sagging. I'm not going to be so mean as I'm not going to be so mean as to say, well, he needs to go out to the MAGA
You're
base.
looking at bullshit
Okay, dude, I
polls,
just do not
Stanley.
understand why I can't finish a sentence. Can you
You're
help me out with that?
looking at
Help me
bullshit polls.
out with this. Help me out with this 12th man. Why can't the host finish what he's saying?
Okay, my bad, Stanley.
Okay, well, notice I'm being polite. I think that Trump, and I'm looking at this from a pure politics.
Yeah,
I'm
you
not
called
even.
me motherfucker
Damn,
in
dude,
2
I
minutes.
can't even finish a sentence. What's up with this?
Well, you ain't called me motherfucker in 2 minutes. So I
You know what?
appreciate you,
I'm
brother.
I'm getting close. Is that what you want me to say? You want me to say it and then you'll be quiet? I'm not even looking at this from a anti-Trump point of view. I'm looking at it from a pure political point of view. Okay. And like I said, I read, newspapers and news magazines and commentary and podcasts every day. He is underwater, even with the immigration stuff. He's like right on the edge. People are starting to turn away, from this method. Like I said,
Really?
I don't have a problem with a lot of his goals. It's the method. And he has to go out now. Is going to make a joke and say he has to do that to make himself feel better. Nobody's going to hand him the latest poll on this podium or in Iowa for that matter. But this is pure politics right here.
What's Redmondson say, Stanley?
I'm sorry.
Daily.
Who say?
Redmondson, the daily tracking presidential.
Motherfucker, nobody. Who? You're the only one in America who looks at the Rasmussen poll. That dude is so biased. That dude is so biased. It's ridiculous.
Well, he's the only one that called the.
Next, you're gonna be telling me to look at a. Next, you're gonna be telling me to look at a Zogby poll.
He's the only one that call it correctly.
Call what correctly? Call what correctly?
What do you got? A CNN poll or a MSNBC poll that only polls Democrats? Is that what you
Well, a
got,
lot of them,
Stanley?
a lot of this stuff is
Bunch
Gallup
of
polls.
bullshit.
Okay, motherfucker, you won't even pause
Fake
to hear what I,
news.
dude.
Fake
You
news,
are
motherfucker.
so drunk, you can't even pause for me to answer. Gallup polls are
You
a lot of
some
what.
fake
Okay,
news
motherfucker, as
polls.
soon as I start talking, you start talking. What's up with
All
this?
right. All right, I'll shut
Gallup
up,
poll. Oh
Stanley.
god damn. Gallup polls and Pew
Gallup.
Research or damn dude, I can't even finish. Gallup polls and Pew reports or Pew polls are what I see a lot of. I get a few Pew polls every week.
Fake
Pew
news.
Pew Research. Everything's fake news that's not licking Donald Trump's rectum.
Pew Research.
How
Yeah, let's
how
see
does
what
Donald
Pew Research.
Donald Trump's rectum taste like peppermint? Because you
I don't
sure
know.
lick
You
a
gotta
you
tell
sure
me
lick
about
you
that.
sure lick a lot of it.
Oh man, come on, man.
You know what?
I'm a Trump fan. I'm sorry, Stanley.
12th man licks Donald Trump's ass, he goes, how many licks does it take to get to the center of Donald Trump?
Oh man. See now you don't give somebody an idea. I bet they're gonna come up with a Donald Trump peppermint ass.
Oh, they're gonna come up with a Donald
Yeah,
Donald.
but you
They're
know,
gonna come up with a Donald Trump blow pop.
Rasmussen was the only one to call the election.
No, I'm afraid he was not the only one to call the election.
Yeah, he was.
No, I don't think so.
Even
You
538
mean
went
wait,
out
hold
of
it. You
business.
mean the 2016 election?
No, the 2020, dumbass.
Oh yeah, and if he called the 2020, Donald Trump lost in 2020. So he said Donald Trump was going to lose. Good job there, Rasmussen.
Hey Stanley, what's your movie playlist? What's your movie playlist for the 4th of July?
No, I have no plans on watching movies. I'm doing this show.
Oh, that's right. Then.
Why would I mean? You want me to show? You want me to
Oh,
show
no.
movies?
I was just wondering, like on the 4th of July, you know, everybody. Well, I do. I just get around and I just give me a couple of good movies like Forrest Gump or what was it, Independence Day. I get all a little patriotic, and then I got a little PBS. You know, I watch a little bit of that PBS stuff. You know, whatever they got going on.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let me put it to you this way. I've been watching Everybody Hates Chris because I never watched it in the original. So I might watch a little bit of, Everybody Hates Chris, but I'll probably go to bed. Well, hold on one sec. I will probably go to bed fairly early tonight because I got a bunch of reading to do. So how you doing? Happy 4th there, American man.
All right, happy 4th of July. You niggas stop babbling. I'm finally
Oh, well,
here.
hold it. We don't allow that word on this panel.
Oh my God, here we go. All of this bullshit.
That's right. We do. You haven't been up here in you haven't been. No, he doesn't need to turn it up. Hey, 12. Hey, American man, American man, American man. We don't use the N word up here.
Let's go.
We don't use the N word.
Okay, you pussies have been calling me. You said Solid Snake. Solid Snake is talking all this bullshit like he know me. Just drunk.
Well, wait, hold it. Are you bringing last night's battle royale to this panel on the 4th of July?
I'm here. What?
Well, welcome in. Good to have you, American man. How you been? It's been a while since we talked.
Here we are. What do you pussies got to say about me? I don't want none of those pleasantries.
Okay, can you slow down? Can you slow down and let me tell you what I have to say about you? Can you slow down so I can tell you what I have to say about you? I have something to say about you.
Say it.
You're a good guy. I'm glad you're up on this panel. How you been?
Welcome home, motherfucker.
Here go the pussies.
Oh, now I'm a
Let's
pussy.
go.
Now,
Let's go. All
see,
of you
this is
pussies,
what
have been
happens.
bad mouthing me. You pussies have been bad mouthing me for so
It's
long.
what pussies do.
And now when I come up, all of a sudden, I want to shake your hand.
Hey, you want to know why?
Man, what
You want to know why?
talking about?
Let me tell you why let me tell you why, American man. We are afraid. We are afraid of you. We are so afraid of you, American man. You are so you are so influential and wise that when you come up and grace us on this panel, we have to be nice because we know you will run away. If you run away, the show is over. If you get off this panel, the show is over.
Been talking about me. What you got to say about me?
Hey, I only talk behind your back.
What you got to say? Yeah,
I only talk behind your back. I never say it to your face.
Stanley, you only talk behind my back. I know, Stanley.
That's exactly what I do. Hey, if you come up here on a panel, hey, let me tell you, I peed my pants just now.
Well, I know.
No way, Stanley.
I know.
No.
I know.
What's up,
I
American
peed.
man? Why you
So
crying?
I'm here now. Everyone get their grievances out. Let's go.
Okay, well, you know what? I'd rather watch this Trump
Everyone
speech.
get it out.
We're gonna watch the rest of the Trump speech.
Everyone get their grievances
Tell
out.
us what Trump rump. Tell us how tender Trump rump is, because you know you have it for dinner every night.
Grievances out now while I'm here.
And I made an official policy of the United States that there are only two genders, male and female.
Come on.
Yeah,
Only two genders.
Stanley,
Male and American male. Only two genders. Male and American male. Two genders. Male and American male. Now, which I think we all know what males are. What's an American male?
Come on, you people, get your grievances out. All of you talk dirty
Motherfucker,
about
nobody's paying any goddamn attention to you. Shut the fuck up and let's listen to Trump. Dude, shut the fuck up or I will turn your volume all the way down. See, you think, oh, goddamn, dude. Yeah. We're not talking about you now, though. We're talking about Trump.
We are keeping men out of
Man, you
women's
were
sports.
you were laying in the back the whole while. You just hadn't said
I
anything
also
on the
renamed
chat.
The
Stop
Gulf
it.
of Mexico, I renamed it to the Gulf of America.
Hey, how much you want to bet he's going to tell people that I tossed him off the panel? Who wants to take that bet? Motherfucker
Hey, man, I'm telling you, Stanley, I wouldn't take that bet.
See, let me put it to you this way. Wait, hold on. You know what? He comes on the panel. We welcome him to the panel. We're playing his favorite president. He can't get all my attention, so apparently he decided to leave. I guess he'll go find somewhere else. I wasn't gonna give.
Got drunk.
I think he did too, to be honest. But I will say this: I wouldn't give him the pleasure. I wouldn't give him the pleasure of tossing him off the panel. Just so you know,
it would have been great. It would have been great clip footage.
No, because see, as soon as I toss him off the panel, he's gonna go tell everybody that he got under my skin and Stanley couldn't stand the heat. Motherfucker, dude, American man, I'm talking behind your back now. I'm talking shit behind your back. When you came up on the panel,
why would you even leave? What was the point of that?
I have no idea, to be honest. And then look at Lindy Lou. Look at Lindy Lou. Lindy Lou is like, well, hold on one sec. Lindy Lou is like, I can't listen to this. Gotta go.
Yeah,
I
what
thought you
was
left.
he doing
I thought
up
you left.
there
She
The,
in
is
the
such,
first
oh Lord.
goddamn place?
She didn't join
I
the
thought.
panel and air her grievances out. I don't understand Lindy Lou sometimes. She act like such the victim. I see what. Never
Well, you
mind.
know what? She is the female version of American Man. You
I
ever
mean, what's up
notice?
with all this victimhood shit? You know what I'm saying?
I don't know. Well, but
That's
listen
crazy.
to but Solid Snake. She is literally playing the victim like American Man does.
I mean, and they doing it together, like, ooh, we just gonna go over there and we just gonna feign hurt, like they broke out. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck?
I'm just like, you know
Shit is
what?
ridiculous.
That was actually kind of weird. That's right. Now look at it. They talk cash shit about me. I came around now and they play possum. That's right, motherfucker. You ran like a possum. You ran like I set off my fucking coon hound and you ran and motherfucker right up a tree where I can't get you. You fucking coon. I set a dog off after your ass. You American Man in that chat, you're acting like a treed coon. My fucking coon hound ran your ass up a tree.
Man, that is
Dude,
crazy.
hey, when I lived up in the Blue Ridge Mountains, I always wanted a blue tick hound because they're like the best coon dogs. It's like American Man ran from this panel like I fucking set my imaginary blue tick coon hound on him. Stay up that tree there.
Really
Nobody's studied.
Terrible,
You know what?
man.
Nobody's studied. I try to welcome the man to the panel, and he just wants to act like a fucking jackass. If I get wind that you went somewhere and said I tossed you off the panel, American coon, oh, you'll never hear the end of it.
I mean, he sounds so feminine when he be talking, though, bro. He was like, you go back to my show last night. I don't know. I was drunk as hell. I don't know what I said. But I flashed out. You know, I crashed out. And it's like, he like, I know who sent you here. I know who sent you here. Like, what the fuck? Me, motherfucker. It's like, really? And then he get on the panel with his mic all low and he talking like, oh, everybody want to talk over me. They're not. I mean, it's like he part of the red pill community and they need to draft his ass to the blue pill team because what the fuck is that?
Oh, shit.
What the fuck is that, Stanley?
Hey, don't ask me. I'm
But
not that
I don't
blue
want no
pill.
beef with him. I don't want no beef with him. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, look
Hey,
at this
you know,
motherfucker.
I had to
Look
say
at this
something about
motherfucker.
me.
Now he's our lifeline. What the fuck
No,
are you
no,
talking
yeah.
about?
See, and
you
I'm like,
know.
what the
Oh wait,
fuck?
hold it. He's back. Hold on. He's back. Go ahead. I'm trying to watch Trump, and then you just want to act like a little girl. American She-Man. That's a good one, Slick Rick.
Man, you say you part of the red pill community.
Is he
and
really?
you crying. Why are you crying? What you crying about?
He's been crying for quite some time, apparently.
I swear, these dudes just be crying. Why are you crying? Nah, that's my American Man impression, everybody.
You know what? I better put him in the back because I bet that's a porn bomber.
He probably gonna porn bomb the show.
This motherfucker's about to porn bomb us.
The little incel man. I don't know, man. We're gonna have to start calling him an incel, man. I don't know, man.
No.
We're gonna have to start calling him an incel.
Be careful of what? You know what? I'm getting a little nervous. He's been on mute the whole time he's been up here.
Yeah, that's what he's supposed to do. I came at him in his face. I went head to head with him.
Oh, wait, hold it.
Solid
No, that's the real.
Yes.
That's the real American Man. I thought it was a porn bomber for a minute.
Solid Snake, my grandson. What do you want? Solid
Oh
Snake,
my
you are my
God,
grandson.
grandson.
Stanley is my son, and you are my grandson.
Oh, is that right?
What do you
Whoa,
people want?
man,
That's
really?
correct.
You are delusional as hell. Are you a psychopath?
Solid Snake, you are my grandson. What is it that you want, you old
Dude, you
bum-ass
just a
nigga?
plumber.
What is it that you want? What is it that you want? You think you Solid Snake? The only reason Stanley gives you a platform is because you talk about intelligent people like me. Outside of that, Stanley will spit on you. I don't know if you know that, but I get that you dumb
You know what?
niggas don't
He's got
understand
a.
my work.
I call it out a lot of
I
times.
understand. I
I don't know
understand
what
that you
channel you've been
dumb
listening
niggas.
to.
I understand
Hey,
that
but
you
let me
dumb
tell
niggas
you
don't
something.
understand
Let me
that.
tell you something though. At least I'm consistent. You
Stanley,
always know
here's the
what you're
thing.
gonna get when you come on a
Here-
Stanley
Here's the
panel.
thing. Here's the reality, Solid Snake. Stanley is not your friend. That's the thing. I know you
Well,
want
I'm
him
not
to
your
be.
friend
He's not
either,
your friend.
apparently.
Well, Stanley, have you and I ever purported to be friends? No. Like it's never
Well,
happened.
you know what? I
So
think I actually used to think you were a friend way back when I first met you. Then I got to know you.
Stanley, likewise, buddy. Right? I used to think that you and I can have a conversation, and then I realized what type of nigga you were, and I
Oh my
realized I
God.
don't want anything to do with this
Tell
monster.
me. Well, wait, hold it. I'm the type of nigga who doesn't want nigga used on his
Right?
panel. How about not use it?
Okay, you are the type of
You heard
colored
what I
person.
said. You
You are
heard
the
what
type
I
of
said.
colored person. Okay, sir. If you don't want that used, that's fine. I don't have to make a big deal of
Well,
it,
it
bro.
just gets
Like
used too much in this John
weird.
Galt space,
Okay,
and I
Stanley, you said it.
tend not to do.
Stanley, you said it, and we're moving on.
Yeah, that's
You
right.
are the type
That
of
is supposed
colored
to be
person.
that is
You
something
are the
called
type
a
of color. There we
joke.
go.
I
There
know
we
they
go.
don't do jokes where you're from, but in where I come from, we
I
laugh
want you
and
guys
make
to realize this
we
is why
laugh
I own
sometimes
these
where I
people,
come from.
because
I've
you
literally
realize
never heard you
they
laugh.
change everything. They
Do you ever
change
laugh?
everything
Do
as
you
we
ever
go.
laugh?
They
Do you
change
ever
it as we
laugh?
go. Let me tell you something,
I
Stanley.
think,
I know you're hurt
motherfucker,
because I don't
you know what?
associate with
If you're
you
just gonna
anymore.
talk and run on sentences, you might as well
No,
go
it's
back to
not
the
run
chat.
on sentences. It's not run on sentences.
You
You
are
guys are going to
literally
address
not
something.
using periods.
Stanley, you're going to address all the nonsense you've been babbling about, or you're not.
Wait, hold
right?
it. Who's gonna
And we're
make?
going to
Who's
prove
gonna
something.
make me? Who's gonna make
I'm
me?
going to make you.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah, that's right. Drop me, Stanley. That's right.
Yeah, I
Oh
dropped
my
you.
God, he did it. He did it.
Hey,
He did it.
hey,
He didn't even
hey,
take
not
another
only,
panel. He did it on
hey,
this panel. Wow.
hey, not only did I drop you, I let you back, right?
Solid
Wow.
Snake, dude. I mean, we're literally Stanley is literally in the garbage pile. That's
damn.
beautiful. Like Solid
I'm
Snake
in the
is
dust. I'm in the
literally
dustbin of
garbage
history.
pile, and Stanley is like, yeah, these are my buddies. We're the garbage pile.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Man, monkey, you know what I'm talking about.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Stanley.
Yes.
Stanley, do you have a
Yes.
problem with me? Do you have a problem
Not
with me, Stanley?
Not only when you don't make sense, which is probably most of the time.
Stanley, do you have a problem with me? Yes or no?
Only when you speak.
Oh, so when I speak, you have a problem with me, correct? So that means
I'd say about. Well, hold on. See, there you go. You ask a question. See, dude. I hate it when people ask questions and don't stop to allow for an answer. Can we do that? Okay, about 98% of the time, yes. I have a problem when you speak.
Are you done?
Did I use
So
a
you have a
period and
problem
stop
with me
speaking?
existing, correct, Queen?
Wait,
Correct?
hold it. I have a problem with you existing.
Yes, you have a problem with me
Okay,
existing.
where do you get all this girlish nonsense? This
Oh my
isn't
God! Answer
fucking
the
high school.
question, man.
This is not high school, son.
All this
Son,
gay
this
nigga
is
shit.
not the girls' locker room. This is not the girls'
do all
locker
this
room.
gay nigga
I just
shit.
said I have a problem about 98% of the time when you speak. Where does your existence come into it?
Because
If you stop
me
speaking, do
speaking-
you see?
because
Okay, what
me
you're telling me,
speaking-
you're
hold
like
on.
that forest with the tree in it. If you stop speaking,
You're asking the question,
if American
right?
man stops speaking,
Because
does he
Because
exist?
last night you sent Solid Snake, the dumb monkey,
I did what?
say something to me.
Dude, I was fucking sound asleep. I didn't even listen to Bob's show
Man,
last
you
night.
niggas pretend,
Y'all moron.
man, you monkeys do all of this shit.
Dude, you
pretend like
you
all
are
innocent.
literally
Solid
out of your
Snake,
mind.
Solid Snake, speak
You
up.
are
Speak up,
literally
Solid
out of
Snake.
your mind.
Come on, Solid Snake.
I
Come up
was
now and speak.
literally, dude, literally asleep last night. Didn't even catch the show.
Come speak.
Well, me and Stanley go at it all the time, though. You know, that's
Solid
normal.
Snake, come speak.
I'm
You
speaking.
dumb ape. Come speak.
Dude, this motherfucker. Hey, Solid Snake, this motherfucker's drunker than 12th Man right now.
I'm you motherfuckers' hero. I'm you niggas' hero.
Yeah, that's American man. American man, I like it when you sober, man. You're a little more aggressive when you're
lifeline
sober.
without me. I am the
You don't
guy
got
that
drunk.
gives you
You don't
all
got
a
drunk, man.
lifeline.
It's unfair. It's just unfair right now.
It's
American
unfair.
man, you're drunk
It is
and it's
unfair.
unfair.
Why should I give you guys a lifeline? I agree. But
I mean,
give
because
you
thing
guys
is,
the
I'm better when I'm drunk. I'm literally better when I'm drunk. I'm drinking light beer so I can hang with Stanley. You know, on this beautiful 4th of July day. You know, celebrate our
Yeah, you gotta. Do you
patriotism
get?
with
Hey,
an American real veteran. So I got
American
all the
man.
most respect for Stanley for the next 24 hours. You know,
lifeline.
no, I got
American
respect for
man.
Stanley today. You know, Stanley get a
You
break
know,
today.
Solid
Stanley
Snake.
get a break today.
Do you know
Hey, Solid Snake. You know what I think the problem is? You know how some people get depressed because they're alone on holidays?
Hold on, Stanley.
This
Stanley, stop lying to
motherfucker, this
yourself.
motherfucker came up to my panel because he's lonely.
Last night, do you know what Solid Snake said? Solid Snake said, "Why don't you come up to Stanley's panel anymore?"
Did you say that?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did.
Why didn't you pick somebody I like?
Guess what?
I know, right? But you know what? Like I say, when this channel started, American Man was a regular. You know what I'm saying? But all of a sudden, he started taking sides, and then he get on these other people panels, and he just don't make sense on their panel. You know? I mean, it's like 8 people sounding and talking the same way.
Okay, Solid Snake, stop talking, nigga. Like nobody cares about
Yeah, you know what? You're gonna get
Like
bounced.
he
You're
echo
gonna get
chambers,
bounced
you
for
know, and
using
then
that
he like he
N-word.
really telling somebody something. Oh wow! Like ain't that man ain't just say that like 2 weeks ago? Like
Stanley,
Yeah, yes, American man.
Stanley, sweetheart.
Sweetheart. What the
me?
fuck? Wait, hold on. What? Hey, while you were away from my panel, did you have a sex change or something? Why are you calling me sweetheart?
Sweetheart.
Dude, why are you calling me sweetheart?
Said,
let me find
Apparently-
out you've been hanging out in the dark sides of YouTube, man.
You know what? You know what? I think which sector are you in now?
Why do I need
This dude is on trans panels.
Sweetheart, why do I need to acknowledge you?
Dude, stop. You know what? I'm gonna have to ban the word sweetheart.
Oh my god.
Sweetheart.
This motherfucker is creeping me out.
That's a curse word beyond measure.
Shout out to Pop Smoke. Go listen to the song.
You know, I think I'd rather you call me an N-word.
Stanley, sweetheart, why do you need me here?
I don't.
You do. You do. You literally bring my name up constantly, and then pretend.
Oh well,
I didn't get it.
I bring up B
sweetheart.
Brave's name
so now
too.
I'm here
I
asking you,
literally
why
bring
do
up
you
B
need me
Brave's
here?
name too. And
Sweet
you and B
No, no.
Brave, you and B
Why
Brave,
do you
I bring
need
you
me
up because
here?
you remind me of B Brave.
And to be honest,
Sweetheart,
I'm honored
why
that
do
you
you
got
need
these
me
people
here?
out here that you call the solid snake types. I'm like, yeah.
Man, why are we fucking listening to
Okay, KK in the house, solid snake. The solid snake type. You know what I'm saying?
You know what? You know
Salute,
what? Let's
Stanley,
sing a
salute.
hey,
Oh,
hey,
yeah.
Solid Snake. You remember
Salute is happy
Solid
14 out
Snake?
in there.
Y'all old enough to remember
gonna
when like
answer any of
PB
this?
hey, hold on
gonna
one sec.
leave.
Hold on one
Here's the
sec.
thing, Stanley.
Hold on one
Stanley.
sec.
I'm gonna leave.
Okay, dude, I'm gonna have to let me turn your volume all the way down so I can fucking say what I'm gonna say.
Okay, bye, dumb nigger, man.
I was gonna say, oh, look at him. Look at him. Oh, what a little, you know what? This dude is just weird today. He's gotta be drunk. I was gonna sing "This Is for All the Lonely People" because obviously he has no friends. which, if I say that, then people are gonna ask, "Well, why the hell are you doing a show, Stanley?" Well, my son is going out soon, so it's just gonna be me in the house, and you know, I might rather than just sit around drinking beer, being lonely. I figured I would get up and watch some Donald Trump speeches. Oh, Roy Orbison.
And you ain't got drunk yet?
No. You know, I don't get drunk every day.
But I mean, it's the 4th of July.
So, I mean, is it a requirement to get drunk on the 4th of July?
I mean, you're a veteran, dude.
Is it a requirement to be? Is it? Yeah. Is it a requirement? Why do I need a soundboard?
I don't know.
Yeah, you know what? I'm not really into like sound effects and stuff. Though I could maybe every time American Man comes up, I have a soundboard that goes wah wah.
We got Shenard in the house. What up, King Shenard? Happy 4th, man. Happy 4th,
Hey, Shenard.
Brian Nichols. Happy 4th, Samuel
Wah,
Jerome.
wah.
Salute. American Man, salute.
Yeah, salute, American Man. You got the perfect name for the 4th of July, yet you come up here and ruin everybody else's 4th of July. Dude, you should be up
I mean,
here
his
being all
name is American Man. And
Yeah,
American
well-
Man probably can't stand up straight today.
You know what? I would think that American
That's
Man
pretty
would come
fucking
up.
symbolic, Stanley. That's pretty symbolic.
Well, yeah, but that's why I figured he'd come up on a panel and start talking all patriotic instead of all like high school girl.
You know, we can't stand up on this 4th of July, y'all. But next 4th of July, y'all, we going to be standing tall.
Yeah, in a UFC
After
fight.
4 years. After 4
We're gonna be
fucking
we're gonna be
years of fucking bullshit.
we're gonna be standing in a ring fighting for our life because Donald Trump is gonna make all of us UFC fighters. It's gonna be like the new Rome where they're just picking people off the street to fight.
You know what I think going to happen? They're going to take all the felons of America first. They're going to use the felons, and it's going to be like Blade Runner. That movie, you know that Arnold Schwarzenegger, what that Blade Runner, what was the name of it? Running Man, my bad, Running Man. And we're going to have to go on this TV show, and it's going to be televised, and it's going to be the new multi-billion dollar TV show where felons get to fight for their freedom. And if you lose, you get deported. Yeah, because we only want the greatest in America. You know what I'm saying? So you got to get in shape, America. You got to get in shape. And what greater motivation for staying in shape than to fight for your goddamn freedom?
Hey, let me tell you something right now. Alligator Alcatraz is the first of many. There's gonna be and I'm dead serious. They want one like this Alligator Alcatraz. Other red states are volunteering to make similar installations. So y'all think I'm kidding?
Trying to tell
Now
you,
look,
man.
now American Man says he wants to make this channel a gay channel. This is a gay
Oh
man's
my God,
channel,
this
I
guy with the
see.
gay shit, dude.
Oh,
This
dude.
guy
Oh,
with
you
the
know,
gay shit. What is it with you and the gay shit, dude?
yeah, what is up with, you know what? I'm starting to think Lindy Lou is right. Something's
No,
up
man, you
with him.
know, it's like one day I'm just expecting this motherfucker to come on full on wig and lipstick because, you know, he probably looked at the way Trump looked at that woman that was talking to him in that White House, and he like, hey, I look a little bit like her. What if I put on a wig and some makeup? I can do that. You know what I'm saying? You never know.
Let
He
me
might start on
tell you,
OnlyFans. We don't know.
hey American,
We don't
hey
know.
American Man, you know,
Let me stop.
we
Let me stop
are
playing with American
literally
Man. That's
we
just
are
real talk,
literally
man.
at
It might come to my
we
house.
are at the dawn.
Oh, you remember?
We're at the
You
dawn
remember?
of a new we're at the dawn of a new era. You know, all that porn bombing and shit, that's old school. American Man is going to start coming up in trans bombing. He's going to dress up in that wig and lipstick and turn on his camera. Trans
That's what I'm
bombing.
trying to tell you, man. I'm gonna go and put that dude on YouTube as a plumber so America can see the real
Oh,
American
well,
man.
I'm gonna
I'm
motherfucking
surprised he
ask.
don't
Well,
do that. Start his own channel and show us how he do his plumbing work. You know,
American
like really?
American trans. What do you plumb? I
What's
bet
the
you.
purpose of having a
You
plumbing
know,
license?
American trans and his pipe wrench.
You know, I understand why I can't videotape at my job because that might be a lawsuit. You know, but when you on your job and you doing plumbing work, I'd be taping that shit and then doing a video review of it or something.
No, you know
I'd
what?
have some
Actually,
type of personality where I can develop a following and not just join these.
Well, hold on. I have to actually take his defense here. Back when the Galt channel was new, he actually did do a video of his bathroom he was working on, some new construction. So I mean, he's done it a couple times.
Yeah,
So
he could have kept on doing it. What he stopped for?
oh, I
Then
don't
he
know.
want to talk about me. Man, go ahead on, man. I just got through working a goddamn double shift for 7 days. And you think I give a fuck?
Yeah, well, you know what?
I can't sit on my ass, Stanley. I can't.
Well, let's go ahead. You know what? That opens you up to all kinds of jokes. But let's go ahead and finish up this last his last 8 minutes.
And we're restoring the name of the greatest president, one of the truly great presidents, somebody that made our country very rich, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley in Alaska. So in conclusion, in everything we do, we're once again defending the values, traditions, and beliefs that made every generation before us so very proud to be American. You know that better than anybody in Iowa. And here in Iowa and across this land, we believe that America is an exceptional nation, blessed by God. It's really destined to be the freest, strongest, the greatest country ever to exist on the face of the earth. And we're going to make it that way much more so than it's ever been. We believe in the wisdom of our founders who declared that our rights do not come from bureaucrats in Washington. Our rights come from our Creator in heaven. That's where our rights come from. And we reject government discrimination and so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion mandates. They're just about washed out the window, actually.
Now I have to actually ask you a question here. Why are we still talking about the shit he's already done? This is literally his way of going and distracting people from the stuff that he's doing. Okay, we divert. DEI is in the past. Why is he beating this dead horse? Because he has no other horse to beat right now.
I mean, but Stanley, he doing a build up. He's just talking about what he did, so he could talk about what he's doing.
Okay, dude. He is the reason he's talking about what he did. So all he's done is this stuff.
Yeah, you know, it's a long list, Stanley. We had 4 years of bullshit.
Okay.
You got to remove the bullshit.
Solid Snake.
It takes a lot of cleaning, Stanley. It takes a lot of cleaning.
Solid Snake. Okay.
What?
I literally said it. His big, beautiful bill is underwater and unpopular. He has to go and talk it up, because if he doesn't, if the polls are just going to keep going down.
Okay, Stanley, if you believe such.
Well, no. It's like I said, I'm looking at it purely from a pure
Well,
political
it's
standpoint.
the leftists
And
that come out
hey,
with this
as I had to remind your buddy 12th man, I read a lot of stuff on any given day. I get polls in different types of stuff regularly. I'm not kidding. I'm not exaggerating when I say even his immigration policies are tanking.
Okay, but Stanley, that's bullshit. That's bullshit.
Okay,
Trump's
I don't
numbers
know.
are
You
up.
know what? How
Sorry,
do you know?
listen.
See, I'm speaking
How do I
from.
know?
Okay,
Stanley,
dude,
listen,
dude.
Stanley.
Let
The
me.
only thing
How
the
do you know?
leftists had to do was throw a
Okay,
landmine. Now they got the naturalization. Hold on,
once
Stanley. Let me
again.
talk. Let me
No,
talk now.
you will hold on, sir. I need
Okay.
you. I need you in the audience to understand is you are going on your feelings.
And see,
You
and I hate to bring his name up on your show, but this is where I have to be brave. You being an official virgin zombie, and you use the zombie numbers to produce
you are
a
always
zombie
like be
argument,
brave.
and it's not
You
going
are
to work.
always like be brave. Don't ever think you deviate. Be brave speaks a lot of bullshit too.
Oh, really? Oh, they popping them fireworks now. They getting ready. Them little kids can't wait. They can't wait. I had to buy my baby grandbaby some fireworks and things. Man, that's about like $300.
Yeah, well, my son, when I was growing up, fireworks were illegal in Georgia, and apparently my son and his friends are going to be doing fireworks and shit. And I'm like, well, be careful. Don't lose a finger.
Stanley, I know it sounds like a crazy thing to do, and I'm kind of conflicted on it. But see, my son live out of state. He's pretty irresponsible, and I be getting on him about it. I don't know how he became the man he is today, but I mean, okay, I'm not going to talk to you about that. But I do have friends.
The thing is he's a grown man.
Yeah, so he got another family. I get it. Okay, but you got a son. You got a son, and I love the hell out of him, and he loves the hell out of me. So I'm like, either do I get custody or just go ahead and go, pay child support?
Well, why would you pay child support?
Because I'm the grandpa.
Oh, I didn't know grandpas were liable.
Yeah, I know. I can't whoop his ass, though. I can't whoop my son's ass because he, I ain't got no car right now. But, I mean,
Yeah, well, it'll all work out.
But, I got a grandson, and I help out. And the thing about it is, boy, I'm really thinking about going ahead and paying child support and helping him out, helping the family out anyway.
Paying child support to who?
To the guardian, his grandmama. Well, I mean, he done been with her so long, I really didn't know the situation that well. Because I was locked up, and shit. It's been like 4 years of hell, really.
Grandchild support. Oh, that is funny. You know what? That might have to be a show title, damn it. Let me go ahead and
Man, shit, I want right now, I'm trying to save up money. I got my budget and shit. That's why I ain't why I'm crying, because I'm not getting ahead. I need a raise, but I probably need a new job, but I'm emotionally attached to the fucking job and shit, and everybody know me from the job. So it's gonna be pretty hard to just start a new life somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? The more I think about going up there and doing exactly what John asking me to do, which is what I want to do.
Well, it's funny. It's funny. Wale asked John, "Why don't you buy a store?"
I mean, that's what I want to do. I do it.
Well, he asked John
run the
that.
hell out of it. Be the cleanest motherfucking store in Philly or wherever John at. I don't know, Washington D.C. Oh Lord, yeah.
No, I think John is in. John is in.
Yeah, I'm gonna be a little biased in my hiring.
John is in.
The women love to spend money.
John is in Prince
being
George's
honest, man.
County. Hold on one sec here. I need to go ahead and do this because I will forget.
Because see, that's what I'm saying. Right now, we running with the wrong dialogue, Stanley. And
We are?
on these black YouTube streets, in my mind, I believe we running with the wrong dialogue. See, we still
Wait, who is
running with the
who?
black
Wait,
versus
whoa,
white
whoa,
type
whoa,
stuff.
Who is we?
I mean, you don't even have a dialogue, Stanley. Be honest. Let's be honest. You don't have a dialogue.
Well,
So what I'm
why
talking
a
about,
dialogue
you don't
about?
have a
Wait, hold
dialogue.
it. A dialogue about what?
What's the word I'm looking for? I know the idea, but I can't think of the word. But here's what I'm saying. At this point in time, see, a lot of illegals being evacuated, a lot of illegals afraid to work. A lot of illegals are afraid to work. So what we need to do in the black sphere, I call it the black sphere, not the black man sphere, not the black woman, feminine, whatever. Black sphere is start talking about labor and stop shaming labor. We need to
Why
stop
would I? Wait,
downgrade
hold it.
people
Why?
because they work
Why would I talk
menial
about
jobs.
labor?
I'm serious, Stanley. This is where it's going to have to go. Because the
Okay,
thing about
I
it is,
know. Wait, hold on.
I
I'm
get
not
it.
a
I get it
populist.
what the
I'm
Jews say.
not
I
a.
get it where
I
it get
am
crack
not.
and
God damn,
hold on.
dude. I am not a populist. Why would I talk about labor?
Okay, listen, we're not talking about you being a populist. We're not talking about political parties or political ideologies at this point. We're talking
Okay,
about
well, that's
social
what I
structure.
like to talk. That's what I like to talk about.
Well,
Start your
yeah,
own
but
show.
sometimes you got to get
Start
a
your
little
own
uncomfortable.
show.
You got to go into
Start
the
your
gray
own
area.
show. Start your own show and
I
talk
can't,
about labor.
Stanley. I ain't got enough subscribers. You know how many people see me in the chat
Wait,
don't
hold
never
it.
click
You
my
don't know,
link and say, hey, let
dude.
me subscribe to Snake. So, I
Dude,
mean, I
I
just
have
got a
no.
channel. I just did a little video and ain't nobody even went and looked at it and said, hey, like it. But
Well, let
one
me
night
ask.
I talked
Let me
about, let
ask.
me
God
tell you
damn
about
it,
this. And I
dude.
# and forward slash. I got
Who did you
148
tell? Who
views
did you?
and nobody liked, well, they did like it. But I
John,
deleted the
I'm
video.
calling you
So I
John.
pretty much
Solid
got
Snake.
rid of my own
When did you
shit.
do? When did you do the video?
No, it was one video I did one night when we got off. We were
When
talking
did you
about.
do the video? Was it
Oh shit!
recently?
It's been a couple months. I'm gonna have to do another video.
Okay,
Stan.
well, what you should have done is you should have come to one of the panels and said, "Hey, I did this. Can I drop the link?"
Yeah, but we got a lot more shit over here. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
We got a lot more material over here. So it's like,
I drop channel links all the time.
yeah, I think due to the fact that I don't put in any money because I'm a broke ass bitch right now, and John helping me out, and I'm really thinking about it. I'm really thinking about it because, you know, hey, I ain't but come on, man. But I mean, I'm moving to another area. I'm letting it's a big thing. But
We can start a channel about you and your labor at John's store.
I know, right? That'll be awesome as hell. That'll show my people skills. See, I got good people skills.
Well, you know what? The
I'm
other
gonna
thing
take you
that's
the situation from this morning. We in the store, right? And the girl said she wanted a Black and Mild. Now, you know, Black and Mild had, now this is the thing, Black and Mild are cigars, Stanley. For the audience, Black and Milds are cigars. A lot of black people smoke them. A lot of people smoke them, you know, but a lot of people ain't, any interracial people ain't coming to the black store. Anyway, bad press is not always good press. It's press, but it's not good press. But my thing is, so they come in, they say, well, let me get a Black Mild, and I charge her $1.19 because it got the cash sign on it, which means that they get 10 cents off. You know, 10, 15
But
cents
wait,
off.
hold it. For one Black and Mild?
Yeah. It's 99
Damn,
cents for
that's
like that's
expensive.
the special they had. Yeah, it used to be two
I
for
thought
$1
can't you
back
get
in
a
the day.
I thought you could buy like a pack of them.
Well,
Or
you
am
can
I
buy the
wrong?
box, but it's $6. The box like $5.99. I mean, unless they run a 99 cent special, then they go to
Okay, so
$4.49.
you're selling Lucy's.
Yeah, they sell Lucy Blacks. You know what I'm saying? They come in a box of like 25. You sell them individually.
I had no idea.
Yeah. So the girl come in the store, Stanley, and I ain't gonna lie, I had a crush on her since like, it's been over 20 years. She a little black chocolate little motherfucker, a little saucy motherfucker.
What does she look like now?
Real good. Okay. I
What
told
does
her to
she
come
look
over here
like?
to grill today. She said, that's what's up. I'm like, well, goddamn, where she at? But I had to work tonight, so, because I thought my boy was going to come cover for me, but he said his old lady sick, so he ain't going to be able to come in. So, you know.
Did he use scare quotes when he said sick?
Oh, man, I'm pretty sure he want to enjoy 4th of July, because I know he bought them firecrackers, because he came in and got like $200. But, yeah, man, he had to get that on credit. You know, he worked on he good people, man. He real good people, but he just lazy. You know, he lazy.
Then
I always got to come in and clean him up.
How can lazy be good?
Well, I ain't saying he good people. I said he good people. He just a lazy worker.
Oh,
you know,
okay,
I mean,
I got you.
Yeah. So it's like I come in this morning. Everything, all the trash all over the place. So I said, well, fuck it, let me clean it up. Get paid for this hour. But, you know, I called him and I told him, I said, look, man, you can't be leaving the store like this, man. The health department come in any minute. And you know better.
Do y'all have a deli in there?
Huh?
Do y'all have a deli or anything like that?
Yeah, we got food. We sell food and everything. Stanley. One day, I want to do it now. Just walk across the street and show you where I work. I be doxing myself, but hell, what the hell? You know what I'm saying? You only live once in this 4th of July. But here it is. My thing is, if you're working in the business, you know what I'm saying? Quality is the utmost importance. You know, so yeah, I do get irritated when I'm talking about daily customers come in and do a complaint. My thing is, so I'm gonna handle it right now. She coming in here telling me, the dude last night sold it to me for 99 cents. Well, I'm not that dude last night. And see, that's what
y'all don't have dynamic pricing, do you? Y'all don't have dynamic pricing or anything like that, do you?
Well, I'm telling you right now, Stanley, it's all about experience and culture. That's the root of the story, you know. But what I'm saying is, like, when I come to work, I'm looking at how black people want to treat me as a black man. And I'm trying to tell you, we are not a monolith. Because they see me working you got some that see me working day in and day out. You know what they call me? A slave. A slave,
is that right?
Stanley. Yeah.
Well,
man.
I mean, like a wage slave?
Yeah, man. I mean, and I tell them, you know, hey, man, listen, I do what I gotta do. You know what I'm saying? That's just me, though. But that ain't got nothing to do with it. Like I was telling her, though, you know, like, really, you can't be coming in telling me, because you're really snitching. At the end of the day, don't tell me what somebody else charged you. And I know my boy came in and said, my boy that worked with me, he said, you came in this morning. She came and she telling me about a nigga last night because she didn't see the Arab over there. You know what I'm saying? This is how black people do. So she didn't see the Arab on the computer, so she gonna tell me $1.19. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking at her like, why you charge me $1.19? And she like, last night I come in, that nigga charged me $1. He charged me 99 cents. I say, he probably found a 99-cent one in the stack. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
My boy jumped up and said, hey, man, I charged you $1.19 this morning. Stop that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? This the shit you do at a bodega in the hood. You got to learn how to talk to these motherfuckers. You can't show no fear. You can't back down. Now, a lot of them Arabs, they know, I ain't gonna lie, I think that guilty shit finna catch up to them. And the black community gonna give it up. And then the thing about it is, the black community hasn't developed store workers. They haven't developed store workers. They haven't respected labor in the past 40 years because it's all about college, 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 college. You know, we don't respect
Okay,
labor.
well, I don't know where you live.
So what
but
we
that's
gonna do when
okay,
what we gonna
dude.
do with
I
all the
just don't
immigrants? What we
know
think
if
the
I'm
white people
ever
gonna
gonna
do
be
it?
able to get. Am I ever gonna be able to get a word in edgewise? I don't think that's
Okay, good.
particularly true. When I grew up, to be honest, I went to a high school that was college prep, but I would literally say, in the neighborhood I grew up in, and it was like a middle class sort of place. And I'm not kidding. I don't think the only like my neighbor went to Embry Riddle. It's like some aeronautical college. As far as I know, I'm the only me and my sister. And then my across the street neighbor, she went to college. And I knew a lot of kids. I would say out of all of them, me and the other two are the only one. And let me tell you something that's
Man,
actually
Portia!
well, hold
My
on,
bad.
god damn it, I'm talking.
My bad. Portia showed up. Happy 4th.
Okay, I don't care. What does that? Why do
Okay,
you have to interrupt
bad.
me? I
My
was
bad.
about to say that my across the street neighbor who went to college, I think she wound up majoring in Spanish or something. She became a teacher. Her daughter actually graduated from the Naval Academy this year. So, you know what? If you get to go to college like the Naval Academy or Georgia Tech or some place like that, why the hell not go to college?
Okay, yeah, but get it, Stanley. This is what I'm talking about. I get the college grift. I get it. But my
Right.
thing is,
Well, wait,
we can't
whoa. How is
continually
how
berate
is somewhere?
labor.
Hold on. How is somewhere like a Georgia Tech or a Naval Academy or a Harvard? How is that a grift?
No, it's not. I'm just saying, Stanley, everybody can't do it.
Okay, then you know what? We agree on that. If you can't do it, don't do it. And I
Okay,
would
but why?
actually, well, hold on. I would go one step farther and say if you can't get a scholarship or a good portion of it or work your way through it, probably shouldn't do it. College is expensive. But I will tell
Yeah,
you
I
this,
tried college.
and I made a joke. I made a joke this morning. It just so happens my son is pretty bright, but I told him, you know what? You need to scholarship your way through. If you want to go to one of these colleges, one of these uppity uppity colleges, you need to scholarship your way through it. And you want to know why I told him that? I left college and didn't know shit. I scholarshiped my way all the way through. So it can be done.
I think the biggest travesty is we hadn't given away. And I'm gonna tell you one thing. I
Okay,
wish
who the
Trump
fuck
would
is
do
we? Who?
is like if
Okay,
you do
sending your kids to college
not
is not.
you.
It does
I'm
not
talking
take
about
a
me. I'm
village
talking
to
about
send.
America.
Oh,
I ain't talking about just
okay.
no tax on overtime. What I'm saying is what the government should be doing for Americans due to the disingenuous policies laid over the past 40 years. I'm not
Okay,
even talking
let
about
me
reparations.
ask, why are
I'm
you
saying what we
blaming?
got to
Why
do as
are
a
you
government is
blaming?
make.
See, you're doing the same shit you call out. You're blaming the government for everything.
Yeah, the past folk, the
Okay,
liberal
all I
policies,
can
the
say,
Marxist ideology has
where is that?
destroyed this country.
Where is that bullshit? All I can
Yes,
say
it
is
has.
what
Yes, it
bullshit.
has. Hey, Stanley,
All
watch
I
this.
can
Look,
say,
look.
hey,
God, this bird listening to this.
what happened to that old black conservative pull yourself up by your bootstraps? You're crying about the government. Why can't you do it
No,
for
I'm
yourself?
not. I'm
Okay,
crying
dude,
about government policies, Stanley. Hey, check it
who
out.
stopped you?
See that
Who
bird right
stopped
there?
you?
He listening to. Oh, he gone. He gone. Anyway, go ahead. Huh?
Who stopped you from pulling yourself up by your bootstraps? The government?
Stanley, my bootstraps stay tight.
Yeah, all I have to say is you sound like you're crying about the government for the past 4 years. That sounds like excuses to me.
No. That sound like I've been attacked, and you just sound like you just trying to
Okay.
minimize the
So
crime that's been committed
the
against me
government,
as an
hey,
American citizen with my tax-paying money.
the
You
government
breaking
man
my
attacked you.
pockets, and you
The
want me to
government,
enjoy it.
the
And no,
government,
Stanley, I don't.
the
What we
government
gonna
man
do?
attacked you.
Install more programs?
The government
No, what I'm
attacked you.
saying is, hold
Okay,
on.
all you're doing is blaming the government. I think you should pull.
No,
I think
what I'm saying is, if
you
we're
should
gonna
be a
encourage,
good. You should be a good black Republican and pull yourself up, take accountability,
Stanley,
and
that's what I
stop
do,
all.
son. I don't
You
play. I
you
don't play
sound
out here
woke.
in these streets like that, dog. I don't know where you coming with all this.
You sound woke.
Well, okay, whatever you call woke.
All
I know
right.
you're gaslighting at this point.
I'm
But
not
my
only
point is,
gaslighting you.
if
I'm
we're
not
going to
just
encourage college
gaslighting you.
institutions like this, why in the hell did
I'm
we
not.
integrate goddamn illegal immigrants into the program? And why in
Look
the
at
hell
you.
aren't black
Look at
people
you.
feeling hot about
Look
this?
at you blaming.
Because
Look at you blaming. You
listen,
are
an unpaid
blaming
college
everything
debt
on the
gets
government
passed
man.
over to the
You
college student.
blaming the government man. Why
So
are you
you
making
saying we
excuses?
literally
What
allow
happened to
these
all that? What
motherfucking
happened to all
youngsters?
that MAGA? What happened to that black MAGA? Pull yourself up by your bootstraps, and blacks need to be accountable. You blaming Biden for all your troubles? The government
Who
man
blaming
attacked
Biden?
you.
I'm blaming the Democratic Party. I'm blaming
Yeah, of course
the
you. Of course.
Democratic
Hey,
National
hey,
Committee.
hey,
I'm
you
blaming
are
APAC.
blaming. You are placing blame instead of taking
Yeah,
accountability.
I ain't blaming nobody but those who need to be blamed.
Dude, you know what? You sound so weak. You complain about
You
liberals.
want me to
Dude, you are
sound weak.
worse than a
You want me to
worse than a
sound weak,
liberal.
Stanley. You know I'm
You
telling the
are
truth.
a
Stop
you
that
are a
bull,
cons-
man. Stop
you
it.
are MAGA in
I
name
mean,
only.
come on, bro. A real African American just showed you how much money was stolen. And you
I don't
literally
give a
sit up here with this diatribe about pull
Yep.
yourself up by the bootstraps when you got a
Hey, who
motherfucker
do I?
picking my
Don't
damn
I sound
pockets
like?
when I'm pulled
Don't I
over.
sound
When
like?
I'm bent
Don't
over
I
pulling up
sound
my
like a?
bootstraps, that motherfucker picking my
That
pockets.
you're goddamn
And
right.
it makes it illegal for me to challenge him on it.
All I have to say is the worst. You know what's worse than MAGA? A MAGA who sounds like
Oh,
a
black
fucking
man
liberal.
named Snake,
Okay,
motherfucker. That
all
was
I
worse
have to
than that.
say, all I have
Because
to
I'd
say
be a
is
hell of a lot worse than I'm telling you. I'm
you
telling you,
are
Stanley.
whining. You
I'll
are
be like
whining
that
like
Walking Dead
you are
episode when you
whining,
ride down the
whining.
highway. It'll be heads on pikes of the motherfucker picking your pocket for years and
All I
trying to
have to say,
legalize stealing. Stop it.
all I
I
have to
told you,
say.
man. It's
Okay,
crazy.
dude, you just see you want to cut me off because you know what I'm going to say is going to hurt your fee wings. Dude,
Go ahead.
you sound like
Try it.
you sound like a teenage white girl from the Bay Area. Want to blame
Yeah, I
every
showed you,
damn
Stanley.
thing. Want to
Sure.
blame every damn thing but your own self. Take some accountability and stop blaming the
Take
Democrats.
some accountability for what, Stanley? We can't even
For
get
what,
good votes
Stanley?
around here.
For what, Stanley? The
All
government
this
man
goddamn
attacked me.
wasting money,
The
Stanley. You
government
need to
man,
study
the government
economics.
man attacked me. Oh, that bad government
What you
man.
think them billions
Dude,
of
you
dollars we
sound so
send
weak.
overseas coming back
You know
in
what?
trillions of
I wish
dollars?
I.
Hell no. Have you seen the fucking United States deficit? What are you
Dude,
talking
what the
about,
fuck does
Stanley?
it?
What are you talking
What
about?
the fuck does the deficit have to do
We
with your
just
life?
giving away shit, giving away
Okay.
our businesses.
All I
We
have
ain't
to
getting
say.
paid on the
All
tariff
I have to
of the
say.
old shit. We ain't. Come
Guess
on, man.
what?
Stop it, Stanley. You don't
Guess
even.
what? You
Stanley,
voted.
you gotta
You
be a
voted.
psychopath.
You
You gotta
voted.
be a psychopath at this
You
point.
voted for a deficit increase when you voted for
I
Donald
mean,
Trump.
I get what you and B Brave be talking about, man, but I'm sorry, bro. I'm
All I
sorry.
have
It's
to
not
say,
about zombie,
you
whatever.
voted.
You,
How much?
it ain't
How much
about
did
that,
Donald
man.
Trump's? God
There
damn
is
it,
no
dude.
accountability.
You're
If there
absolutely
is
right
no
because
accountability in the
there
government,
is
then
no
man get our
accountability.
motherfucking money.
There
And then
is
when we
no.
gotta pay
God damn it,
$4
dude!
for a
You're
fucking
gonna have to
pair of
take a
heads,
pause.
we supposed
You're
to
gonna have to
just be
take a
okay
pause,
with
son.
that?
There
Come
is
on,
no
man, stop.
motherfucker. There is no accountability because your black ass isn't taking accountability.
Oh my God. I'm not taking
Stop
accountability
whining.
because I'm broke.
Stop whining. All
Man,
you're
I'm
doing
not
is
gonna
whining.
beg a
You are
motherfucker
whining.
for a damn dollar when I can make it.
I can't believe you blamed American Man for whining when you're doing it.
Well, shit, I got a reason. I got a
No, you
grievance,
don't.
motherfucker.
No, you don't. You know
The
what? I'm
free
taking
shit fucking army, and then I'm listening to you holler about something. Oh, Mom Donnie. Oh, Mom Donnie. Motherfucker should
All I
realize
have
they
to
gonna
say,
throw your ass off a
all I have to
motherfucking high
say,
building
I
in New
might
York.
have to, I
And they
might
gonna,
have to bring,
man, stop it, Stanley. They
I
gonna
might have
implement
to,
some real law on your ass. Stop it.
I might have to ask American
And
Man
I
to
think
come
it's
up
probably
here.
necessary.
I'm gonna ask American Man to come up here so he
Shit.
can
Y'all
roast your
stop. Y'all
little.
stop.
He
You
needs to
Democrats
roast.
and you
He needs.
Marxists, you
He
fucking
needs
suck.
to roast your little girl ass, because that's what
We
you're
need to
sounding
be
like.
encouraging labor. We need to be encouraging our carpenters, our fucking goddamn plumbers, our fucking electricians. We, the community, need to start encouraging it. Black first. Why are we doing it? Black Lives Matter. Why are we doing it?
You know what? All I need you to do with your black life is to stop whining and
Stop it,
okay.
Stanley.
All I need you to do with your black life is take some accountability for it.
Take what accountability? It wasn't my
You
damn
heard
fault.
what
They
the
stole
hey,
my money. Nigga, you already
heard,
said when I get paid, it ain't my damn money. The government own that money. So why the fuck ain't they obligated to goddamn do
look
hip
at
hop
you.
as an American
Look
first?
at you. You need to understand this
Goddamn
isn't
being
about
black. Do for me
this
being
is
an American. Why the
this
fuck you
isn't
all over in Somalia bothering about they goddamn
dude.
bitch?
You know what? I need to remind you, this is not Bob's panel. I'm not going to keep you up here if I can't get a word in edgewise. What's the use of being a host? And actually my buddy here is actually I promised that I was going to come up on his show, and I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to from here. I wish there was a way.
Dude, I don't do meth. I don't do crack. God damn.
He's just
motherfucker.
Well, it kind of sounds like you do right now.
I'm just
Damn,
passionate
look
about
at
this shit, man.
Take a look at this, Solid Snake.
Dirty dude in the house. Happy 4th, man.
Look at this.
Hi everybody, how you doing today?
Hold on one sec. Oh,
Cheers.
she's
Welcome to How
cute.
Much House.
Look at this. Look at this fucking
Beautiful.
house for.
Now this may be vinyl.
This house is $55,000 in Alabama. Damn, that's nice.
Yeah.
Can you see it?
Yeah. No, not really. I got these big ass glasses though, Stanley. I can see a lot of shit.
Man, that is I might have to show this later. Man, that just popped up in my algorithm. Not like I'm moving to Alabama, but let's see what we got here. Trying to find Charles's show. I wanted to say something. Speaking of Mom Donnie, I wanted to.
Man, people love the free shit army. I don't know why blacks love the free shit army. I hate the free shit army. I can't stand the fucking free shit army. I think the free shit army is my number fucking
they are part
enemy.
and parcel of what leads to
Can you hold on
dehumanization in
one
our
sec
city,
here?
which is why an elected official in our own city has called for me to be deported. It cannot be disentangled from what's going on right now.
Yep. So again with the smear that this guy is anti-Semitic because he criticizes Israel.
This is my friend Charles doing a show on Mom Donnie.
State and it's carrying out a genocide, which it's at this point is uncontested, right? Just for the fact that you're stating that and you're pointing that out, how does that make you anti-Semitic? You're calling for actions that would prevent Israel from carrying out a genocide to stop its war in Gaza, to stop the onslaught in Gaza. And yeah, that makes you an anti-Semite. And then they come with, but you don't talk about other conflicts. You don't care about other conflicts. Mind you, those same people are accusing him of not talking about other conflicts
I
of
didn't
Sudan
notice if
and
he
whatever
dropped
else is
his
happening in
link.
other parts of the world. They themselves don't talk about other conflicts. They don't say anything about other conflict. So essentially, they don't care. They're only using it to attack someone else. They don't care about other conflicts as well. If you go
Let's
through
see
their
here.
Twitter feeds, you
How
are
are we gonna do
likely going to
this?
see a support for Israel. Are you going to see a support for other conflicts in other parts of the world where people are being killed? No. So it's a clear double standard, that a metric that they themselves are not keeping, they want it to apply to someone else.
Okay. Thank you, candidate.
This election is a choice between a candidate with a blue collar and one with a silver spoon. A choice between dirty fingernails and manicured nails.
When Mayor Adams, you just heard him come out and he said,
Hey folks, I'm gonna
soup,
try.
silver
I'm gonna
spoon,
try
got
and
manicured
get on
nails to
Charles's
refer to
panel.
you. Right?
Let's just
I was
test
looking at
this
him.
out.
and
No,
he
he's
showed
not
everybody.
Afrodamus.
What do you say to him?
You know, I understand what he's doing. He's trying to distract from his own record. His is a record where he raised rents on more than 2 million New Yorkers by 9%. And he's considering another 8% increase. His is a record of raising the water bill to the highest it's been in 13 years, supporting Con Edison when they wanted to increase New Yorkers' gas and electric bills by $65 a month. I would much
Let's
rather
see
talk
here.
about me than I would about his
Hold on
record if I was
one
him.
sec
And so that's what he's going to
here.
be doing over the next few months.
Let me
And we
get
will
to
continue
my
to remind New Yorkers
settings,
what's on the
and
ballot. It's
I am
affordability.
going to.
So that's it. You see how he was able to expertly answer that question, that the Mayor Eric Adams is trying to distract from his own terrible records by smearing this guy as someone who has manicured nails and who is elitist, who doesn't understand the needs of the common man. Who of both of these people look like people that don't understand the needs of the common man? You have been the one in government, you've been the one in power. You have tasted what it means to have that much influence. You're shielded from the realities of the lives of everyday people, and you have the
So,
guts
folks, I'm gonna
say
try
someone else
from
is
my
elitist.
phone to get on
And then in
Charles's
the
show
same breath,
here. So,
they
and no, Brian
they're
Nichols,
casting this
it's
guy as
not,
uncouth
it's
because there
not,
was a video of him eating rice with his hand.
it's not
But shocker to you, there are a lot of
Afrodamus.
cultures
It is
all over the world where
my
people
friend
eat
Charles Ekakutu. He actually lives in Nigeria. He's damn it, Lagos. He lives somewhere near Lagos in Nigeria. So he's doing a show today about Mamdani, and I promised
their
him that I
hands.
was
There's
actually
some
going
food
to get on the show because I thought I would be doing
can't
this
be both
show
at
a
the same
lot
time,
later.
just as they're accusing him of both being a Zionist.
And I got on this show and forgot that he was doing a show.
Matters.
So
And I think inexperience is dangerous in this case.
I'm trying to do two things at one time and be all fancy and shit. Hey, Charles.
Did he let you up?
Yeah, he did.
I just don't get how leftists actually thinks that any of the policies passed over the past 40 years help black people or help Americans. If any, come
Hey,
on,
Solid
man.
Snake, hold on.
What? I'm trying to entertain the audience. What you doing? You supposed to be on that
You
panel
go
over
ahead
there.
and do that. Let me talk to Charles right quick.
Yeah, man. I wish I had my boy 12th man up here. Now he done dropped off. I don't know why he gets so soft so early. God, it's 4th of July. But I mean, he in Alaska. Come on, man. And it's probably
Now,
night
you
there
just
by now.
have to love the
You know?
confidence of this guy. And it's He's just 33 years old. It's, it's surprising that he's someone that's even younger than myself, and he's this confident, he's this articulate, he's this smart, and he's able to take on these establishment politicians. And that was a beat down of Cuomo in that conversation. You want to smear someone like this when your own hands are not very clean, it's going to come back at you. I like the fact that he doesn't hold back. He just gives it the way it is. It gives a 2016 Trump kind of vibe.
Yeah, I am.
Where
you know what?
You hit hard, but you hit good.
I
Stanley,
think
are you back? Are you good?
Yeah, I am. You know what? I
just listening to it.
I think we kind of need someone on the left that can hit hard. I was just listening to a speech Trump did in Iowa last night, and he is already smearing Mamdani as a communist.
Afraid of Mamdani.
So,
and I can tell you
these
right
guys,
now,
I actually think that there are a lot of people who are afraid of Mamdani. And I can tell you right now, if he gets elected and he does any decent type of job in New York, it's going to shift power in the Democratic Party.
Power,
You know, the leftists have been trying to get a candidate who had this kind of star power, intellect, and firepower
in New York
for quite some time. So this is going to have an impact if he does a good job in New York.
That's not going to happen.
Yeah, and that's the more reason why Democrats should be falling in line behind him. But they have been the ones,
that's not going to happen.
They have been the foremost attackers of this guy. I mean, these are people who have essentially capitulated to Donald Trump. They are providing no credible opposition to Trump.
Why.
But somehow
there's a reason why
the
Democratic Party is bifurcated.
Well,
Democratic socialists.
There's a reason why the Democratic Party is bifurcated. There are the Democratic socialists like Bernie Sanders, and then there are the normie, quote, normie Democrats that are like Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, and they have been going back and forth, kind of fighting for power for 10 years now.
Much as they are.
So the Democrats are as afraid of this guy as almost as much as they are of Trump.
If he does a good job, he's going to shift.
It seems they're even more afraid of him because they wouldn't say anything about Trump.
If he does a good job, he's going to shift the power balance in the Democratic Party.
They've lost their damn minds, right? And that's what is needed at this point in time, because the Republicans are
the problem is the normie
Democrats
lost
cause.
Like
Trump has
Kamala Harris,
completely taken over the Republican Party.
The problem is the normie Democrats. Like Kamala Harris, people who supported Kamala Harris, they literally see the Democratic socialists as too far left for their taste. And I somewhat agree with that. I tend to be more of a quote normie Democrat. So,
somebody showed me a clip.
But there's some progressive policies.
Ultimately, the
problem is though, and somebody showed me a clip that Mamdani did a while ago. Ultimately, the normie Democrats want something that the American public is not going to be able to stomach, and that's more
DSA or
workers owning the means of production.
Are capital.
They don't. They are DSA or Democratic socialists are capitalists, but they're the type of capitalists that want workers in control, more in control, or having an equal say in how the economy runs with the actual capitalists. And you know what? Normie Democrats don't want that.
So you said you're more of a normie Democrat, right? So what are the issues with the quote and unquote far left or democratic socialists like Mamdani?
Yeah, I wouldn't call. Well, the problem is they basically want something that American capitalism can't support. There is no way someone like an Elon Musk is going to want the workers owning SpaceX. Literally, if we were to go
democratic socialist tomorrow, there wouldn't be many billionaires.
Yeah, but
It
how
would
would
be
that
it,
how would
it
that
would be
impact the economy? How would that impact the country?
well,
Quality of life?
workers would have a share of a bigger part. Like unions would basically be co-owners of companies with the actual capitalists. And workers and capitalists haven't always gotten along throughout history.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand the fear of business owners and capitalists. I'm a business owner myself, so I can understand that. But on the principle of what is ultimately good and better for society, right?
You know what? That is you hit the crux. Okay, what is good for society in a capitalist point of view is a free market where people basically support the market. If you go back and you read Frederick Hayek, he's the perfect example. Hayek basically believed that the market should not be tinkered with. People live to keep the market sustained and free.
No, but how does Stanley? How does ownership? How does the ownership structure of the enterprise interfere with the free market? The free market is about
Well,
are you able
no,
to provide
it,
services, goods and
it,
services? Are people able to?
let
Are
me
you
tell you how.
okay? Tell me.
Okay, companies, corporations these days are accountable to shareholders. Okay, basically every company wants like maximum return on investment for the shareholders. Shareholders are technically the owners of the company. Okay, if your company is owned by workers, well, you know what? They may not care about, return on investment as much as, say, someone who is like a stock market investor. The goals of workers are not the same necessarily as those of capitalists. Workers probably don't care that much about profit. Of course, they want profit, but they're not going to make profit their number one goal.
Mm. Yeah, I see where you're coming from, and I can see the dangers in that, because if the business is not profitable, if
Yes.
profit is not central to it, then there's a likelihood it will collapse and everyone will be worse off for it. But can't there be
What if the workers want to put all the profits back into the company? They have a say in where the profits go. Profits may not necessarily go to shareholders. Profits may be plowed back into the company or into the company. And if it is a worker-owned business, it's entirely possible that, hey, all that money, screw the profit. It's better to plow it into the company for whatever reason. So that's where I'm going with this. Normie Democrats are a lot more into capitalism than democratic socialists are. Okay, the means of production in American capitalist are owned by either the owner of the company or shareholders.
Yeah, but I think the biggest fear with this workers-owned enterprise is a loss of control by the capitalist class.
Exactly.
That's their biggest fear, right? I don't think necessarily that the workers would want to run the company down, because it's in their own self-interest that the company succeeds.
Absolutely.
And you can see the contradictions between living in a society that is quote unquote a democratic society that runs a political system that it sees as democratic, yet frowns at a business system that is much more democratic. A worker-owned business enterprise is way more democratic, at least in principle, than a capitalist-owned one. The capitalist-owned one is more akin to a king. It's more akin to a king and his cabinet members just running the show, as opposed to the worker-owned, where everyone has a say, much
Right.
like the electorate, right? The electorate have a say in, So it's weird to me that people that Democrats or people who live in a quote unquote democratic society they make this flip. They've not been able to say, okay, this is a much more democratic system. Can we make it work? Can we take a look at it and see how it works? Imagine if the way capitalists are running their business today is the way the country should be run, is the way in terms of who gets to decide and whose interests are put forward. Supposing it's the interest of the politicians themselves that is front and center, that really matters. Supposing it's the interest of the president as opposed to what the people want. Do you think that people would be for such a system? People would still say that system is a democratic system, that it's a fair and just system, that it's a system where everybody's voice by their vote counts?
I'm not sure what you're asking. I mean, democracy and economics are not necessarily the same thing.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying in terms of principle, the worker-owned business enterprise has a much more democratic layout.
Right, and that's exactly what capitalists don't want.
Yeah, so my point is, why would people who live in a democratic society, who like the concept of democracy, think that a more democratic work environment, business environment, is a bad thing? It's communism.
Okay, well, it's not, because I gave you an example of Trump calling Mamdani a communist, which is inaccurate. They demonize it. And all you got to do to snap Americans out of any socialist dream that they might have is talk about the Soviet Union. Communism failed. Okay, but communism is a form of socialism, but not all socialism is communism. But America doesn't know that. If you say socialist in America, that's akin to saying communist.
So it's essentially ignorance.
Well, it's ignorance. And then the other thing you need to understand is that a republic is a form of democracy. Instead of the people directly running the government, it's institutions that make up a republic. And, it's like parts of the republic are institutional, like, say, the Supreme Court. Those aren't elected officials. They are not. They are selected indirectly by the people. But once they get into office, the Supreme Court justices have office for life. They are, in theory, immune from politics. So we've got institutions instead of direct democracy. We always say democracy, democracy, democracy. We have parts of the government that are extremely democratic, like the House, like the House of Representatives. Those people are elected directly. That is it. That is the direct direct democracy part of the federal government. The president isn't elected directly by the people. He's actually selected by the electoral college. So people indirectly get the president into office, but it's actually the electoral college that does it. Used to be senators were elected by state houses. It became a direct democratic sort of process. Damn it! I think it was early in the 20th century, or I can't remember the date. So we are not a democracy per se. We are a form of democracy. So it makes absolute sense.
No, I'll tell you why it doesn't make sense.
It makes perfect sense.
The statement that you are not a democracy but a form of democracy, it doesn't make any sense. If you are a form of, if you are a form
all I can tell you.
Let me finish my point, Stanley. If you are a form of democracy, then it shows that there are different ways in which democracies being implemented. It means
Correct.
you are a democracy, just a different form of it. There isn't a central form of democracy of which a standard form of democracy, and then what the US practices is sort of a deviation. It's like a set. When something
It's
is
a
part of a set,
republic.
it is part of a set. It is not outside of that set. It can't be a part of the set and not of the set at the same time. A form of democracy
Actually,
is
it can. We are not a direct democracy like Rome. We have parts of the government. I literally just no, Charles.
direct and
I
democracy
know
are
this
a
stuff,
compound
Charles.
word. Direct
Charles.
and democracy are a compound word. You are a
Okay,
democracy.
Charles. All I have to say is do your homework. This is not. This is actually true. If it doesn't make sense, I can refer you to books.
It's not a function of books. It's a function of that you're saying. It's like saying a child is not actually a human. A child is a form of a human being. A woman is a form of a human being. A man is a form of a human being.
Let me help you out with this analogy. It's like saying humans are animals. Would you say your child is an animal? Most people want to make a distinction between animals and humans, but humans actually are animals. How often do you call your kid
It's
an animal?
irrelevant whether you want to call your child an animal. Scientifically speaking, we're animals. So
Government is not a science. So if you were see you like the logic part, don't look for logic in government.
I'm not looking for logic. I'm
Well,
literally
you said
saying
it
what
doesn't make
it is.
sense.
I'm literally saying what it is because I keep hearing this. Oh, we're not a democracy, but we're a form of democracy, and it makes no sense. If you are a form of a democracy, then you are a democracy. It's just that the way that democracy is being practiced is
Okay.
unique or suited to America.
Okay. Well, let me ask you a question. If I say communism is a form of socialism, does that make you a communist?
Communism is a form of socialism.
It is.
Then it makes the communist a socialist.
Well, no, it makes it a communist, and let me tell you why. Okay, communism is a form of socialism where the state plans the economy, much like Russia did and China does. A democratic socialist, for instance, another form of socialism, they don't want the government owning the means of production. They want people to own the means of production.
Yeah, but they're all forms of socialism.
Correct.
So,
but you don't call if you called a communist a socialist, that's too broad a category. You want to tell the form of socialism a communist is. That way you know that a democratic socialist and a communist are not the same thing.
Okay, so let me ask you this question. Which countries would you say have a democracy?
None.
None.
Not, well, hold on. None have a direct democracy.
So essentially they are different forms of democracy. That's what you're
Correct.
saying. So what have we been saying?
Okay, but it would be if you call America a democracy, if you know what you're talking about, you're going to ask what type of democracy. It's easier easier to call America a republic and know that it's a form of democracy. You're much more accurate calling it a republic instead of a democracy. It could be any type of democracy. It's a republic.
If I say the British, the Britain is a democracy, right? They operate a parliamentary system. The parliamentary system is a form of democracy.
Correct.
Right.
However, it would be, it's a hybrid democracy because it has a monarchy.
Yeah, but
you could call Britain a monarchy. You could call Britain a monarchy and be correct.
Yeah, it's a constitutional monarchy.
Yep.
Anyway, I think we've derailed from the conversation.
Well, Mom Donnie, basically, the reason he wants a more socialist form. They want to call him a communist, but he is not a communist.
Yeah, have you seen the charge of anti-Semitism against him, that he's an anti-Semite?
I don't get that part.
You
Oh, well, actually, I do, but it's such a that's not going to stick.
Yeah, but how you said you get the part, so explain to me how you.
It was something when sometime years ago, and he's still fairly young, but when he was younger, he supported some Islamic charity, and this charity had like ties to one of the Islamist groups. So basically, he like supported Palestine or something like that. Which in America these days, if you are pro-Palestine, then you are anti-Semitic. It's really people smearing him, to be honest.
Yeah. Okay. So, of course, the charge makes no sense, even from the perspective of him supporting an Islamic charity. He's Muslim after all. He's not going to be supporting a Christian charity or a Jewish charity. So it makes no sense.
Well, basically supporting. Look, Trump basically has accused these protests on college campuses against Israel as anti-Semitic, which I think is taking it too far.
I don't think it's even taking it too far. I think it's nonsense because, yeah, it's nonsense. People have a right to protest, especially with what Israel is doing, right? You can't just come up and label it anti-Semitism. And this is why I think left wing. There is really little or no anti-Semitism from the left, because what you get from the left, these protests are a reaction to Israel's actions. Where you have the real anti-Semitism is from the right. That's where you have people who actually just hate Jewish people for no reason, right? That's where you have the gripers. That's where you have people who talk about conspiracy theories about Jews controlling the media, Jews controlling the financial system, having all those. The typical run-of-the-mill anti-Semitic things are found on the right. Left-wing people are more concerned with, Israel's actions and a reaction to Israel's actions, and I cannot term that as anti-Semitism.
Well, I'm going to tell you, because I actually live here, and I hate to make this analogy, and I'm going to say that, I'm not going to make the analogy unless I have to. There's anti-Semitism on the left. And we live in America, and when I start talking about America, it may be more visible on the right, but believe me, it's on the left.
Okay, so can you explain how left-wing anti-Semitism expresses itself?
Well, let me tell you, Harvard, if you didn't keep up, they did some like self-investigation. They admitted to some anti-Semitism in policy or something like that. So, and I mean, this happened like since Trump took office 6 months ago. Literally, Harvard released a report saying that, hey, there were some practices that seemed to be anti-Semitic. So I don't know that I have a better example than that.
No. When you say some practices, what?
I have no clue. I didn't read the report, but Harvard is generally considered a quote liberal bastion. That's a good example of. I'll read the report, or you can read the report, so you have specifics. But Harvard admitted to some practices that were anti-Semitic. They are considered a leftist.
I have to push back more on your claim that there is leftist anti-Semitism.
It's not a claim. It's Harvard's claim.
No. You said something about you living in America, so you know that there's left-wing anti-Semitism.
Okay, I think you and I have had this argument before. I'm immersed in the culture, was born and raised in the culture. There may be some subtleties you can't get from where you are.
And those are the things I want you to speak to, not to the Harvard case where you can't even give me specifics. So talk to me about the culture. What are those subtleties within the culture that you have experienced or you think is anti-Semitic?
I bored out a little bit. You want me to? I mean, I've never say what you said again because I didn't catch on.
You said you are in the culture. You
Yeah.
grew up in the culture. So there are some things you would understand that I wouldn't understand because of your
Correct.
experience, right? If to take, for example, I may not understand anti-Black racism as much as you do, right? Because you're there. So in this same instance, right, what are those things? What are those things that you have seen in the culture, those subtleties in the culture that are not so apparent, that might not be so apparent for someone like me looking from the outside in? That
Well,
you can point to that say this is how left-wing anti-Semitism expresses itself in the culture.
okay. Well, I'm going to have to shift to an analogy, but to do that, you can agree that anti-Semitism is the same thing as racism, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, from my
wait, it's a form of racism.
right. So what I'm going to say is that the left expresses its racism different than the right does. It's a lot more overt on the right. The left, and I have a friend of mine who's on my panel right now who uses the terms of bigotry of low expectations. When I remember years ago when Obama was running for president, Joe Biden made the statement that he speaks very well, you know, and that's something you don't necessarily say about a Black person who speaks very well. It comes off as patronizing. You remember that thing where Biden was being interviewed on that radio show, and he said, "If you don't vote for me, you ain't Black."
Yeah.
Okay, well, you know what? He's an old man. He probably meant it as a joke, but it's very patronizing. The left form of racism tends to be a bigotry of low expectations. Now, that's my personal experience with anti-Black racism. I'm less acquainted with the anti-Semitic stuff, but let me point out, I've often said that America is a racist country in ways that sometimes even white Americans don't understand. There is almost no way the left can't be anti-Semitic. And I think Harvard, its report, would back me up. I just don't have the details because I'm not Jewish.
Okay, so I believe there should be, it's the anti-Semitism on the left cannot be zero. It's impossible for it to
That's
be
basically
zero.
my point.
Yeah, but however, I am unconvinced by your arguments because
Well, you don't have to be convinced, but you admitted that it can't be zero. That's basically my argument.
it can't be zero, but it doesn't mean that
Well, then don't say it's only on the right and not on the left. If it's not zero, it means there is racism or anti-Semitism on the left.
Yeah, but you haven't been able to.
Even if it's a little bit, the left is not blameless.
Of course, the left is not blameless, but I am asking for forms, expression. You were able to give examples of how anti-Black racism exists on the left, and those examples made sense to me. I could, see and relate to them. But for anti-Semitism, it's nothing. It's just an extrapolation of, if this can happen,
that's exactly what it is.
Then this can happen to Jewish people.
No. I'm not Jewish. Hold on one second. I'm not Jewish, so I don't really pay attention, and it doesn't happen to me personally. What I'm saying is there is Harvard, which is, by all accounts, leans left. It did its own self-examination / investigation.
You don't know how they are.
Let me finish, Charles.
I don't know them, but I know how you can know them. Read Harvard's self-reporting. If you want concrete examples, read the Harvard report. I don't have concrete examples.
Okay, I'll take time to if you have a link you can share with
Oh,
me.
hey, I have the time. I'll do it for you.
Yeah, I'd really
You're a
love to.
busy man.
I'd really love to see that.
You know what? I will make a special effort. And who knows? It might be nothing, but you know, it's a big deal if Harvard says, "Hey, there was some anti-Semitism in the policy."
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm just anticipating that the way anti-Semitism might be defined in Harvard's report might be quite, nonsensical anyway. But until I read
Well,
the
it's good
report,
enough to satisfy Trump.
of course, it's always good enough to satisfy. Like U.S. politicians are always shooting for Israel, so anything that paints the U.S. as anti-Semitic. But the funny thing? If that report had said that the U.S. was racist against black people, right? Trump would deny that report. Trump would fight that report. Trump would diminish that report. But somehow he's going to essentialize the report that says the US is anti-Semitic. It's
Well,
weird.
but see, Charles, this is one of the other weird things. Jews in America hold a lot more power, political power, economic power than black people do. And I think they're probably more numerous also demographically. Racism is not, all racism
No,
is
I
not
don't think
like,
you have more Jewish people than black people. Is that what
oh,
you're
I'm
saying?
sure I just don't know the demographic.
No, I don't
But
think
what
so.
I'm saying is, even if you take demographics out of it, they have a lot more power than blacks do. It is a lot harder to ignore anti-Semitism when you've got big billion-dollar donors to your political campaign. Blacks don't have that much political power. It's arguable that we have a lot of power in the Democratic Party, but I'm not even sure that holds. There are pockets like here in Georgia, blacks had a lot of political power, but I think if you look nationwide, it's not chopped liver, but we don't control the Democratic Party.
Yeah, I get. Anyway, so is there anything else you wanted to talk about on this Mamdani stuff? Just your thought on the whole thing.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
So I said, is there any other aspects of this Mamdani thing that you wanted to talk about?
No, I'm just I guess the only thing that I really wanted to say, and it happens a lot, in my John Galt universe. There was somebody who did a show on Mamdani, being Asian and Muslim, and my response was, you know what, being Muslim is the least interesting thing about Mamdani's candidacy. It's really what could happen in the Democratic Party. That's going to have much more impact, or could have potential impact, more so than his religion.
Yeah. True.
So now we know a little bit about brown people racism. Muslim equals brown skin.
Yeah, and there was talks of him being deported back to Uganda because that's where
Oh my Lord! I don't think they're going to be able to do that. He's been a U.S. citizen like since he was a kid. So essentially the denaturalization process. I've looked actually at the statutes. He would have had to have done something fraudulent on the application for naturalization. If you commit some sort of fraud or lie about a criminal record or something, when you go through the application process, they can strip you of citizenship. I don't think he's in that category.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Anyway, I think there's I was seeing something of recent. That will be topic for another conversation though, about the Supreme Court and how they are basically giving into Trump's decimating of the U.S. Constitution as regards this denaturalization and how people become American citizens. So
Well,
I've
I
really
think
read up on it.
Trump's going to lose, I think, on the 14th Amendment, the birthright citizenship stuff. But on the Voting Rights Act sort of stuff, look, Justice Thomas has been wanting to do things like turn over affirmative action, turn over parts of the Voting Rights Act, literally since he worked for Ronald Reagan. I think it was Reagan. He was like in the Solicitor General's office or something like that. So the goals, they're not actually giving in to Trump. They're, this conservative majority of, especially Clarence Thomas and Alito, look, they aren't giving in. they are embracing.
All right, Stanley. Thanks for joining the show today.
Well, I enjoyed it.
It's been a good one. Good sparring with you on the democracy point. Anyway, so,
well, I will get that Harvard report and look at it and get back to you.
All right, I'll be expecting. So that'll be all for this show today. Guys, like, share, subscribe, and I will see you in another live stream. It's going to be bye for now.
All right, I'm back. Mr. Tropes. You know what? Basically, there was a polarity shift. The Democratic Party of today is not the same Democratic Party that brought you the KKK. It is very easy to disprove that point. They're called the Democratic Party. That's the only similarity between the Democratic Party today and the Democratic Party back then. I've got books I can recommend, just like I was recommending books to Charles. What's up, Republic?
Hey there, Stanley.
How you doing?
I'm doing well. I wrote a couple of things down. Let's see.
Oh, great.
Yes. How are you? I listened to a little bit of this. Hold on. I had to stop. Just 1 second.
How was the parade?
The parade was beautiful, Stanley. You should love your country. I love our country, Stanley, and you.
Hey, I love my country so much I served it.
Yeah, that's correct.
Hold on, everybody. Wait a minute. Time out. Stanley, why you kick me, man?
If I kicked Solid Snake, if I kicked you, it's by accident. I was doing Charles's show and paying attention to this show.
Hey, I want to know. Okay, you know what? We know what we got to fix. Okay, that was an echo when you was on his panel.
Well, I forgot and left this mic. I forgot and left this microphone on.
Yeah, see, now we got to rewatch it. See, because it was such an echo that I couldn't make out what. Yeah, it was bad, Stanley.
Shit, I'm sorry.
And the audio was, and then, like I said, we got competition, Stanley. Listen, this is how we gonna do this thing. We got to get some views, man. I ain't lying.
Hold on.
This is the best show on the internet today. And I believe in that shit, Stanley. I don't like you, but goddamn it, you is what the motherfucking America needs right now. So listen.
Wow, okay.
I like that.
And on this 4th of July, this is Stanley Day, goddamn it. And we need to bring people in this house, and I like it that.
Well, you know what? I think Bob started.
I wish I could do
his show. Everybody went over to Bob's show. So you know what? I don't do that sort of stuff. So oh well.
Yeah, they just waiting to see what he gonna say about you know how we do.
Well,
but, they'll be back. They'll be back.
Let me put it to you this way. I listening to John's show this morning. Bottom line is I'm not real good at that sort of stuff. I'm not going to.
Would you please stop? I tell you, Stanley, you got the bigotry of low expectations on level.
Well, yeah, I have the bigotry of low expectations.
You need to turn that shit down, man. Turn it down. Turn it down. Seriously, listen, Stanley. You one of the strongest minds on these YouTube streets, man.
Well then,
And you
I
playing with it
I
by
pray for the
being so
YouTube
irritable.
streets.
Don't be irritated.
The
Give
YouTube
it
streets
time.
are gonna be in trouble if I'm the strongest mind or one of the strongest minds.
Oh, well, yeah, you are. I'm sorry. You're a damn good example of what black men should be. You know,
I
I
try.
argue with you about a lot of little shit. You know, but this is a little thing. But I still get my point across. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
You know, and that's what we need. But you know, I'm sorry, Stanley. Can't nobody be a host like you if you ever just put your like Tom Gully said it one night when we were on panel. You know what I'm saying?
Where
And
has
that's
Tom been? I
Gully.
haven't seen Tom's show, by the way. Where's he been?
Me neither. I think some kind of way I got unsubscribed. And I had to resubscribe, and I'm still trying to like his videos and shit and everything so I can get the updates. Because it seems like every time I put in a notification when you do a show, I want to be the update. I want it so I can
Is he
call
still
in.
doing shows?
Yeah, I think he is.
Did he change the
Yeah,
name or
man,
something?
Tom Gully was a damn. You too. It's like Tom Gully, you had Ryan, you had me, and then you had shit. You, what the fuck, man? We was the greatest goddamn channel on the motherfucking planet.
Hold on. I pissed Tom off because I asked him not to go in on Lindy Lou.
Well,
And
you know
he
what?
went-
That's why I told you, Stan. You got to stay out of white folks' business, man. You got to stay out of it.
You know what? If that white folks' business is happening on my panel, it is my business.
Yeah, but we like to see it though, Stanley. You can't stop that.
You know what? I don't like hosting it. They can go over to
Yeah,
TPs
Stanley,
with
but we
all that
like to see
bullshit.
it though. You know,
Hey,
we like
you
to
know
see
what?
it. The audience like to see it because we know it's not going to last long. You know, it's just motherfuckers in fighting. You know, we like to talk about each other, but that's just family. How family do.
Right.
You know, we just
Tropes. Your point about Biden and Robert Byrd is absolutely correct. Biden was also anti busing back when his kids were going to be like black kids were going to be bused to his school in Wilmington, Delaware. Biden was not the strongest candidate. So, you know, nobody's going to go and say, you know, Biden didn't have kind of a unsavory past. He was like one of the sponsors or the major force, he and Hillary Clinton, behind the 94 crime bill. But here's the weird thing about America, okay? And people get pissed off when I say America is a fundamentally racist country. There's almost no way it can't be. It was founded to be that way. Here's the deal. What kind of country are we as far as race relations when, you know, people have to basically choose the lesser of two evils? Okay, Biden was a lesser of two evil. Hold on, let me finish, please. As was Hillary Clinton. My response would be, gee, I hope we can get some better choices. And so far, we have not been blessed with them over the past, I would say, 20 years. Bush got in with a Supreme Court decision. I don't know, you know, if George Bush was that great a deal. We have a problem. It is something that maybe will go away one day, but you know, blacks in particular, between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party is very comfortable embracing people like a David Duke or Nick Fuentes having Thanksgiving dinner at Mar-a-Lago. Then on the Democratic side, we have an old man saying, you ain't black if you don't vote for me. Where are we to go in a two-party system? The lesser of two evils.
I hate the two-party system. I want a Labor Party. I want to bring back the Labor Party. Why we don't ever talk about the Labor Party? You know, that's
because we don't live in Britain. We do not live in Britain is why we don't talk about the Labor Party.
Oh, I
What's up,
really need to
Blue Jay?
educate myself on these
So,
things
Republic,
now.
you had some things written down. Now, Solid Snake, actually, while I have you here, do you really want to go back over this Charles thing? Because it could wait till Monday. This is July the 4th. Y'all still there?
I am Stanley. I am.
Okay. Let me talk about this right
My
quick.
phone messing up or something.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's
Finish
fine.
up, Stanley.
Let me
I'm good.
tell. This is like a breaking news story.
Hey, Republic.
Oh my lord!
Hey
I
there.
don't know
How
what's
are you?
going on with my phone.
How are you doing?
Apparently,
My
there's
bad,
been
man. My phone messing up, man. I need to
Yeah,
restart.
I hear
I think
crackling. I don't know.
hot too.
I'm not sure if the crackling is on my end,
Man,
but
my phone is breaking up.
No, I think it's Solid Snake.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah, my phone.
Stanley, I'm
Let
going
me
to put
start.
myself on mute so
Okay.
you can go over this.
Go ahead,
Well,
Public.
this
Go
will
ahead,
just
go
take a
ahead.
couple.
I'm finna leave
This
out
will
right
just
quick.
take a couple minutes, and the reason I'm bringing it up is it was like breaking news. There's been some flash flooding in the San Antonio area, and I figured, we might as well, if there's like breaking news like this, people need to know about it. Mainly, because we got a bunch of people in Texas.
You're listening to At Least 13 Dead, 20 Missing in Texas Flood as Rescue Efforts Continue, a news story written by Daniel Wu and Arelis R. Hernandez, and read by an AI-generated voice. Heavy floods have killed at least 13 people in central Texas, after heavy downpours Friday caused the Guadalupe River to swell to historic highs, according to local authorities, who said they are still conducting water rescues and searching for survivors as of the afternoon. We don't know when it's going to stop raining, Kerr County Sheriff Larry Litha said at a news conference Friday afternoon, adding, "I think there will be more deaths when this is over."
Wow.
Camp Mystic, an all-girls summer camp just outside Kerrville along the banks of the Guadalupe River, was flooded, and 20 girls are unaccounted for, according to Texas Lieutenant Gov. Dan Patrick, Republican. There were more than 700 children at the camp, and the majority evacuated to higher ground, but they are without power and awaiting rescue, he said. Kerr County officials said they did not know how many people are unaccounted for and would not provide an estimate. Forecasters are expecting more rain in the area in the coming hours. Governor Greg Abbott, Republican, said Texas is surging all available resources to respond to the devastating flooding, including water rescue teams, the National Guard, and the Texas Department of Public Safety. 5 to 10 inches of rain fell in parts of Kerr County late Thursday and early Friday morning, the National Weather Service said, causing the Guadalupe River to surge from 7 feet to 29 feet in a few hours in Hunt, Texas, its second greatest height on record. As rain continued to fall Friday, the river bloated local creeks and waterways, submerging roads and sweeping away trailers and recreational vehicles in the picturesque region known for its large 4th of July celebrations. Most of those events have been canceled. San Antonio regional emergency responders have helicopters and drones in the air for search and rescue in what officials described as a catastrophic disaster. Survivors told local news media that they clung to trees to escape the rising water, which came without warning. No one knew this kind of flood was coming, Kerr County Judge Rob Kelly said in a news conference Friday morning. Pressed by reporters about the county's preparation, Kelly said the scale of the flooding had caught officials off guard. Asked whether there was a system to alert residents to evacuate ahead of the floods, Kelly said, "We do not have a warning system." The flooding felled power lines, and about 2,600 customers in Kerrville and surrounding areas experienced power outages, the Kerrville Public Utility Board said.
So, apparently there are like major flash floods in Texas. So hopefully they get some relief.
Yes, Stanley. That's actually my state. That's where I am. I want to say this. I hope that Juan Pacheco, he's a contributor to your channel. He lives in San Antonio.
He was just does he really?
Yeah,
you know what?
he's actually one lives in San Antonio.
He was up on the panel a couple hours ago. He was going to get more Captain Morgans.
Oh, but did he mention that there was rain there?
No.
He didn't. Okay, because I know I have my uncle lives there. I actually lived in San Antonio in fifth grade for 1 year. For my fifth grade year, and it was wonderful. I loved it. It's the first time I ever ate at a Luby's. But yeah, that's just shocking. And then they mentioned Kerrville. I was listening to it. Kerrville, Texas, is the seat of the Texas Hill Country. So Kerrville, Texas, has a hospital. It's Peterson
Mm-hmm.
Hospital, and that was supposedly that's where the first nursing call bell was like quote invented. Yeah, so
Really?
that's where that was. Yeah, yeah. I forgot the first name, but it's something Peterson Hospital. But yeah, that's in Kerrville, Texas, and so yeah, that's
Not only
Texas
are
Hill
you a
Country.
nurse, you're a nurse historian.
I love Texas history, and don't if you
Really?
question me on stuff, I might get it wrong, but yeah, but right now, so
You and Portia are just gonna have to do a show.
I love Texas. Yeah, so that shocked me. I think the Sid Peterson Hospital. That's the hospital that's in Kerrville. So that shocks me that Kerrville has all this flooding, but there's Fredericksburg, Texas. All those little towns, not San Antonio, but Kerrville and Lukenbach and Fredericksburg. They were all like German settlements.
Right.
Yeah, and Johnson City. That's Johnson City is named after Lyndon B. Johnson because he was like born in like that area, so that's where it's named after. So those are all little German settlements, and in Texas.
That is actually something I did not know. That I
Yes,
didn't know Lyndon,
it is. Yes,
I didn't
that's
know
correct.
Johnson had a city named after him. It
Yeah,
makes sense, I guess.
Johnson City, Texas is or outside of Kerrville, outside of San Antonio, and Kerrville and Fredericksburg. So in Lukenbach, there's a song Lukenbach, Texas.
That I
So
didn't know.
all this is central Texas, but yeah. So I'm shocked to hear that.
I was hoping Solid Snake would be back because I've got another Trump thing to show. This show does tend to wander sometimes. Tropes talks about Tropes, to your point here, and it was a point I was making on Charles's show, because we got on the topic of anti-Semitism. And it was easier for me to use, as a Black American, kind of use some examples that I've thought about and, to a certain degree, experienced. Make no mistakes. Okay. You'll never hear me suggest that there is not racism in democratic politics. It just takes a different form. Okay. The right tends to be more overt and it tends to be comfortable.
I disagree, Stanley. Yeah.
You hold
Okay.
your disagreement for just a second
Okay.
because I'm
I
about to
sure
give
will.
examples. Okay. Having a presidential contender invite someone like Nick Fuentes to Thanksgiving dinner, that's very overt. Everybody knows who Nick Fuentes is, and he came supposedly as a guest of Kanye West, who has some issues with race himself. Okay, Republicans have a big tent, and you know what? They are comfortable calling Mexicans racists and rapists and stuff like that. The left
to quote, I think you gave me the exact person who made the bigotry of soft expectations. The
Michael
racism,
Gerson.
the racism that's on the left tends to be a lot, quote, softer. Okay, it's almost okay, dude. I will bounce your ass if you keep this up. I'm not in the mood. Okay, I have. I figured you'd be three sheets. What I'm trying to say is that the bigotry of soft expectations is literally the type of racism that gets into the fabric of democratic politics. Okay, they don't expect, they are pleasantly surprised when you get an Obama. They are thrilled to say, hey, I'm going to make a cool, hip joke on the Breakfast Club. If you don't vote for me, I'm black. Okay. Anybody in their right fucking mind would never make that joke. There are black people who wouldn't say that. So why is Joe Biden saying it? It's because he is literally out of touch with the black community. And you know what? He's an old white man. Maybe he should be, maybe he can't help it, but it's a different form of racism. You'll never hear me not say that the Democratic Party is better on the racist stuff. I'm not sure that they are. So, you know what? There's enough racism, just different flavors of it on both sides of the aisle. The reason being is America was literally founded as a slave state. Okay. Its economics at the founding was race based. It was literally the northern shipping and southern planters had slaves. Okay. The guy who's like the major benefactor of Yale made his money in slave trading. So racism is wound up in the country. There's almost no way. And by the way, blacks are swimming in the same racist waters. Okay. Nobody gets out alive if you were born in America. There's no way you can go and not experience it unless you're living somewhere like in Idaho. And even then, it won't be anti-black racism, but it will be some form. So, to me, that makes perfect sense. I think people who can't reason this out are in denial or uneducated. So you have a rebuttal, Republic? And Silent Snake, what are you showing us?
Oh,
What happened? What did I do?
Hold on. Let me mute you right quick,
I
Silent
just came
Snake.
back. My bad.
Yeah, let Republic rebut.
Yeah.
Okay. All righty. Yeah. Hey, there's a South Sun. Hello to you again. Let me park because I left the river. So my fiance he and his brother over there fishing. So I was like, let me drive around because I don't want, I get mad with these conversations, so I start yelling. So I'm like, I just want to not do that. So I'm just riding around because I don't want to fish today. So, okay, Stanley, let me start with this. Hello, everybody.
Any day you don't want to fish is a bad day.
Well, no, I had a good day last week when I let y'all know that I was like, we're going fishing and stuff. It was evening after I had gotten off early, and then he came. So anyway, but this is what. So Stanley, let's start with this because I heard everything you said. There is a difference between a constitutional republic and a democracy.
Yes, let's stop there. There
Stanley,
is a difference. Nope. Nope.
Oh my
I
gosh,
will
I have so
interrupt
much
when
to discuss before I get
need
back
to
to the
correct you.
river.
Okay, you're making the same mistake Charles did. A republic is a form of democracy. A republic is a form of democracy. They are different but the same.
Constitutional, Stanley.
Republic. No, I'm not going to let you get away with it. Okay,
Oh, it's not
there
gonna wait
is
with
no
anything. Stanley,
literally.
will you let me
Okay,
finish
Republic.
and
I
then
am not.
correct me?
No. I'm not gonna let, dude.
I'm
Hold
not
on and let
serious.
me address this point. Okay,
Please go
I will
ahead.
address points point by point. A republic is a form of democracy. A constitutional republic is a form of democracy. Okay, so I don't understand what your objection is. So go ahead.
Okay, so one is like the democracy is like by the people, and so the Constitution, it goes actually by literally like these different laws, and the Constitution is like we are
Okay,
going by
republics have institutions. That's the word you're searching for.
Constitution. The Constitution. We're
Constitution
going
is
by
an
the
institution.
Constitution. Following
The law
following
is
the
an okay.
Constitution of the United States of
Republic.
America, Stanley.
I'm not
Why are you
republic.
interrupting me?
Because I know this shit cold, and you're getting it wrong.
Go ahead,
I
Stanley.
literally know the shit cold.
Fine, go ahead, Stanley. And I have
All I have to
more
say,
points.
like I
If I'm wrong,
said, the
just say
words,
you're wrong and just go
I
past it.
don't know. The words you're searching for is institutions. The law
Not
is an
institution. I
institution.
didn't say anything about institutions.
Okay, well,
I
you
did
should
not
be.
say
You're
institution.
getting it wrong, and I'm just trying to correct you as you go. Like I said, I know it cold.
The power of the people is different than well, at least how about this? How I think let me rephrase
Okay, do you
it.
think or do you
No,
know?
Stanley. Can you tell me you
Do you
invited me
think
up?
or do you
Why don't you
know?
invite me up if you won't allow me to speak? If you're
because
right and I'm
okay,
wrong,
well, see,
you
I'm
will
not gonna.
trump me any day.
I am not other people. Okay, I'm not
I
guessing
know, but
here.
can I
I'm not
finish what I'm
thinking.
saying?
No.
May I finish what I'm
Okay,
saying?
you know what? We may have a style conflict, but you go ahead and say what you have to say.
Perhaps.
Okay, but
Perhaps
okay,
yes.
but all I'm gonna say is that you know what? If you've ever listened to a Supreme Court session where you go drifting down a road and a justice brings you back to the point,
Fine. Then
okay, I'm just
you're not a
correcting.
justice,
I'm
but
just
this
correcting
is
bad
your
points.
channel. Yes, this is your
I'm
channel.
just
Okay,
correct.
so
I am just correcting bad points.
correct. Then okay, but at least you can allow me to finish. Because Stanley, I
Okay,
write
who said
everything
anything?
down.
This thing about politeness. Where do y'all get it from?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that. Well, Stanley. I'm trying to rise above the stereotypes of Black people of not being polite.
What
Because if people
stereotype?
say what, oh, stop, Stanley. See, this is the thing.
Okay, all I have to say,
Thank you, Stanley.
is Black people are human too. Smart
Yes, we
people
are.
sometimes.
And Stanley, I
So
would need you to be human to allow me to finish, please.
okay, I don't think I'm not being human.
You are. You're being rude.
I don't think I'm being rude.
It's like you're coming up to my car and you're just throwing stuff on my car, and I'm not being able to get out and
Except
open
we're
my
not
door.
in a car, we're on a panel.
We're on a panel, Stanley. Allow me. You invited me up, and I'm in your living room. And so, at
Okay,
least
I
if I'm coming
don't
to your living
believe in
room,
all that stuff. Just go ahead and make your point.
oh, Stanley, it's politeness, Stanley. Okay, so
It's a YouTube
all right.
channel.
No, it's not about you. If it's about politeness, so this is your cyber living room, and you invited me in. So just
Well,
be
see,
polite to me.
I think
And
of
if you
this
don't
as my
agree,
cyber Supreme Court, and in the Supreme Court, people get interrupted all the time when they start drifting into bad ideas.
no one's. Oh, you know what, Stanley? Then you and I are both two Supreme Court justices disagreeing. How about
They
that?
interrupt each other. They interrupt each other all the time.
No, okay, but okay, silly. That's fine. Okay, so what I'm saying is this: it's like, the power, like by the people. So this whole, the people say this, the people say that, but at some point, but we do elect people to speak on our behalf. And so I think that, let's see, because I'd written this, I wrote these things in about 30 minutes ago when we were talking to the gentleman before me. So because believe me, I've never lost someone I want to discuss, but because they've interrupted me so much, I forgot about it. But I will go to my next
You're having
post.
a little bit of phone trouble. You're kind of going in and out.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now? The phone still?
Yes.
Okay, so I will keep the phone still. All right. So what I was saying is, I was trying to discuss like constitutional republic versus democracy, and one is based on like we elect representatives to make decisions that are and things that are bound by the Constitution, and democracy is like power by the people. So anyway, we already discussed that. So now
Okay, let me
just
stop you right there. Okay,
because I do have, and I have other points too. But can you still
right?
hear me? I just
But
want to make sure.
let's take it
Stanley, wait,
point
my
by
question
point.
is, can you still hear me? I just want to make sure because I'm
Yes,
keeping my
I
phone
can
still.
hear you.
All right, beautiful.
Let's take it point by point. How does the
Sure.
Constitution? How does the Constitution start? We the
We the people. Yes, we the people.
Okay,
In
so
order to
that
form a
would
more
suggest
perfect union,
that
that's the
right,
preamble.
but here
Yeah,
is the deal. Okay,
go
it
ahead.
is a government of the people, by the people, and for the
Yes.
people. So to that extent, it is a democracy. Okay, but you yourself
All
are
right.
saying that
It's a republic,
okay.
democratic republic. Okay, so got it, Stanley. Is that what you
Well,
want to say?
no,
It's a
I won't
democratic
even.
republic.
Constitutional republic,
The
democratic
Democrats
republic.
don't seem to want to respect the
Okay, but
Constitution. Is what I'm
I don't
saying.
want to talk the politics of it. Let's talk
I
structures.
do.
Let's talk systems. Let's talk institutions. Okay,
And I'm
because
not gonna let you do, because I've watched and I've looked at your moves, and I know that you're like how you are moving about this, and I'm thinking, yeah,
He just want to get into a position where he can actually have a fucking argument because the
yeah,
shit
Stanley, and I just want to.
okay,
So
you know
much,
what?
Stanley.
I'm
Stanley,
just
can I
saying,
move past
Stanley. I'm
this?
just saying, dog.
Well,
Yes,
all I want is I was
Stanley,
gonna
I have
also
other things to
say.
discuss.
Well, hold
Man,
on. I
Stanley,
was also going to
Stanley, I'm
say.
on limited time. I gotta go
I
round to this
understand that. If
river
we run out of time, we
to
can always
collect
take
these
it up
fish.
another time.
No, I would like to this evening.
Okay, let
So,
me also say that representative democracy is synonymous in the American system to republic.
okay, fine.
American democracy is unique. It is a blended system, I'll give you that. It's not a direct democracy, but there are parts of it that are direct. But even when the people don't go and yell in a crowd their vote, they elect representatives. So that's where it stops being a direct democracy. There are types of democracies, but it's like a republic. Not all democracies are republics,
That's
but
correct. These are republics.
but a republic is a democracy.
Yes, but so that means we can almost like in math we cancel out that democracy.
No, it's easier not to think of it. Have you ever done like
A
set
republic.
theory, where you have sets and subsets and some sets intersect? That's what I'm thinking of.
Stanley, allow me to move on to my next point because you're not going to agree with me on this.
Okay, well, there's nothing to disagree on your first point. It's
Well,
to correct.
Well, you don't have no. There's no correction, Stanley.
Well, I'm afraid
think
that
we're, okay,
I'm
how
afraid
about this?
there
Okay,
is.
then, well, okay, Stanley. How about we move to
Well, move on to your second point.
Stanley, allow me to, Stanley, about anti-Semitism. Okay,
Mhm.
is that okay? Is it safe to say on this channel?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why wouldn't it be?
This is what I have. Yeah, well, I mean, everywhere else is kind of like, oh my God, don't say anything. But Stanley, I'm not sure. I'm going to give you a little bit of a history. Can you still hear me? Because I'm keeping my phone still.
Yes.
Okay, great. So yeah, anti-Semitism. Now, when I break down like Semitism or Semitic or Shemitic, which is kind of root, Shemitic would be Shem is one of the sons of Jacob, and Shem would be the father of the Negroes. Okay, so
let me
now,
stop you right there.
Go ahead.
Is your point that
I have a point.
we get Semitic all wrong too. Arabs are a Semitic people.
If they come from the line, if they come from the line of Shem, that's where it comes from. You can see there's
I'm not
Stanley,
a biblical scholar.
Right.
I don't think I'm just not so sure that this is relevant.
Okay, it might not be Stanley.
Well,
I have a short point.
Comment.
Stanley,
Okay, go ahead. Let's talk about Shem. Shem and American politics go hand in hand like peanut butter and jelly. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So there's Japheth, there's Japheth or Japheth, and there's Ham or Hamitic. So from what Negroes are the line of Shem. So in other words, when we keep talking about anti-Semitic, we also would have to define, when people say they're Semitic, are they really? But that's okay. How about I'm going to drop it right there, and I think that's enough for that. So, but black, if you're not Shemitic, people saying anti, they're like, well, who is and who isn't? And so people might use that as they weaponize it. So let's see. Let me get to my other point. And because some of the stuff I can do better once I get to my little home office, but I'm not there. So let me go to my next point was, let's see, Stanley, you said something oh gosh. I think one has to be like, oh, yeah, but I was talking about when it comes to anti-Semitism, just like I'm always telling, black people, thank you, still hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, thank you. People don't see the thing is, how did we even get to such a to something so such as anti-Semitism? If people don't like you, people don't have to like you. Just anti something, you'd have to have when it comes to like anti this or anti that. People can be against you or not like you. There shouldn't be this whole movement and people being, called demons because they say that they have questions or they don't like you. So again, I think that's gone too far. So that's what I wanted to say, Stanley, because I'm always telling black people, look, stop with the victimhood, and always when we talk about, when you talk about anti-black. So if people can be, I'm telling people, please stop with that everyone is anti-black. But no,
well,
Stanley,
hold on there.
Why are we caring about anti-Semitism if we are telling black people not to be, well, at least I am telling black people not to be so focused on people not liking you and racism. See, anti-Semitism is basically just another form of saying, oh, you're racist. You're racist. It's just a weapon that people use against others whenever people have questions. And Stanley, can I just say this? Are you still there?
Yes.
I'm so glad that in my my late 20s, very early 30s, that I floundered a bit in religion. And Stanley, I actually converted to conservative Judaism at the largest, yes, I did, at the largest Jewish
Why not
synagogue
why
in
not
the
reform?
Oh no,
Why
because
not?
well, I know, right? Because you had there was like Lubavitch, which Lubavitch was a form of Orthodoxy. It's one of the different little forms of Orthodoxy, and there was Orthodox, and then there was conservative, and there was Reform. Because to me, if I want to do something, and I go all in. I said this just on John's panel. To me, I just felt like Reform was kind of, I watched how they moved, and it was Reform would, everyone could come there and sing and deal with the Reform congregations. Reform would even go to other churches, which is a good thing. Reform Judaism, they were like they were very liberal, very liberal. Now, conservative Judaism, they were more, what's the word? They conform to, like, let's say if you're not supposed to, eat milk and meat. They were more, hey, if you're not supposed to eat pork, you don't eat pork. You don't mix milk and meat.
Do you have two refrigerators?
No. When they say mix it, it means some people
No.
Stanley, they kept their dishes separately. Let me finish.
I have Jewish friends. I went to high school with a bunch of Jewish friends, so I've known friends who had separate refrigerators.
Yes, Orthodox mostly kept that, but conservative really very much tried to. So they did not typically eat like milk with meat. Like if you eat a burger, you don't have cheese with it. You don't have mayo.
What?
Yes, that's what that means. You don't mix.
Mayonnaise isn't made with milk.
But mayonnaise is
it's eggs, oil,
no, it's egg, right?
juice.
Yes, because it's egg. Yes, it's egg, and so you don't eat it with a meat. That's what I'm saying.
Really?
So yes, you don't eat a mayo or a cheese with a meat. That's correct.
Oh, man,
so that's why they love a lot of. They like a lot of mustards. Things are like mustard and preserved with acids.
Sauerkraut.
Yeah, sauerkraut was it's more German, but I guess you could they're still that was still their culture too, because German would have been a lot of their ethnicity too. But what you didn't do, so you didn't mix the kids' milk, what they call the kids, I guess, the sheep kid, this milk with the meat with its milk. So you didn't do that. So in other words, if you went to a deli, everything, you didn't really have cheese. It was always like pickles and pickle stuff. And let's see, I'm turning around. Hold on. Thank you, Stanley, for paying attention. So of course not pork or anything like that. But now the reform were way more lax. Some of them, they were just they were like, we're gonna eat what we want to eat and stuff like that. So, but
they were eating lobster tails and pork chops.
Yeah, well, right, yeah.
And chocolate milk.
Well, the chocolate wasn't an issue. It'll probably just be the milk. But if it was with their meat, right? It was with their meat.
Right. Milk, pork chops, and lobster tails.
Right. Because that was considered trafe. It's called trafe.
Exactly.
So if you're eating, So I had a whole
no liver and onions.
Well,
no organ meat.
And then, no organ meat, but yeah,
offal,
so no organ.
I'm sorry, it's called offal.
Well, I didn't know about the offal because I just knew that it was
offal. I don't think offal is kosher. Tripe is innards.
Trafe is what the term was. Trafe, like eating trafe is what's not kosher or kashrut. So you just couldn't eat that kind of stuff. So which was, other things like it just has to be for Stanley. I'm sure. So anyway, like you just couldn't. Mostly, you couldn't eat milk with the meat, with the mom's milk with the meat of the kid or the goat, the sheep. So you could have a burger with no milk or no cheese. So you could have the bread, but most of their breads, of course, weren't made. You didn't have cheese in it. You didn't have certain like milk, but you couldn't mix it.
Right.
You listening? Okay. So anyway,
Well, as a matter of fact, I did you one better. I actually bought Trafe up on the screen so people can see it.
Okay, so what does it say for trafe? Trafe means it's non-kosher.
Well, it's a Yiddish word for unkosher.
Unkosher, yes. Because Yiddish was like that form of that mix of Hebrew and German, and some others of Eastern European type of slang.
Okay, and then it says kosher as described in the Bible, Leviticus 11 and Deuteronomy 17.
You have to drain the meat a certain way. You have to make sure like there's no blood. The blood it was drained completely. Bleed an animal correctly.
Right.
Right. So, but I'm saying, but the Reformed Jews really, some of them cared about that because again, they did know what they were supposed to do, but the conservative and Orthodox really were more observant. But when it came to Orthodox, they even in the synagogue or the shul, they sat separately. So I was not in that. That's where I converted, where I had to get the mikvah bath when I converted, because even if you convert, even though I was conservative, I converted through a conservative, rabbi and conservative congregation.
Don't you do the mikvah? You do that monthly, right?
No, you can, yes, but when you convert, you do your mikvah. But yes, you do the mikvah monthly, but I didn't do that. I just did it for the ceremony for conversion. But had I kept on with it, yes, every month, the Orthodox women do that every month. But they also wear wigs to cover their hair. And they wear.
I thought that was like ultra Orthodox, or I didn't think. Oh, I'm sorry. You said Orthodox. I'm thinking conservative. Yeah. Okay. I got you. Yeah. The Orthodox.
Yeah. The Orthodox.
You weren't thinking about doing Orthodox, were you?
No, just because my thing, I wasn't. Because it was, to me, it was more of a enrichment. But while I was there, of course, I met someone while I was, in a conversion process. But
and he unconverted you.
Pardon?
He unconverted you. He
unconverted you. I was not unconverted. There's no. I eventually went back to Christianity, so I had to write my rabbi a letter, type of thing. But that's something.
Lord, oh my Lord. So oh my Lord, that must have been.
Yeah, difficult. You got to do that. Whenever you leave it, you do have to, to write a formal letter to the rabbi saying that, hey, you are disavowing or denouncing, Judaism. You do that when you do that. Yeah. So that's interesting. But yeah, I was like, but the point, Stanley, I was making was that it's good when I kind of flounder a little bit with religion, even in college. I was like the pro-Black. It's good to see all things so that you kind of have a base of like, hey, I at least have I can weigh in on lots of aspects of these things.
Well, I've never floundered in that way. I was
born and raised Catholic, and I'm really not that religious, but I'm a cultural Catholic, if nothing else. Let's see. So where was I've got books. This is the other thing about me. I very rarely talk about these sort of things if I don't, I don't, I try not to just, give an opinion. If I have an opinion, I always try and back it up with something I've read or been told. I rarely just make shit up. And I literally have read Madison's notes. This is why I know that, when Charles started talking about democracy, it's like the United States of America. Okay. We call it America all the time, but technically the United States is part of North America. But we call it America. That's kind of how it works with, the republic. Okay. We call it a democracy. And it was something that was bandied about. But the reason there is a republic is the founders did not they wanted basically the institutions. There are advantages to institutions versus direct democracy. Institutions outlive people by centuries. Okay. This Constitution is 250 years old. We don't have people that last that long. So and it's one of the reasons you don't want a king, for instance. Kings die, things change. Institutions sometimes are like big battleships. It'll take them several miles just to do a 180 degree turn. And if you go and you read Madison's notes, they literally said, hey, look, this country was basically founded because the elites didn't feel like they were being treated like proper English aristocracy. So they basically decided, you know what, we're going to make our own aristocracy. But to get the people to, kind of side with them, there were a few bones. Like, we got to make the people feel a part of this. We don't want, direct democracy because people, sometimes they group together and have insurrections and stuff like that. Having the Congress in the power of the purse in the House of Representatives, those representatives are closest to the people. That's it, and we tax the people. That's why we give the power of the purse to basically the people's representatives. It was very well thought out, believe it or not. But when I say institutions, as a matter of fact, when I talk democracy, the Constitution sounds real democratic in that preamble. But once you start getting down into the articles, Article 1, Article 2, Article 3, especially, that's where the institutions are established. Okay. The institutions are literally established by laws. Okay. Law is an institution. The Constitution is an institution. The government is made up of, it's an institution that's in three parts. Calling like I said, a republic is like, it's a form of democracy. It's a representative democracy. There are different names for it. But calling America a democracy is like calling the United States of America, America. Okay. I once had someone who lives in Canada say, well, I am an American. I live in America, meaning North America. So this is what I mean when, it's better to call us a republic rather than a democracy, because it's much more specific, especially if you know that it is a democracy. It's a particular type of democracy. Okay, when you say, well, democracy and a republic are the same thing, not necessarily. The republic belongs in the set of democracies, and there's several types of democracies in the set. And I don't understand why people can't seem to understand that. I don't
Well,
understand why
I will
Charles
say
didn't
this.
understand it.
Well, you make a good point, Stanley. Sorry about that. I'm back on the road. I'm fixing to head back to the river. I'm headed back because I've done
Good.
yeah. So anyway, but anyway, I wanted to say, whenever for some reason, interestingly enough, I always, and maybe it was just because of what I've seen in politics lately. When I hear Democrats make a comment like, well, "This is a democracy," then I look back at it and I'm thinking, okay, every time they say it, I know that there's something problematic when they say it instead of constitutional republic. So I get that that democracy it has an umbrella, whatever democracy is, but then republic also, like you said, it's a form of democracy. But
Well,
I think that
it's more specific. Calling
it's
America
more
is
specific, but
a
it's also
republic
rooted
is
in
more accurate than calling it a democracy.
yes, because it's rooted in either the Constitution or specific like laws, like or a Constitution. We have something that the republic is rooted in.
Correct.
Democracy can be like, oh, just for the people, by the people, for the people type of
Well, a
thing.
democracy could be any one of several types. Doesn't have to be, a republic. It could be a constitutional monarchy. Britain has a form of democracy, but it is kind of a hybrid between a constitutional monarchy. Well, the people elect the politicians, they don't elect the king. The actual quote democratic institutions have, in theory, well, actually in practicality, more power than the queen, but the king. There are some things that the king can do, but let's look at the House of Lords. Those aren't elected officials. That's like a peerage where I think you can even inherit seats. So it is like a democracy, but it is definitely a hybrid
Right.
form of democracy.
That's right. So, and again, that with democracy, to me, democracy always ends up in it's really not necessarily what the people. I think how about this? Because if a republic, when people say I elect you to go and represent me, you are my representative. So Texas has representatives, all states do. That should mean more than someone being like, you know what, hey, well, we won by 51 to 49, and so now we won. I don't know. I guess it's. I mean, Stanley, it's like it's all already there, but the fact that we take pride in having a constitutional republic must mean something. Because if
Well,
the
what is it? What is it
what
to whom? To whom, and what does it mean?
Oh my gosh! Just passed by a little small car, little tiny cars. I haven't seen those in years. I know people still drove them.
They were all
right. I know.
killed in car
I just had to
accidents.
say, please don't. No. Let me see. I'm turning. Thank you for your patience, Stanley. I'm driving and I'm wanting to still participate.
All right,
But
it's
yes,
not
this
like
is
I'm
what
doing
I
a
will
lot.
still. Yeah, Stanley. Yeah, but this is what I will say. Let me go back to this. I don't want to bore anyone.
You're not boring me. The
Okay.
audience is used. The audience is
Oh
used
no,
to
but
being bored.
Stanley, how many people do we have now? How many people? Because
Between the two channels, just 11.
okay, that to me that is awesome. It's cool. Because I do want to share some more things, and not just about this. This is boring, but
Well,
Uh,
most of the people look, there's a crew of people who are perfectly happy being bored as long as it's
well, as
interesting,
long as,
even
okay,
though
so
that
Stanley,
seems dichotomous.
well, thank you. Oh, Stanley, that's so cute. We usually dichotomous. Yes, I love when you use words like that. So Stanley, I'm right. So I'm going to tell you. Last week, this is before I went on vacation, and this was something I could not tell my fiance that happened. But I was like, let me just say this because I took pictures and I even called the police department. Stanley, do you want to? Because let's change. We change shift gears,
Okay.
or do you want to? Okay, only because
no,
because
go ahead.
sometimes I mean, like, all right, because sometimes we don't agree on some of the things about racism and stuff like that. Because Stanley, you and I we really don't agree on things like that, and here's my sheet of paper because I keep my little paper. I just think that it'll always end up in an argument. But I saw a man wielding a machete, and I called the police because he was a danger to society.
Well, how do you know he
So I
wasn't
took a
just
pic-
chopping vines?
oh no, because he was in the middle of the intersection.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and he had like a little luggage, but the thing that you roll, the little luggage thing that you can pull and roll, a little box like luggage, and he had a machete, a legit machete, and he stopped and he started doing like what I would consider what I've seen on TV as samurai moves.
Did you take a
So I was
picture
like,
or video?
I did. Oh my God. I took a video and a picture. And I was trying not to even end up at the same place that he was. Stanley, if I tell you, I called the police and then I told them like where, his location. They're like, well, so is he at this street and this street? I said, no, he's at this street. He's here. And so I drove to the gas station and I told I was a Hispanic man. I said, sir, put up your gas. There's a man literally like with a machete and he's like, making poses with it and he's thrashing about. And this guy was like, oh, okay. He didn't even understand me, but I demonstrated to him. And so, yeah, I did. Oh my gosh. So, Stanley, somewhere in America, I
what's
was
Spanish
somewhere.
for machete?
Yeah, USA. I said machete. Machete. That's machete. That's what I said. Yeah, machete. So he was like, oh, so he heard me, he's answered that. And then when this guy ran up on us, I was turning, because I was like telling that man that I was trying to leave the gas station, and the man ran up on me with the machete, and he was by my car door.
Lord.
And I was like, Stanley, I said to him, don't you dare. And he just walked away. He walked behind my vehicle. I'm in an SUV. And so I was like,
were
oh
you
God.
afraid he was going to damage your paint?
You know what? I was afraid he might damage it. I was more concerned about, like paint I can fix. Tires is more difficult because then tires would be like, oh my God, I'd have to explain, to my fiance, like, how did I get in this position? Because I should have been following this man anyway. I followed him and taped him.
You were following him?
Yes, he was thrashing this machete, and I was calling the police. And this is a young white male.
Hey, I got a question. Did you live in that area? Did you live in that area?
Yes, I do. I live in a historic district, and so I didn't want my fiance to know that I would even be like following or, seeing something like this. But it's like I just wanted to make sure that everyone would be safe because he was in the intersection. He was like,
okay, here go my thing. I don't like women
Go
playing
ahead,
hero.
go ahead.
I wouldn't
Oh God!
advise you.
Oh,
I was about to say.
wait a minute. Oh, sir, I played. Let me say, I was hero
I
all day.
thought he was about to say, "I don't like women."
Oh no,
really?
I knew he was going away. Oh
no. See, I'm trying to
Sorry.
spare you
no,
today
this
because
is
it's your
what I
holiday.
did. Oh no, no, not today. This was more than a week ago. So this was like wait. No, but the
What's
thing
up,
is,
tough
this
guy?
is what. Oh,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, don't be hero. Don't do
We're
hero
hearing
things
we're
like that.
hearing
Mind
this
your business, T. Mind your
this
business. Call the police. Don't do that.
My apologies. I'm
we're
sorry that
hearing
I
this
was
harrowing
at
story.
Borderland.
That dude
What
could literally
happened?
stalk you now. He could be like looking for you and yeah, okay, yeah. You know, but call the
He's
police
looking. He
on the
was just
motherfucker
looking
like
for
that.
a job as a gardener.
What's going on, Snake?
I even
What's up,
y'all.
tough
This
guy?
is what after I called the police. Well, after I called the police, I was I stayed by the intersection that I knew where he was. I could see him walking, and so when I called police, they were like, "So where is he now?" So the police went to the church, in which this man was passing by, and to the hospital that was next to the church. So I saw the police turn. And so I drove in to where I was just being all, I guess Nancy Drew or whatever, just a bored chick. Some, I'm just,
So you
because
didn't have
then I would write it like
that magnetic police light to stick on top of your. You stick on top of your
I
car.
didn't, but at the same time, and when I described it, I wrote Stanley. I described it like I would write a nursing when I described to the dispatcher who I, and the detective whoever called me back. I was like, as if it was a nurse's note. I wrote it I described it like a nurse's note. But anyway, I was like, I found the cops. I saw them by the church. I said, no, come here. I pointed them to the direction he was going because he was like wielding it like slashing people I think we were slashing people. So this happened, and so
what state you live in? What state you live in? If you don't mind my asking.
I'm in Texas.
Texas.
But it's a nice little,
wait a minute. You telling me you
beautiful
ain't got a gun?
small town. Well, yeah, but I would have shot him because he wasn't harming me.
Yeah, why you didn't? I mean, what's the purpose of wasting
shot.
police
No, I
time
would
when you
never
literally
done
could
that.
have
No,
just baited that guy? I would have baited that guy and shot the shit out of him.
This is why
I
we
would
don't
never.
need
No,
to
no,
give
no.
everybody
Sorry,
guns.
I would have did it. I'm sorry.
Right, exactly. Thank you, Stanley. So, no, sir. I wouldn't have done that.
Solid
I
Snake,
haven't even told my fiance.
Solid Snake,
Sir,
Solid Snake
I
and
haven't even told my
responsibility.
fiance about
You don't walk
this.
around with a fucking machete. You don't
Solid
walk around with a
No,
fucking
the guy
machete.
was. This is why I called the police. So I haven't even told my fiance about this. So
you get a machete, you put a sling on your back, and you hang it in that motherfucker behind your back. You walking around with
Solid
a shit.
He was carrying a suitcase.
Yeah, I would have shot the shit out of him.
So anyway, the police. Oh, sorry. Let me say. So the police were in the wrong place. So I followed the police and stopped. And I said, "Police, go this way." He turned on this street. So they called me back and they asked me like, "Well, send us a video you had." So my video was too large, to send. And so, you know how it is. Too large.
You shot a documentary.
Stanley, listen, I did not want, because Stanley, even though I live in it's like a safe, small town, it is very hickish, but I did not, it's like, to me, I didn't want to let, if I said I was like in a hick to where this man was behaving this way. So anyway, I took notes. What I did, I took snapshots of my video. and I gave them my number, and they gave me the email address, and so I told them, and so I sent them, the photos of this man. So they followed back up, and they were like, "Well, yeah, we continued to look for him. We didn't see him where in that area, but we're going to continue to follow up." And I was like, "Just please," because this man was nuts. I mean, for a couple of blocks, he was behaving this way. But to me, I know it was a good deed because I didn't want anyone to be, harmed by him. But then if I tell my fiance, he's like,
Solid Snake. There are two things you have to know about Solid Snake. One, he does not believe in responsibility, especially when it comes to guns. And Good Samaritan, he does not believe in doing good deeds.
No, I do believe in. I believe in doing for the kids and the community, Stanley. I don't know where you get this from. Where do you get this from?
I'm just making a joke.
I thought you were making an observation. Okay, good job.
Well, sometimes observations are jokes, but
really?
I'll leave it up to you which. I'll leave it up to you which.
Oh man, come on, man. I told you, Stanley, this is your holiday. I'm gonna let you live today. I ain't gonna do nothing wrong, but I'm celebrating the
Well, that's so kind of you. So, Tough Guy, what are you up to?
I told him, I said, look here, man, I've been working actually the whole month I've been working double shift. Look, man, my boy said he couldn't make it tonight, but I said, man, let me take the night off. I'll stock up in the morning, man. I got to get drunk tonight. It's the 4th of July. I got to get drunk.
Priorities.
Yeah, priorities. I got to be the fireworks because I ain't buying none for me. I bought them for my grandson, so, hey, I hope he have fun.
All right, Tough Guy, what are you doing for the 4th?
I want my grandson so bad. Boy.
What's up, Claris?
Well, actually,
let's see.
Yeah, I'll be one to come stay with me.
Tough Guy, are you there?
They just think, Tough Guy, what you doing? Tough Guy probably asleep. I wonder, did he get drunk? I know he spoke when he came in the chat, but yeah.
Does Tough Guy even drink? I didn't actually think he drank that much.
Wake up, Tough Guy. Wake up.
I'm just fucking with him.
Wake up, sleeping lion.
He probably, you know what? A lot of guys over there on Bob channel now, Stanley. You know what I was thinking?
Yeah, well, you know what? Tell him to have fun over on Bob's channel.
Probably go over to Bob channel. No, listen.
I have no intentions of going. I have no intentions of going over to Bob's channel. He's probably got like 10 people up on that panel.
8.
Yeah, I'm not doing all that. Once this show is down, once this show is down, once this show is over, I'm gonna go either make hamburgers or kebabs. I haven't decided which, and I gotta make some mayonnaise, and I'm gonna mix my mayonnaise with my meat.
I think I'm.
So look at you! Look at you! You being all trafe and stuff, all trafe.
That's exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna be as trafe as a Catholic can be.
But no, it would be Jewish. Trafe isn't.
I know. It's a joke. It's a joke.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Stanley, that was good. You were like 10 steps ahead of me. Doggone Stanley. You know what?
Well, you know what? I do this a lot. So you know.
You do, and I'm gonna be like Scooby Doo. If it hadn't been for you meddling kids, I would have been halfway across the country. Remember the Scooby Doo? You know, if it hadn't been for you meddling kids. Okay, so yeah, but so Stanley, I was gonna say this. Okay, hold on, I'm turning around. I'm just trying to drive all around before it's time for me to go. Back to the river.
Are you looking for Machete Man? That's what you're really doing.
No,
you're looking for the Machete guy.
I'm not. But Stanley, interestingly enough, I am in that area where he was last seen with it like way more than a week ago, 2 weeks ago, because that's what my report was.
You know,
But I
sometimes
just
you
I'm
look
going
for
back
trouble,
to
you
where my
find it.
fiance is and his brother that with at the
Wait a
river.
minute,
So
you
I was
just
just like
you a
driving.
fiance. Somebody asked to marry you, and you out here doing all this investigative work.
That was 2 weeks ago, but he's fishing right
Wait a
now.
minute, so
So
somebody just dedicated their life to you, and all of a
yeah, and
sudden
I'm
you
fishing.
want to
Yes,
be free, you know.
no,
Are you
but I
serious?
because
How
tonight I didn't want to do
responsible
the
is this?
fishing. Oh my gosh, I just didn't want to do the
See, now, I think
fishing.
that's a bigger topic here. You a
Okay,
fiance, right?
well, yes.
You somebody proposed to marry you, and you said yes, right?
Yeah, I've done it
Okay, so now
forever,
all
like
of a
for
sudden you
silver.
want to get all loosey goosey with it.
No, but wait a minute, way before he and I joined and merged into the same place, and we moved, together to a
Is
place.
the DJ in
I
there,
was
D?
always this person. I still do, Texas history. I still drive and do Texas landmarks, cemetery stuff tours. I've always, done that. And I learned that way in an earlier interest when I was dating
Yeah, but that bothers me
way
though. You
earlier.
really putting your life
I know
in
this
danger
is
when
like
somebody want to
I'm
dedicate their
sharing
life to
too
you.
much. Pardon?
You really want to put your life in danger when somebody
It's not like
dedicate
no.
their life to
My
you?
life is. Well, to me, I didn't feel like it was dangerous. I felt like I was serving the public to get a dangerous potential criminal
No. Your
off the
job is to
street.
serve your husband. You need to be
Oh,
preparing
he's not
yourself
my
to serve
husband.
your
He's not my
husband.
husband yet. He's not my husband yet. He's
Hey,
only
who
my
is
Did
this
you cut
brother.
it
lady,
off? Did
Stan?
you cut it off?
Who
Did
is
you cut
this?
it off?
Solid Snake. Who is this lady?
Republic of Tea.
Republic Tea Room.
How you
Republic
doing? How
I'm
you
good.
doing, Republic T?
I don't know why I
I'm
said
good.
Republic of Tea. What the hell?
Like,
Yeah.
what state are you in, Republic T?
I think I might have said it already, but
Texas.
Texas.
Oh, Texas. Okay, there you
And
go.
she ain't got no gun. Tough guy, she ain't got no gun.
No, I don't have one. I don't have one on me right now. But my goodness,
Why?
that's just me. And I'm in my vehicle, but
Did you
my
just hear about
fiance,
that?
he's
Hold on,
he's from Florida. He's from Florida, so he's he's
I don't know your
like
nickname because I
y'all.
couldn't
I
call you.
don't want to give too much of all this information. Like I don't have one on me. I just just don't, because I mean we do live in it's a small town, so we have like a river, and I just ride around and okay. Let me see. Go ahead. So go ahead. I'm headed back to the river now again because I've ridden around. I'm slowing down. Go ahead.
What are you doing?
I'm driving
Stanley,
back to the. I'm
were
driving
you
back to the
gonna look at
river
this?
now.
Hey, Stanley, did you see the fireworks yet?
Oh,
What fireworks?
I went to a
maybe they have
It
us.
got dark over
Billy,
here.
did you
I think
see
it's dark
fireworks
with
today,
tough
though,
guy.
Stanley?
I don't
Yeah,
ever do
tough guy. I think
fireworks.
it's dark
They're
over
starting
here.
to fire. They're starting to do fireworks now. It's still light outside though.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, no, I was
9:50.
When I
9:50.
used to live in Houston, we would go to the Eleanor Tinsley Park,
It's
and
5:50. 5:50.
Oh, you 5:50. Okay, you behind,
yeah,
so you're
7:50.
up early. What
Yeah,
time?
it's
Yeah.
beautiful
Why
outside.
Wait,
on the live
y'all,
stream
hold
right
on,
now?
hold on one second. Hey, Tropes, I dropped a link about the kosher laws and stuff like that. Did I thought I put your name before it. I can drop it again if you want. Sorry about that.
Saturday, I had a dream the other night. I was John Slade.
John who?
I was John Slade.
Is that supposed to mean something?
No, it was crazy though. You know what I'm saying? It was cool. It was
Well,
chill.
apparently it was. It means nothing.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna move to Philly though. I mean, Washington D.C. Yeah, I'm making my plans now. I told everybody I think I'm gonna move to Washington. Shit, I ain't got nothing going on. I might well try it.
Well, this video here is today. Apparently there was a White House picnic or something. So let's hear. Let's see. It was not really telling me. Well, let's hear what he's got to say. There is audio, but they're not saying anything, I guess. I'm not sure how long this video is.
Hey, Trump. Hey, Stanley. You ain't see when Trump was up in the White House press briefing, well, when he was at the Oval Office doing that little meeting, and he was flirting with that black woman. Man,
I saw it. I actually thought he was. I actually thought he was flirting with the wig.
Oh, Stanley, why you got?
She was wearing a wig. She was wearing a wig.
Ladies and gentlemen, Master Gunnery Sergeant Kevin Benier, accompanied by the President's own United States Marine Band,
Okay, hold
will now
on. He's
honor
gonna
America
talk
with
over
the
That was a
Trump.
man, y'all. Y'all heard him. He said it.
Heard
you
him
did
what?
say that was a man, didn't you, Stanley? You said that news reporter
No,
was
I
a
didn't
man.
say
That
she was a
female?
man. I said I thought he was flirting with the wig.
Yeah, but you think that was a wig?
Yes, it was a wig.
Are you serious?
Yes,
So
I'm
you
serious.
telling me she don't know how to use a high comb?
No, I was just making a joke, Solid Snake.
You know what a high comb is, don't you, Stanley?
My mother and sister used to use them, so yes, I do.
Yeah, I know my cousin still use them. I ain't know motherfuckers still do that shit though. Motherfucking women in my family got good hair. For some strange
Do
reason,
they?
that didn't catch on to me though. I'm bald head.
So we
Got a big old
supposed to
bald
listen
spot.
to this Trump thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
National
Happy
Anthem,
4th,
followed by
everybody.
a flyover consisting of a B-2 Spirit bomber from Whiteman Air Force Base, escorted by 2 F-35 fighters in honor of all our military personnel who participated in Operation Midnight Hammer and who are currently serving both home and abroad, protecting our nation's freedom.
Apparently, they're not getting his audio.
Hail at the twilight last evening, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. For the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Is that the guy who usually sings Trump's like opera for Trump when like the opera like Nessun Dorma?
What?
Is that the guy who usually sings like the opera songs like Nessun Dorma when Trump?
No, he's a Marine.
He's a Marine. Okay.
Hey, man,
Oh,
that shit
my
that
bad.
was kind of tight though. I like the devil.
You know, because that
bet
dude
you
has
did.
Trump usually has an opera singer.
Oh,
Right.
does he? I didn't know
Yes,
that.
yes, that guy
Yeah,
who always sings Nessun Dorma.
You know what I noticed?
I only
You
keep
know what
up.
I noticed?
I only
He
keep
was a
up with the
male.
Trumps on holidays.
I'm Trump all day.
But pay
Yeah,
attention.
I'm sure you
The
are.
guy that sung that right there was a man. Wasn't no female. You notice that?
No, but
So
right, but
what the hell are you talking
yeah,
about? So a woman can't sing the
Well, I'm
national
right,
just
anthem?
exactly. No,
Apparently,
looking at
apparently,
it.
this
I'm
dude
just
is so
looking at shit. I'm
sexist.
just
This dude is so
see. That's why I
sexist. He
tell you,
doesn't
man. I
even
wish
want
D.
women
Gray
to
was
be.
up here
He doesn't
sometime.
even
But you
want
don't
women
have
to
an
be citizens.
imagination, Stanley. You lack
Oh, I do.
imagination.
I
Trump
You
do.
lack
isn't sexist.
imagination.
Trump is not sexist. Trump actually hires women in a lot of
Trump
positions,
is not
high power
sexist.
Oh yeah,
positions.
yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
he
I
does.
mean,
He
I'm gonna be
does.
honest with you. I'm a sexist. I think women are better at certain positions.
Yeah, I'm
No,
not a.
I do agree with
You're
that.
you're not a sexist either.
Yes.
Shit,
Okay.
man,
All I
Women
have
are
to
good at
say.
like
All
management.
I
women
have
made
to
for
say.
administrative work than
All
numbers.
I
Yeah,
have to
administrative
say
or
Yeah,
like
because you know,
is
like
management.
I say,
all I
one
have to
times one
say,
equals two.
dude.
I'm
You
a
just do
nigga.
not.
I
You
think
just
like a
don't take.
nigga. One
Solid
times
Snake. You
one
don't
equals
take
two.
social cues very well, do you?
No, sir.
Okay,
I
look.
apologize. I apologize.
I'm
My
sure y'all all have differing definitions of what sexism is, and you're all MAGA, so it's probably more sexist
This
than
isn't about
you
MAGA,
you're even
Stanley. It's not
bad.
about
possible.
Can't don't
MAGA.
Uh,
kill me
yeah,
Not
now.
about MAGA.
all I have to say is when a MAGA person says they're not sexist, I usually just snicker and go, "Oh,
Damn right, I'm
really?
a MAGA person, Stanley. What the fuck?
Okay,
What are
I'm not
you? What
talking
kind of
about America
American are
first."
you? You fucking right. I want America to be
Okay,
great
dude,
again.
you need to take that. You need to take that crazy shit to Bob's panel.
Oh my God, really, bro? Okay,
Is
fine.
American Man over there?
Yeah, he over there. Bob called me Bussy
he's
Snake, so I
probably
left.
waiting.
I left.
He's probably waiting for you.
No, that nigga called me Bussy Snake. Bob called me Bussy Snake. You know,
What is it? What does
I took
that mean?
offense to that. I took offense to that, Stanley. I go over there, it's gonna be war.
Okay.
And Skywalker 84, much as I love him, be damned. He got to go down, burn with the rest of them. I'm going to shut them all down. I go over there. I know they're going to come with their little juvenile ass, little taunts and whatever. Yeah, but nigga, I'm a veteran in this shit now. This ain't my first war. What the fuck?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and hear.
I may not be
Let's
the
hear what
smartest, but I'm
our
damn sure the
president.
strongest. Goddamn. Fuck that.
Let's hear what our president has to say.
Shit, I'm gonna go over there and make this, and I'm gonna make an ass of myself, Stanley. But I'm gonna die for the cause.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
the cause is not asking you to die.
I'm a down the panel, Stanley. That's what I'm saying. God damn, you missed the joke. God damn. Catch up, Stanley.
What are they doing now?
Shit, I've been drinking this goddamn cheap ass beer, man. Ooh, Lord, Jesus Christ! I should have never left that natural light. Hey, Stanley, you ever had a natural light?
Yeah, that's why I don't drink it.
Oh, what? It's too strong.
Let's see. Thank you, President Trump. Oh my Lord.
Oh, come on, Kevin. Join the panel, Kevin.
Nigga.
Man, we celebrate Stanley today.
Hey,
We
Stanley.
just gonna be on our
Yeah.
best behavior.
Do you think 4th of July or do you think Juneteenth is better?
I think 4th of
Well,
July
let me
better,
put it
man.
to wait,
I'm
hold it.
American.
He asked. Oh, damn. Can I even answer? Look,
Oh, my bad.
when you're retired,
Ladies
when
and
you're
gentlemen,
retired,
the President of the United States,
when you're
First
retired,
Lady
every
Melania
day is a
Trump.
holiday.
Well, you gotta
So
press
to be
pause,
honest,
nigga, so I can hear you.
every day's a holiday. So one's just about the same as the other. The only difference is that there's a lot more fireworks on July the 4th.
Yeah, that's why I was asking you if you had fireworks going on or what time it was out there because I know it's about 9, right?
It's 9 o'clock, so it's just getting dark enough to see fireworks now. I don't.
Okay.
You know what?
I think they
My
do start
favorite.
them at like 9:30, 9:50 or something like that.
Right,
That's
it's 9 here, but you know what? My favorite holiday is Thanksgiving, and that's pretty
mine
much.
too. I mean,
Yeah,
I like Fourth of
I
July though
Hey,
because
some guys.
where I'm from, we go to my grandma's house and we go out. Everybody buy their
Man, you
kids
bring them back in
fireworks,
there,
and then
bro.
we all go out
Man.
there and just, what I'm saying, be busting fireworks like a motherfucker. And it's like
I'm
we
not
got
that.
I got a
Man,
I'm
they
lot
not
of
be
really
busting
cousins.
into
fireworks, nigga.
fireworks.
I
I
be
got a lot
selling
of
liquor
cousins,
down the
so
pussy,
nigga,
dog. I
everybody's
be in the
parents.
house eating,
You can
nigga.
tell who got more money, like in the budget, but we all be sharing after, let's say your parents ain't got
Shit,
that
they can
much
pop
money,
all the
so you
fireworks
only
they
bought like
want.
$100 worth of shit. But nigga, you got that one cousin, nigga, that they balling, nigga. They done bought like everything, nigga. They got, you know what I'm saying? So we be
Shit,
out
man.
there
I need to
popping
go to the
fireworks till
house.
about 11 or 12 at night,
Hey, Stan, how long you
You
gonna
know,
stay
and
on
still
tonight?
be having fireworks left over.
I don't know. Probably not too much longer. I see we're all already up to 7 hours.
My cousins though, them niggas be bringing out the
Yeah, man.
guns.
I
Them
wanna
niggas
go
be bringing
visit
out
my
the
family.
AKs and you be hearing toot 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 toot. You be hearing.
Brother Nick get married tomorrow.
Okay, hold on one
Congratulations.
They be
second.
shooting up the cornfields.
Let me answer this question right quick. Yes, there is no tax on overtime, but there are caps. So you're not going to be able to make $1 million in overtime. I don't know what the cap is for overtime, but I do know there's a $25,000 cap for no tax on tips.
So what's up with this
You could
bill my
probably, you could
mama's all
probably,
scared about?
Daniel, you could probably
No, I
Google it
just don't know.
and find out what the cap is.
Hey Stanley, what's this bill my
Yes,
mom's scared about? Talking about that President Trump going to deport me to Sudan. What the hell is she talking about?
no idea.
Man, come on, man. I ain't talking about the deportation talk, man. I'm still thinking about that. Stanley, is you gonna play that 85 lawyers clip from today?
Am I going to play which clip?
Thank you. Shout out to the Defy Your Lawyer.
Which clip are you talking about?
I'm talking about the one he just recently uploaded today. I reviewed that before I even
Wait,
took
hold it.
That nigga shocked me.
Okay,
And that's
dude.
a lawyer,
What?
Stanley. That's scary.
Oh, damn, dude.
I don't know,
What?
man. Is he
What?
fear-mongering or what? And if he is, we need to shut him down.
Okay,
Come
I
on,
have
Stanley.
no
We
clue.
Batman. You
What
Batman,
upload?
motherfucker.
Damn, dude, this dude is insane. What
No, he's
upload are
just
you
high.
talking about?
He's just
We
high.
talking about social media. But I'm just saying, Stanley, the
Okay,
Defy Your Lawyer
which
clip is
upload
today.
are you talking about?
You want me to? I got to go back to it.
Are you talking about the Defiant Lawyer?
Yeah, that's what I said. I'm 2
I
miles up.
hadn't planned on looking at it today.
Do I sound like 12th
I,
man at this point? Hold on, let me voice check, chat.
I,
Press
I
one
was
if I
hoping.
sound like 12th man at this point.
Oh man, this dude is. You know what? This is the weirdest thing. It's like when he gets
Salute
drunk, it's
Daniel
like
Dixon. Happy
punctuation and
4th of
social
July.
cues just don't happen anymore.
My bad. Come on, Stanley. Why you gotta be like that, bro?
I've been talking for like the past 5 minutes trying to get a word in edgewise.
Oh. Well, I think we got stereo headphones, so I think everybody heard everything you said.
Right. So anyway, I was hoping to get through. It's military families at the White House having a picnic. How nice.
Well, thank you very much.
Loves
And
our
that
military
is
families.
some sight,
He loves our
especially
military.
after what happened just a
Yeah.
week ago when you
Yeah,
look
no.
at that big, beautiful plane, and the other ones were something. It was an incredible mission. And I think I can say very proudly, and I don't have to quote the polls, that our country is more proud right now than it's been in many, many years.
Most
We have
people,
pride.
hold on one sec.
We have dignity.
Most people didn't approve of the military action on Iran. And they did it right, like a few days right after the strike. You know what? Essentially, we entered a war. But
Stanley,
oh no,
Stanley.
I need to fit. I
No,
need to
not
finish,
about
man.
that. I'm asking you about a historical question. Do you
Let
know
me
historical?
finish this point.
Go ahead.
So he has to keep talking these points up because the polls are against him. It's basically
polls are not
Trump is
against
basic.
Stanley.
Trump is okay. No.
Oh my
I saw the polls. I saw the polls.
No,
I
the polls
look
are
at
not
this
against
stuff
that.
on a
Man, how
daily
you feel
basis.
as
The
American in your
polls, Stanley,
heart?
the polls are for Trump. But let me say this: do you know
Okay.
which
Okay.
president,
No.
which president in
You are
history?
wrong. You are
No,
literally
no,
wrong. Okay. Your
everyone loves
witchcraft
Trump.
does not work. I literally see
There's no witchcraft.
this is
What?
what I love.
Stanley.
It's
Oh my God.
a whole bunch of wishing and feelings and stuff. This show, you know
Stanley,
what?
I said nothing
I
about
don't
feelings.
do a
I was
lot of
talking about the stats.
what
Stanley,
stats? What stats are
okay.
you talking
What,
about?
what, no, but I'm going to history. Which president
Okay, let's
talked
not.
about?
Whoa. What does history have to do
Oh
with
no,
the
no, no.
stuff
I'm
that
just.
happened
This
in
is something.
Iran? You
No,
know,
no, no. Aside from that,
all you're
Stanley,
doing. Okay,
I'm asking you something
as
way
soon as I say
different.
something,
No, oh
negative
my
about Trump,
gosh.
you go
No, it's not
all
about Trump.
hyper.
You can.
What's up with this?
I expect the anti-Trump stuff. I'm just. Literally, it just
You know
kind of
what?
rolls off.
I'm not
But no,
being
Stanley, I have a
anti-Trump. I'm
question.
talking
No,
about the polling.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about which president
But then
decided.
why aren't you
No,
talking about why are you
no.
skipping
I'm
the
talking about
subject?
when it comes
I'm
to the.
talking about a topic and you all of a sudden want to change the topic?
This is the only time I've ever done it, but it just means so much to me in this
Oh, I don't
moment.
think it's the only time.
I know. Okay. Well, actually, it is. Let me allow me to speak. Which president said that the veteran, or the warrior and his widow and their children should be supported? Which president was that? I'm sure you know this because you are my
No.
brother.
I would think it's all presidents.
Not Lincoln. President Lincoln. Look at what Lincoln said when it comes to he
Okay,
thinks that
ma'am.
the warrior, the veteran.
Well, you're talking about the Confederate veterans?
Oh no.
It's getting hot in here. Yeah.
Oh God. You know what? This will end soon.
What? I'm just out. She hitting your ass. Ooh, we Stanley. Come on, man.
Yeah, hey Nate, how you doing?
Everybody hit the like button,
Y'all
man.
make sure you hit the like button.
Come on, man. Republic Tea Room in the house.
Well, she'll be back. She's out driving. she's out doing drive-by shootings.
I be hyping her up though. I ain't gonna eat live, bro. She be going hard. She be like, yeah, I be like, what?
She's on my panel while she's driving around town doing drive-bys.
Uh-oh.
Today we have
She need to go home and try to learn how to play the GTA 5 and stay
miraculously so fast. You know that our military now is the most sought after job there's ever been, serving in our military. 1 year ago, people didn't want to join our military. They didn't want to join our police or firefighters. They didn't want to join anything having to do with our country. And now, as you probably know, the enlistment is at an all-time record. We're packed.
Let me go ahead and address Miss Lindy Lou's point. No problem. Take your time, Republic Room. Look, Lindy Lou, Republic Tea Room can handle herself. She does not need your peanut gallery advice. Okay, you are welcome to hit the link too. If you can hang, you can. If you can't, you can't. I hear tell that that American Man is over on Bob's channel. Do you want me to drop the link for you so you can go over there? Because all this doom and gloom in my chat is depressing us all.
We're full. And I just think that's so important because that was so sad 1 year ago when I heard those statistics. We had a different president, but nobody wanted to join. And now we're at a record. And I will say that I just left NATO, where we had a tremendous experience. They've agreed to put up over $1 trillion a year. They went from less than 2% to 5%, and nobody thought that was possible. And they told me very strongly, the leaders of a big part of the world, very respected people all, they told me that, 1 year ago, your country was dead, and now you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. So that's the way it is, and that's the way we like it. And it's only going to get hotter. I promise you that. After that spectacular display of American power, let me just say that God bless the United States military and God bless the USA. God bless the USA. And to all Americans, I want to wish you a very happy Independence Day, happy 4th of July. This is going to be something special. This spirit in this country, we haven't seen anything like it in many, many years and decades.
Kelvin, we are.
Let me also
the hottest
express our
country.
gratitude to our magnificent
Especially in
First
the
Lady. She worked
summertime.
very hard to make this all work.
Okay, you know what? Let me
We have a
just,
fireworks display about.
Lindy Lou, I'm gonna have to be honest with you. Sometimes you deserve the smoke that you get. Now, what the you this is the soft bigotry of low expectations that racists like you have. Now, you don't think Republic Tea Room can make her own choices? Yeah, go over to Bob. Bob likes racists. I don't. So you will feel very comfortable over there with all the other racists like American Man. Have a good night. Happy 4th. Jesus fucking Christ. Like, a black woman can't make up her mind. She needs you to warn her. This is the soft. This is like Biden saying, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. Black people don't need your black people. Black people do not need your advice, Lindy Lou. Stop acting like you fucking give a fuck.
No, it's just that why she
So
back
fucking-
in the chat saying she gone again? Like the first time she was gone, wasn't
You know
good,
what?
but she gotta
You
come
know
back
what?
and leap
She
again.
wanted
Come on,
Bob's
Lady Lou,
link.
with the victimhood bullshit, man.
She wanted Bob's link because she wasn't happy here. Spreading all that doom and gloom in my chat. I good riddance. Go with your fellow racists over on Bob's channel.
Well, a lot of people trying to go over to Bob's channel, but I think eventually
Hey,
they're gonna
you
get
know what?
tired of the
Bob
same
Bob
old
is the kind of channel
man.
that Hey, his
We
content
got
is
a
a lot
brand
like.
over here. We got to maintain class and dignity.
Well,
over
no,
here.
we don't
talk
have to
seriously over
maintain
here.
it. We don't have to maintain it.
Oh,
We
see, there you go with your
literally.
bigger low expectations.
Hey, Republic Tea Room, I'm not gaslighting her. I'm telling her how I see her. Okay. Like, your YouTube doesn't work. You couldn't figure out how to find Bob's channel. You needed a black man to help you out.
I'm telling you, she's sticking her Gucci booty foots over in the black folks' business. You know what I'm saying? That's all
You
that
know
is.
what?
But let her come and do it. But I mean, goddamn, you ain't
I
got to
wish
follow
her happiness in Bob's
I don't
on
mind.
Bob's panel.
9 o'clock
man.
tonight. I hope you're all going to be around and watch it.
You know?
I know our congressmen and our senators who are standing right here, so many of them, they did such a great job. They're going to be here. I guarantee you, they're not leaving. They're not leaving. Thanks as well to the National Park Service, the USO, and countless friends and distinguished guests. We have so many people in the audience that have so much to do with the success of our country. We've, I think, had probably the most successful almost 6 months as a president and the presidency. I think they're saying it was the best 6 months, and I know for a fact they're saying the last 2 weeks there has never
It's
been
the
anything
best
like
6
it as
months
far as
in
winning,
American
winning.
history. This dude is a goofball.
So as you know, 2 weeks ago, our incredible Air Force pilots conducted one of the most successful military strikes in all of history. Operation Midnight
Bro,
Hammer, and that's
D-Day
exactly
doesn't
what it
count.
was. It was a hammer. This evening, we're honored to be joined by 150 airmen and their families from Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri, home of the B-2 bomber.
We need to change that name from White Man to something else.
Yes, then learn something. Learn
And we've
how to
kept
be
them a little
man.
bit
Listen to your
Yeah, I've
president.
been
guard.
listening to
We kept
Trump
them a
all
little
day,
bit,
Republic.
let's be a little bit quiet about it.
Damn
But
right.
if you want to raise your hand very quickly,
Be a
raise
man.
your
That's what I'm
hand,
talking
because
about.
you people are just incredible.
Goddamn right.
They don't
We
want to
are-
be in
we are
disguise. You
incredible,
know, they say,
America.
we don't have to do that. They're looking at us like we're a bunch of babies. We don't have to be in disguise. We saw all those hands go up. Thank you very much. We owe you everything. Great
They don't
job.
have to be in
One of the most
disguise like
flawless-
ICE
One of the
agents.
most flawless military campaigns in the history of our country. If you remember years ago, they had helicopters crashing into each other. It was a disaster. The hostages in Iran. And we had just the opposite. We didn't have any crashes. We didn't lose any planes. We didn't lose anybody. Those
My
beautiful
God,
planes that
it
you
was
saw
a
were totally
stealth
stealth.
bomber.
They flew
How
right
are
over the
you know
center
what?
of a
If
very
you
hostile
lost a
country,
stealth bomber,
and they never even
that
saw it
would be a
coming.
problem.
And then they said, skedaddle. They dropped the bombs. They said, skedaddle. And that big sucker turned over like this on its side, and it got out of there.
You
Well,
know
I'll tell
what?
you what, how
Trump
they
was
do
the
that,
pilot.
They can do it. I asked
Trump,
our great
Trump
general,
piloted the mission
Kane,
himself.
how do they do that? Do they really love doing that? Look at them. They're all laughing. And they said, do they really like doing it, sir? They can't wait. Better you than me. That's all I can say. It was a flawless mission. Every single bomb hit, and it was total obliteration. Total obliteration. Now, even the fake news is admitting that. They hated to admit it, but they had no choice. That was an incredible thing. And these heroic pilots showed our enemies what it means to fly, fight, and win. To every service member who supported that mission, and we have many of them here. We've made we've made you proud by supporting, but you've made us even prouder by having the courage to get in those gorgeous machines and fly through the roughest airspace anywhere in the world. And we salute you and we honor you. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you. And we're also honored and delighted to be joined by hundreds of service members and military families. Those families are the best we have from all across the U.S. Armed Forces, Army, Navy, Air Force, Space Force. I love the Space Force. You know why? Because we're the ones that did it. It's turned out to be a very invaluable force, actually. The Coast Guard and the Marines are incredible people. On behalf of our entire nation, this 4th of July, we thank you for keeping America safe, strong, sovereign,
I
and
apologize.
free. Thank
You
you
know
very
what?
much for being here. Great honor.
I just heard a knock at
And
the
stick
door.
around for the fireworks.
It might be ICE.
And our country's had so much to celebrate this Independence Day. As we enter our 249th year, America is winning, winning, winning like never before. We're not, I'll tell you, we're in a category now that's where we've wanted to be for a long time. We suffered with 4 horrible years of embarrassment. Afghanistan may be the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. We're never going to let a thing like that
Jesus
happen
Christ,
again.
this dude is a piece
Trillions
of
of
work.
dollars are pouring into the United States for investment
No,
purposes.
back to
Almost
Uganda.
$15 trillion. There's never been anything
I would
like
much
it. There's
rather
never been
be
anything
from,
even close. The stock market's at an
Tanzania.
all-time high. Jobs are at an all-time high. Everything's at an all-time high. And we're going to keep it that way. We have the greatest country in the world, and we're back. We're back like nobody thought possible this quickly. I thought it would take maybe a year, maybe 2 years, maybe even 3. And we did it in less than 6 months. We are back and strong. We've restored American strength and deterrence on the world stage. We're respected again. The world is respecting us again. When we did NATO, those leaders came up to me and they said, you know what, we're going to go to a new level of spending because you're requesting it, sir. They didn't talk to you last president like that. I can
Yeah, it
tell
had
you.
nothing to
They
do with
didn't
those
spend any money. They
sky-high
didn't spend
tariffs.
anything. In a few moments, we're going to make official the greatest victory yet.
Dude, I'm not
when I
giving
signed
John
the one
my address
big,
in
beautiful
Tanzania.
bill. And before I start, I want to tell you that I've never seen people so happy in our country because of that, because so many different groups of people are being taken care of, the military and civilians of all types, jobs of all types. We're adding things like the biggest tax cut in the history of our country, child tax credits. So many things are being added that we wouldn't even have time to discuss them. When we were doing it, John Thune and Mike Johnson right there. I see Mike. What a job they've done. What a job they've done. But you know, it was supposed to be in 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7 different bills. And I was on one of the fake news shows and I said, let's do it in one beautiful, big, we want one big, beautiful bill. I said that to this newscaster. And I think a lot of the congressmen and senators were watching and they said, let's name the bill that, the one big, beautiful bill. And that's what we did. And what we've done is put everything into one bill. It's never happened before. It's the biggest bill of its type in history. We've never had anything like that before. Nothing like that they thought would be possible to get passed. And actually, I liked it because we had so much in there that no matter who you are, there was something in that bill that would make your congressman or your senator or your congresswoman, much more importantly, raise their hand and support, right, Lisa?
By the way, Ivanka, her mother's name was Ivana. So there's probably some, like, maybe Ivanka is a diminutive of Ivana. I don't know. No, I actually don't find her that attractive, Solid Snake.
Stop the cap, man. You know what?
Why would I stop the cap?
Stanley, you ain't gonna look at that
See,
beautiful anytime
I say anything, anytime I say anything negative about white people in general and a Trump in particular, dudes. Okay, I don't feel like being overtalked. You get all upset, especially when you get drunk. Okay, can't a man not find a woman attractive? Damn, dude, get a grip.
Bro. Nah,
Or
bro,
better yet, get sober.
I gave you a pass, bro, but I'm gonna have to wave my white flag and I'm gonna have to put it behind my back.
You know what? Every beer you drink, it just gets worse.
Use a damn like you know that.
So look at this. You know what? Take a look at this, Solid. Hey, Solid Snake. Take a look at the screen.
Yeah, I see Lindy Lou over there, man. Lindy Lou,
Well, no. Take a look. Lindy Lou says, "See you later, Republic Tea Room. Come to Bob's room. It's way better." Now, what kind of bullshit? What kind of bullshit is that? You know, okay, why can't you just fucking leave quietly? I'm the one who gave you the link. So now you want to come all the way back over here and fucking shit on my show and invite people in the chat over there. Hey, you know what? Lindy Lou, you're not a bitch. You're an asshole. Take that to Bob's room with you.
No, she's not a bitch. She's a dumb bitch.
Tell Bob I said, hey.
You can't say she's an asshole.
You know what? That is the biggest.
She's not a bitch. She's a dumb bitch.
That is the biggest asshole move I've literally ever seen since I've been on the internet. I literally have never seen an asshole move like that, dude. So anyway, you know what? Whatever.
Yeah, man.
That is it. Every time Lindy Lou comes into the chat or onto a panel, I'm always just waiting for her to do something that's just a dickhead move. She wants to whine about American Man. She is literally the female version of American Man. She is a
Can you imagine doing
dickhead.
something like that in somebody chat and not
She
getting paid for it?
she is a dickhead, and she whines all the time,
That's something
just
I
like
would.
American Man.
But it's all good, Stanley.
Well,
The
it's all
tried,
good.
the tried and
Well,
true stay
Solid
faithful, brother.
Snake, Solid Snake. This time,
But
I'm actually truly surprised. I was not expecting that.
well, the tried and true gonna stay solid. You know what I'm saying? So you know what
Well,
I'm saying?
you
It
know
is
what?
what it is.
I understand she's pissed off at me, but you know what? How about I gave you the link. You couldn't figure out how to find the goddamn link yourself,
You
so
couldn't
I
even
help
come in
you
and say
out.
hi. Why can't
I helped her find Bob's room.
a drama queen, just a drama queen, and I respect Lindy Lou like that. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
That breaks
fuck
my
Lindy
heart.
Lou. I
You
don't
know,
respect her. I don't respect
perfect. Ain't
that
nobody
asshole move.
perfect, man.
I
Lindy Lou
do
can get a
not.
dick in the mouth.
Yeah, you know what? Virgo was right.
Lindy Lou can get a dick in her mouth.
Well,
Oh
you
my
know
God,
what?
tough guy. Really,
We all know Bob likes white women. So, you know what? She's got a chance.
So that was something, and it was really something special.
I thought Bob would
So
be
the American
flying right
people
now.
gave us a historic
You know what?
mandate
Let me
in
tell you
November. We
something
won
funny.
everything. We won the.
Let me tell you what a class act Bob is. I was over in his chat, and you know what? He saw me, said hello, asked me what my channel was, and told me to drop the link. Didn't even.
Hey, send me Bob's channel, nigga. I need to go on Bob's channel. Put it in the link. I mean, put it
I'll put it in the back
in
chat.
the chat. Yeah, put it in the chat so I can see your link, Bob. I gotta subscribe to your channel, big head motherfucker.
Well, no,
I
I
just
was saying I
apologize.
I was
for
over
last
in
night.
his fuck. I was over in his chat, and he said, "Hey, Stanley, what's your channel? Drop the link." That's he's a class act. He's a
What's
class
his?
act.
What's his? You don't know his channel? What's it called?
Oh, it's called Gospel of Bob,
Gospel of
which
Bob?
is easy to find. I don't know why she couldn't find it herself. There it is in the back chat. Yeah, Gospel of Bob. So anyway, at least Bob's a class act. He doesn't deserve Lindy Lou. He deserves better.
Swing states, all 7 swing states. We won every one. That rarely happens. We won the popular vote. We won the districts. 2,750
TMKC,
to
how you doing?
505.
It's good to see
That's
you.
why when you look at a map, it's all red, a little blue on each end.
What you been up to?
But it's all red. And by the way, red means Republican, just in case. But we made.
We are here. Can y'all hear the fireworks in the background?
No. That's
Okay,
what I was
well, that's
asking you.
probably a
When did
good
they
thing.
start for you? So they just started for
Well,
you?
they're starting up.
9:30.
They're starting up.
9:30.
Your camera up.
Well, they're starting up.
Tonight.
Well, I
So-
live in a exurb. So,
4th of July.
my God, do you ever take a breath when you speak?
Nope, he don't. My nigga,
Damn.
it's all good. I love you, my nigga. Because you know I do the same shit.
I'm doing pretty good, TMKC.
It's 4th of July, though, tough guy. You know, I say today, I'm waving my white flag today. I'm waving my white flag. But came up and talked about Ivanka not being as bad as motherfucking vice.
You know, your phone is pretty spotty, Solid Snake.
I said right, yeah.
Oh my God, this phone is driving me crazy. Solid Snake, your phone is kind of crackling.
I want to see her in yoga pants. I know that's the president's wife, and I can get on for that.
Dude.
Man, God damn, I had to say, I want to see her in yoga pants.
Solid Snake, your phone is acting up.
Is it? What is it doing?
It's kind of going in and out and crackling. Sounded like you said you wanted to see her yogurt cup.
Nah, No,
Yoga pants, yoga
in
cup.
yoga pants.
It's hard. It's hard to tell the difference.
Yeah, I want to see her in yoga pants. She get on that Air Force One with Big Foot
Okay, Solid
America.
Snake, you said that
In
about
yoga
8.
pants.
Damn, you said that about
No,
8 times. You're not gonna see her yogurt cups.
You ain't ever thought about Ivanka in yoga
No,
pants?
I don't find her that attractive.
I want to see that Slick Rick. I said it. Salute, Slick Rick. Happy 4th of July, brother. Oh yeah,
He's
I
been
said
in
I
and out
want
of
to
the
see
chat.
Ivanka Trump in yoga pants. Yeah, I said it. Yeah, I said it.
Yeah,
I want
okay.
to see Ivanka in yoga pants. Yeah, I do.
How do you even know she does yoga?
I don't know. It's the
You
pants.
say a lot of things. You say a lot of things you don't know about. You ever
Okay.
notice that?
You don't think about that though.
Nope.
You don't ever think about Ivanka in yoga pants.
I don't find her that attractive.
Are you serious?
We've already been through this. Can we go ahead and hear this clown say some more lies?
Promises, and it's really promises made, promises kept, and we've kept them. This is a triumph of democracy on the birthday of democracy. And I have to say that the people are happy. They're happy. And I listened to a broadcast and I read a couple of articles. They have the Democrats, they should have voted for it. They didn't vote for tax cuts. They didn't vote for taking care of people. They didn't vote, not one vote. And we knew that because their hatred of either the country or me or both is so great. They didn't vote at all, and it's terrible. But I just have to say, they have a routine. It's terrible, they say. Terrible, terrible. You saw that guy standing up for hours yesterday. He didn't know what he was even doing there. I say, when's he sitting down? He had a towel. He's wiping his face. That's not too elegant. But what is he? I said, what is he doing for so long? And he couldn't criticize the bill. He was criticizing everyone else and everything else. So they've developed, and this is according to the news media, they've developed a standard line, and we can't let them get away with it. Oh, it's dangerous. Oh, everybody's going to die. It's actually just the opposite. Everybody's going to live. This is just the opposite. And I just want you to know, if you see anything negative put out by Democrats, it's all a con job. And they said, and they compared it to just like the con job of Russia, 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 and all of the other things they did. The 51 intelligence agents said, and the laptop from hell, it came from Russia, they said. No, it didn't come. A lot of things come from Russia. That didn't come from Russia.
Now this is
proven out to be a fake job, and that's what they're doing with this. So
this is what this moron does at a picnic. People are here to have fun. People are here to have fun. This is not a fun speech. It's full of bitterness. This dude, there are kids, there are wives, there are wives and kids of military members on the lawn having a picnic, and this dude wants to talk about Russia, Russia, Russia. Trump is a fun sponge. He's soaking up all their fun.
No. Stanley, don't nobody give a damn about what he talking about. Everybody just looking at Melania.
You know what? For once I agree with you. Nobody gives a damn. Nobody gives a damn what he's talking about.
He on your side. He said Melania is a she-he. Wait a minute.
Wait, hold it. What?
What? Yeah, wait, what?
Brother. I cannot believe he just told me that Ivanka Trump is a she-he.
What
are you talking about? Wait, he doesn't. Wait, where does it mention? Where does this mention? Where does it mention Ivanka's name?
What do you think? Oh,
it literally said. Okay, Solid Snake, you're getting a little out of control here. To be honest, I'm tired of having to talk over you.
My bad, bro. Dang.
It does not say Ivanka's name, is what I'm trying to say.
I'm just
So
saying, though.
Republic or
Hey,
Tea
Silas,
Room,
hey,
it
Silas,
looks like
salute to
you.
you,
I know
shit,
you
man.
have
I know you
something to
did.
say about this.
Yeah, man, but you
All
know,
right. Well,
goddamn, well, the
Oh,
fine as food.
I've listened to just I was missing for probably about 20 or 30 minutes, but I wanted to say, I think Melania is getting a little bit uncomfortable. Like I said, I love and adore my president still, and I think that President Trump has a difficult time, probably like a lot of people, whenever people do him dirty and they lie on him and he's been through what he's been through. I think that he probably, and now he's kind of relaxing. President Trump realizes that he's like, you know what? The people do love me and the people understand. So whenever he goes off the rails or, off road,
Goddamn right.
yeah,
Goddamn
people
right.
people really don't the people really don't care. But I can tell Melania is uncomfortable, and I can tell how she's clenching up. You look at her body language; she's like, okay, because he even talks about when he gives speech. Wait a minute, wait, sir, wait, no, listen. When he gives speeches, he'll say, you know, Melania will be like, no, that is disrespectful, that's inappropriate. But President Trump is literally he's one of those guys who is like, if you disrespect him, if you're rude to him, and you lie on him, he'll get you back, and that's just his personality. And guess what? I've learned to get over some of the cringe, and because I think that's a little bit of all of us have a bit of that in our personality constructs, where we are like,
Let me know when you're done with this
I'm not finished
apologia.
yet. Yeah, I'm not. No, I'm
Okay,
not.
I hope
Oh
you
my gosh.
I hope
Oh,
you
I'm
finish
not.
soon.
Okay.
I hope you finish
Yeah,
soon.
I can't.
Republic of listen, you gotta make this stuff
Oh
quick.
God.
You can't be doing these 5 and 20-minute dives.
Yeah, he is the king
You know
of
what?
5 and 10 minute, and
Right,
he's
exactly,
the king of he's the king of 30-minute
30-minute,
diatribes.
right,
So
exactly.
he is the wrong person to be
To
talking
say
about
that.
this.
Yeah, it's always that guy. It's always that guy. But listen, yeah, I know you, sir. I know you're eager to speak, but I'm just saying for I do know I debate this.
You
No, oh
go
my
on
gosh,
dives, and it's
Oh,
like
for
I'm
God's
not on a
sake.
diatribe.
Okay, here's his problem. Okay, he's basically a misogynist, like many men in this John Galt universe. He honestly has no clue what to do with a woman with a brain. So you have to kind of forgive him.
You know what? This is what.
He's the he's actually the one a little nervous.
Okay, you know what? Right? He's probably nervous. But you know you know what, Stanley? I said this the other day.
No, the only
I
reason
said, no.
Oh,
Oh my
here he
God,
goes. He
sir,
can't even. I bring him back up, and he's talking.
Sir, comport yourself.
You know what?
Okay.
That's exactly what I'll say. Comport yourself, Solid Snake.
Comport yourself. At some point, I'm already. So I'm back home, and I know you don't care about that anyway. So stop pretending.
Okay, Solid
All
Snake,
right.
Solid Snake.
Yeah,
I
oh
gotta.
my God,
Dude,
Solid Snake really is. Oh my goodness.
It's hard talking over him sometimes.
Yeah, it is. But what I'm saying is this: I know that President Trump can be, because he's himself, and I've learned to get past Trump's pettiness. But at the same time, I've learned to embrace it, and I know that Melania is sometimes she's that inner. Don't do it. Don't you do it. And he'll even say it. But Trump does not go by anyone's rules. Even the other day when he said that woman was beautiful, he'd already said Carolyn Levitt was like, don't say it. Years ago, Candace Owens said that he told her, he was like, I think you're beautiful. And Candace Owens said that Trump said, I know it is. I don't want to be Me Too. I don't want to be Me Too. But President Trump said that. So I think he's just a typical guy. And he's always just liked women, no matter what tone, shade, race, ethnicity they come in. He loves a beautiful,
Anytime.
charming woman, and that's it.
Anytime.
Okay,
Look,
fine, Stanley.
you
I
know
know
what?
you.
Actually, that's pretty funny. I didn't
you know
exactly
what?
get the joke at first,
Now,
Slick
I
Rick.
didn't want to talk,
I
but you know
didn't
what?
exactly
What it
get
is,
the
we all
joke at
talking like
this
those. Don't worry about
motherfucker.
it.
See, this is
I
the
know.
problem. Solid Snake gets so busy talking that he can't even hear other people talking. Ugh. I didn't actually get the joke until just now about Speaker of the House. But I like the joke, Slick Rick. Look, let's talk about how popular. Let's talk about
Wait a
how
minute. What did
popular.
someone say? Because I
Oh my
wasn't
God!
looking at the. What did they say about Republic Room? Can you read it back,
I'm
Stanley?
trying to get to
That's
this
what I'm talking
poll
about,
that's up
y'all.
on the
What's up, man?
screen,
Let's
and I
put together,
cannot
Oh
get a
God.
word in
Yeah, baby.
edgewise.
Yeah, what's up? Hit that like button, man. Hey, man. Yeah, man.
Stanley,
That's
can
what I'm
you
talking
read what
about.
someone said
Family,
about
baby.
Republic Room?
I am trying to get any word in edgewise right now. What do you need me to read?
I just saw the end of because I'm not looking at the phone. I just happened to because I have to keep this still, because they're still out fishing, so I'm still down parked. But listen, but
Stop
I'm
lying.
just
You ain't parked. Park that car.
I am parked. I'm not driving, so that's what I'm saying.
Oh,
But I
okay.
don't but it's when I have the phone moved, Stanley can't hear me, and it sounds all rickety.
Well,
So
no. I can't hear you because Solid Snake is talking
okay,
incessantly.
but Stanley, what did the comment just say? Someone said Republic Room something, and because I'm not
Oh,
looking
it
at my
said
phone.
Republic. It said Republic Room should be Speaker of the House.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Well, I'm not so
That's
sure he meant it as a compliment as
oh
much as
gosh. You know
he
what?
was
Who
saying
said it?
he was
Who
saying
said it?
he was saying you speak a lot.
Who said it? Who said
Slick
it? Who's
Rick,
the person?
was it Slick Rick
What?
who
No,
said
Slick
that?
Rick is awesome. Slick Rick, I know you didn't mean anything bad by that.
Man,
Yeah, he
Slick Rick,
did.
that motherfucker, he be getting me every night. Now, I'm going to tell you
Yeah,
how
but
it's going to go
You
down.
usually,
didn't
He
trigger
with
me.
me now, but he going
yeah,
to hurt
Slick
my
Rick
feelings later on.
usually,
I'm telling you. He's doing it
Slick
on
Well,
Rick
let
has
me
been a
let me
benevolent
speak.
force.
Let
Okay.
me speak. Well, my buddy, the voice of reason, Lupin, says God, what a bunch of crock. This is why he gets away with everything. People like you is what he's talking about. But
wonder if I got
you
an
mentioned what I want you to do is hold on a second.
My bad.
Speak. I mentioned these polls and no one seems to believe me, so I just went ahead and did a quick Google search. This is a down and dirty, but a Quinnipiac poll. It reads public opinion on the one big beautiful bill has been largely
It sounds like
negative.
a lie. It's a
Okay,
whole lie.
what I need you
It's
to
a
do
lie.
is wait. I need
And
you
shut
to
the
not
fuck
do a
up.
solid. I need
My
you
bad.
to
Hey,
not
man,
do a solid snake right now.
Yeah, he telling you to shut the
Get
fuck up.
him.
A Quinnipiac poll conducted June 22nd through 24th, 2025 found 55% of voters opposed the bill while only 29% support it. Okay,
Is that
and you know
is
what?
that a Canadian university or is that American? I'm just wondering.
Quinnipiac. It is an
What's
American
Quinnipiac?
university.
Which
It's in
state?
New York.
Which state?
It's in New York. I think
Oh,
it's in
okay.
New
So
York
right,
State.
exactly. So
Okay,
exactly. So
however, yeah. Whatever.
right. They're lying. We
Okay,
know they're lying.
it is
We love
okay.
Trump. Everyone loves Trump.
Yeah. They're lying.
They are. They're right.
Okay, another Quinnipiac poll.
Oh, stop.
June
These
20.
polls
This
are
is
false. Stanley,
damn.
can we
Why
just
on
go
earth?
past them?
Why are you doing a solid snake?
Can I be you, Stanley? May I be you? Can I be you?
You had your say defending Trump and telling us what a great guy is. Now it's my turn. Now it's my turn to bring you back to reality, which is not everybody like you likes Trump. That's the reality
it's
of
not
it.
liking Trump. It's not about.
Oh
Hey
God!
man, I
You
like
know
Trump.
what?
What's wrong with Trump, nigga?
I'm gonna have to. Hell no, I don't like Trump.
Oh,
but I don't
God,
hate him.
man.
Everybody thinks I hate
You
him.
do,
I don't
yeah,
hate
you
him.
do. You do.
Nah. Okay, but here's the other reality. Public opinion in the United States regarding military
That's a
strikes on
lying
Iran
public poll, but I'll be
is,
quiet.
yeah, a lying public poll. People
Yes, it's not a
lie.
public poll,
People
right? Exactly.
lie.
Quinnipiac,
They're all against you,
ever.
Republic Tea Room. They
No,
Well,
they
actually,
ain't.
all
No,
know
they ain't.
you. They
we
all know
all
you,
know.
and the whole reason behind the Quinnipiac poll
You
is
can
to
say a
piss
whole sentence
Republic Tea
without
Room
saying
and
the
Solid
N-word,
Snake
damn it.
off.
She's a valuable prize. You just got to see her treasure.
All right.
She can say
So
a
the
whole
poll
she
on
can do
the
a whole
Iran
monologue
strike
without
in
saying
the
the
United
N-word,
States
and
regarding
she's a
military
Trump supporter.
strikes on
Yeah,
Iran
man.
is
Shout out to
divided
Tea Room.
with significant partisan differences.
Stop being evil,
A
Stanley.
Quinnipiac
Stop being
University
a
national
misogynist.
poll conducted between June 22nd and June 24, 2025, found that 42% of registered voters supported the U.S. joining Israel in military strikes on Iran's nuclear sites, while 51% opposed it. Republican voters, of course, had 81%. Democrats opposed it by 75%. So there is some partisanship there.
Oh God, Stanley.
However, the majority of people did not support the action, including me. I don't think it was necessary.
So you did the
Stanley,
poll?
may I say this?
You did the
Stanley.
poll?
Okay, 1 second, sir. I'm gonna
Well, you
have to do a
ask
little bit
Solid
of.
Snake if you could say it.
Allow me,
Get 'em,
yeah.
get 'em.
Oh my gosh, allow me to hum a bar. Remember, Michael
Hum a
Jackson?
bar?
No, to hum a bar. Music. Oh gosh, I guess that means something.
So you're gonna do a hummer.
Stanley?
Go ahead. Give
No,
us your
oh my
hummer.
gosh.
Give
So
us
that
your
was
best
inappropriate.
hummer.
But listen,
Give us your best
listen.
hummer.
Oh goodness. Remember Paul McCartney and Michael Jackson? The girls
Oh
went,
my
and I'm
God.
gonna say this. No, listen, comment. I don't believe it. Get it? You remember that? I don't believe it.
I remember.
Okay,
I
yes.
remember.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm so glad you can appreciate that because that
Well,
is
I'm
that goes
60
way
years
back to
old.
the
How can I
80s.
not remember?
Yes, you do. So that was what I was saying. If any one of you younger people, I don't believe it. So
Well, you
that's
don't
what I'm
have to.
saying about
You
it.
don't have to believe it.
It's a lie. We know it, whatever
but
fanatic
the
or liberal
goddamn
stuff. We know
girl
they're lying.
is. But the
Stanley,
goddamn
the American
girl
public.
is mine.
Stanley, yes, that no to that. Yes, the girl is mine. But I'm saying, but or that's a in this case, that's a lie. But that Quinnipiac survey or poll,
All right.
it's not
Anything
true.
if
Because
that's
what
what
we
you
all
believe,
know, Stanley, guess what? The
yeah,
the,
what
the
do we
public
all
does
know?
not believe. The public no longer believes what the left is saying, and Quinnipiac would be the left. We know
Yeah,
that.
okay.
First of all,
All righty.
okay, so yes,
If
go ahead.
that's what you truly believe, then you know
Stanley,
what?
everyone knows it. Everyone knows it.
Everyone in Texas might know it.
No, not just Texas. There are more and more channels made by. Excuse me, sir. There are more and more channels made by people who used to be on the left. I'm talking about the blue hairs, and they are coming out with their
Okay, well
stories.
let me give you
Walk away,
no.
Stanley. Walk away. You don't want to hear the truth, Stanley.
Okay.
You're trying to.
Let me give you a little bit of advice
Stanley,
on
please
my
don't block
panel.
the truth.
On
Please
my
don't block the
panel
truth.
in particular, I do not like people who make the same point over and over and over. Don't say in a paragraph what you can say in a sentence or two. It gets repetitive and boring.
It does, and it's tacky, and I know, and it's really
say
not.
what you gotta say. What you gotta say, and be done with it.
It is beneath me, Stanley. So you're correct.
I
will
don't
say
know that
this.
it's beneath you, but you know what? My panel, look, there's a reason there's like 10 people or less right now in this chat because I don't do the John Galt bullshit. I just, it's politics and news, which tends to be dry. And you can't move quickly if you're doing paragraphs when all you need is a couple sentences. I mean, part of the reason, or part of the magic, is to say what you got to say and move on. So you can, if that's what you think about the polls, that's fine. I happen to think that the polls are probably right because this isn't the only poll saying it. And there really was no reason to get involved in Iran.
I know Trump didn't want to, and I just wonder if because
the story that I read on this is that the story that I read, and I did it overnight a few days ago. Israel had these actions planned for over a year. Back in November is what this news story said. So to be honest, they made it seem like Netanyahu played Trump like a fiddle.
he did. Netanyahu is slick, and I think that 2 years ago I stated that I'm not being repetitive. Netanyahu, Trump will have to face Netanyahu. I don't care how much he's been a friend to him in the past, but Israel is not what people think. And Israel, Trump, when he finally wakes up to it, and I think Trump is a smart man. Trump, you can call
I
Trump.
don't think Trump is smart at all. Trump is literally.
Can you let me finish, even if it's wrong? If you think I'm wrong, I don't care if you think I'm wrong.
Okay, well, the other thing you need to learn is don't beat a dead horse. If you think he's smart, what more is there to say?
I had more to say about as regards to Israel.
About him being smart?
As regards to the created state of Israel.
All states were created at one point.
Well, okay, that's fine. Well, anyway.
I mean, the United States was literally created from Indian territory.
Fine. Well, no, I think some things get conquered and some things are created.
Okay, you know what? When you conquer territory, you got to decide. Oh, God damn it. Why are you even talking, Solid Snake? When you conquer a territory, and I think Israel actually fits that definition. They sure as shit. Have you ever heard of, what is it, the Nakba? Israel conquered that territory. And they're still conquering. So anyway, all states were created at one point or another, is my point. Anyway, the other thing I was going to say is I don't like the idea as an American to have Israel be the tail that wags the American dog. I really don't think this puts Trump in a good light. The other thing I was going to say is Trump is business smart. He's not economic smart. Okay, there's a difference between business.
I
do not think he is.
Business goes right along with economics.
No, actually, it doesn't.
Give me some of that shit you smoking right now, bro. Man,
I don't smoke. I don't smoke anything, Solid Snake.
Trump has weighed in on.
Give me some of that. Give me some of that stuff you're drinking.
You buy a Trump chocolate cover peppermint.
Okay, let me tell you the difference between economics and business. They are related, but they are not the same. Businesses are businesses. Economics is systems. Okay, it's not, economics is more than just businesses. Running a business, just because you can run a business doesn't mean you'll be a good economist. And by the way, vice versa. Just because you can do an economic model does not mean you can do day-to-day business type stuff. They're related, but not the same.
His business acumen also crosses over into economics.
I don't think it does.
It does. It does.
They probably don't know.
All right. So anyway, now that we've got the popularity stuff clarified, let's go back to him boring picnickers.
We just have to look forward, fellas, look forward and just say what it is, because it's the most popular bill ever signed in the history of our country.
Not
Whether
according
you're
to
military or
Quinnipiac.
anybody else. This is the most popular bill ever signed. And it includes the largest tax cut in American history, the largest spending cut, 1.7.
I can tell she's uncomfortable, Stanley.
And yet you won't even notice. It just wastes, fraud, and abuse in American history. So you have the biggest tax cut, the biggest spending cut, the largest border security investment
Who's
in
uncomfortable?
American history. We want to have strong borders. And the only thing is, we want to have elections too. You need strong borders.
Yeah, well, those high heels tend to hurt after a
Go
while.
into elections, or we're going to make sure they're not
She
selling.
should have worn
We're gonna make
sneakers
sure
and
that the
yoga
elections
pants.
are going to be fair. You need two things. You need strong borders and you need fair elections. And we're going to make sure on the elections also. And our armed forces are one of the most vital military modernizations of all time. It will take place. So we rebuilt our military in our first term.
God, this
and now
guy
we're going to
is just a
modernize and
rambling
remodernize our
mess.
military, including building a great golden dome all over our land, so that if they get nasty with us, it's going to be knocked down. It's going to make any of the golden domes, they call them the Iron Domes, we're calling ours the
Iron
Golden
Domes.
Dome.
We're gonna call
'Cause we
ours
did
a
the Iron
Golden
Domes,
Dome.
and we do
Oh yeah,
sort of
yeah, we
everything,
did the
if you want
Iron
to know the truth,
Domes.
but this blows it away. We're going to keep you safe.
This
I want to
dude is
thank
just-
every member of the
this
House
dude
and
is
Senate
just
who worked to get
rambling.
this bill on my desk, and many of them are here, and I'm not going to mention all their names because we'll be standing here, but I have to mention a few. And especially I want to thank Vice President J.D.
Oh, look at
Vance,
Slick Rick.
who's
Check
been
out the
fantastic.
jaw. Check out the jawline.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
What are you
who's
saying?
been
She has a
incredible.
masculine jawline?
We have somebody that it was a passion. I think he actually loved it. It wasn't easy, but he loved it. Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, who's right here. Speaker, thank you very much.
She has a Cro-Magnon.
What a job, and he worked
she has
so
a
closely
Cro-Magnon
with the Senate
jawline, is what
Majority
he's
Leader
trying to say.
John Thune, who's a fantastic
She's
guy.
from the.
And
She's
those
from
two
the.
are a team that's not going to
She's
be
from
beat.
the.
When you look at them and you
What
look
is it?
at
The
their
Ore Valley, where
counterparts
they
on the other
found
side,
where they
it's not
found
even
like the
close. I want to
cave
thank both
paintings.
of you for doing an incredible job. Thank you very much, John and Mike. House Majority Leader Steve Scalise, a brave man. Steve, you know, he suffered a tragedy a number of years ago. I was at his hospital bedside that night with Melania, with our First Lady.
Hey, Slick Rick, are you old enough to remember the everlasting gobstopper candy? they were like so hard.
Well, Willy
they weren't
Wonka. It was Willy Wonka.
That's well, you are young, so they used to literally be as big as a quarter, except they were circular. They got real small, almost like birdshot size. But when I was a kid back in like the 80s and the 70s, because they came out, it's an old candy. They were literally like you could put one in your mouth. You probably couldn't put two. They were so big. So anyway, my point is I was going to make a jawbreaker joke, which is ruined
Called
now.
gobstoppers. The gobstoppers.
Yeah, they were everlasting gobstoppers.
Hold on, Stanley. I got a comment.
They were actually my favorite candy for a long time.
Hold on. Gobstoppers. Are you serious?
You've never heard of them?
You making a
You
joke,
literally
ain't you?
you literally
You
work
trying
in
to
a
make a joke,
convenience store.
Yeah, President Trump, thank you for everything you do. That's what I want to say.
Let me make my point. To Slick Rick, she's very manly. No, she's very authoritative looking.
She's very authoritative.
She
Therefore,
has
she is very manly.
She's not, Melania is not manly. I don't know why. Slick Rick? That shocks me about Slick Rick. I'm wondering, like, wait a minute, excuse me, may I say something?
You know, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think she saw her husband get shot, and I think she's literally like going like Black Widow.
Was she even there?
She's doing some red broom shit. And she probably getting beat up in the makeup and the bruises. But you know,
She loves her husband, and I believe she respects him.
She loves him.
They don't
She better love him. she got a prenup out of him. She better
It's
love him.
not about Stanley. It's not. At this point, it's not about the prenup or anything. I'm just saying
Yeah,
that
it's about the
I think
prenup.
Melania does really have Trump might not be a
It's
good
all
guy.
about
He's
the
cheated
prenup.
on her. No, it's not about the prenup. But the prenup doesn't make you. It's not a
Oh,
feeling. So I
she's
think that she
afraid he's
does.
gonna cheat on her.
No, I didn't say that. If you let me finish, Trump. I said he's not a perfect man. He's cheated on her before, and the whole world knows it. I'm saying that I think that this woman does love him because he's the father
Jesus
of her
Christ!
child.
What romance? You're a
Oh
big
my gosh,
romance
Stanley,
novel
may I
fan,
just
aren't
finish?
you?
You know what, Stanley?
You are
Listen, I
literally
think that's listen.
a romance
Stanley,
novelist.
no, actually, Stanley, listen. You're a man, and I'm sure most women feel this way about men. Y'all be shocked. So at the same time,
I
you
don't
better be
think
glad I'm saying
Melania
this
feels that
about.
way about her man.
I think she does love him. I think she does have a
I don't
respect
think
for
she
him about
does.
his. Yes, I do. I think she does, but not maybe not as
You
a
know what?
father of her child. Oh my gosh, Stanley, allow me to finish. Allow me to finish.
You know what? When I
May I?
see Melania, I think of Donna Summer. She works hard for the money.
You know what? That's what you all would want to think. That's what you'd want to think, just because this man has a lot
She
of money.
works
But guess
hard
what?
for the
But
money.
guess what? This woman could have left him a long time ago. So
Oh, she
she's
will.
also.
You know what? He's gonna leave her before she leaves him. That's for
All
sure.
right. No, he won't. No, he won't. No, he won't.
Oh, that's funny.
He will not. I think that
There you
she's a
go.
sweet woman. She
There
comes from
you
a
go.
very humble background.
Hey, and
No,
it is her job
she
to be
loves
the
her son.
wife.
She's a great mother. Just like, and guess what? I think that this time
Jesus.
around with his marriage. Oh my God! Can you let me
You know what?
finish?
Even the
No,
Trump
Stanley,
fans
I
in the
don't.
audience are just going, yuck.
Okay, his first wife, Ivana.
Oh my God.
Trump always said that he wishes that he'd never given the plaza over to Ivana to manage and to run, because he felt like when she comes, he wanted like a woman to be there for him and more, I guess, submissive, subservient. Melania is that, but she's a smart, she's also Eastern European, just like Ivana was. But
Well, you know
Ivana,
what? Back in my day, the black people used to call someone like her a smart cookie.
yeah. Well, I think that Ivana was the smarter cookie, but I think that but Trump might have been more threatened by Ivana. In this one, Melania, I think is also is smart, but I think that she's just more. She has the one child for him. She was much younger than Trump, so you have a different power dynamic. But Ivana's parents.
Do you have like a
Have you ever
scrap
looked
of
at their
Trump's?
history? Have you looked at their
It
history?
sounds.
You haven't. Well,
Why
I
the
have.
hell? What? Well,
I will know this.
obviously you have.
Yes,
Obviously you
and this
have.
is why. Okay, can you listen to Eric
Oh, you
and
know
Don
what? I've been
Jr.
listening for like 15 minutes to this drivel.
Oh gosh, I have not been talking about Trump. Well, it's pretty small. If you don't have to spend, I really don't want to hear the rest of that speech. And I love Trump, but
You know what? It is so obvious you love Trump.
I do. I adore him.
If this was a version
Trump is
of
your president.
if this was a version of Silence of the Lambs, you would be wearing a Trump skin.
I would not be doing that. Stop it. Oh God, right. Yes.
She would kidnap Trump. She would kidnap Trump.
No, I would not do that. I remember that.
Cure the skin, and you would be
Okay,
wearing.
I would not do that. Oh, you know what, Sally? Listen. The reason, the Trump sons are very much like that. They hunt. That's not from Donald, because Donald Trump is
not. He doesn't even like dogs. He doesn't even like dogs.
It's Ivana, right? And so what? A lot of black people don't either. So what? So who cares? There's a lot of black people.
You're comparing Trump to a black woman?
Black people. Black people don't either. Black people don't like dogs either. A lot of black people don't
Okay,
like dogs.
I don't know
Hey
where
man,
you're
hey man,
from,
I'm a pro
Okay.
dog
but
Oh my
supporter.
gosh.
I've literally, other than my mother, who wasn't particularly fond of dogs, I've actually never met a black person who didn't like a dog. Now I know they're out there.
Right. Black people were always afraid of dogs. Where I grew up, black people had
You know what?
black
Hey,
people had unbalanced dogs, and they were always
black people had coon hunting dogs.
not. Oh, okay. No, you
My
lived in
grandmother,
Georgia. I did
my
Georgia.
father's mother literally was never without a dog.
I'm saying most of when I grew up, a lot of black people were afraid of dogs, and that's
Yeah,
also
well,
a
you must have
stereotype.
grew up in the hood. I mean, out in the country where, like, I know country people. They're fine with dogs.
Yeah,
Where'd you grow up in a? You grew up in a
country also.
city,
I didn't grow
didn't
up in
you?
it. I did not. Stanley, how about this? I'm just telling you,
Anything bigger than a Yorkie was scary.
Stanley, listen. Don Jr. and Eric's grandfather, Ivana's dad, who was whatever the country they're from, something
hold it.
Asia, something
Ivana's dad.
Slovenia or something. Their country. She's Eastern European, but Ivana's dad was the one who taught them like how to hunt and everything. And Ivana was also a very great skier. I think she was like professional skier, like Olympic level or something. She was a pretty impressive woman. President Trump did like pretty impressive women.
She impressed you more than Trump.
She impressed him too, because he came and got her out in a limo, and he wanted to date her, and he fell in love with her. So that's his wife. Every child that he has, he was married to each of their mothers. So there.
So
Okay.
he was never really a baby daddy.
He was not. Of course he was. He never a baby daddy. That's correct.
He tried hard though. He tried.
He did.
His
He all right. I believe he loved his wife, but I think that Trump is Trump, and Trump is good for what Trump does, and this is why. And
Trump
God
is good
sent
for
us a person.
Trump is good for what you're doing right now, simping.
You know what? Guess what? You know what? And Trump. Okay. All righty.
You know what? Are you using a T1 right now? That Trump phone? The one that they said was made in America and they had to retract it?
No.
They couldn't even figure out where the damn phones are made.
What do you mean, Trump? No, that's giving Obama phone, not Trump phone. Trump
No.
has a high standard.
A Trump phone. You didn't hear the news?
He's not on it.
Okay.
He's not on it. Trump has a high standard for his product.
What is up with you people? Keep talking shit and don't read the news. Literally, there is a Trump phone. There is a Trump. It's Trump Communications. The phone is a T1.
How many T1s are in circulation, Stanley?
I have no clue.
Right, exactly. Probably 8 of them.
All I'm doing is making jokes. I'm not doing research.
That joke didn't land.
Oh, it landed.
I had to close down some background apps. That's all. My bad.
It landed with that new Air Force One from Qatar.
Hey man, go look up that OnePlus Nord N30. They got a sale going on right now, $199, bro. This is the phone I'm on right now.
So we know there's at least one T1.
No.
You see the screen, folks? That's Trump holding a T1.
Look ain't on my Xiaomi. I wish I had a Xiaomi right now. I want me a Xiaomi phone.
All I have to say is y'all I'm talking about current news and y'all are going, oh, he's lying. Dude, the man, this is going to be the new joke. And here's the biggest joke. When they first announced when they first announced it, they said it was made in America, and then they had to reverse it
because they didn't even know enough about their own phone to know that it's not made in America.
Oh, come on, Stanley.
You know what,
I'm dead serious.
Stanley,
It
I'll
was
do my own research.
it was
I
in
will
the
do my own
news.
research. No,
Wait a
I'll do
minute,
my own
It was
research on that.
in
Wait a minute.
the
The
news.
gaslighting.
I don't care what that
The
news means.
gaslighting is
I will go.
appalling
Okay,
to
dude,
me.
I'm gonna have to
I
put
keep
both
talking
y'all
about. Hold on,
fools.
Stanley.
Okay, all right. Look, don't fucking fuss at me that y'all don't keep up with the news. This is ridiculous. I bring up something that I read, and y'all keep telling me I'm lying. You guys really need to keep up with current events if you're going to come up on these panels. Okay, I literally every day do some ghetto version of a news show, so I actually do this pretty much every day. Don't tell me I'm lying or I'm making it up.
Yeah,
I
you
can at
is.
least cite. I can at
He may
least
not be
cite.
making it up, but I just don't. I don't believe the
Motherfucker. All
No,
sources.
he's
I have to
making it
I
up.
say.
think the sources
Okay,
are a lie.
Solid Snake. Solid Snake. Don't come up here using bad English. You is lying. The fuck. I just literally tell you to keep up with the news. I'm not lying. I have sources, and you keep telling me I is lying. Dude, this isn't fucking Roots.
Well, we'll ship all
you
our
have no
production
excuse.
overseas.
You have no
Our
excuse to be.
education system is
You have
supposed to be a
no
failure.
idea. You have no excuse to be talking like Chicken
Stop
George.
it. Stop it. We have been infiltrated as a country. And you dumbass blacks, so-called smarty
Oh, look at now he's doing.
don't
Now he's
understand
doing.
how to fuck this
Now he's
country.
doing. Okay, this motherfucker is drunk off his
Hey, Ron, what
ass.
is he talking about? Like,
This motherfucker, I have no idea what the fuck he's talking about. You blacks, all of a sudden, he's doing his John Galt imitation. Y'all blacks.
I will not revert back to anything or revert back to. I mean, so you're using that incorrectly. That's why it's not even. Yeah, I can't revert
Hey,
back.
Dave, welcome to the 4th of July circus.
No, man, I want to know why the fuck do you keep on trying to motherfucking escape the fact that we moved all our production skills and all our most educated engineers overseas? And we've been doing that shit since the 80s. So why the fuck is it a problem now in 2025 when the president trying to bring it back? You want to sit your ass up here and gaslight.
Okay, the problem is he's not going to bring it back. That's the
I
problem.
concur, sir. And yes, he will. And yes, because Carrier came
Dumbass.
first.
Dude,
About 8 years ago,
I'm
Carrier
telling you
came back.
right now. I'm telling you right now. He might bring a
Mr.
couple things
Mr.
back.
Obama the
We
second.
are not.
These
We
jobs
are.
are
See,
coming back.
why do we have to talk about Obama? He hasn't been president.
Well, because you
in
said those
years.
jobs aren't coming back. That's why I'm so. It's like
They are not coming back. They
are.
You know what? You know what? They're all coming back to your neighborhood. All right. You sobered up a bit there, Solid Snake?
Man, I can't stand you. I can't
Well,
stand
you know what? Neither can Lindy Lou.
I don't give a goddamn. Cause you know what? She got her gripes, but motherfucker, you know I be going on a rant. And you know I'm telling the motherfucker truth. I don't give a damn if it
I don't know.
offends you that I use curse words. Because goddamn it, it's time to use curse words.
Okay, your truth comes with a pop top.
You know what, Stanley? Your truth comes with goddamn NBC, ABC, and mainstream media.
You know what?
Because Stanley, you don't know enough to talk about the shit you talk about. You read books from authors
right now.
that is
I don't just read books. I don't just read books.
So how can you understand the truth of what the hell a chess game board look like? You still playing checkers, nigga?
Oh my Lord. You have gotten a little inebriated, haven't you?
Oh yeah, man. I'm fucked up, man. I think I'm 3 beers in, Stan.
Stanley, do you remember in the movie Stanley? Can I ask y'all this? You remember the movie A Time to Kill? He sounds like
I'm sorry,
Samuel L. Jackson's
I can
character.
barely hear. Wait, what's the movie?
Okay, A Time to Kill. He sounds like the character when Samuel L.
I've
Jackson's character said,
well, time to
Samuel
that
L.
was a
said,
a Grisham novel, right?
Yes, it's a John Grisham novel. Yeah,
Okay,
Time to Kill.
I never read the book, never saw
Okay,
the
right.
movie.
Okay, well, the movie, there was a scene, and he just sounds just like it. The scene is when Samuel L. Jackson's character, who is in jail for beating up badly, I don't think he murked the two men who sexually violated his daughter. And he's talking to Matthew McConaughey's character, who's the lawyer. And he says, I don't care. And I hope they burn in hell.
Tyrone, hold on one sec. Tyrone, I don't see you. Are you trying to come up, Tyrone? I don't see you trying to. Are you asking me to drop the link?
Down, Stanley. Yeah, come on,
Yeah, I bet that.
Oh
now it's
yeah,
gonna be
we gotta salute you today, Stanley. Like I say, I'm waving the white flag. Hey, bro,
Well,
we salute
you
bro.
will.
We
You
salute. I want
every
Aaron
flag.
and C to come over here. I wanted to tell them over there in Bob Channel, but I
Every
felt like that would
flag.
kind of be
Every
disrespectful.
every flag you wave is white, Snake.
Man, you know what, Stanley? Fuck you, bro. You know what?
You know you see. I know you wishing I was drunk. I told you. I told you. I told you I'm meaner when I'm sober.
Man, hurry up and go get you a goddamn beer. Go hurry up and get you some of that Billy Mulvaney.
I will do that. I will be doing that tomorrow. I'm not going anywhere.
Not today, huh? You sharp as a tag on.
You know what? I got enough.
Right.
I got enough.
Salute to you, nigga. I'm getting drunk for me and you. I'm 3 beers in.
That is the total truth. You drinking for 2.
I'm drinking for you and me, but I'm gonna try to sound like my boy Toy Man. I don't know where he is. You made him mad, man. Why you keep making Toy Man mad?
I didn't make
he was
him
drunk
mad.
though. He was drunk than a motherfucker though.
Yeah, you know what? He came up on well, see, here's the deal. He came up on John's panel drunk. Now he's 6 or so hours behind. So, you know, if you're on panel at 6 in the morning, I think it's only like, well, maybe he's not 6 hours, maybe it's like 1 or 2 o'clock there. So, you know, I kind of understand it, but dude, you know, when you start getting on a panel at like 10 in the morning Eastern time, look, people are surprised when you know it's bad when people are surprised when you don't sound drunk. People are surprised when 12th Man comes up on panels sober, and you're not too far behind him, to be honest.
Dude, I got drunk this morning when I was completely sober. I was like, you Jesus.
Well, see, you should have said.
When she came in, I said, God damn, I sound drunk because I played on my TV.
You should have said it. He sounded drunk, and you were rarely sober. It's one of the rare times you were sober. At least you don't go to drunk.
I was like,
you don't go to work drunk.
Came in, I said, I got to get off the panel. That sounds drunk. You know, because like I say, John get them numbers up. That's why I say I'm going to go on and make that move, bro. I'm going to go and do this shit. You know what I'm saying? Because I like it. I like that idea.
All I have to say
and then
is
she said I can get a car and I can come down there and pick you up and we can do a YouTube called Driving Mr. Stanley. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
driving through Georgia and shit. We could be doing all kind of crazy ass, goofy ass shit.
Dude, I'm much too old for that sort of stuff.
Oh, no, you ain't. You got old.
All right, well, let's go ahead and see if we can get squeeze a little bit more out of this potato.
And he had no chance. The doctor said he has very little chance. And you look better today than you did then. You didn't look particularly good that night, I will say. But I learned one thing. His beautiful wife loved him. She was a disaster, right? I told him, I said, Steve, I can only tell you one thing. I was with your family and I was with your wife, and your wife was devastated. She loves you. I've seen a lot of wives that, they don't seem to be so concerned in those situations. But that's the kind of wife you don't want. But you have a great, beautiful wife who was really there. And you really have done, you're a very brave guy. And Mike and John and everybody that's standing with you knows it. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. House Majority Whip, this is a guy who's great. When I have a problem, I call him up and
Yeah,
he gets it
this
done.
is
He's
a
tough
fucking
cookie.
picnic.
I don't know why he's
assume
not
with
the governor
kids.
of Minnesota. He comes from Minnesota. He's like, look, he goes, no, I don't want to run for governor.
No, she doesn't look like she
come to
hates
think
him
of it, I think
today.
it's a good idea. You would win so easily. The guy is terrible. You would win. You
Hey,
just have to
dirty
take a look at
dude.
that handsome face of yours, and you'd win Tom Emmer every.
Hey, dirty dude. She's holding her hands together. I guarantee you, she's digging a fingernail in her palm. just to
I
fucking.
checked. She looks uncomfortable. He's just rambling. I don't like this either.
You know what?
I love her.
How some people to avoid stress have that rubber band that they snap. She digs her fingernails into her palm just to keep from snapping.
I'm trying to tell you, Stanley, that woman cold-blooded, man.
That's right. She is. She's getting paid. Shit, she's getting
Man,
paid.
I ain't lying, bro. If I had a male bride, I wish it could be Ivanka. I wish I could
If
win
you
like
had a
that.
wait, hold
I
it.
want
If you
wife,
had a
motherfucker.
if you
I'm tired
had
of being
wait,
alone, but
did
that's
you
my
just
bad.
say if you had a male bride?
Oh shit! Wait a minute. Wait, a male or
You
the
literally
bride?
just said if you had a male bride. You meant
No, the
male
male
or?
or the bride. Stanley, come
Okay,
on,
well,
man.
see,
I'm drunk.
you're so drunk. You're so drunk.
Oh,
You're skipping words.
oh shit! Really, bro? That's so
Hey,
juvenile,
dirty
Stanley.
dude,
You knew
don't
what I
worry
meant.
about it. There's nothing for you to see. It's all audio.
See, y'all. See, fuck, man. I got to do a 2-day. I got to do a 2-day sabbatical.
Oh,
I
I
said
thought
a
you were gonna
male
say
bride.
like
Oh,
a
hell
2-day.
no. Man, Stanley, I'm drunk as fuck, man. God damn. I'm gonna go watch the fireworks.
And obviously proud of it.
Well, yeah. Because of you, motherfucker. You made this day possible, you motherfucking military age, goddamn veteran ass.
Hey, you know
Salute
what?
to you, Stanley. Salute.
I wanted to see Trump on the 4th, and I'm getting plenty of him.
God damn it. Salute to you,
You did a great
motherfucker.
job. I think you should consider that. Although we don't want to lose him, do we? We don't want to. Let's say we are.
I don't know.
I
don't think she has that strong a jawline
Senate Majority
there.
Whip
Slick Rick.
John Barrasso, who's incredible. Senate Finance Chairman Mike Crapo. Thank you, Mike. What a job.
She does have a
What
very
job. He knows that
robotic
tax
look,
stuff.
Hey,
Him and
you know
Jason,
what's
they really
crazy,
know their
Stanley?
stuff. Senate Budget Committee
Hey, Stanley,
Chairman.
can I ask you to pause for a minute?
though. Okay.
I got a request. What do you know about the
no.
101st Airborne?
The 101?
Yeah.
Not that much.
Oh.
I mean,
don't know.
other than they are one of the oldest regiments, and they were pretty, knee deep in World War II, Europe.
Okay.
No, dirty. I neglected to go out and get beer, and I guess I could order it, but you know what? I'm not going to do that on 4th of July. Let those Uber drivers get off early. I'll get some tomorrow.
Stanley. I be proud of my daddy on the day, though. You know what I'm saying? I had two daddies. Both of them fought in the military. My stepdaddy, he died about 2018. He was a member of the 101st Airborne. The same year, he already he didn't get the Purple Heart, but he got a plaque, that I grew up with. But when Donald Trump got in office in 2015, he gave that same year, he gave them all Purple Hearts. He gave my daddy a Purple Heart. But my daddy was dead, though, I think that was like, 2000? 2017, 2018, when he gave the 101st Airborne that year, he gave members across. My dad's name was amongst them. Now,
that's
that's why.
interesting. That's why you love
why I
Trump.
really love America. I love Trump for that. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause my dad.
Okay, well, I mean, I can't fault you for that. That's very enlightening. So I don't really well, good for
That's
you.
why I'm
Good
the
for
way
Trump.
I am, Stanley. That's the way he did.
Well, I don't think. Well, wait. Grateful is not drunk. He's not the reason you're drunk.
No. I love being drunk, though, but I mean, that's the way I am. I'm grateful to him, because, that man that got me up, But my other dad in my biological father, he was a preacher. And he fought
Okay,
in the
dirty
other
dude.
war. Huh?
No, dirty dude said, order some beer. I guess that's what he means. He's buying.
Shit, yeah, man. It's your day, motherfucker. It's your birthday for the chat, nigga. And I'm going to be here for this shit. I'm sorry, Stanley. You can put me in the back all night, motherfucker. I ain't going nowhere. I'm waving my white flag for America. I can disagree with you every other day of the year, but today is your motherfucking day. And everybody, please hit that like button, hit that share button, subscribe to the channel, and hit that Cash App. Stanley motherfucking Cross in the house today. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I wish I could have been in the military, but they were crying about some motherfucking asthma or some bullshit. I was trying to hide that shit. I literally went and stole my own medical records.
I actually wanted my son to go to the Naval Academy, but
Nah, I
he
wanted
wasn't
to be
going
a
to bite.
Marine.
And that's
You know, my
Colorado.
son, I think my
Is that
son is
Colorado?
about, I think my son is still growing. I think he might be about 6'2" now.
I think he's
Stanley's
going to
a
join the military.
Naval
My son want to
Academy.
join now. He want to join. He like, I want
No,
to get
dirty
in
dude,
before I get
I
too
don't have
old. What the
PayPal.
hell? He right, though.
Stanley, can you hear me? Or do I need to?
Yes, I
My
can
bad,
hear
my
you.
bad, Republic.
Yeah, where's, I
I'm
don't
talking
know.
over
I
you.
was asking Stanley, where's the Naval Academy? Where is that? Like its base?
It's in Annapolis, Maryland.
Annapolis, Maryland?
Yep.
No. Wait. Okay, Annapolis. Okay. I think I've
And
seen the Air
let me
Force
tell you something.
in Colorado Springs, right?
Funny.
What?
My buddy was actually commandant of the Naval Academy. Like about the time my son would have been applying. Now my son has the grades and all that bullshit, but I've got a couple buddies who are admirals, and it's would have been with his grades, he could have easily have gotten in. But the bottom line is he didn't want to do it, and you should never do something like that. I've known at least one. Well, I've known a couple Naval Academy graduates that actually hated it, and when they got in the Navy, they just couldn't wait to get out, and they were shitty officers. So if you don't want to go to the Naval Academy, I wouldn't recommend it. And my
I'm gonna
son
be
didn't want
honest
to
with you,
go.
Stanley. If you think about being in the Naval Academy, that's basically like being a space traveler. I mean, like
No, it's
that's like
not.
one step below being a space traveler. I mean, literally.
I don't agree with that.
I do.
Well, all I have to say is I've actually been on
So
the
you
Naval
saying
Academy.
being in space is not the same as being in the sea?
What? No.
Yes, it
It's not
is.
the What are you talking about? How
Yes,
can
it
being
is.
in this how can being in the sea be like being in space?
Yeah, because like, be honest, Stanley, what's the lowest depth you ever dive?
Me? What's
Yeah.
the depth? 12 feet in a pool? Well, the Navy pools I think were a little deeper, to be honest, but probably, I don't know.
Oh, so
15,
you never
20
did
feet?
no ocean diving?
No.
Oh.
Why would I do that? I wasn't a diver.
Oh, okay. I mean, you in the Navy though.
Yeah. I mean, I knew how to swim. I mean, look, it was SEALs taught us to swim at OCS. We were pretty good swimmers. SEALs are good, like, at teaching swimming, to be honest.
Yeah, but we going to space now, Stanley. We going to space. You think space?
You know what, EAE, I'm about 6 feet, but as you get older, you
What the hell,
shrink. So I
EAE?
might.
I ain't seen EAE. Salute, EAE. I
He's in the.
ain't seen you in the chat. He on your channel,
He's.
huh? Hold on.
I don't
Shit.
know. Is he? I haven't
Yeah,
looked.
I gotta
Yeah,
use
he
my
is. He is in my channel. So anyway, about 6 feet, but you know, shit. I've had hip surgeries. I'm probably not that now.
I told you, man, Stanley, you got to get up and move around, man. You lose.
Okay,
If you don't use it,
what do
you
you think
lose it.
what do you think I do when I'm not online?
I'm
Sit
just
here and wait
saying,
to go
man,
online
if you
again?
don't use it, you lose it, Stanley. You
Oh,
gotta get
goodness.
out here on this
You
motherfucker.
are just full of help.
No, I'm
You
just
are
saying,
just
Stanley.
Stanley, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So, like, did you just have like one or both hips done? Just one?
Oh, just one. You know
Just
what? I'm
one.
not one of these days I'll tell the whole ordeal.
Yeah.
But yeah, just one.
Oh,
Well,
Okay.
you would
All
know
right.
what avascular necrosis is, right?
Yeah, I've heard of it. I mean, avascular. So, what the blood flow
AVN.
stopped to what with the hip
Yes.
area?
Yes.
Okay,
Exactly.
yeah. So you didn't have a fracture, so it was just like
No. No, it was
degenerative.
AVN.
That's like a degenerative type of thing.
Right. That's
Yeah.
exactly what it was.
Okay.
So,
Oh,
and it's funny because the pain. One of these days, I'll go through the story. I am ambulatory, have always been, but the funny thing about the older technology is that it actually did have a shelf life, and at the end of the shelf life of the hip replacement, it wound up being almost life threatening, to be honest, because I got a
Oh, wait a
bone
minute. So
infection.
Stanley, wait, you had a hip replacement and then you had avascular necrosis. Dude,
Well, no, it was
secondary
the
to
opposite.
it.
No.
dude,
I
you
had
need a
this.
home caregiver.
Wait, hold it.
Hold on,
No,
Stanley.
that's not.
I
Oh my
had the
gosh.
hips. Hold on. I had the hip surgery because of the necrosis.
The necrosis. Okay, I see what you mean. All righty. So yeah, you were one of those people who had that first, and then you ended up having a hip surgery because of it. Okay.
Well, literally, it got so painful to walk.
Yeah.
Finally the
Right.
surgeon just said the cure is the surgery. Because I
Yes,
figured, you know what,
true.
they could do something.
Stanley.
Yeah, because you stop, but there's no blood flow to the area, so you don't have. It's like avascular means no vascularity, no blood flow
Right.
to that.
Yep.
Yeah, there. So yeah,
Right.
interesting. Wow. Oh my God. But yeah, so you have to have a replacement, and you
Well,
recovered.
the problem was the
Oh my
age I had, and I
God.
was maybe 32 or 33.
Oh, you
Um,
were.
Yeah, it happened years ago. But the
Oh,
well,
wow.
what when I said that those old replacements have a shelf life of about 20 years, that's why they don't like giving. That's why they don't like giving hip replacements to young people as the first solution.
Yeah,
So
see, that's what I'm
anyway,
saying. I got
the
a
hip
niece.
replacement,
She
the hip replacement literally wore out, and I didn't realize that I could still walk and everything.
Mhm.
Well, to replace a replacement, it's called a revision, a hip revision,
Hip
which
revision.
is literally a subspecialty. It's a subspecialty of a subspecialty. And
No, my cousin had an
problem,
accident back in 90 what was it, 97? My cousin had an accident back in 97, and she had to have hip replacement surgery. But it's like years later, I had a little niece, and she got dwarfism, and they steadily have to do surgery on her hips.
Oh, I'm sorry
oh
about
wow,
your niece with the having with her dwarfism and stuff. But yeah,
Yeah, she a little strong
Stanley,
motherfucker. I ain't gonna lie,
yeah.
Republic, if you met her, if you heard her, it's like time has stopped for her, like, and it's like gonna be a big problem in the future. Because
well,
it's like she'll never get older in my eyes. She'll never get older than 7 years old to me, you know? And she gonna always have that dwarfism effect going on in her life. And it's like, I wish I can change that for her, you know?
Yeah, understood.
You know what I'm saying? She called me the other day because her mama, when they got pregnant, my little baby sister, she got pregnant again, you know, and she ready to have
Well,
baby, but she don't went back to the hospital now. She hadn't told me anything, but it's like,
well,
cause she know how I am, you know, but
John Strives. Here's the deal. Like my father had a hip replacement maybe 4 years ago, and he would they have you back on your feet the next day. There's no like you sit for a couple days and then they get you up. If you have a hip replacement at 3 o'clock on a Thursday, the next morning you are literally up doing physical therapy. So, but the problem is the hip surgeries are a lot less invasive now. Back when I had it, it was literally almost like an amputation. You know, they fucking take out the head, and then I hear they have to like hammer the replacement into the bone. It's
Yeah,
like,
when I was a new nurse, that is true with the replacements. Because again, this is almost 30
yeah.
years for me, and
oh my
when I
God,
started.
Okay, well, yeah, my
Hold
replacement
on,
was
Republic,
almost 30
I was
years.
just gonna
The
explain,
original
y'all,
replacement
like,
was about 30
oh my
years
god,
ago.
yeah.
Hold
So
on,
right, so
Republic, what
yes,
do you do for a living?
I'm a registered nurse.
Oh, you like my
Dirty
mama?
dude.
Oh, okay, you are RN.
Yeah. And when
Oh,
Stanley's talking
okay.
about
Oh,
this, yeah.
shit.
So
That's what I'm
right,
talking about, baby. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Hey, man, you need to get a
Wait,
cash app, man.
hey,
You
hold
gonna have to get a
hold on.
cash app.
Dirty dude,
What?
thank you for
My bad. I'm a little biased. God damn it. You are already
let
like
me
my
thank
mama.
let me
sir.
thank Dirty Dude for the support of the show and support of my bad habit.
That's sweet, Dirty.
He will be that is very nice of you, Dirty Dude. And by the way, I've known Dirty Dude
Come
by
on,
now for
John. Join the panel,
oh
John.
my lord.
My bad.
Yeah, somebody had to. But I
Everybody
want
need
to
to come
tell
up here and
Stanley,
salute
y'all.
you today,
I'm
Stanley.
trying to
I just feel that way. I
I
just
got
feel like Stanley
I am
deserves a
trying to
salute. We don't
properly thank
agree with
a
you
show
politically,
supporter.
but you do keep the channel going. And that's what I appreciate. So everybody, please hit that like button.
Yeah.
Please. I promise y'all, man, I'm broke. My cash app ain't working in my city. I don't know if we scheduled for deletion or whatever the fuck going on. But I ain't been able to put nothing on my cash app like that damn 2 days. And I'm pissed about it. But that's another story. Ain't nobody business. But please select and hit the cash app. Stanley Cross. Select,
Oh my lord.
support
You know
this
what?
host,
It's
man,
like
because you know what? He keep us together. I don't give a damn what we got going on. We can always come up here. If you don't like him, fuck him. Just keep on cussing his ass out. This motherfucker got some goddamn heart, and I do it every
hey,
day.
Wale, why don't you let's see, is the link over there? Wale, why don't you hit the
Where
link?
Wale at? Oh my God, I'm on the wrong.
Oops.
Oh, everybody on your channel.
A lot of people are.
Man,
Well, no, not that
in there.
many.
Everybody hit that like over there, man. I already hit that motherfucker though.
All right, yeah. Everybody, make sure you hit the like buttons because we're usually a
Man,
little
pass that
light.
a little bit.
You know
They're
what?
$1.39.
Let's do this. Now that I'm thinking about this, since Wale is in the chat, let me drop the link for Wale. And actually, I got 2 clips of Wale and SKC
Oh,
that are
Wale
worth
in
showing.
the chat. Let me read this comment. Help to revive our ancestors' reputations by imitating their commitment to truth. Teach your children to do the same.
Teach your children not to drink too much.
Always. Yeah, man. Yeah,
Oh
man.
my
Wale a
lord.
motherfucker, man. Hey, man. Hey,
He's
man.
actually up on the panel now. Hey,
Oh, my
Wale.
bad. My bad. Hey, Wale. Salute. Happy 4th.
Salute to you guys, man. Hey, Hey Stan, I did. You see, I did watch your clips. I think. Thank
Oh
you, man.
yeah,
That was
I appreciate the compliments. Yeah, well, I mean, you all did the work. I just clipped it.
yeah,
But actually, what I'm going to do, since we're up to shenanigans now, I'm going to go ahead and show those two clips because they were pretty funny. I thought they were pretty funny.
I
Now,
did too.
so give me one sec. Let me find them.
Yeah, I thought it was funny too. That's I commented, so you know I saw it. You know, man, I'm good.
Oh,
That's
I
so good.
appreciate it. You know, the compliments actually, because my channel's still fairly new, so those
Okay.
compliments actually do mean something.
Comments, Stan. Comments, not compliments.
Oh, what? Freudian slip. I need more compliments.
Wale, welcome to the channel, dog. Welcome to the channel.
All right.
Give me one sec here. I'm hunting them up here. Man. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get rid of some of these
Dan, you
tabs
turning
here.
about 50 or
Dirty
60.
dude, I am. Yes, I am, dirty dude. Yes, I am.
No, I turned 60 last March.
Okay. Because I'm expecting a guy's been saying he's gonna come and visit again. One of my friends said he's coming to visit us.
I didn't hear
again.
Are you Pisces?
I'm sorry. I didn't pick it up.
Visit the channel?
Are you a Pisces? You're.
Oh yes, I am.
Oh my God, we have the same birth sign.
Oh, do we?
The zodiac.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, let's see here.
Pretty cool.
Pretty cool. What's that, Pisces?
Pisces, yeah, but I'm afraid to ask him what date it is because this is the internet. You know, these people are so dangerous.
Hey, Tyrone, join the panel.
As a matter of fact, if people didn't want to know, because actually, I think I did a show on my birthday, so it was a wild affair.
Come on, Tyrone, join history.
3 days apart.
History.
3 days apart, but I won't say which direction.
I got a feeling Wale gonna always be remembered on this channel.
So what month is Pisces?
Well, you know what? Actually, I have to give you a compliment, Wale. I've literally never seen anyone calmly, kind of, I don't know what to call it. I basically said you treated John Galt like your grandson. You were gentle with him, you were giving advice, and hey, when he wanted to get a little surly, you'd go, well, hey, if you want to get surly, we can move on to something else. I wish I could do that.
I wonder what's going to happen when he meet Ben.
When what?
When he meet Ben. Ben
when you began
showing up over here.
No, Wale showed up here like months ago. Okay, your phone's maybe not. I'm not sure your phone is doing all that well.
No, what I'm saying is I want to see what's going to happen. That'll be awesome. That'll be awesome dynamic right there.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and do this. This is the first clip called Wale Channels His Ancestors, which has some depth as well as wit, as well as just being fun.
Play that beautiful being footage.
I'm about to do that right now, Solid Snake. Let's see here.
You said it was a Catholic school?
Yes.
Okay. Just curious. You know what a Hoosier is? A Hoosier?
Well, I know it's an Indiana thing.
Yeah, but do you know what a Hoosier is?
I actually don't.
Okay. It's got something to do with lineage. And from a Hoosier, you're going to get certain things are going to happen. And
well, I do know at one point Indiana was like the center of the Klan. I do know that.
Right next to the Hoosier state that you mentioned, Indiana, is a place called Chicago. they've joined borders to the point that there's an East Chicago and then there's Chicago. East Chicago is not in the state of Illinois, it's in the state of Indiana. Chicago.
Your point?
My point is that the guy was saying something about the early 1900s and the way people were living and who was
Did
living.
East Chicago exist back then?
You asked me a question, I'm answering the question. You asking me another question. That's
how it works. They come rapid fire on this.
But that's unnerving, man.
They come
I'm in
rapid
the middle
fire.
of the question. Yeah, but don't I get to answer one, or you just want to ask
if you can hold the two questions? Now, notice the similarity of complaints there, Republic Tea Room.
I just heard what you said.
He's having the same issues. Look, rapid fire questions. I'm sorry, it's kind of my style. There's no rush.
I heard you said that, Tim.
Well, I'm gonna ask you if you can hold the two questions.
Oh, absolutely, I can.
Okay, then beautiful.
So you were saying the Hoosiers are a lineage?
Yeah, they are like a nationality of people. You can count on how they're going to behave once you know they are Hoosiers. You can present a situation and you say to me, if this person is Chinese, how they're going to behave, then I can give you a good idea about how they're going to behave. If you tell me this person is a Hoosier and how they're going to behave, I can give you a good idea about how they're going to behave. Even though they have different characters, they have different sexes and everything, they have a particular look at a perspective of life. And when they see something like this is where their behavior is going to move them to, because that's their reality.
So you're stating that there is like a heritage of beliefs and ideals and behaviors that's kind of passed down through these sets of people that you can kind of make generalizations about, basically.
That's right. Through ancestry, though. It comes through ancestry.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think that.
Well, you know what? Let me stop it right here, right quick. To be honest, and I didn't think of it at the time, what's being described here is almost like an ethnicity. If you think about a tribe or something like that. So,
Stan, is my mic on? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. While I was listening, I was Googling the word Hoosier, so I could talk about it with more knowledge, you know what I mean, just in case it came up. And I agree with you from everything. I was just looking at that, and then exactly as you said, it appears to be more or less like what do you say, ethnology?
Ethnicity.
Ethnic group at
And
this
the reason I say that is ethnicity isn't necessarily in actually it's not so much biological as much as more like customs, that sort of thing. Think of an African tribe.
Oh boy.
Well, I'm just trying to make a rough parallel. Hoosiers are almost like an ethnicity. If you can predict how they react to a certain situation, I would say it's ethnicity can be ancestry. They can be synonymous. I'm not saying ancestry is wrong. It just sounds more like an ethnicity, almost like a tribe. You know, Hoosiers are a tribe.
I'm going with you on that. I'm being corrected as you correct me. I'm agreeing with your correction.
Okay.
I go like a tribe or a what you call it, an ethnic group, more so than like a.
Well, it's an ethnicity, not necessarily. I mean, ethnic group. And see, I'm not a sociologist. I'm this is just going on stuff that I've read, and I'm not going to say that I'm right. I'm just saying it strikes me that way. And by the way, I want to point out something here. This guy's basically taking something from his Kindle. I'm going to have to start trying to do that since I talk about books so much. I should.
But yeah, that's why I don't.
I should probably start putting these books up on screen. So here we go.
You have a book. You have a book.
In
You
certain
say.
ways, I think people kind of
No,
bastardize.
I was saying the video that you, me, and SKC were reviewing
remember we were talking about Black Metropolis. The YouTube dude, the YouTube creator who's reviewing this book, if you look down, it says page 182 Kindle. Well, I've got the
Okay.
Kindle app on my computer. I talk a lot about books, kind of imitating this guy. I'm going to start bringing the books up on screen so I can do the quoting like he does. See how you remember how he was going through literally reading the book, so I would love to be able to do that.
I get you. That's interesting. That's very interesting.
That way,
Thank you.
You're basically seeing a pattern of behavior, and you're associating groups with patterns of behaviors.
Well, let me
You
ask
know
you a
what's
question.
interesting
Do you
about
think
this?
it's okay to meet somebody and just assume their character by stereotype? You say something?
Yeah, I was going to say also about this Black Metropolis.
Metropolis.
Uh-huh. I was looking at some 1800 and early 1900 newspapers of those areas, the Northeast, what they call the New England states, New York, them guys up there, Boston, and them chunks. And they had a lot of interesting information in there relative to this Black Metropolis thing. I think you find it interesting if you haven't looked into it. If you have, then you can find that interesting
Well,
too.
I'm
Because
gonna get the the book and read it at some point.
or not the book. I mean the newspaper clippings, the actual stuff. Like this guy here. He's what? I don't know how old he is, but whatever he's doing. He's actually
in his 30s.
Yeah, I'm saying he wasn't there. All he's doing is looking at clips and then write a book about what he researched. So I'm saying instead of researching, you could actually search. Because I don't research. I don't research. I search. So to me, research is reading his book, which means I'm gonna read something.
Well, you have to be careful with that though, because usually these types of books cite their primary sources. So if you want to dig deeper than his book, you can. You can research his sources, which may be secondary sources. Some of them might be primary sources, though. So when you look at newspapers, for instance, that could be a primary source.
Okay, what I'm looking at is like this. When I do these things, and I know they've changed the words. When I was doing this kind of work that you're talking about now, the word was reference. The stuff at the bottom where they tell you they get.
Yep.
Now,
They would tell your high school teacher would tell you to list your references.
Now they calling it sources, and to me that's a misnomer. And I don't play that game. I try to stick with the truth. It's a reference. It's not, to me, it's not really a source because this guy got it from somewhere.
Well, what's the
if he was the source, he wouldn't have got it. I'm telling you now. If he was the guy, he wouldn't have got it from nowhere because he was the source. The source don't get it from nowhere. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I think I do, but you know what? The source of your paper or the sources of your paper, the sources of why if you're writing a paper and you have a theme, you could say, well, hey, these books were the source of my thinking on this particular theme. I think it, and I should be the one saying this for sure, but that's probably splitting hairs, and people accuse me of splitting hairs all the time.
So I'm just saying, I like to just be specific. The idea is It's a reference. Where you get that from, here's where I refer you to check it out. Because, okay, I even told you about myself. Most of the stuff I talk about, I have experienced it. And then when I talk to somebody about it, I have to think of different references I could send them to. And they say, give me a source, give me a source. I say, I can give you a reference point where you can go and see this kind of thing I'm saying. But the actual thing that I'm saying, I did it myself. I'm telling you, in that sense. So like I said, and you agree, we used to call those things references. at the bottom of the page, whatever, stuff like that. I still do, because source to me means just that.
Okay.
Where a thing comes from,
We
where it starts.
we used to call them footnotes sometimes too.
You can put footnotes down there, but footnotes is a little different than references. Footnotes are kind of it's a little different, but it's cool. Yeah, I can see how you could put them together and say both of them things and stuff. There's a terminologies anyway.
Right.
So my idea is to just go with the research. Research I have found, because I've been doing this stuff a long time, and then I have come to certain conclusions out of my concise deliberations. I mean, dedicated deliberations. That research is looking at somebody else's search results and their conclusions. Now, when you read his book, it's going to be his conclusions about whatever he searched or researched. I don't know yet, but it's going to be his conclusions about whatever that subject matter is. He can do nothing else or nothing more, excuse me, for sure.
Well, I mean, that's literally what a book is. I mean, there is no, none of these history books or sociology books. I mean, they're literally not like, commandments written in stone. They're not God level. So, every book is kind of subjective to a certain degree.
And that's why
I would say every non-textbook.
Sure. I used to say that too, every non-textbook. And then I started reading more textbooks, and I said even the textbooks. I added them in.
Well, it's probably hard not to be biased. So let's get back to this. Okay, I didn't ask you what
do I think it's
people
okay?
do. Do you think it's
normal.
okay?
I think it's normal.
So it's okay.
No, I just think that it's part of human condition. It's normal.
Okay, so it's okay because it's part of the human condition.
If you
it's
see,
okay.
If you see,
it's let me use a different word. Maybe this will help you. People doing that. Would you find that acceptable?
Yes.
Okay, and you and I are opposites then.
Yeah, because I just think that the majority of people are not going to come to every situation in person with a blank slate. Nor that I think that that's the safest way to go about life.
Okay, life by stereotype.
It's like
okay,
it's
like hey, different strokes for different folks.
I'm walking down.
Acceptable.
I'm walking down the street in
you're gonna tell me about crossing that street.
No, with a dude with a hoodie on. No, I'm gonna look at him with a little bit of I need to keep my eye on this person.
Well, at least you didn't say black guy, so any guy with a hoodie, correct?
Yeah, because I'll give you an.
It doesn't matter. You're going to look at the content. You're going to look at the content of his hoodie, not the color of his skin.
Okay, let me give you a point in case of what I'm talking about. Take for instance, I live here in Houston, right? It's hot. It's summertime now. There are still dudes that are walking around in hoodies. I'm looking at them as though something is mentally off because there's no point in running around in a hoodie in 90 plus high 90-degree weather.
So let me ask you a question. You judge them odd, but not necessarily dangerous?
No, I do view them as dangerous because there's a lot of people, because there's a stereotype that I hold in my mind of a certain group of people that wear hoodies and who are violently inclined.
Yeah, well, poor SKC. Depending on the neighborhood, I mean, there are a lot of factors that might. You hear it in his voice. SKC is trying not to be anti-black. Justify your acceptance. But Uncle Fatty is asking a good question. Uncle Fatty asks you specifically, do you find it acceptable when others profile you based on a stereotype? I think I kind of asked that question. But
yeah, they have the ability to do that. They have the free will to do that.
So you find it acceptable? Gotcha.
Yes.
Okay. Well,
actually, that's part of. It's almost part of the fun of life, of subverting expectations.
Wow.
Well, I think Republic.
That is weird.
You live in Houston?
It's fun being.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you know what?
It's fun
I
using
don't come across people in
stereotypes.
hoodies downtown a lot. I live in a small Georgia town, so you all may be onto something there.
Yeah.
And then Stanley. I mean, that's the only name I know. The other guy named K something. but it's
Yeah,
an opportunity.
SKC. Our
SKC.
our resident
It's
our
always,
resident scholar of the right.
it's always an opportunity to build stereotypes. That's what I see.
I think you should always avail yourself of those sorts of opportunities to build a stereotype.
Because when I first came on, I put in the chat, rekindle to revive our ancestors' reputation of being committed to the truth. And that was our reputation, that we always spoke the truth.
Really?
And yeah, man, we've lost worldwide.
I thought the stereotype was, blacks weren't smart enough to know the truth.
I'm not talking about blacks. I'm talking about my ancestors now. And I'm talking
Oh,
worldwide.
your particular ancestors. Okay, gotcha.
Nope.
Not everybody, not all black people's ancestors, your particular ancestors.
Not at all. I'm gonna tell you what I'm saying, please, if the opportunity presents itself. What I'm saying is this, simply, that before people were called blacks, they were called Negroes. Before they were called Negroes, they were called colored. That's where I came in the game. Because
what were they called before colored?
Niggers. And that's what I call my ancestors.
Gotcha.
Niggers. I'm a nigger. From day one to day you get it. I'm a nigger. And every day I come from a long line of very proud niggers. No
You know what? Now, I knew
clip.
you and SKC would get along famous.
Oh my God, I just want this clip, man. That is awesome, man. He said, I come from a long
Yeah,
line.
let me note the time here. It's around 6:29. We will definitely clip that.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I'm getting pretty good at this clipping stuff. This is actually the second clip.
This next story, DOJ sues.
Oh wait, hold it.
District judge in
Oh yeah, it
Maryland,
is.
challenging
Wait,
due
hold
process.
it. No, that's not the right clip.
This
Hold on one
assault on due
sec.
process is actually kind of scary. I think.
Let's go back and find the next clip, which is oops.
I'm going to have to put a link to your page here, or my channel, so people could hear what you did with
Yeah,
it.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, let's this is Wale remembers his father.
I'll put both of them on my channel so people will know, because I got some subscribers.
Wait, do you want the hold it? You want the links?
No, I know where to find them, man, because they already.
Oh, okay, all right.
They, already approached them.
Okay. Yeah, it's it. You know what? I don't do a lot of clips. I should probably do more. So here's the second in the series. Wale remembers his father. You can Google it and put the link in the back. Excuse me.
Oh, the Google thing.
Excuse me.
I don't know.
Both.
Yeah, I think
It's both Beef and Brock. Beef and Brock said sober or somber, and I said both.
Is this? I found it in the Wikipedia has a lot of stuff on it. They were telling dates and times and when they stopped using it and what. In some countries, like different countries, were using it besides just America too. Canada. I'm gonna be specific and say Canada. So when I say different countries, I ain't talking so far away. I'm talking about the North American continent. Canada used that. They got rid of that terminology as well because it was in. They had what they call the Negro problem. Have you ever heard of that? The Negro problem.
Are you talking about Moynihan's report?
I don't know what Moynihan is. I just know what I'm talking about as the Negro problem.
So what was the Negro problem?
The United States decided that they got too many niggas. They got to figure out what to do with them. So they started talking about Liberia and Sierra Leone. They talk about sending them somewhere. Got to get them out of here. It's too many of them. And that was wow. That was before they even was that before Mexico? I mean Texas, because Texas came into the Union, and then California came after Texas. I forget what years they were. But I know Texas was around 1836, around that area.
Let me make one historical point here. You are actually fairly right. 1836, but it was actually One of the reasons they stopped the slave trade in 18 wound up being what 1820. Virginia had ever since the Nat Turner slave revolt. Virginians had always been nervous ever since the Haitian Revolution. Thomas Jefferson actually talks about the Haitian Revolution in a letter or two. There came a point in time when there were at one point more blacks in Virginia, I think, than there were white people. Same thing happened in South Carolina. So what one of the reasons Virginia, North Carolina, Maryland wanted to end the slave trade was because they had too many slaves, but they also wanted to create an internal slave trade. Okay, if you're bringing new Africans, new enslaved Africans into Charleston and places like that, well, you know what? You're not going to be able to make an internal market. So that was one of the reasons they got rid of it. You will hear them say, well, no, they were looking to get rid of slavery. Some probably were. Others, the Randolphs, some of these Virginia aristocracy people, no, they wanted to be able to basically sell their slaves south and make a profit. In Virginia and other places, they literally bred slaves. This is documented. It's not made up. As a matter of fact, one of the places that I, know talks about it is Du Bois's Black Reconstruction. So, I'm kind of digressing here, but Wale's spot on. And funny enough, after 1836, when Texas revolted, basically, they started sending slaves. Juneteenth basically came about because a bunch of slaves were sent south and west. A lot of people like Alabama, Georgia, they would go all the way over to Texas because Texas proved to be really good for growing cotton, the heat and all that. So Wale's right on here.
You know what I mean? It was owned by Mexico prior to that. Yes. Okay. So now, so was California, which came later because they were expanding from the east to the west. They call it manifest destiny. And the boy just said it the other day, yesterday or something. Stephen Miller. He said, God gave us this country. Man, you ought to see his speech. He sounds and looked just like Hitler. His movements was straight on.
Well, given that Stephen Miller is Jewish, that is indeed disturbing.
It's disturbing. You don't know this. They have misinformed.
I know exactly who Stephen Miller is, enough to know that he's Jewish.
Ain't no doubt about it. And the connection between the Nazi and the Zionists is pathetic. Who do you think is carrying out a genocide right this day? If it ain't the Zionists, right this day, ain't talking about no. Before 1943.
We might want to. We might want to.
We are live and looking at it. I'm just saying the reality of reality.
Well, yeah, but the reality is that. There is the YouTube algorithm, and we probably don't want to dip our toe.
Not deep into reality, I understand.
So you were telling me about
YouTube is famous for not being reality. So yes, YouTube is not reality.
And
about the Negro problem also. And all.
I'm sorry, SKC.
I think he was.
Were you talking SKC?
Yeah, I think he was talking about the Negro problem and all of the places that used to bear the name of the nigger road and so was there ever a nigger bank?
I don't know. They put examples in the Wikipedia, so I don't know that to be one of the examples. But like I said, I went to the Wikipedia to verify what I was saying already because I know this from my own personal life. And people doubt it, so I have to go and prove it to them with Wikipedia, wherever I can find the proof, so that they'll be like, "Oh, okay." They'd be saying, "Where's your source?" And so I got to find something written down by somebody they would appreciate, and then bringing that to them. And maybe if they don't, they might accept that. I don't know. So that's why I went to Wikipedia. I already know these things, but in order to show younger people who never seen or heard of this kind of talk, then I have to find these different reference points. I call them references that you can go to and see for yourself.
So do you believe that everybody should be able to use the N-word? Just what are your views on that?
Oh yeah, my dad taught me about that. My dad said they wanted to stop us from this is what he said. I'm gonna just tell you what my dad said.
Yeah.
Right? I was a little boy at the time, and this is what he said. We are niggas. They call us niggas because when they come into a room and of niggas and they come in with their shotguns and stuff, because they were doing patty rollers a lot around that time. You know what a patty roller is, right?
No.
Oh yeah, it's the cops, right?
It's more like a police raid.
Yeah, I've heard the term before. My grandmother, or somebody old. That's where I learned from.
Well, it depends on where you're at, what you experienced at the time, because a lot of these things were 20 years here and earlier than over there, or 40 years here earlier than over there, or later than over there. I was just talking to a woman who told me I was lying about being bused to school as a desegregation process in the 1970s, but it didn't reach her until the 1990s. So she said I was lying because her experience was in the 1990s, so it couldn't happen in the 1970s.
Yeah, well, she must not ask her. I'm curious. Do you know if she voted for Joe Biden or not?
I have no idea. I know that's what happened.
If she voted for Joe Biden, she should know a lot more about busing.
So, and I don't want you to take you too far away from the weeds to where you were standing. I'm going back to the story. You said your dad said, "Hey," as a little boy, he said, "Hey, we are niggas." So
right. So when the patty rollers break in the door, because that's how they did, they still do that now. They stop and frisk, they do whatever they want, kind of attitude. Okay, so they came in with their guns and shit, and they know there ain't nothing but niggas in the room. Any niggas in here? Because what is a nigga? A nigga is one who will not submit and assimilate. Did you hear what I just said?
Yes, I did. But if you could please repeat that for the audience.
Oh, a nigga is one who will not. What did I say? I know assimilate. We ain't going to assimilate, and we will not give up. We will continue to fight. We will never be a slave. You can enslave people, but some people will accept it. Some people will not. It don't matter what you say. You cannot enslave a nigga. He ain't going to take that kind of. You could put chains on him. I see niggas with chains all the time on him, but you ain't going to get him to. I have a thing for that too. I'm sorry.
So could it be said that a nigga is a breaker of chains?
So now when my dad said to me, when they bust in the room and say, "Any niggas in here?" and everybody in there, nigga, but they say, "No, boss, ain't no niggas in here." And that's how they got people to deny being niggas. They had to trick them into deny being what they were through coercion. So what if somebody say, "I'm a nigga," and stand up? Well, they got 4 or 5 guns stretched out on them real quick. What they're going to do? So you deny it. And it becomes a form of denial to where the children hear you denying it, everybody hear you denying. And when they do find a nigga, because you know about coon hunting. I heard y'all mention the word coon.
Please tell me about this coon hunting.
Oh, you don't know what coon hunting is? Oh, but they made movies about coon hunting. This is where a bunch of crackers, because you got to deal with a certain ethnology of cracker, right? So a certain group of crackers do this kind of stuff. They'll get together, get drunk, mostly on beer and stuff, and they go coon hunting and they'll find a nigga by himself. They call that coon
That's what I'm going to do when I get some beer.
Pick him up and rat him out. They might kill him, cut him up, hang him. They just this year I was recording. I have a funny story in the military about that. To death. That's been hung. Just this year. I ain't talking about no 19 or 18. Or
well, this is almost over. Just like
you
a
understand
few
what I'm saying?
seconds
This
left.
is still happening, cousin. There ain't nothing changed. They just, I don't know what you do. Anyway, this is the way it goes, and that's coon hunting. So that's when they go coon hunting, they would pick up a coon, as they call niggas. They would pick up a coon and have their way with it. And I like how you just fade out. I like that, man. It's kind of cool.
You know what?
It's not
I'm really just, I'm really just getting into a little bit of editing here. It's probably the least favorite thing I do, but at least I'm, there's some progress.
Hey Stanley, when I was in the military, right, I ran into all kind of guys, right? Because I was a language guy over at the Presidio of Monterey, right?
Really?
So okay.
Oh,
So
were you in the Navy?
no. I was in the Air Force.
Because there. There's I know the language school there.
Yeah, I went there. I graduated from
Wow.
there.
Okay.
Mhm.
Well, it's
And while
really funny. Only the smart, like you have to be actually fairly smart to be a linguist in the military.
oh man, I met such geniuses, man. I
Hmm.
mean, that's the story I was going to tell you about the guy I met from New York named Frank.
Hmm.
And Frank would hang out at the Airmen's Club. You know, that's the enlisted men's club, right? And at the
Yeah.
end of the night, he'd walk out the back alleyway, pretending he was drunk, and the crackers would attack him because they'd be coon hunting. So he'd play coon, and he so he'd come up, walk down the alley like he drunk and stuff. And when they grab him for that coon hunt thing, he'd break them off something. And the day that I learned this was because him and I was sitting around, and they were coming out. It'd be in the dark, because he's in the alley, so they don't know exactly who. So he was laughing and stuff. He said, "Them the ones that attacked me last night," and then he had them broke up. I mean, he broke them off. They had broken arms and stuff. He didn't play. He
Oh
was
my
really.
Lord! I mean, well, what did he have, like a bat or something?
No, he used his hands and feet, man. Frank was dangerous.
Damn! Wait, hold it. Was he a commando or what?
No, Frank was a New York survivor. He had survived New York as far as he told me. He said, "This is how we do." From living in New York, he had the skill set he
Right.
had to, master.
Damn. Well, apparently he should have been a commando.
And his language is because we all studied the guys I hung out with, for the most part, all the colored guys. We all studied different languages. We all studied different languages, but we still managed to put some pressure on each other. We want to come out at the top of our class. No, he studied Korean, and I studied Arabic. The other guy studied Serbo-Croatian. I forget all the languages, man. So everybody was doing different languages. Japanese was one. One guy was doing the Chinese, but I don't know what happened to him. But Frank was killing them over in that Korean, man. He was at the top of the class every month.
Really? Well, actually, to be honest, I don't know how it is now, but I talked quite some time ago to a British audience on a Discord
Okay.
about my father, for instance. He's a Vietnam vet. He's still around. He's 82, 81 or 82.
Oh, that's
And
beautiful.
you know what? He grew up in a very small South Georgia town. And to be honest, it was, he and my uncle, his brother, his older brother, as a matter of fact. Wait, hold it. Who's older? Shit, I can't even remember who was older now. I think my uncle was older, but they look. Let me tell you a quick fun story where my uncle and my father were sitting side by side, and I think they both had mustaches at the time. My little brother was maybe one. He came walking up to him. They were sitting on this bench. He came walking up to him. He couldn't tell them apart. They weren't twins either. One was just
I
slightly older
understand.
than the other. It was so funny to see it's like, dude, you can't even tell who your father is. But
Have you ever
anyway,
read a book by? Have you ever heard of an artist called Carlos Castaneda?
yeah, I have. Yep, magical reality. I'm sorry, magical reality. I'm sorry, magical realism. Yeah, 101 Years of Solitude, right?
I don't recognize any of them things you just mentioned.
Yeah, I've read Carlos Castaneda.
I know Carlos
You know what? Is
Castaneda.
it Marquez? You know what? Let me. I get him mixed up with with Marquez.
Probably so.
Hold on one sec. Because the South American writers, a lot of them were into that magical realism stuff.
Okay.
And I know I've read either Marquez or Castaneda, and I cannot remember which now. It's been years.
Castaneda did the Don Juan series, the teachings of Don
Yeah,
Juan.
okay. No, I did. I have not. I know of him. I never read him. I read Marquez.
Okay. Castaneda is
I
kind
didn't
of.
know he. This. Okay, no. Tell me about it.
No, man, you were telling us something, and I just was curious from
Well,
way
no,
back.
I was going to talk about you. You talked about the military and giving black guys the chance to excel, say in a language school. And I know just from my experience that to be a linguist, you're usually in intelligence or something like that. You actually have to be pretty smart. You have to do very well on your ASVAB just to even be considered for it. So I'm impressed is I guess what I'm saying. The military is good for that, or used to be, for people who you know what I'm saying.
If you got a skill, you can grow on it. Yeah.
Well, they're good at they're good at recognizing if you have a skill.
Well, they did. They gave us skilled aptitude tests. I took a battery of aptitude tests.
Exactly, the ASVAB and all that. They're very good at it. The military actually doesn't get enough credit. I wish college students could do something. They do the SAT. I think the ASVAB is probably as good.
Yeah. And then again, we all had to pass what they call the DLI FLC, the Defense,
Language
Defense,
Institute. Yep.
Yeah, Defense Battery something. Language Battery something test.
Yep.
And the
Now,
test
is that the one where they make up a language and you have to learn the rules?
That's the one.
Yep.
And it's a
I've
test.
taken it before. The foreign service used to give something like that.
That's a beautiful one, man. I sat there just smiling through that test. That's a beautiful test.
Oh, really?
They make up a language and then give it to you, and you got to answer the questions. I was like, damn, I like this.
Yep.
This was exciting to me. And when I got to class, because out of the group that was tested, we were all tested. We got our results. It was only one guy who tested higher than I did.
Wow.
A German guy named Reich. His name was Reich. And he was haughty. And I used to call him Reich. And he didn't haughty.
Interesting.
He felt
What was
like
he haughty?
he felt like his culture was superior.
Was he American or actually German?
What's the difference? I'm saying when you come from
if he was born in America, German is not his culture.
Okay, hold on half a second. That guy Donald Trump, his father was born in Germany. Yes, that means his father's German.
No,
yeah?
his grandfather was born in Germany.
Okay, so that means his grandfather was German, right?
Yes.
Okay, so is Trump not German?
No.
Oh.
He has German heritage.
I see.
Well, let me tell you why. And I know this just because I have friends, that know this stuff. Usually the first generation is the hardest working generation, the actual people who immigrate to, say, the United States. They have to come here. They have to scrap it out. They have to make it. The second generation tends to be trained with that same kind of scrappy attitude. The third generation tends to be the most American, and that's where, they start declining. So, by the time the third generation gets born, which is the original immigrants' grandkids, they are thoroughly American. Okay. It's a statistical thing. And I could look it up, but definitely by the fourth generation. And they don't do as well as the first and second generations on average, because they basically pick up bad American habits and get lazy.
Let me ask you a question now. Does that apply to Indians and Chinese as well?
Yes, it does.
Because the ones I know, they go home all the time. They never stop being Indian.
Well, wait.
They
You mean
never
the
stop
yeah? I mean
being
the third. I have a friend who I think is second generation, and yeah, he goes back to India, which is not his home. He was born here. His family goes back like once a year, once every other year, something like that.
You say that's not his home, but it is his home to him.
No, he was literally born in San Francisco. Why would India be his home?
Because he's Indian.
Okay, I don't buy into that. I tend to
wait a minute. Hold off for half a second. There's a guy named Donald Trump who's talking about naturalization citizenship and revoking that stuff.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, getting rid of wanting to. Yeah, I know what Donald Trump does. Donald Trump is not German; he's American.
Hey, it does, dude. Whatever you want to say is fine with me, but I'm just trying
Well,
to get you to
no. It's not
that
what I
that's in
say.
your
It
head.
actually is that way. Okay, you might have a better argument if you wanted to say the second generation was, because they will basically be that bridge generation. By the time the third generation comes around, they don't have accents. They don't have some of the old
Oh,
world
that's what you're
ways. Now,
going by.
I am making broad generalizations, so there are bound to be some exceptions to this rule. I'm not saying
I'm
it's
going to
hard and
find out what
fast.
you're going by now. You're going by some kind of
Okay,
custom.
you know what? I'm not going to stop and do the research.
No,
I'm
I don't
basically
need
going
that.
to say that there is sociological evidence that the third generation, the reason I know this is the third generation doesn't do as well as the second generation and the first generation.
Oh boy.
It's I can't even remember whether they looked at income. I forget exactly what they looked at, but I could scare up the study, and I guess I'll look up this study for
Not
you.
on my behalf.
And then,
Not for me, cousin. Not on my
well,
behalf.
you know
Please.
what?
No.
You did make the point that a lot of times people don't believe you, and you got to look it up and give them hard evidence.
I'm not
I just
talking
happen
about
to
all
know
that.
because
I'm saying
okay,
simply.
well, I wouldn't call. As a matter of fact, I've literally said Trump is probably the most American president we've ever had. He has all the bad habits of America. I kind of wish he had. I kind of wish he had more German. He would have a thing for facts and telling the truth for starters.
That's your estimation. I can dig it.
It's a little bit more than an estimation.
Okay. I can dig it.
I just don't. Does Trump even speak German? I doubt it. One of the requirements that I would have for calling him German is that he knows how to speak German. Do you know whether he does?
I have no idea at all. Not even one word.
Well,
None.
it is hard to call someone a German if they don't speak German. You have to make a good case for them being German. Now, here's the deal. It's half a joke that I'm saying it, because if you thought he was German and deported him to Germany, Trump would not be able to speak German.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But there's an argument that some of these DACA kids, that they want to deport,
Of
who
course.
were raised here and have never even been to their quote home countries.
There you go.
I think it would be cruel to drop them back to El Salvador or whatever, and they don't speak a lick of Spanish.
And they're not even from El Salvador.
Well, I mean, a lot of times these babies will be brought here. They were born in El Salvador, brought here by parents across the border. So they literally grow up from infancy to here, but they were born in El Salvador. There are people who would take those kids as adults and send them right back to El Salvador. These kids
Oh, I thought
literally
you were
grew up
talking
here.
about the children who were actually born in America.
No.
That's what I thought you were talking about when you said the DACA
Well, no,
kids.
Trump. Yeah, no, who the DACA kids are, right?
I thought that was the children that were actually born in America.
No. They were born somewhere else. They were dragged here as babies by their parents illegally across the border. So they really know no other country. These aren't people who, a lot of them haven't even been back to visit, the countries.
I thought that's why he was beating up this birthright thing, was because they were born, the people he was attacking.
Well, no, he's really like, if now say two illegal immigrants came up here, they didn't have children when they got here, but they have kids here. That kid is a citizen, even though the parents aren't. So that's what Trump is trying to eliminate. You've heard him call anchor babies.
Of course.
That's what he's trying to get rid of with the birthright citizenship stuff.
Oh, okay. That's what I was saying.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Dirty, because I get to talking and forget. Everyone, please make sure you like, share, subscribe. It is very free. Our sponsor of this show coming through to remind me to actually take care of business. Thank you. And Tropes, you want to make the joke. You want to make the joke about the Ken Burns effect. Well, this is Monticello's 2025 Independence Day celebration and naturalization. Ken Burns hosts this. So I don't know that I want to put y'all through this boring stuff. I'm at 9.5 hours. Let's take a look at a little bit, but I probably need to sign off here because too much of a good thing. But I am interested. I love Jefferson. Jefferson is my favorite founding father. He shouldn't be, but he just is.
Man, that's so funny.
Oh,
and
you know what? It is very funny.
Yeah, to me, I mean,
that a slave owner should be my favorite founding father.
I like that sailor myself. I forget his name now, but there's a guy that was a sailor. I like him.
Who's a founding father?
Yeah, he was one of them. Yeah. He was in the Revolutionary War. He got captured out at sea. He was a sailor. He got captured because he sailed he was on the side of the colonialists. They talk about this other guy too. What was that guy named Crispus Attucks? They talk. It was
Attucks, but that was before. That was way before the Revolution.
I thought that. How much is way before?
Well, Boston Massacre.
What did give me? I don't know. What do you mean by way before? A couple of years before.
The Boston Massacre happened a few years. It happened a few years before.
I'm just saying the people were involved at the time. It was a lot of other people that their names have started coming back to me. I'm not real good with names and dates. Because I'm more
he was killed in 1770. So
5 years. 5 or 6 years, give or take this and that, And then again, the guy that I'm talking about, his name will come to me. That you see, Crispus Attucks came to my mind. So the other guy come to me. He's a boat builder and sailor. He was well known too. Damn,
I vaguely think I know. He's a black guy.
he made a he you know, we call him colored, but he opened he built and opened a school in New Hampshire or somewhere in the Northeast back in them same days in the early 1800s, like 1819 or some crap like that. Forget the dates. I'm not really good with them dates, things like that so much, but I'll think of his name though. I got that somewhere.
Right.
He built the school in his own yard. He tried to get the school built around 18 or something, and they Cuffy, that's his name. Cuffy, yeah.
Is it Paul Cuffy?
Junior.
Yeah, I've heard of him, but I can't remember.
The senior left the junior in good situation.
Oh, it's Coffee? No, wait, hold it. No, it's not Paul. He was a ice hockey.
COFFE.
COFF. Is it EE? Maybe.
I'm just telling you how I recall it, cousin. When you put it in Google, it'll give you the rest. I don't know.
Let me see. I'm trying to do that now. Okay,
He was
here it is.
He was abolitionist. And
he was a escaped slave from Jamaica.
Who? I don't know what that is. No,
this is first name, sir.
Got nothing to do with Paul Cuffy.
Yeah, Captain Paul Cuffy. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Now we into it.
So it was Paul Cuffy. I spelled his name wrong.
It's COFFE.
See it from Horseneck Point in Westport, the outermost of Elizabeth Islands. It's there Westport's most illustrious citizen was born in 1759.
Patriot, navigator, educator, philanthropist, friend, and noble character.
Captain Paul Cuffy was the son of a freed slave, his mother a Wampanoag Indian. Westport resident David Cole has taken a deep interest in Cuffy's legacy and authored a book.
How did he land in Westport?
His father and mother saved enough money in 1767. They bought a 116-acre farm. His father lived for 5 more years. So the year after his death, Paul started going on whaling trips.
During the Revolution, Cuffy braved British blockades and pirates to transport supplies to Nantucket.
Not only was he important to the people on Nantucket, but he built up this relationship with the Quakers.
A relationship evident here today at the Friends Meeting House. This was more than Cuffy's house of worship.
And he built it. He was instrumental in creating this place. He put up half the money. So he was probably the wealthiest person of color in New England, if not in the country.
Perhaps more noteworthy, though no longer standing, is the school Cuffy built in the late 1700s.
Hired the teachers and let people come and attend regardless of their color. So it was probably the first integrated school in this area and maybe in all of New England.
So how diverse was Westport when Paul Cuffy was here, growing up and becoming really a leader in the town?
There were 1,257 people in Westport at that time. 57 of them were people of color, free people of color. In 40 years, he went from just a little country boy with no education to a world-respected man.
And an important chapter in this place of history and beauty, a heritage you can feel from the working farms to the old whaling village and the vast nature preserves. This is Westport.
That's so beautiful. Thank you, Stan. I like the way you get stuff done, man. That's beautiful.
Yeah, well, I've actually heard of him. Believe it or not, I used to live in Newport, Rhode Island, when I was in the Navy, and I can tell you right now, the summers out on the water are just you. They cannot be beat. However, you will pay for it in the winter. It gets cold as it gets suicide cold up there. You know, you do if you can get to Florida in the wintertime, do it.
I hear you.
Oh, using the Ken Burns effect is a rite of passage. Okay. Oh well, you know what? I saw, the one that got it all started, the Civil War. Funny enough, the black lady historian, Barbara Fields, wrote a book with her sister called Racecraft, which is like one of the best books on race in America, out there. It's really recommended if anybody wants to know about race in America. Probably one of the better books you can read. So yeah, Ken Burns is just like he is a category all by himself. And that Monticello thing I was about to show, I think he hosted it. And if anybody's never been to Monticello, if you ever get a chance to go, say in the summertime, it is beautiful. That part of the Blue Ridge Mountains is just you'll want to live there. That's for sure.
Sounds good to me, Stan.
Yeah, I guess I ought to be wrapping it up. It's like more people. Apparently, Slick Rick wanted to go watch Freezy, and he's just gonna abandon me. And actually, I'm glad you were here. Just to wrap it up, it's weird that I'm even in this John Galt space because I'm the lone left of center person here. And I just cannot get into all the antics that SKC and you probably, this was a day or two before you came up to talk to SKC and me on a panel. I did a whole 4 days of Alexander Pope, the neoclassical 17th and 18th century poet. Because you know what? I get tired of hearing, the black men versus the black women. I get tired of hearing P. Diddy and Carmelo Anthony. Sometimes I just want to. That's why I like doing news and stuff like that, because it's just different. It's not, black women should be subservient and black men need to be leaders. That shit happens on some of these shows like almost every day. I don't get into Ock Nation and doing all the stuff about crime and just black, black depravity. I try to be at least positive in the national news, in news politics and culture. I've always been interested in, and I don't want to do a whole lot of just they're blacks in America are a whole topic unto itself. I'll do black history like this. I love doing stuff like this Paul Cuffey thing. That's what I want to do. I don't want to be talking about how bad black people are. You asked John some questions about, well, what have you done, in your community to uplift it? Those are the sorts of questions that really need to be asked, because it's the people who complain the most about how bad black people are. You talked about, when he starts talking about blacks in the third person. That is weird.
It's weird to me.
Yeah, how can you sit in the hood and talk about the blacks? You literally live there. and you are being what you're criticizing. I don't get that.
It's
But
it.
what I do get is he will put 50 or 60 people in the chat watching this shit, which to me tends to be repetitive. You know, John was showing videos that are months old. You know, he makes the same points over and over and over. They never change. They are predictable and, like you did, easily picked apart. But why do people want that kind of content and not like fresh news? Every day the news is a little bit different. So it's I don't want to say it's frustrating, you know, because I have my crowd, you know, the people who are a little bit more serious about this stuff and, you know, just don't have to have nothing but, you know, uh, black men against black women. And to me, all that stuff, you know, it's funny occasionally, but I've been doing it, you know, this YouTube stuff for about a year now. And there's some shows I don't even watch. You know, I'll watch if the topic sounds interesting, but once it starts devolving into, you know, black men don't do shit and white and black women, you know, are too masculine and they're all feminists. That stuff is old. I don't know why people even, you know, get into it anymore.
Stanley, you brought me to the idea of natural law. You're familiar with natural law, the seven
Oh,
laws.
absolutely, I am.
So
Not
you know
a big
about
fan of it.
Okay, what about the concept of the law of opposites? Are you familiar with that concept?
Vaguely.
The law of opposites. Most people that I check with about the law of opposites, they have their own conclusion. And I just wanted to bring up to you the perspective I have about the law of opposites. The law of opposites in physics says to me
they attract.
No, that's something else. The law of opposite says to me is that those are just separate ends of the same pole.
Well, yeah. If you've ever seen like magnetic fields, I know what you're talking about.
It must be the same pole, though, for it to be the opposite. That's what I'm saying. So when I hear people, to me, I'm into natural law. I know a lot of people get into codified law, and I don't like that because I call it pulling it out of your butt cheeks, right? So anyway, because Trump that stuff they just signed, it's law now, you know. That bill, it was how does a bill?
Big beautiful bill. We talked a little bit about it.
What was the name of that thing? Sesame Street.
Big beautiful bill?
No, back in the day. What is a bill? A bill is this Sesame Street.
Oh yeah. No, that was Schoolhouse Rock.
Oh, okay, but you know what I'm talking about. So yeah, and then it's a law. Now it's a law. See, so I don't bother with them kind of laws because I call that pulling it out of your butt cheeks. That's not a law. That's just something they pull out of their butt cheeks. But the laws of nature are true laws. You know, like the laws of the law of opposites. That's a true law. It don't matter. You can jump up and down all day. It's still going to occur because it is of itself a thing. You know, whether you believe it, agree with it or not, it is already a thing. It don't care about you or me or what you think of it. It's going to do its thing, the law of opposites. So not only do I not get into the racism thing of this black and white, that automatically puts one into the law of opposites. I dare not put myself in that law in that fashion. That's like, why should I commit suicide? To me, that's silly. And then put myself there because I'm clearly not black for real. It's a social construct, which means they pull that out of their butt cheeks again. You know?
So it's actually the reason they did it was economics. So
okay,
this is
it's still butt cheek stuff. They made it up. It's not a real law. The law of opposites, yeah. The concept appears in it suggests that opposites are interconnected.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, you know, you can't have black without white, etc.
It's the opposite of each other.
Can't have night without day. You know, if it was always day, you would never know anything about night, and vice versa.
And just like I say about nigga, if I don't assume the position of black, they cannot be my opposite. I don't care how much they choose to be white. They say they white. Okay, that's fine. I don't care. I'm not going to say I'm black because that's not true. See how we get off of our ancestors' reputation so easily by all of this. That's trickery, and it robs us of power because truth, I say truth, I'm talking about real truth, is power. Like, that's what the world is. It's so full of power. It's crazy. You know, it's over 25 volts of electricity, static electricity in a square cube of a yard. I'm going to say a yard, but I think it's a foot. A square cube of a yard of atmosphere has 25 volts in it, just every day, all the time. This stuff is so powerful. And when we stay in uniformity and we stay in sync with the power grid, which some of us have recognized as the matrix, we can garner that power and utilize it to whatever, la-di-da. But when we lie, we don't stay in the power of truth, we are at odds. We are at discourse. I think that's what you say. Discord. Let me say discord with the harmony of power. And so, yeah, we lose our power with that kind of stuff. And so every time I heard Obama, that I say I meant Obama. I heard Obama say that black has no standing in law. He said he don't refer to himself as black because black has no standing in law.
Well, not these days it doesn't. It once did.
I'm just saying what he said when he was first voted in on his very first term. Whatever year that was, that's when he was saying them words. And I listened to it and I checked it out and I found out he was correct. I just cracked up. I already had ditched it because it's not true. And I'm working on my answer.
I'm actually not quite sure where you're going with this. We all know it's a social construct. Laws these days are supposed to be colorblind. You know, you won't find a law that mentions white or black. However, my point is that it once did. Laws had to be changed to get rid of white and black. And we, not that we have to be a slave to the past, no pun intended, but we should remember it.
You know what, too? Stanley, my niece, did a genealogy thing for my family some years back.
Right.
And I had been unable to talk to her about it. At length, she'd been having some things in her life. But her and I got to have a long talk this past month or so. And she reported to me about what her findings were. And she reported that my family have not ever been enslaved. I had asked my aunt. My aunt was 105 last year when I asked her about it, before I knew about this genealogy thing. And my aunt said, at 105 years old, she said she had never heard of slavery until she went to school. Or she said, that slavery thing. She said, no, I ain't never heard of that till I went to school. I said, okay. That's what I mean. They make up the laws in Washington. And if you're in Georgia, you don't know what laws they're making up in Washington. They're not laws. They're making that stuff up. And then they come and try to implement it on you in Georgia, wherever you at. And they be talking about that. Well, this law been, and you'd be like, what? What are you talking about? So, if you want to, they can say they do, hey, that's, they building social construct maybe we could build one too. I mean, I'm just saying, adults build social constructs. Maybe we are two adults. We could also build social constructs.
Well, I build, if it's just one person doing it, I'm not sure you can call it a social construct.
Well, everything starts with one person, my dude.
I guess you could make that argument.
Yeah, and then it sprouts out from there, and then it goes from there, and then it spreads or whatever it does after that. But yeah, one person talking to his friend, they get together. Hey, let's talk to Petey then. And before the night is out, they might have 50 people. That's true, but one person usually kick that ball first, and that's all I'm saying. So I know a lot of times people are like, when things are not set up, people are slow to want to rock the boat and set it up. It do take a bit of courage, right? Of course, and I understand that. And
Well,
people
I
be
think
like,
a bit of courage, and a bit of time. I think it's hard to break people of old habits.
There we go.
And it could, but you also have to think I'm older than a lot of these people. So, I've gone through my why can't I get a woman phase. and a lot of these guys kind of wonder why they can't. And I'm gonna be honest. I am 60, but I'm not ancient. I have one child, and unfortunately or fortunately, he was born when I was 41. I was very careful, and I've had one or two scares over the years, but the bottom line is I kind of knew my worth. And you know what, I'm simply not going to be forced to do something I don't want to do. Don't give someone the power to do that. Okay. And I've never been one, I had fairly strict parents. So, every little boy, every young teenage boy wants pussy, but pussy at any price is really just almost a ticket to be ensnared. Let's not say enslaved, let's say ensnared into something you can't get out of. And once you, by and large, there are plenty of exceptions, but once you have a child with someone, an unintended, or hey, I didn't get married and had a child, you know what I'm saying. You know what, you're bound to this person for quite some time, if not forever. If you don't want those sorts of encumbrances, then don't do it. Now, I'm making it sound easy. There are a lot of things I don't know, a lot of things I haven't experienced, so I'm going to sound like a school marm here. But you know what? Yeah, they're 30 and 40-year-old men on here asking questions that I would expect a 20-year-old to ask. Okay, you cannot be in your mid 30s, asking why you can't get a woman when you got like, 3 baby mamas. My question to you is, why do you need a woman? Okay, you already got, a lot of commitments and responsibilities. Why do you expect some woman to like be your woman? I heard Tough Guy. You don't know Tough Guy. I literally heard him, and I don't care if he's hearing this or not. It's nothing I wouldn't, say to his face or have it. I literally heard him get up on a woman's panel and say, well, you know what? You should respect me just because I'm a man, and all women owe all men. Like all black women should respect all black men. Like if he would expect someone that, some woman who doesn't even know who he is to just give him due respect as a black man. And when I say due respect, I mean subservient. There are people who literally think it's almost like Islam. You know how in Islam, at least some forms of Islam, a woman cannot be unaccompanied in public. She has to have a chaperone, a male member of her family. You know, even like you'll have mothers who will have their sons escort them in public if their husbands can't do it, or a brother or something like that. That's almost what it sounded like. Like, you know what? If you're a woman, you owe me subservience. And I think that's just fucking primitive. Where do people, what have you done to earn subservience? You earn respect. People don't just automatically give you respect in 2025. Unless they're a kid, you know, kids should maybe respect adults. And that's what it sounded like. You know, women aren't kids. They don't owe some strange man subservience.
I have a different perspective on the entire situation. If you like, I could tell you. I mean, I don't know what kind of time you got. You suggested.
Well, I mean, other than getting tired, I have time.
The idea of respect, I gave it a lot. I contemplated the concept of respect. And in my contemplation, to get to the point of that I've reached goes like this. When one, you know, respect yourself. When you don't respect yourself, ain't nobody gonna give a hoot.
Right.
So go ahead and respect yourself. So now, when I got to respect myself, I realized no one can disrespect me. I have to give them that. I heard you say, I mentioned something similar to that earlier. I have to give them that right to disrespect me, for me to take it as disrespect. Otherwise, they're behaving badly. And I have to say, why are you behaving like that, man? You won't hear me say you disrespected me, because you cannot do that. The most you could do is behave badly. You understand what I mean? So then
right.
I even ask children the same thing. Why are you behaving like that? And people be like, why? Don't let him disrespect. I say, disrespect? Hey, I tell the child, respect yourself. Behave in a respectful manner that you would be proud of. And that's how I teach children from that point of view. And they start respecting themselves. And
Right.
it builds an encouragement inside them, I say, rather than, you better respect me, boy. I don't see how that.
I in this particular case, because I know this guy, you know, at least, you know,
Yeah,
as
man,
far as you can on a YouTube channel. I think maybe your response will be they don't know what self-respect is. I almost think you know, it's an excess of self-respect. You respect yourself so far so much that respect is going to be like your personal gravity. Everybody around you needs to respect you as much as you respect yourself. And I think that's crazy.
I heard Jet Li in an interview today. The interview happened a year ago or so, you know, on YouTube. But I watched it today. And the guy said to him, I heard you got a secret formula for, you know, for winning battles or something like that. And he said, yeah. And the dude said, what is it? He said, I just smile. He said, what do you mean? He said, when somebody come at me with all that roundness and want to fight and stuff and everything, I just smile. And I have been doing that. Mostly I laugh. I don't just smile. I actually laugh because it's funny to me. And usually they stop. A guy actually came at me with a weapon, and I laughed, and he actually just stopped. He was rooted to the spot, like he couldn't move. It was so funny to me. And when he couldn't move any further, that even made me laugh more. So it's I don't know, it's disarming, I guess. But it's funny to me how it works. The reason I say that is because I have no enemy, and I've set myself in a particular concept of understanding and perspective where I can understand that. I have no enemy, and I never have. I hear people, they used to tell me when I was a youth, and I didn't understand them. They say, Wale, you are your own worst enemy. And I didn't understand that for, decades. And then I figured it out, right? Because I have no enemy. I'm giving that power away. No one can take it. You must give it away through some kind of acquiescence to peer group pressure, this pressure, that pressure.
I maybe not communicating exactly what I mean. I think that it is ridiculous for someone who say is 35 or 40 to get up on a YouTube panel and talk about he can't get a woman because women these days are too masculine. Now, I can think of a couple instances where, I'll hear somebody say something like that, and it turns out that, you know what, you got 3 baby mamas. Okay, why do you expect a woman to be subservient? They're not married to you. You know what, they may take you for a good time, but I just don't think it's right to expect a woman to like be subservient in spite of how she might feel about the situation, just because she's your girlfriend or she's your woman. What woman wants to get involved with the guy who has 3 baby mamas?
To me, a guy like you're describing, I mean, that particular positioning screams of insecurity.
He screams of irresponsibility.
I'm saying for a man to demand that a woman subservient,
I won't say, let's not say demand, let's say expect. Like if they
all of
don't,
that.
if they don't come, if they don't like meet this guy and go, gee, what a great guy, they basically they expect it. I'm not saying they demand it or anything like that, but they're like, well, wait, hold it. I'm a good guy. Why aren't these women crawling up to me? I got 3 baby mamas, but I take care of all of them. What woman, unless she's desperate in her right mind, wants to come and be the 4th baby mama or a stepmother to 3 other kids with 3 other mothers? I can't understand why a woman would want to do that, but I definitely can't understand. I definitely can't understand why a man would even expect that.
I tell you,
I'm like, you know what? What you need to do is get these kids up to 18 and then go out and find a woman. Okay, but you're not going to get some woman, especially if she doesn't have kids. No woman wants that unless you are just like Elon Musk. And maybe not even, and to be honest, Elon Musk isn't all that. Now, I'm kind of projecting because I'm not a woman. What I'm actually saying is this is why I've kind of stopped going over on other people's panels so much, because this happens almost nightly. You'll get these sorts of guys going up and beating up rhetorically women on panels because a woman would say, hey, I don't want any of that. Men get offended, and I cannot figure out why. And you're 30 or 40. Why are you even on a YouTube panel? Why aren't you with your kids?
I tell you what I think. I think it's a matter of because I have a channel too, and I put up, recordings and stuff about different things that come to my mind. And that came to my mind because some guy had encountered similar circumstances. And I had put that up because I had contemplated the issue, and I came up with the concept that a man that demands that a woman be weak so he can feel now. Strong is an insecure man. I don't want a woman like that. I want my woman to be strong so I can be stronger. Not
Let
so
me ask you a
be weak
question.
and feel
What
stronger.
would you say? What would you say if some guy, same guy that I'm talking about, says that, you know what, men aren't meant to be monogamous. So I'm actually doing what nature, is willing me to do. I think that's crazy too. You know what? Then go convert to a religion and go to a country where you can do that. But you know what? We don't have those laws here. And why are you doing it? And why do you expect some woman to actually be down with that?
He already got 3
So,
baby mamas. He already doing
right,
it.
right. And the upshot is that I just got to a point to where I'm not doing any of that shit. I'm not having non-people panels where people are screaming back and forth about why black men and black women can't get along. I like doing the news. I don't have to deal with all that. I guess what I wish is more people would be into actually like knowing stuff about what's going on around them.
Hey,
And it'll come, people will kind of get bored with that shit and, start wanting to do like current events.
I'm saying
You
though,
know what?
Stan, when you're not doing nothing, when you're not responsible for your own neighborhood, for your own children, because you just send them to school and forget about it. When you're not responsible, like you say, why aren't you home with your children? When you're not when you're not responsible and stuff, you got time for all this stuff like that, and then people think sex is a diversion to them. It's a diversion, something to do to keep busy, so you don't do nothing, right? So it's a diversion to them.
I guess.
And it's not no thing about it's not real. It's just a diversion, something to do. No
Right.
one. I mean, and
Well,
they've
here,
been sold on the version that you should have sex every night, every day. Excuse me, every day.
well, I was 20 once. I probably thought that at some point in my life, but you mature out of that. And I could see it if it was a bunch of 20-year-olds sitting on the panel doing that, but these are 30 and 40-year.
And
These
all
aren't
the
these
20-year-olds
aren't spring chickens.
I agree. And the 20-year-olds would be doing nothing but torturing themselves because they should be sitting around getting a skill at 20 so that they can get. I mean, I'm just saying, if you're sitting around pining because you can't get no sex, you might do anything.
They should either be getting a skill or going out and finding a woman.
Yeah,
You're not
well,
gonna find a woman sitting on a YouTube panel. Well, yeah, I guess it's possible.
it's possible. But then the guy's also marrying robots, so a lot of stuff is possible.
Well, I can tell you right now, I haven't run into anyone on a black oriented YouTube channel that's married a robot.
No, not married, but I see
That's
them
married a robot.
They have robots though, but they not married.
Yeah,
I
can tell
did
you
see
right
one
now, none of these jokers can afford one of those robots.
I saw one of them boat cars the other day. I was out riding somewhere, and I saw a boat car where the car just go right in the water.
Yeah, I can only imagine what kind of rust problems that thing's gonna have at some point.
But Philadelphia has had the duck truck over there for years, decades actually. Where this the
Well, yeah,
Lord.
but I know they have to do a freshwater wash down or something, to get that salt water off of it.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know about the different things like that, but I know the lorry.
Well, I was in the Navy. Maintaining, keeping the rust off ships is work. So having a boat car for me, other than the novelty of it, would just be a nightmare.
Okay.
The maintenance has got to be a nightmare. You have to be able, the car, being able to afford the car is one thing. The maintenance is a whole nother story. You'll probably wind up spending as much in maintenance if you keep the car long enough as the car originally cost.
Oh, I'm sure every time I've seen it has been for what they call it, economic aggrandizement. Yeah, what's it called? Commercial value. Business.
Right.
It's been a business owned, and the businesses are doing business by having them vehicles. They get money. Sure. They gain income. I don't know anybody just doing it for fun. I mean, except the people who pay the business to borrow their thing and do it for fun,
All right. Well, I'm going to wrap this up because I am physically tired. We are at. Oh shoot, we're at 10 hours, so I definitely need to be wrapping this up. So everybody, please make sure you hit the like on the way out. I'm sorry we're not going to get to see this Monticello stuff, but
be good to yourself, Stan.
I will. As a matter of fact, I'm going to go eat something and go to bed. So Kimmy, it's good seeing you. I wish you'd gotten here earlier to come up on a panel. And Tropes, you've been asking some intriguing questions and making some intriguing points. So anyway, I actually had a pretty good fourth sitting here, kind of kibitzing back and forth and watching these 4th of July type videos, and even Trump was amusing today. So I will more than likely not do a show tomorrow unless, the spirit moves me. But I will definitely be back Monday morning around about 5:30 or so for another news week. So everybody have a good night. Happy rest of your 4th, and get some sleep, folks. And Solid Snake, don't get too drunk. See y'all later.
If you know somebody who drive a truck, I bet you he done had a relationship with a lot lizard. All these truck drivers love these lot lizards. I promise. Lot lizard, come on baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. And she at the truck stop, walking with her butt out, and she got her stomach out, and she only come out when the sun out. She's a lot lizard. She's a lot lizard. He can be your boyfriend, cousin, husband, daddy, brother. It don't even matter if he driving trucks all around the country and he making money. I bet you he fuck a lot lizard. Come on, baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 lot lizard, twerk, twerk.